Okay, you're live.
Okay. So we're just seeing that camera, though, right? We're seeing this. Are you seeing us? What am I? What do the viewers see?
This. The viewers are seeing this because we're
All
live right now.
Oh, so they can hear me talking.
Absolutely.
Hey, viewers, how's it going? All right, we're good to go. Let's kick this thing off, man.
Well, welcome aboard.
Oh, okay. This is how we're doing it. All right,
yeah,
let's go.
I'm Dwayne St. Arnold, joined here today with Paul Waite.
How's it going?
And we are getting started here today with Vintage Rotisserie Draft 6, sponsored by shotgunlotus.
Yeah.
Pretty exciting.
So, for those of you guys that are joining us for the first time here, you may not even know what a Vintage Rotisserie Draft is, but we are here to tell you all about it.
Yep. So, as the slide says, we'll just kind of give you a quick brief rundown before we get started here. You can draft any vintage legal card, which has kind of been interesting because we do have conspiracy legal today. All those conspiracy new cards that are legal in vintage.
Yeah, I don't think we expect to see too many of them, but we'll go into that a little bit further.
We will. So down the list, starting with the player in Seed A, they start taking picks. It goes snake draft down the list.
Yeah, kind of imagine that the player in Seat 1 gets past the God Pack with every vintage legal card in it.
Yeah.
And they take a card and they pass it to the left, and then so on and so forth. We snake it around like a fantasy football draft until everyone has 45 picks, and then they build their decks.
And once they build their decks, we're going to have deck lists available later. They don't have to draft any basic lands. We provide those. But they do have to draft any like non-basic or color fixing, any of those sort of things. The power level of these decks is kind of interesting. We've seen kind of a wide spectrum over the drafts, but it tends to settle somewhere between a vintage level, a power Type 1 deck or a cube deck. It's kind of in between the two.
We've seen the range for mono red decks to Crucible Strip Block on turn 1.
Yeah, turn 1 Tinker out Blight Steel.
Exactly.
Just
anything could happen. So let's go ahead and move on to the next slide here. This one we don't need to go into too much. We do have some pretty lengthy tiebreaker scenarios because we've run into some problems in the past.
It was relevant last draft.
Yeah, it was. But we've cleaned those up a little bit, and we'll talk about those later if those end up being relevant. So everyone's going to build their decks after we're done. Mm-hmm. We're going to do a round-robin style. Go ahead.
So round-robin style, everyone has bought in today. The way we want to do this is everyone's bought in with a sweet bottle of booze in the $30 to $50 range.
This draft, the guys really stepped it up. The collection of booze is rather impressive this time.
It is a sweet booze
Somehow,
collection.
with 8 drafters, we've ended up with 11 bottles of booze. I'm not quite sure how it happened, but it's pretty sweet.
So then once they make it to the finals, we're going to have the finals as best 3 out of 5. And then the way we distribute the prizes, the top 3 players draft the booze.
Yeah, and that is my favorite part of the day. I always call it the most entertaining thing on Twitch. How often are you going to watch a booze draft on Twitch?
It's almost as good as the drinking of the booze later.
So just to clarify on the finals match, no matter what the standings look like, the players at the top of the bracket, top 2 players, doesn't matter if someone's 7-0, someone's 5-2, 4-3, whatever, the top 2 players are going to play a best-of-5 match in the finals.
Absolutely.
We also have some pretty sweet trophies that we're going to show off a little bit later once we got us up on screen here. We've got a first place and a last place trophy we'll go into a little bit further. So moving on here. So we're talking about conspiracy. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the one card we think we'll almost for sure see today?
I think that of all the conspiracy cards, there was a lot of reprints, so of course we'll be seeing a lot of those, but they've already existed. Dak Faden is the newest Planeswalker to Magic, and he is exciting.
I am excited. I mean, we're talking about a format here with moxes and all kinds of crazy artifacts, and just being able to play a deck and just steal your opponent's mox is some exciting stuff.
And some people have said that they think they need to have a deck that can really build around this, and some people have said that they think they could just jam this in.
Yeah.
I think that this is probably good enough that if you're in these colors, you just jam it in. You don't need to do a build
Absolutely.
around it.
And I know we have multiple drafters on the lookout for a deck today.
And that ultimate is pretty sweet if we ever get to see it today. Whenever you cast a spell that targets a permanent, you get to take that.
Absolutely. And just a quick, someone in the chat pointed out, we forgot to talk about our levels of rules enforcement today. Normally you have competitive rel, semi-competitive rel. Today we have don't be a dick rules enforcement.
Yeah, it's a custom level rules enforcement that we've created here for the Vintage Rotisserie Draft.
So we're going to play it fast and loose, but we'll try to keep them honest today. So let's move on. I think we're a draft of champions next year. All right. So why don't you tell us a little bit about the championship draft here?
So the championship draft is going to be at the end of the season with each of the winners of each of the individual rotisserie drafts as we go. So first we had, well, that's you actually, Paul Waite winning season 1 with Blue Black Reanimator, Charles DuPont, Peter Beckfield, Greg Peliquin.
And then last time,
Cedric the Entertainer himself.
Cedric Phillips came in with very little prep, but he knew kind of what he wanted to do. He wanted to draft some blue cards and just really, use his skill to his advantage. And he ended up with a pretty sweet Grixis Delver deck with, a Delver. It had a young Pyromancer in it and just lots of ways to protect it.
And one of the things that we do here is that if you come in the top 3 of a rotisserie draft, you're invited to the next one. Unfortunately, Cedric, with his busy Star City schedule, can't be here. We do have second-place finisher Corbett Gray competing today, though.
Absolutely, yes.
He had a sweet deck last draft, too.
Yeah, he drafted a pretty sweet Tinker deck.
Yeah.
And it ended up, I think it went to 5 in the finals against Cedric. He almost got there. He almost earned the spot. I know he's itching to try to get that spot today. We also have some other previous drafters back today, but we'll get back into that coming up next year.
Well, let's actually just cover some of those drafters.
Let's go in. So our drafters we're going to talk about next, and in the 1 seat we have Mr. Hall of Famer Randy Buehler. Why don't you tell us about Randy Buehler real quick?
So Randy has seen the game at levels that none of us actually here have seen the game, right? Randy is a Hall of Fame member. He won a Pro Tour, the first Pro Tour he ever played, and I believe is the case. He's had 7 GP top 8s. He's worked in WotC R&D, and lately he's actually been transitioning out of Magic. He's been playing less Magic because of his past with R&D and things like that, and now he's actually playing a lot of board games nowadays.
Yeah, and he's top of the game there too.
Once a gamer, always a gamer.
Always
right?
a gamer, and he's also doing a lot of commentary these days. We'll probably get him in the booth at some point.
Oh, we'll definitely get him to interview, and he'll be in our first seat. I think he's going to take Black Lotus.
I think he is too.
I know, it's probably no secret.
That's what they listen to us for, is for this just awesome analysis.
It's our wisdom.
Absolutely,
it's our wisdom.
So I think personally, Randy, I think is the guy to look out for the most.
Absolutely.
He's also done several of these drafts.
He certainly has the most impressive resume, but he hasn't done a Shotgun Lotus draft with us yet.
And this is the big leagues.
And he might not be familiar with our style of play here. We'll find out. We'll see how it goes. Next up in the 2 seat, we have Charles Wong. You know Charles better than I do.
Charles Wong. So for those of you guys not from the Seattle area, there's a store that we all basically met. It was kind of where all the best players were playing. Charles Wong is kind of one of the guys that come out of that first pick games. And this is one of the greediest Magic players alive. I once saw him play a Battle Grace Angel in a PTQ with 1 white source in his deck, and his only way to cast it was to untap his white source with Fate Stitcher. And he won that PTQ.
That PTQ he actually beat me in the top 8 in. He was almost falling asleep through the whole top 8. Charles has a great natural talent at the game, and in the 2 seat he's done this before. This isn't his first draft, so I expect him to put together a pretty solid deck.
Yeah, we'll see. He has an exciting deck that he's looking out for. So
absolutely,
we'll see how it goes.
It's going to be really fun.
And moving on into the 3rd seat, we have Corbett Gray. Another guy from the area. Some people might be familiar with Corbett. He saw some success a few years ago.
He's actually had some success over all of the years. He's won PTQs. He obviously, as you can see on the screen right now, he went 7-1 day 1 of PT Honolulu, followed that up with a solid 1-7 day 2.
Yeah.
He's also not Kanye West, as it turns out.
Yeah. So he's also done several of these drafts, and like we said, he was in the finals last time, and he was super close to taking it down.
He's definitely one of those folks that is a known quantity. Everyone knows that he knows what he's doing here. Everyone respects him. And in the 3 seat, he's in a really great position to draft what he's already mentioned to us he's drafting. I'm excited to see what comes out of Corbett today.
Absolutely. All right. And in the 4 slot, we've got the young Martin Goldman cursed here.
People not in the Pacific Northwest don't know Martin. People in the Pacific Northwest fear Martin.
And you wouldn't think it by his profile picture there.
No.
But he is a feared magician. I don't think there's anyone, well, maybe a few players, but he's one of the top players in the world I would not want to play against if he's got a control deck on the other side of control.
I don't want to be playing against Martin in any event ever because he is likely going to win. He regularly spikes PTQs, the first PTQ of the season.
Yep.
He's gone to nationals. He's top 8 at Star City tournaments. He's seen success at all levels of the game. It will be interesting though because he has not seen success in vintage
and I know he's a little underprepared, and we've seen that come back to bite people in the past. So we'll see how it turns out.
He's hoping that he can rely on his strength of play to carry him, and I don't know. We'll find out.
It's strong, so we'll see. Moving on to the next seat, we've got Nathan Santo. Now, Nathan Santo is the first of our Cube Draft qualifiers this time around. So in the past, we had some people. We can only get 8 people in these drafts, and so there's been a lot of interest. People who wanted to get in. So what we started doing is we do these Cube Draft qualifiers, and Nathan took down our first one, and he's seen some success as well.
He crushed that first Cube Draft qualifier. And, he's looking to make a name for himself today.
Absolutely. If
he can come in here and beat, Corbett, beat Randy Buehler, not only is that going to be a crowning achievement for him, but that's going to show all of us that he's ready to be on this stage.
And I know he took his prep very seriously.
He did. He kind of crowdsourced it a little bit. He reached out to some groups of local players, and he's definitely one of the more prepared folks coming into this. So
I expect big things from Nathan Santo in this draft and in the future, I think.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting seeing him grow.
Absolutely. Moving on, in the next seat, we've got Floyd Combs. Floyd Combs is our second Cube Draft qualifier. He's got a couple. He's done all right in a couple PTQs. It's kind of the same thing with Nathan. He's looking to break out here.
Yeah, and he's a little bit further along with his Magic career, where he's had some PTQ success. He the slide comment here. He has no idea what Cryptic Command does. He actually he mentioned that he was playing against Jerry Thompson once.
Jerry T,
and he cast a textless Cryptic Command. And when Jerry said what modes he just didn't know what modes he could choose from. I think he's come quite a ways. He did crush his Cube Draft qualifier, and it's certainly exciting to see what he's going to put out today.
Absolutely. And then moving on to the next guy here, we've got Jed Dolbeer.
Now,
make this look good.
Jed has definitely been around. He's done a couple of these now.
I think this is his third or fourth one.
Third one now, I think. And he's won quite a few PTQs. He's had an undefeated day one at the GP. He's just a solid overall player.
Yeah.
He knows how to prepare for these. He's not an amateur. He's just going to be a solid competitor today.
Yeah, absolutely. He's in the mix to take one of these things down at any moment.
Yeah, and it's just a matter of time. I think.
Absolutely,
it'll happen.
And he's in the 8th seat, I believe, right?
No, he's in the 6th seat.
The 6th seat.
6th seat. The order of these slides is a little bit off.
Actually, I believe he's in the 7th seat. But moving on to the next slide, I think is Josh Ventura. Josh Ventura is in the 8th seat. Josh Ventura is one of my personal favorite magicians.
Oh, really? How come?
He's just an all-around great guy, and he's just great at every format he plays.
See, you and I evaluate our magicians a little bit differently. I evaluate magicians on quality of tattoos, and I evaluate magicians on how good they are at vintage rotisserie. And Josh Ventura is damn good at vintage rotisserie.
He's been in 2 of these so far, and he's gotten second both times.
He's due to spike one. That I'm sure of.
And one thing that I find particularly interesting about his 2 seconds is he was playing drastically different decks.
He played Control his first time around. That was his first vintage rotisserie, came in second. The next time around, he drafts basically mono red. He splashed some colors. But he was playing red aggro. And he knew that he couldn't make that was in VRD4. He knew he couldn't make VRD5. He said, screw it, I'm going to have some fun. Drafted mono red, and still came in second.
Yeah. So at any moment, he's another guy. I'd like to see this guy in our draft of champions at the end of the season.
I got to say, all of our competitors are pretty exciting today. We've got a really rounded out group. I think that a lot of folks on the forums thought that Randy was going to take off with it, and certainly he's got the most overall Magic experience. But some of these guys are definitely in the mix to take down the championship.
Yeah, I wouldn't count anybody out of this thing.
Cool.
So I think we're ready to kick off the draft here. So what do you think Randy Buehler's going to first pick? Let's have some fun with this.
I think at the end of the day, we're certainly going to have Black Lotus and Ancestral, probably 1-2. I don't see a world where that's not going to happen. We've talked about it. We've toyed with it.
I think that I personally think Black Lotus is the number 1 pick. It's inarguable. We'll make fun of anyone that doesn't take it. I think it's defensible to take something other than Ancestral second.
I agree with that. I think that it's unless you have a strategy like which we have never seen before. It's Black Lotus first, followed by Ancestral.
I mean, I could see a Mox there. I could see Mana Crypt there.
I could see that, but let's be honest here. Charles Wong, we already described him as the greediest Magic player we've ever seen. There's no way that fool isn't going to try and draw 3 cards.
Absolutely.
He loves drawing some cards. And so the question really is going to be, where does the draft go from there? We've seen a lot of different pick orders for the first couple rounds. We usually see the same kind of mix of cards go.
Yeah,
just
we're gonna
in
see
different orders.
Fast Mana. I think Fast Mana always comes off quick. Probably gonna see a Time Vault picked in the first round.
Yeah.
Although, the last few drafts when I've been talking to drafters has been, well, if Time Vault gets to me, I'm going to take it. If Time Vault gets to me, I'm going to take it. It's basically what everyone has said. And I don't think anyone said that to me this time. It might just fall off.
I heard it from one person. I'm
Jed?
not going to say who it is. I'm not going to say who it is.
All right.
They said if it comes to them, it was Jed in the sixth seat.
Okay.
He said if it comes to him, he's going to take it. Otherwise, he has a sweet plan that he's going to stick to. That is not a Time Vault plan.
I personally do. Well, I think we are going to see Ancestral from Charles Wong in the second seat, though.
I don't see a world where we don't. That doesn't happen. The question is after talking with all these drafters and they're preparing, is who is going to be the Time Vault drafter? Because in all of their preparation, none of them have said. They've all said, well, if it floats to me, I might take it. But none of them has said, well, I'm drafting a Time Vault deck. Because no one knows where it's going to actually go. If you're in the second seat as Charles Wong, you could snap it off and start your deck right there. I don't see a world where Randy takes it over Lotus. So the reality is it could go anywhere as high as second. It could also float to the second round if all these players stay on their already established plans.
Yeah.
I mean, based on how we talk to these players, this might be a Time Vault-less draft. I don't think it'll happen, but in their preparation, no one really prepared to be that guy.
And I don't know if anyone's watched the last draft, but there's one of the things where people I think have gotten so prepared for these now, they're not ready to take something when it's available.
Yeah.
Like the last draft, we saw Demonic and Vampiric just get unpicked until like round 20 or something.
Yeah, and I think that's just people are almost over-preparing, where they've put in so much thought on their own plan, and they want to, really stick to that, and then they're not thinking, wait a minute, what is still on the board here? What are my options left? And they're, that's how you get, mistakes like that, where Dark Ritual goes in the 30-something round, right?
Yeah, last time we saw.
Yeah, that was you.
All right, that's fair. But last time we saw Demonic Tutor, Vampiric Tutor, and Mana Drain went a little late. Jace the Mind Sculptor.
Jace the Mind Sculptor went like 30-something, right?
Yeah, Mind Twist. Sean Collins took a Persecute over a Mind Twist at one point.
Jeez.
And then ended up with the Mind Twist like 10 rounds later.
Not that it helped him much, as Sean Collins.
Are we ready? Do we have the draft ready to go? We're ready to switch to that?
Sean Collins came in last with that Mind Twist anyways.
All right, we're transitioning over to the draft here. Give us a couple seconds. They're already taking off. So we've got Black Lotus from Randy, Ancestral from Charles Wong, and Mox Jet from Corbett. We'll get this cleaned up for you guys here in just a second. We're working on our overlays.
So Mox Jet from Corbett doesn't really surprise me. He wants to be in black today. We know that. Martin taking Mana Crypt, not surprising either. That's how you get.
So Jed got Time Vault. Give me just 1 second here.
So it's interesting here, guys. You can see that we've actually had the run on Moxes. They're all gone already. Jet went third, Pearl went fifth, and then on the wheel, Josh Ventura picked Sapphire Ruby. I mean, Sapphire Ruby, if you want to be that guy that gets to snap off Dak Faden in this draft and make it run, Josh is in the right seat to do it.
Josh wanted to be Izzet, and oh boy, what a way to start with Izzet.
So Jed did say, now Jed had a sweet mono-green plan. Now, I don't want to go into too many details because he might still hop into that, but he was that guy that said, well, if Time Vault's there, I'm going to take it, and he did. Now, I know he said he prepared with an alternate list if he got Time Vault, so we're going to see him go off of that, but I know that this was not his first plan.
Yeah.
But Time Vault Tinker, that's a hell of a way to start.
Yeah, he wanted to play Elves.
He did. He had a sweet, it was like a green ramp plan. It was not like Elves like what Nate Heiss played in our last draft.
Yeah, it was like try to get Channel, cast some Emrakul type situation.
Yeah, his deck was really interesting. It was an interesting take on green. Now, I think with Nathan in the 7th seat taking Mox Emerald, I think he's just off that plan now. He's on the Tinker Time Vault plan.
Absolutely. And I just want to clarify for people, we will have names up here. We have a pretty sweet overlay. Apparently, we're having some technical difficulties. So we will get that sorted out. We'll get the names up there for you guys in just a second here.
That's fine. The important thing, I'll just run through the order here. Pick 1, seat 1 with Black Lotus is Randy Bueller. Pick 2 is Charles Wong with Ancestral Recall. Corbett Gray with Mox Jet in seat 3. Martin in seat 4 with Mana Crypt Time Walk. Floyd in seat 5. Jed in seat 6. Nathan in seat 7 with Emerald Strip Mine. And then Josh Ventura in seat 8 with that powerful double mock start. That's my favorite seat.
I think this is the second draft in a row. I think this is the second draft in a row that we've seen Mock Sapphire get picked 8th.
Yeah.
No. Because...
No, it was 2 drafts ago that it went 8th.
Yeah, you're right.
But either way, we do consistently see that 8th seat get mocks. And personally, that I think is the way to win these drafts. When you have double mocks, you have consistent fast mana, you're going to be
those off maybe a little bit ahead of where he should take them. But the last draft, Cedric also, I think, second picked the Force of Will.
I agree.
So I think we're going to start seeing that card get picked higher and higher.
Absolutely. I think this is probably the peak. I don't know if it gets any higher than maybe middle of the second round. But the nice part about where Charles Wong is sitting is that he gets to draft basically the second 2/3 of his draft. He doesn't have to compete with anybody, so he can just focus on all of the cards he has to fight over now, and then later on he's going to be taking the Inkmoth Nexus and the Giant Growths and whatever sort of infect sort of cards he's going to take, because there's no one else that's going to take those.
Absolutely. So we see a Mana Vault from Randy.
Do you know what Randy wanted to draft?
Hold on one second here. Are we going off for a couple minutes, Chris?
Okay, we're going to resolve our technical
one second.
Just for 1 second.
All right, we're going to go off. We're going to get. We'll be right back in just a second. Don't leave us. We'll be right back.
Cool.
We're good. I don't see us on here.
We need to be on here.
Okay.
Cool.
We're good?
We are live.
All right, we're back, and we've got our overlays working. Sorry about that, guys. But as you can see, it was worth the wait. We've got some sweet stuff going on here.
Excellent.
So we're going to kick the draft back going on. We'll start back here at Randy Bueller. He's got Black Lotus, Mana Vault, and Time Twister. So, now, I know what he's drafting.
I wonder if our viewers can guess what he's drafting. Let's actually, for the next couple picks here, let's see if anyone can successfully guess in chat, because I'm not sure they can guess.
I know what he's drafting because I've talked to him.
Well, yeah. I mean, we have privileged information. But Time Twister, an interesting pick. I don't know if anyone else was going to try and fight over that as early.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look at our pick order thing, but I don't think he's gotten picked that high, like, ever.
I'm wondering right now if that's just Randy not doing this that often, kind of showing through, or if it's just genius and we don't recognize it.
I think he's kind of in the same position that where Charles Wong, where the deck that he's planning on going into, he's not going to fight over a lot of cards, and he knows I need this draw 7 for my deck to work. And so he just snaps it off.
So we've had Mill, Necro, Storm, High Tide, Academy. One of you is kind of close, but none of you have actually hit it. Library of Alexandria from Charles Wong, that's a card we don't see valued very highly nowadays.
Yeah, I think it's gone down in power level a little bit. It's still insane. When you lead on a Library of Alexandria, it's tough to lose. But a lot of these like decks kill you before the card advantage it generates matters.
Sure.
And I mean, I think it's still a very high pick. I think it's crazy to think it's not.
Sure.
But I think this is another case of Charles just taking the cards that he knows possible contention, and then he's going to go off and finish the rest of his plan after pick 10 or something like that.
Now, I'll say this. Corbett's start is one of my favorite plans.
Stephen Berkowitz, too, I know as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Take Mox Jet and then just start snapping off black tutors. Mm-hmm. He's got the 2 top ones. He is in position to do whatever he wants to do with this deck.
Absolutely.
He can go mono black, he can go reanimator, he can do the black white kind of attrition plan. Mm-hmm. There's so many different ways he can go.
Do you think he's going to go mono black after Sean Collins went 0-7 with it last time?
Part of me wants to say no, he's going to try a different strategy. Part of me wants to say he wants to step up to the plate and prove that it could be done. Speaking
of Sean Collins, we haven't shown off the last place trophy yet.
Yeah,
and we're moving a little slowly here, so why don't we grab that real quick?
Here we go.
So for those of you guys who are new to the stream, we have this kind of tradition here at Northwest Vintage Rotisserie Draft, where the person that gets the last place gets made into the last place trophy. So here we've got Sean Collins as an unworthy dead. He drafted a mono black deck and went 0-7 with it last time. Had the worst showing we've seen yet.
0-7, that was the first, right?
That was the first 0-7 we've seen.
He was not feeling well. He was actually physically ill. I hope that we have an opportunity to have him back so he can prove himself a little bit and hopefully not take the trophy home again.
Absolutely. So the way this trophy works is if you get last place, you have to take the last place trophy home, display it prominently in your house, and then you will get made into the last place trophy, which gets showed off in someone else's house.
So I'll just show the trophy inception here. This is the Sean Collins trophy of him holding the Teddy Vitro trophy from the last one, who is, you can almost see it right in there. Teddy
definitely
is
not on stream,
the original last place, the Jed.
But let's move back to the draft here real quick. So we've got Martin Goldman snapping off Jace the Mind Sculptor. Floyd with Dark Confidant, interesting pick. Mystical Tutor for Jed after the Grim Monolith. He's on the Time Vault plan for 100%. And Crucible Strip Mine Wasteland from Nathan Santo. I like it.
You know, it's aggressive. He has Mox already, so he's a little bit of fast mana. He can stay ahead of the game. He's kind of got the trinity there with Strip, Crucible, Wasteland.
I love Josh Ventura's deck right now.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, he's in the best place to draft the sort of deck he's drafting. He gets to take 2 picks in a row, so he can always get 2 really good value picks. He can get picks that work well together. Snapcaster Mana Drain? Yeah, okay.
Tell you what, I think Dax Fade may have found his home.
Oh, I agree. I think he is definitely going to draft Dak Faden. But what I think is interesting here is Floyd going to actually draft white cards with Mox Pearl, or is he going to draft white-black? Or is he just moving into black and he just took Mox Pearl for no reason?
Yeah, I'm interested to see what he's going to do with these cards. I mean, he looks like he's going to be button heads with Corbett a little bit, but Corbett, not necessarily mono black or strong black yet. He just has very powerful cards.
Right.
So I talked about Snapcaster Mage. Like, I love that card. I think it's totally worth a 4th round pick.
Oh, absolutely. There's too many cards that give you a lot of value in this format. He doesn't have things like Ancestral or, a tutor to abuse with it, but even just counter spells, Force Spikes, that sort of card is going to be really good for Josh.
Mind Twist for Martin. Everyone just moving it on black cards. Corbett is going to be searching for something.
I think Corbett's probably in the best seat right now for Reanimator. I think
that Imperial
Floyd is probably going to go with... I think Floyd's probably going to go with like a black-white attrition deck. I think Corbett should audible into Reanimator if he's not already.
Reanimator there. Looks pretty strong here. You think he's? I wouldn't be surprised to see a Thoughtseize or Dark Ritual for him next.
Yeah, I think this is probably the latest we've seen Thoughtseize go off the board.
I think so. So we've got Randy Bueller with some lands.
Randy's just setting himself up like you said earlier. He's fighting over the cards that he has to fight over because the second, third or 2/3 of his draft just not going to be anything he has to compete with. And I don't think anyone else is going to start competing with him. So
there it is. There's what he's going to be searching for. Looks like he's going to be going for the Painter Servant combo here.
Oh, maybe.
Now, Charles Wong, again, he's just taking those cards. I think these are a little early for probably Spell, Pierce, and Brainstorm. Very powerful cards, inarguable, but there's a lot of redundancy there. There's cards that can fill those slots, but like I said, he's drafting the cards he needs for his deck, and the rest are just going to fall into place.
Yeah, and I think that he's smart enough in this draft that he knows what's really important, and he's just going to pick those up. He knows that Josh Ventura is going to want a card like Brainstorm, so he's going to take it off the board now, not let him have an opportunity to pick it up, and that's going to let his deck have the consistency he's looking for. With Infect, you have to have an Infect guy, you have to have pump spells, you have to have kind of this rounded out package, and you're going to have cards like Brainstorm, Library of Alexandria, Ancestral Recall, so you can make sure your hand is adequate.
So, some people might be joining us here today. We are doing some giveaways. We haven't talked about that yet.
Oh, yeah.
So,
let's give some stuff away.
Yeah, absolutely. We teamed up with Northwest Sports Cards yet again, and they're giving us $120 worth of credit to give out on stream today. So we're going to be doing that down there in the bottom right, kind of shifting through where you currently see Shotgun Lotus and our Twitter handle and all that. There's our giveaway schedule. So we'll be giving out at the end of 15 rounds. We're going to take a break. We're going to come and interview a drafter. We'll give away $10 to someone in the stream there. For the first draft, or for the first giveaway, the way you're going to be eligible for it is you're going to need to join our Facebook group. Or actually, sorry, we're doing Twitter the first one. So if you follow us on Twitter, the handle will come up there on the bottom right in just a couple minutes, and then we'll just randomly grab someone from our Twitter group and send them $10 to Northwest Sports Cards. It's an online store, so it doesn't matter if you're watching this from Europe or wherever you're at. You'll be able to redeem it. So look forward to that. Follow us on Twitter before round 15 to be eligible to win.
And if you're not already following us on Twitter, you're obviously a fan if you're watching us, so start following now.
That's
now,
right.
Back to the draft, I want to point something out. We thought Dak Faden was going to be the first one off.
Yeah.
We thought Dak Faden was the #1 card out of Conspiracy for Vintage Rift history. We were wrong.
Can we pull up Council's Judgment?
Council's Judgment is one of those interesting cards where
I don't actually know what it does.
It's not as obvious as to how powerful it is until you really think about its applications.
I think we're seeing a little bit of weakness from Floyd here, though. I think that's probably very early for that card.
It's an amateur sort of move right now, but it is a very powerful card. Basically, the way it works, it's a multiplayer designed card, but when you play it heads up like this, when you're playing like an actual duel with someone, the way it works is you basically always get to exile the permanent you want.
So it's like an Oblivion Ring, but it hits any permanent.
So starting with you, each player
non-land
votes
permanent.
for a non-land permanent that you don't control.
So is it just a harder to cast Oblivion Ring?
What's that?
Oh, it beats Shroud.
It beats Shroud.
Okay.
So we can deal with cards like True Name Nemesis, because you choose it, you don't target
Okay,
it.
okay. Yeah, that's why people play in Legacy. That totally makes sense.
Exactly.
Okay. I still think it's way too early of a pick.
Oh, absolutely. I think we both agree with that. It's not really. No one had. It's the first white card off the board, right? It's certainly not the best white card available. It costs double white. He's gonna have a hard time casting it. His deck is really just maligned right now. He has Soul Ring, but he doesn't do anything with Soul Ring. He has Liliana the Veil, but he doesn't have anything with synergy with that. I'm not sure what direction he's really gonna go into. But as it stands right now, I just don't see. He's going to try and draft that white-black attrition, but I just think he's on the wrong end of it, right?
How long do you think Jed Dolber's going to float this key, Voltaic key?
The only other person right now that would think about taking it is probably Randy. I think Jed should probably take it this round. Josh or Nathan are very much not in the plan to take that.
Josh Ventura, just taking all my favorite cards.
Vendilion Click Ancestral Visions for Josh, he's just setting himself up to be a sweet blue control deck. He's already proven that he can win or come close to win with one of those. He did that. He had blue-white control his first draft around, did really, really well. I'm excited to see what's coming out of Josh. He was my vote. I'm gonna call that one right there. I voted for him.
Your pick is Josh?
My pick was Josh. It was my pick on the forums.
My pick was Randy.
I mean, it's the safe pick,
right? It's the safe pick, but I just always want to root for Josh. He's one of my favorite competitors. He's
absolutely.
Just a blast to watch. He really understands the format. We see Nathan snapping off some lands early here.
It's interesting because Nathan right now is kind of staking his ground in green, right, with the Savannah, the Mox Emerald, Windswept Heath. No one else is in green yet. Now that we know that Charles Wong is going to be taking green cards because we know that he's going to be playing Infect. But the reality is we have no idea if anyone else is going to try and compete with Nathan Santo for the other part of the green cards, the good green cards that he's going to have. He might just have his run of the board here. And with starting off with Crucible, Strip, Wasteland, he might have a real deck putting together.
So Jed floats the Voltaic key yet again. Maybe he just banks on if someone does take it, there's some other things you can do.
He already has 2 cards that are really good with 3 cards with Trinket Mage that are really good with Voltaic Key. I like Enlightened Tutor as a pick. It's his first white card. I don't think it's necessary. I think you take the key there and you make sure that Randy doesn't hate draft it.
We've got a question for you, Dwayne, from the chat. Top 8 Diamond says, Dwayne, how do you feel about Standstill in the format?
Standstill's an interesting card in this format, right? I think you have to be in a deck that's aggressive enough that you can take advantage of it. I think that there's some cards. I think Josh Ventura's deck is probably the best Standstill deck here so far.
Yeah.
I like that, where he can have a Vanillion Click and play untap, play Standstill, and say, now what?
Yeah,
I have a clock on you. You have to break Standstill because I'm ahead of the game. I think that he's probably in the best place for a Standstill. We haven't seen that really drafted ever.
No, never. And I think it's playable for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
So is anyone? Let's see.
I don't think anyone guessed what.
No one's guessed on Randy yet.
Randy's
he hasn't
doing.
Quite tipped his hand yet. I will say this: it is a deck we have not seen drafted yet.
We haven't. We've seen that type of deck, but not in the style that Randy wants to do it. I think it's time to tip the hand.
You think so?
I think it's reasonable.
Randy is going to be playing.
Randy is
Affinity.
He's setting himself up to have that Academy start with Lotus, Mana Vault. He's going to be able to nut out some big guys real fast.
I mean, he's probably going to get the workshop unless Jed decides he wants it for some reason.
Yeah. I think what's more interesting, I'm very excited to see how Randy's draft pans out, but I think what's more interesting is kind of what's developing here between the 3, 4, and 5 seats.
Yeah.
Corbett already drew his line in the sand with all the black tutors Mox Jet. He wants to be in black. Martin takes Mind Twist, Thought Sees Duress, says, nope, I want to be in black.
Yeah.
And then Floyd, for no actual reason, also is in black.
Yeah.
They're fighting over the cards, and we've already established, you were in that draft.
Yeah.
People that fight over black cards, there's not enough to support.
Yeah, my last 2 drafts, I actually, the first one I fought with, I tried to play mono black, fought with some cards with Stephen Berklid.
Yeah.
Didn't pan out. The second one I drafted Reanimator with against Jesse Wilkie, also drafted Reanimator.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't work out. So you really, I mean, I think there is some space to fight over, colors or archetypes, but you really, really need to know what you're doing.
Sure. And, Corbett drawing the line in the sand takes Dark Ritual, says, I'm not backing down. I'm not going to blink here. I think, it's pretty clear Martin's going to be drafting some sort of like black-blue control deck, it looks like. Martin could also be the Reanimator deck out of this.
Yep.
Either of those guys could switch into it. Floyd, I'm just not sure I see where he's going with this.
They're not bad cards.
Okay. So the problem I have with Floyd's draft is Soul Ring doesn't fit his deck at all. He has nothing to cast with it, right? Council Judgment, not even remotely close to a top 10 white card.
Yeah, and that's one of the things you see. That's one of the things you see about this format is like Soul Ring is everyone knows Soul Ring is just an insanely powerful card. It's one of the most powerful cards ever printed, and some people might expect to see its second or third pick in this type of format, but in this format where you're playing all the most powerful cards, you've got a lot of colored mana, and a lot of decks just literally can't make use of two colorless mana on a turn every turn basis.
Absolutely, and I just don't know it. And in particular, the white-black deck is even worse for that because it has so much colored requirements.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we see some kind of interesting things happening with Charles Wang. He's taking a lot of the cards that probably Josh Ventura wants. He's taking those Ponderous Mental Missteps, that sort of thing. But he is also saying, on this half of the table, I'm the blue drafter.
Yeah, but Josh hasn't tipped his hand very much yet that he's planning on being, is it? Strong, is it?
Well, I mean, that Mox Ruby, it could have just been for value. No, none of the drafters know that. We know that he's probably going to draft Izzet here. That was his plan going in. He's going to be drafting Dak Faden. And let me tell you, I want to see the feature match, Josh Ventura, Randy Buehler, Dak Faden in play. I want to see what happens. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. It's going to be a lot of fun.
So I wonder if a lot of those drafters are in there thinking that Josh just took that Mox Ruby just for value.
Yeah, it's reasonable to think, right? It's a powerful card. Having an off-color Mox in your deck is totally reasonable. And Josh is not locked to having any red cards, right?
Yeah.
But it's likely going to happen.
I mean, cards that he was talking to me, he wants Lightning Bolt, he wants Young Pyromancer, Dax Faden. So he's definitely going to be playing some red spells, I think. And I think there's enough. There's not a lot of blue in this draft.
There's Josh Ventura, who's going to be deep in blue. There's Si Wong, who's going to be a deep in blue. And then after that, it's a little bit here, a little bit there. You got Martin with a little bit. You've got Jed with a little bit. I don't expect Jed to be heavy blue. I think it's just to support the Tinker. He's probably going to go in a slightly different direction, whereas, the rest of these guys, you've got Nathan Santu, who is quietly just putting together a really good list of cards.
So I think, I've talked to him a little bit, but I'm pretty sure that he's going to be looking for a green-white Hate Bears style deck.
Sure.
And some of my prep, I've looked into that type of deck a lot as well, and it's a cool idea. It's a sweet deck, but what I came up with, and maybe he's drawn different conclusions. I'm not necessarily correct about this, but I feel like there's some sweet silver bullets, but you need them very early, and you need them very specific ones against very specific decks.
I agree.
And I think that you have to get incredibly lucky in your matchups for that deck to play well.
But if you look at the way Nathan's drafting right now, he's hedging on that. He's taking cards like Sylvan Library and Survival of the Fittest.
Yep.
That those are like
finding those answers quickly.
Exactly. He's going to be able to get to those silver bullets a little bit more consistently than, let's say, if Floyd starts taking some of those white Hate Bears. He starts taking the any of those 2/2s that are really, really good against the various decks here. Nathan can go find them. He has ways to look, whereas like Floyd won't have that right here. Floyd did, on the other side of it, pick up Stoneforge and Jite. So I expect him to probably pick up a Batter Skull, maybe a sword or something.
Yeah, I think he's just going to be a pretty sweet white-black deck, it's looking like, but I think that Sol Ring is just, like we said before, is just going to get kind of unused.
It's getting marginally better with like cards like Jite, but it's one of those things, like, I wonder if he thought he was going to be on a different plan and then saw the way that the draft was going. The only argument I have against that is if you saw the way the draft was going, you certainly wouldn't have slid into black.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
This is not a black-friendly draft, never mind picking it up in the third round.
Blue is king in Vintage Rotisserie, let's be serious, but black is a very close second.
We've seen blue be deep enough to support 2 to 3 primarily blue drafters in some form or another. Black, only good enough to support one really deep black drafter and then splashes in other decks. I generally think that if you have 2 deep black drafters, it's not going to be good enough. Your decks are going to be subpar. and you're gonna have not the results you're looking for.
Oh,
there
it happened. Oh, Jed got too greedy, and Randy punished him.
We thought he got greedy when he didn't take it at the thirst for knowledge slot, right?
Oh, Jed's got to be so pissed off.
It's his own fault, right?
Yeah, damn right, it's his own fault.
100% his own fault. Randy has Mana Vault.
I wouldn't be surprised if Jed was giving that look right now that we have on stream.
He looks pretty upset. Yeah, I mean, Jed had too much value. He should have taken it. He got greedy, started taking some of the cards he thought he would have to fight over with other players.
Yeah.
The lesson, if you draft Time Vault players, everyone listening, this is a lesson for all of you. If you draft Time Vault, you cannot float Voltaic Key. You have to take it before maybe the 4th, 5th round at latest. You're going to miss out on value. Yes, you're going to have to not have a card like Thirst for Knowledge in your deck because someone else is going to pick it up. But at least you're going to be able to win the game. Now, Jed is stuck with a pile of cards. Yes, there's other ways to untap the vault. They're all worse than Voltaic Key.
Absolutely. So we see, I missed the Dark Depths from Corbett.
Yeah, he's Corbett and Nathan Santo right now are just the quiet ones. They're just quietly assembling solid card combinations. Corbett, he has Painter's Servant. He knows that he doesn't have to take the other half of the Painter's combo until later. That's not going to get fought over. He takes Dark Depths, snaps off Vampire Hexmage because he sees all the other black drafters.
We see Martin starting to show how he plans on winning games. He shows the show and tell.
Takes that show and tell, and I think Martin's going to slide into Reanimator.
And I feel like show and tell is very strong right now. There's not a lot of decks that are going to just punish you by playing it.
Right.
I mean, it's early still, but also coming up next, we've got Jed decides, I'm gonna take Tezzeret now. I'm gonna need to be able to untap this Time Vault somehow.
It's like he sobered up and realized, hey, if I'm not gonna have Voltaic Key, I better start taking some of these other cards. Otherwise, people are gonna hate draft them off of me.
So I see Chris has thrown a Pheto Alchemist up in the stream there. This is the card I was looking at with the Time Vault deck. It's another way to go infinite.
It is. There's actually quite
it's
a few
not a bad
ways.
one either.
The problem is Jed took Trinket Mage. And Jed took Trinket Mage, and he has nothing to do with it now. Now he can pick up cards that'll go well with it, and they'll obviously be good for Tinker. But he's not in good shape right here. He's looking to repeat his Jed trophy.
Absolutely. And Josh picks up True Name Nemesis, which we saw last time. A lot of when Cedric took True Name Nemesis, a lot of people just didn't plan on it. He just resolved a True Name Nemesis several games and just went to town with it, and that was it.
There's not many. It's a great card in Legacy because it's hard to deal with. It's also a good card in Vintage Rotisserie Draft because for the same reason. Right now the only way to deal with it that's been drafted, I think, is Council's Judgment, right? As much as we made fun of Floyd for taking that, he has an out to True Name Nemesis, whereas the rest of the cards, there's nothing here that can deal with it right now.
Randy's deck is starting to look powerful.
It's funny because if you didn't know, you would think Randy was going to be drafting Storm.
Yeah,
it looks like a Storm.
It does
deck.
look Stormish.
He has 2 draw 7s. He has Lotus. He has Vault. He has a lot of fast mana. I mean, he might still. He's told us he wants to be an Affinity. He could audible easily. I don't think it's good, but he could.
Absolutely. So let's see. Josh picks up another win condition with Delver of Secrets. Nathan still on the Mantle Denial plan with Rashad and Port, which it's painful to see go in the 10th round. I feel like I should be taken earlier than that. I think that card is very undervalued.
And I really like what Nathan's doing right now. All of his picks have been good. He's established himself as the green drafter. He's not going to mess around. I really like it. Although I do want to point out, we haven't mentioned, Siwong is tipping his hand just ever so slightly by picking Noble Hierarch. That's his first green card. Mm-hmm. And he's going to have to start fighting for those green picks with other players.
But the only green picks he wants are ones that deal poison to his opponent or pump his guys.
Yeah.
So, while we have a little bit of a lull here, we haven't shown off our first place trophy yet.
We focus on the last place because that's probably the most important, let's be honest.
So here is our first place trophy. We have a wonderful Black Lotus made by a local artist, Amanda Sharp.
Does it light up?
It does light up. I don't know if you'll be able to see it on stream, but there's a sweet little lighting effects here. Resting atop these wonderful booze bottles because, that's what we're all playing for here.
That's what we do.
Degenerate draft. And so the first place player gets to take this home with them, display it in their house for a month, and just show off, say, you know what? I took down the Vintage Rotisserie.
And it's a really good accomplishment to go home and just set this on your mantle. Cedric displayed it after winning last draft. Proudly. Yeah, it's something to be proud of.
I think of all the tournaments in the world, this is the one you want to win.
And these are still full of booze, aren't they?
Yeah.
That's for us, right? We can just make another one. It's fine.
That's fair. That's fair. So we've got Uborg from Floyd, which is a Corbett probably wanted.
Corbett really wanted that card. I can tell you right now, Corbett's probably pretty salty that went off. I'm not entirely sure why Floyd took it.
And Tomb from Martin Goldmankurst.
Yeah.
It's happening.
It's smart. It's one of the most powerful strategies. It's what you won Season 1 with. We've seen it be competitive every time. And at the end of the day, like, if no one's going to draft it, someone better. It's worth it.
Absolutely. So I just wanted to do another quick reminder to people. We will be doing our first giveaway at the end of 15 picks.
Just a few minutes from now.
And we will be selecting someone from our Twitter followers. So go ahead and follow us on Twitter at shotgunlotus. You can see it on the screen there right now. And that's the only way you'll be able to win. So make sure you go follow us on Twitter, and we'll grab someone from there. Send them some money.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. We got a lot of money to give away today, a lot of booze to be drunk, and a lot of Magic to be played.
Absolutely. So we see some mana come down for Charles Wong. He's going to be that blue-green Infect deck.
He hasn't shown that he's drafting Infect. I think we've seen, Charles DuPont in Season 2. He won with a blue-green tempo value deck.
Very strong deck.
Which could easily include all of the cards that Siwong has.
Absolutely.
I don't think that Siwong is tipping his hand at all, but to be fair, I don't think there's a way for people to really deal with it other than like creature hate, right? You're not going to see anyone drafting Malira as a defensive card,
I wouldn't
right?
be surprised if you didn't start seeing the Infect, Effect deck type cards coming off until like pick 30 for Charles.
Yeah, I think he's at least got like 5 to 10 more picks. He's going to take cards like Tropical Island and those sort of
And we see
filler
we see Randy start to tip his hand with Mox Opal, Tezzeret, Agent of Bolas, the 4-mana blue-black Tezzeret.
That Tezzeret is probably the tipper right there, because that means he's going to be looking for artifacts out of his deck.
Yep.
They may not realize that they're going to be, artifacts with affinity and skull Clan
and
cool things like that, but
4-mana tutus.
Yeah. The question is he going to take, or is Jed going to take Mishra's Workshop? Either of them could. I think it's better in Randy's.
I think Randy wants it.
I think Randy should have it.
But Jed might just be out for vengeance.
Absolutely. He doesn't have too many ways to win right now. Jed's in kind of shaky shape. He does have Tinker.
I mean,
that's a real win condition.
Let's be real. He has Tinker, and he's got a lot of really powerful cards. He could take this deck anywhere at this point. And the Timefall Dream isn't dead. Like we said, there's the Apheto Mage. There's he can untap it with Tezzeret. There's Mind Over Matter, Cloud Key. There's twenty of ways to untap a Timefall. I mean, he slowed down his deck considerably by not getting it.
Yeah, but he made it so he doesn't have that nut draw. Right?
Exactly. But deck is, it's still fine. It's still a fine Timefall deck.
Decks that I want to be drafting in this format have a nut draw of
absolutely.
some sort.
Yeah.
And if I don't have a nut draw, I just don't feel good about my deck. And Jed has to find a way to kind of shift his strategy so he can have one of those really explosive starts here.
Absolutely. So we got a little bit of a think tank from Corbett Gray here. Let's go back over his deck. He's just full of tutors and looks like combos, and that's awesome.
He's got Painter Grindstone. He has Vampire Hexmage and Dark Depths. He could go any number of ways from here. I think that he has to pick up a little bit more controlling cards. I think he needs like a Hymn to Turok here or something like that. Just something that can give him some extra value early while he's finding pieces to set up his combos.
Now, last draft, we had a lot of cards go later than we thought they should have.
You're absolutely right. What was it? It was some of the tutors.
There was Demonic Tutor, Vampiric Tutor. I don't think Imperial Seal even got drafted. Jace the Mind Sculptor, Mana Drain, Library, all these Mind Twist, all these cards went really late. Let's open up to the chat. Do you guys see any cards that should be drafted, you think, by now that haven't gotten drafted? Something that the draft is just completely missing?
Yeah,
I don't see any that much.
No one's really drafting white cards. No one's really drafting red cards. We haven't seen a red card go off the board, right? So
Wheel of Fortune.
Wheel of Fortune, sure. Scalding Tarn from Martin might signal that he's going to take a Sneak Attack.
Yeah.
To go really well with Show and Tell.
Leaves them the option at the very least.
Yeah. No one's really tipped their hand far enough to draft an Emrakul yet. I could see it being drafted from Martin, of course. I'm not sure if any other decks really are in good shape to draft it. I don't know if Randy's deck could cast it. Nathan maybe with Survival. It's sweet to loop, I guess, but I think Martin's probably the only one that's going to try and take Emrakul out of this draft. I'm not sure if there's any drafts or if there's any cards that are still on the board. Maybe Hymn to Turok's probably the top one I can think of.
We've got Sneak Attack 2 in the chat here. It says that he thinks Nathan should take Knight of the Reliquary. I agree, it's a super powerful card. He says he's worried someone might hate draft it from him. I don't think that's really a hate draftable card.
Who would hate draft it? I mean, Floyd is really the only other person that's in a position to take a green or white creature.
The thing about
he hasn't taken a green yet, so
the thing about these early rounds in hate drafting is you're normally only going to see a hate draft if the player can play it. Maybe it's a little weaker on their deck, like let's say Voltaic Key in Randy's deck. But there's a world where he plays that card.
I think he will play that card. I think that the later picks he's going to have in this draft will give that key some value. And I think, not having Jed have it is just as good as him having it and having a decent amount of value.
Yeah. So I would be shocked to see someone take Knight of the Reliquary as a hate draft card.
Yeah, I just don't really see it happening.
I agree. It's sweet in his deck.
I would assume Nathan Santos is going to have, Gaddock T, Knight of the Reliquary.
Thalia.
He wants Thalia is a great one. He wants those sort of cards so he can survival them out. No one else is really in a good position to do that. We're seeing a big run on fetch lands right now. Kind of everyone's in the pool right now. Siwong has a couple. Everyone else has been taking them this draft or this round.
So Lee Sharp in the chat asked us, at what point do we think we're going to see a lightning bolt from Josh Ventura? I mean, I think he tips his hand a little bit here with Volcanic Island. Yeah. But as the chat's kind of blowing up, no one's in red. It's super deep. So there's no reason to tip your hand and just go into it. You might as well just do that after all the blue cards that are getting fought over are taken and all the lands. So I think after he has all the blue cards he needs, all the land he sees, I think that's when we're going to see Bolt go off, and then we're going to start seeing some Izzet cards happen.
And we know that Josh loves to cast a lightning bolt. I love to cast a lightning bolt.
Yeah.
I can appreciate it. And he's in good shape. Being able to have that Snapcaster with burn interaction. He's in. I really like the direction that Josh is going in. And we haven't really seen a good Izzet deck, have we?
Really
good one.
I mean, Cedric's deck was basically Izzet last time.
Was it more? It didn't have that much black.
It had some black, but I don't remember exactly how he built it. But it felt definitely more Izzet than Grixis. But there was some black in there. Someone in chat here, CS Mason 04 says Yawgmoth's Will.
Huh.
There's not a lot of decks for Yawgmoth's Will in this format, and we were talking about this last time. In a lot of ways, in this format, Snapcaster Mage is just like the new and improved Yawgmoth's Will. You're not casting, you're not storming off. Storm is pretty hard unless you're just super dedicated.
If we're going to see Yawg Will out of a deck, it's going to be either like Bueller, so he can recast his Lotus and his draw sevens and things like that, or it's going to be from, I think, Corbett. It's the best way for him to have.
What?
Wow. It's the best way for him to loop Dark Ritual, right?
We have a reanimate from Corbett, and I don't know who, but someone is typing in all caps. Are you sure?
I would have to imagine that has to be Martin, who already took Show and Tell and Entomb. And then Corbett taking Reanimate says, screw you, I'm in.
See, I think that's pretty weak from Corbett because there's a lot of ways to replace Reanimate. There is no way to replace Entomb.
Yeah, Entomb is one of those silver bullet cards for an archetype. You have to have Entomb. Yeah, there's ways with like Frantic Search and Looters and things like that. You can get cards in your graveyard. None of them as efficiently as when you cast Entomb.
Absolutely. And so we see from Randy, Cranial and Arcbound Ravager, the jig is up. It's official.
Yeah, you can't... The hand has been tipped when you draft Ravager.
And Charles Wong slams Null Rod.
He's in fine position. He hasn't taken any of the fast artifact mana. He's only taking blue control cards. He can take
now.
Null
See, that is the thing. Just as much you can't replace Entomb in the Reanimator deck. You can't replace Grizzlebrand in Vintage Rotisserie. Like, there are so many guys that we're used to casting in Reanimate that just don't get the job done in Vintage Rotisserie. Inkwell Leviathan, I hate it.
Yeah.
Cards like that, you put it into play. It's just a big dumb guy that's tough to deal with. Your opponent's just going to infinite combo you out or something. Grizzlebrand just keeps the action going. It's very hard to lose in this format when you resolve a Grizzlebrand. All the cards in your deck are so powerful. You need that card. I mean, there are other good reanimation targets, but that's the number one.
Yeah, you're not going to have a lack of targets. You're going to have a lack of the right target for the right situation. And with Grizzlebrand in your deck, he can play Grizzlebrand, then he can draw 7, have Chromox, do some other things that turn. And that's something that, Martin is not going to be able to replace with a different card in that slot.
But
Martin is not blinking.
Not backing down. Animate dead. We have two Reanimator drafters staring each other in the face.
They're sitting next to each other. We've seen this happen before. It was with you, and who was the other drafter?
Jesse Wilkie.
Jesse Wilkie.
And
and neither of you did very well.
Neither of us did very well. His deck was much better than mine. But I don't think this is going to turn out well for Corbin or Martin.
No. You can support 2 black decks, kind of. You cannot support 2 reanimator decks.
And I think there's just not enough reanimation targets that are good.
I agree. You can have your Ashen Rider, your Iona. I don't even think Iona's that good. But you can have your Ashen Rider.
100% depends on the draft.
On the draft itself, of course. But Gristlebrand's the number 1. I think with Martin, when he only has Entomb, he has Show and Tell, but that's not technically a reanimator card. You can do other things with Show and Tell.
Well, there it is. There's the card that's missing. Thank you, Nivanovich. I'm sorry. I'm so bad pronouncing Twitch names. Channel Undrafted.
Channel.
That's the missing card. There it is.
So,
I don't think it fits in anyone's deck.
It would have to be in Nathan's. It's not unreasonable for him to draft it.
It doesn't do a whole lot.
It doesn't do a whole lot right now. He could make his deck support it. The question is does he want to go and dilute his deck with those picks? I think probably not, but he's the only one here that really could do it.
So people are asking us about how Sneak Attack 2 here is asking us, how do we feel about Floyd's deck?
All right.
It's pretty good. It would be
It's gotten better.
It would be an insane cube deck.
He's wasted 2 picks, in my opinion. The Soul Ring is literally just not a pick. He could have had a tutor there. He could have had a number of better cards there. He could have had Crucible. He could have taken Crucible Wasteland. Strip Mine was off the board, but he could have taken that, which is really good in black-white. I don't know if there's really a good edge for him with Soul Ring.
The thing that we've seen here with these decks that try to disrupt our opponent with a little bit with things like Mesmeric Fiends and Duresses and things like that is Steve Berkeley talked about this a lot last time, is you need to be able to close your opponent out quickly after that. Because all of these decks are primed with draw 7s and tutors and all these things where they're just a top deck away from just killing you.
Yeah.
And ripping cards out of their hands early is really nice and really powerful, but you need to close the game out. And things like Bitter Blossom, while is a super powerful card, even with GT, it's going to take several turns to close the game out with that.
And that's a fine plan if you have a consistent disruption plan like you have Crucible Wasteland. It's not as fine when you just have the one-off discard, a little bit of disruption, and then you have to hope that Bitter Blossom carries you for the rest of the game. We've seen that sometimes works, most of the time does not.
Absolutely. And the thing you have to remember here is you're playing 7 matches. You're going to have to play against every single one of these
You're hopefully
decks.
playing 8.
Yes, hopefully you're playing
8 matches.
So you have to play against every single one of these, and we'll see how it turns out for him. I think he's primed to possibly have a winning record for sure. I don't think he's out of it by any means.
Yeah.
But with this current deck, I think it's gonna be hard for him to get into the finals.
The other problem is that he doesn't have the monopoly on hate bears. Nathan is also taking them. He's taking Kataki, Revoker, Relic Warder. Those are all 3 really great hate bears in this format, and Floyd does not have access to them anymore. The hate bear deck is best when you have all of them, or basically all of the relevant ones, and with Nathan and Floyd fighting over those, neither of them are going to have the right combination at any given time.
So we are just a couple of, well, more than a couple. We're a few picks away from our first giveaway and our first break, our first interview. So we have a couple things here. Last chance. Follow us on Twitter now. That's the only way you'll be able to win.
Zip.
Secondly, we're going to get one of these drafters in here and talk to interview them while we take a quick break. So
absolutely.
Let's open up to the stream. Who do you guys want to talk to? Who do you want us to interview? Whose brain do you want to pick?
So keep in mind, we will still, I like, so when I pick who I want to interview here, I like looking at who has the most interesting plan. I think right now, I would rather talk to, I think the most interesting plan here so far might be one of the 2 Reanimator drafters. I also think that it's reasonable to talk to Randy, but I actually want to wait to talk to Randy till he has more of his deck drafted.
Personally, I agree. I want to talk to the Reanimator players, but I don't want to talk to them and influence them in a way that gets them to shift.
It's difficult.
Because if they're going to fight for it, I want them to fight for it. I personally, my vote, I want to see Josh Ventura.
Well, that's because you just have a giant man crush on Josh Ventura.
Oh, it's not even secret.
No, it's public.
No,
we've talked about it.
Not at all. But I would personally, my vote would be Josh or Randy.
Yeah,
So we're starting. The votes are starting to come in here.
Skull Clamp from Randy. Now, Skull Clamp Yogwill. Now, let me tell you about Yogwill and Skull Clamp in your affinity deck. Randy is positioning himself to do some very powerful things.
Absolutely. He's been playing Magic for a very long time. He knows how all of these cards work. He's seen every interaction. He's a scary guy.
In somewhere in that room next door, Floyd Combs is saying, "Oh my God, why didn't I take Skull Clamp? I had Stoneforge Mystic, I had Bitter Blossom, I have a bunch of X ones. I could have just had Skull Clamp, and now it's off the board."
People. So let's see. People are saying
Corbett for
Josh,
Rage.
Randy. People want to see Corbett. People also want to talk to Jed to see how he feels about not having time or Voltaic Key.
As much fun as it would be to watch the Jed live meltdown in progress, I don't think that's like his deck is interesting. It's a little off the rails, but he's not in bad shape. I don't think he's the one we want to interview right now. Yeah, so just so you guys know, just you can prepare. As soon as we have the 15, when Josh Ventura takes his pick here, we're going to cut off for like 2 minutes. We're going to cut the stream for a few minutes. We're going to get someone in the booth here. We're figuring out who that is. Who do you think? Let's make the call.
Let me check. It's pretty split between Josh and Randy. It feels like.
Nate Heiss wants us to talk to Randy. That's a pretty
I
obvious
do
choice.
like doing what Nate says. You know what? I'd like to talk to Randy after his deck develops a little bit more.
Yeah.
I think let's get Josh in here.
So let's do Josh now, and then we will bring in Randy after the 30th pick. Does that sound reasonable?
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless something crazy happens.
That'll be the plan. Leonin Arbiter.
I
That's
promise
a
we will
sweet
interview
one.
Randy at some point.
Leonin Arbiter is a sweet hate bear.
Yeah. It's a good one.
Sweet hate bear. Interesting here, the only reanimate spell that Corbett has is reanimate, but he's counting on having four black tutors. He has all of the good ones.
I think Grim Tutor sucks.
I mean, it's great if you have to have reanimate in your hand.
I guess. I mean, Martin, this is kind of what happened to me when I drafted against Jesse Wilkie, is Martin snapping up all the good reanimate spells.
Yes.
And, like, that was what really hurt me, especially in our head-to-head match. Like, I couldn't ever just put a guy in my yard because he had all the reanimate spells that stole my guys, and I couldn't do that to him. So he could safely put guys in his yard on his turn.
Yep.
And I couldn't do that.
So I think what's interesting here is Corbett. I think, honestly, Corbett should blink. I think Corbett should keep reanimate because that card's actually fine. You can keep playing reanimate if you want. Gristlebrand in his mono black deck, fine. Keep it in there. He might have ways to play it. But I think that
he can Dark Ritual it into play.
He could, but there's not enough for him to really bounce back into reanimate. And he's not in a position. Survival's off the board, so he can't audible into the Living Death plan, really. He's in kind of shaky shape. He does have two-card combos that are really powerful. I think Corbett's actually totally fine. I think he has to back off of the reanimate plan.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think so, too.
Yeah.
So we've got 2 picks coming in here, and just a reminder to everyone, these are the 2 things from us real quick. We're going to be going offline in just a second. We will be right back, we promise. We just need to transition real quick. And we will also make sure you're following us on Twitter. This is your little last chance to follow us at shotgunlotus and get that $10. There it is! Dak Faden before the break.
Dak Faden.
Great way to start an interview.
It's like Josh knew that we wanted to talk to him, so he took the card that made it so we would absolutely talk to him.
Everybody loves Dak Faden.
So we're going to take a break right now. When we come back, we'll start off with the giveaway, and then we'll do a quick interview with Josh. With Josh. And then we'll transition for the second third of the draft.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Sounds great. Thanks, guys.
Stay with us.
good?
We're live.
Can we make it so we can see ourselves over here? All right. Well, welcome back, everyone. We're officially back, right? All right. Hey, guys. I'm joined in the booth here with Mr. Joshua Ventura. The people spoke, and they wanted to see what you were up to, buddy. So, why don't you first tell us about how you prepared for the draft this time? I know this is your third draft, and you've probably learned a lot of lessons on the way.
Yeah, really the main preparation for this draft was looking at every single 2-mana counterspell I could find. It's really the powerhouse of the type of deck that I'm drafting, which eventually will be a tempo deck. Right now it looks almost mono blue, except for the sweet deck Faden.
Yeah, I really dig it. So, you must have been just stoked to wield Mox Sapphire, Mox Ruby. You just the exact Moxes you wanted.
I had all these picks planned out for second. I was like, okay, I can take Time Walk, Recall, and Mana Drain. Like, that's pretty low, but I was like, okay, I can take Mana Drain, and then nobody picked Mox Sapphire, and I was like, okay, I'll snap off on color Mox and
take the best Mox.
Yeah,
8th.
Yep, absolutely, sure.
So I mean, your deck has so many of my favorite cards in it. You've got the Snapcaster Mage, Vendilion Click. You've got Mana Drain, Counterspell, Delver. Thada Adele, I think, is a card we've seen people kind of move away from the last few drafts. Do you still think there's a lot of value there?
Yeah, I think so. It's really my nod to Charles DuPont. Like, we didn't collaborate or anything, but I feel the card is very strong. Sometimes you cast it on turn 1 and you take stuff from your opponent's deck. Like, that's what the text reads. So,
so right now, your deck, like you said, it looks like a pretty standard kind of Izzet deck. Looks like you're going to be playing things like True Name Nemesis, Delver. I'm assuming you're going to pick up. You talked about Wild Pyromancer when we were talking about prep.
Yeah. I'm looking at Young Pyromancer, Izzet Charm. So basically, the premise of the deck is play a threat, protect the threat. Against the field that we're looking at right now, especially Randy, I'm going to have to pick up a couple Pyroclasm effects, just something along those lines, and then Shattering Spree later in the draft. So I'm really going to benefit by the fact that there's multiple people fighting over black and multiple people fighting over white, and then I just get to nitpick all these red cards that are going to destroy at least a couple people, with the burn cards like Electrolyze and Izzet Charm doing twofold, drawing a card or allowing me to do other things in other matches that are going to be good against the creature decks, and then they're going to be good against decks like the Reanimator decks.
Yeah, you of all the decks that I'm looking at here, you really seem like poised to do the best against all 7 other decks.
That's really what I'm doing is I can narrow down some sideboard cards. I have the extreme benefit of being able to draft the Blasts, which nobody else can draft.
Yep.
I got Sweet Tech and Gainsay, probably going to pick it up late because I don't think anybody else will grab that.
I like it.
Yeah, it's something most people aren't going to think about. And then there's only one person drafting green, so Flash Freeze is kind of fringe right now. But I'm going to look at picking up, probably starting to wheel some 2-mana counterspells, and then the lands I can wait till late because nobody else is playing my colors.
So it sounds like Randy's the guy you were most afraid of right now. You're specifically going to be looking out for like Pyroclasm effects for him.
Absolutely.
There's no one else you're really afraid of?
Well, Nathan's deck is super scary against mine because he's playing cheap, efficient threats that have a second ability. So cards like Pyroclasm and Volcanic Fallout are going to get to play double duty against, Nathan and probably Charles Wong. You just never know what that guy's doing. He was my pick to win this.
Charles Wong was?
Yeah.
All
you
right.
can just never tell what the guy's doing.
Yeah.
And then all those cards play double duty against Randy, too, who it doesn't matter what he's drafting. He's going to be playing well, so it's going to be a tough match.
Yeah, so I don't think Charles has quite tipped his hand yet, and I'm not going to tell you. But where do you think his deck's going to end up?
Man, when I looked into prepping, I had looked into an Edric combo deck, which is essentially Edric, a bunch of cheap creatures, and then you combo into like channel and large creatures, and this is strikingly similar to what I was doing, but I'm still not quite sure what he's trying to do here. It's Charles Wong.
No one knows.
He could start drafting swamps and mountains, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Absolutely.
Yep.
So I'm going to open it up to the chat here real quick. If you guys have any questions for Josh, I'm going to kind of keep an eye on them so we don't tip our hands at all. But if you guys have any questions, let us know, and we'll ask him here real quick. But moving on, I know the first 2 drafts you've done, actually, you've gotten second and second.
Yep.
How bad do you want to win this thing?
Man, I don't know. I need another set of steak knives because I just moved into a new house, and I didn't keep the old one, so, like, I could really use another set. Greg had offered me a set.
Yeah, we do have Greg Pelican in the room.
But
so.
15 sets.
Yeah, I really wanted my own set, but I really like to win it. There's some really sweet bottles of alcohol this time.
Yeah.
And, I would just like to see Randy lose. He actually seems like the nicest guy in the world. It's the first time I've ever met him, but I just want him to lose.
You just want to beat the Hall of Fame.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, do you want a spot in that championship draft?
Yeah, I think it'd be amazing. I mean, it's shaping up really good right now. You have two slouches in you and Greg.
I am terrified.
The rest of it looks great.
Better make it a third slouch.
I'm
Absolutely.
I personally want nothing to do with that draft. If I could bail out of that draft, I absolutely would.
Yeah, the commentators better be at top of their game for that draft. That one's going to be a blast.
Yeah, absolutely. Solsic wants to see your shirt. People want to see your sweet Mega
absolutely.
Man shirt. It's fantastic.
Yep.
Um,
I'm a full-time nerd. Like, I have Miyazaki tattoos, as we can see. Yep.
Yeah. So, I mean, do you have anything else you want to talk to us about here, Josh? You want to tell us just how great your deck is anymore?
I'm really stoked about the fact that I'm going to play most of my spells on my opponent's turn, and that is the point of the Is It deck, is to be like, okay, draw a card, play a land, go. You want to cast something, I'm going to counter it, or I'm going to cast a creature at the end of your turn. So there's a couple more spicy numbers that I got lined up, a bunch of 2-mana counter spells. I started the draft list with 34 2-mana counter spells, so that's really what I'm going to be doing. It's the bread and butter of the deck.
So we have one question from the chat before we send you off here. Top 8, or let's see, Pego Dillion is asked, what is the biggest card you missed that you wish you had?
Ancestral Recall? Realistically, I would like to say that the Scalding Tarn was pretty big. I really, it's a very basic card, and I didn't expect it to go that early, or I would have grabbed it. I knew nobody else was going to be in my colors, but it's a blue fetch land, so I actually missed out on all the blue fetches, which was really rough.
Yeah.
After that, it's probably going to be Remand. Card is one of the best counterspells in a tempo deck.
Absolutely. All right, man. Well, good luck.
Thank you.
I'm going to give away our first winner of the day here. Congratulations to D. McGregor at DNSK Auto. You are our first winner of $10 store credit. So I guess, how do you want to handle this, Chris? Do you want him to shoot you a message? You're going to shoot him a message? Shoot shotgunlotus a message in the Twitch chat, private chat, and we'll get you set up with that. Again, it's D. McGregor at DNSK Auto. Congratulations. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to transition back to the draft, and we'll see you guys in just a couple seconds. Thank you.
We are live.
Oh, we're live. Hey, how's it going? Welcome back, guys. Welcome back to the draft. I'm joined in the booth here with our third commentator for the day, Stephen Berklin.
How y'all doing?
How's it going, buddy? How do you feel about the draft so far?
I like most of the decks. I like Randy's deck. I like what Charles has done so far. I personally don't like his plan that we all know about, the secret infect thing or whatever, but my favorite deck is Corbett's deck. I think he has.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's the best one.
You just love tutors more than any human alive.
Yeah, it gets the best card.
It's true.
Everybody else is trying to draw a random card. I want the best card. I want whatever I want. It's there.
All right.
And I mean, Corbett has two very powerful combos. One very powerful combo, one powerful combo, right? The Vampire Hexmage Dark Depths combo is pretty good, but not insane. And then the Painter Servant Grindstone combo is just basically lights out against anybody. And then he has 2 Moxes, a Dark Ritual, and 4 Tutors.
Yeah.
So, and he's going to draft Lake of the Dead.
Sure.
And his Reanimate is not the best. It's not going to reanimate some fatty on turn 2, right?
I mean, but
but he can value Reanimate, if someone kills his Painter Servant, he can get that back. That's
Absolutely.
a way to not die.
Yeah.
He can get back, a Mesmeric Fiend that dies incidentally or something like that. He can. It would be better if he had like Thoughtseize. He could Thoughtseize somebody else's something, reanimate their guy, right? But that's not available. But he does have Una's Prowler to discard the Gristlebrand. He's got a couple of things there, so I'm excited to see what like he adds to that backup game plan. But the Gristlebrand is definitely going to enter play at least once during the event. I
Big
think.
Daddy Gristle.
So, yeah.
All right, so we're going to get the drafts kicked off again here real quick. These guys are ready to go, and we're going to start at round 16.
Cool beans.
And I think Josh Ventura's got the first pick.
He's got a pretty good deck too. Yeah.
Oh, his deck. I love his deck.
He's actually you mentioned it in the interview. He's very well positioned.
Yes.
And he's going to be drafting cards like Electrolyze, which is very very good against Randy. He can draft
and a lot of these other decks.
Right, and he can do things like he could even draft like a Spark Spray or what's the Retrace one? Flame Jab.
Yep.
That one's really good against Randy. He could draft like a Sting Scourger or Dead Gone is going to be really good against Martin. And I think his deck just naturally matches up pretty well against Floyd. I think Floyd has like a lot of the right ideas, but his deck's a little slow.
Yeah.
And he's not doing powerful enough things early to make the things that he does decide to do good enough to win the game, in all likelihood. He's still got time to bring it back around, but I think based on where he is right now, that's what I'd be worried about if I was him.
So we see Nathan Santo pick up Knighted Reliquary to go with all of those land destructions, or all those strip mine and wastelands.
Yeah, and he sent me a list of cards. He's probably going to end up with like a Bajuka Bog.
Yeah.
He's probably going to have maybe a Sajiri Step or something like that.
Yeah, a lot of
those little tricksy lands. Yeah. Maybe a Treetop Village, Stirring Wildwood, those types of things. So.
Absolutely. So it looks like Jed's in the tank here, and I actually have an announcement to make for our next draft. We've locked up a pretty some talent for the next draft.
Mm-hmm.
So this is we haven't announced this yet. For our next draft,
for all you guys who like streams and watching streams,
yeah, absolutely. For our next draft, we have the Brewmaster himself,
the Woo
Master himself, Travis Woo will be in our next draft.
Yeah,
and as a special added bonus, we're going to have his brother Elliot Woo here as well.
The Woo Brew Crew.
The Woo Brew Crew. And for those of you guys who don't know, those guys have both top-aided the same GP.
I did not know that. That's
they top-aided the same GP. I don't remember which one it was.
That's pretty cool.
Oakland? GP Oakland. So there's some pretty cool stories there.
Nice.
I'm excited to see what those guys brew. I mean, for those of you guys that follow Travis,
those
he
guys are
is
sweet.
Just like the zaniest brewer there is. So to see what he does in
He'll
this
try
format,
anything.
It's either going to be awesome or terrible.
Yeah, but
either way,
you're going to find out.
It's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
Absolutely.
So there you go. Travis Woo, Elliot Woo will be in our next draft.
That's a good card for Corbett.
Unmasked.
He needed that one.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a really good one. Ooh, Charles tipping the hand finally.
Yep, there it is.
Here we go. Cat's out of the bag.
Might just be a value ink mod.
I don't think so.
Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. Yeah, you see how a lot of this is kind of where
jigs up.
After our first break, and this is kind of something you see differently from these drafts for other vintage rotisserie drafts, because we have these breaks and stuff. Coming out of the break, people just start firing off their important cards, and they're like, all right, now the jig is up. This is what I'm doing.
Yeah. You thought I was doing this thing, but no, I'm doing this other thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Inkmoth. I hope he does the Pro Tour deck, the Pro Tour Infect deck with like Blazing Shoal and Progenitus and stuff. I don't think he's going to do it. I think he's going to try like the modern deck now with just pump spells and stuff.
Yeah. That's what it sounded like to me.
But yeah, that deck would be exciting. Blazing Shoal.
His deck is going to be super fun to watch.
Yeah, there's going to be some fireworks.
Oh yeah, and so there might be people who haven't watched one of these yet. So after the draft finishes, we'll do a couple more interviews or so. But we're gonna battle the matches today.
Yeah.
Everyone's gonna play matches. We're gonna have live. We're gonna stream the matches live on camera. Get that.
We'll fix it.
Sorry, technical difficulties. So yeah, we're gonna stream all the matches, and it'll be pretty sweet to watch, I think.
Yeah, we're going to try. So the format is round robin. So we have 8 players. Everyone is going to play everyone. So at the end of it, everyone will have played 7 matches, and then we take the top 2, and we put them in a best-of-5 finals match. It doesn't matter if you go undefeated through the round robin. You still got to defend and win the finals. The finals are best-of-5, so we get to see a cool deep match of Magic there.
Absolutely.
And, yeah.
And for those of you guys that don't really know what's happening here, there's this spreadsheet with some Magic card names in it. Maybe you're not familiar with rotisserie or especially vintage rotisserie draft. What's happening here is imagine the player in seat 1 gets past a pack.
Randy Bueller.
Randy Bueller gets past a pack with every card that's legal in vintage in it. He takes a card, passes it to the left, runs on down the line until it gets to Josh Ventura in the 8 seat there, snakes back around like a fantasy football draft. Those guys are going to continue to do that until they have 45 cards each.
Right.
And then they're going to build their decks, and then they're going to battle, like we said.
Yeah, and the one thing we do here, you don't have to draft your basic lands. Those are provided. We just have a big stack of them. But you do have to draft non-basics, so that's why you see cards like the fetch lands, because you only get one in the whole draft. And so those kinds of cards that provide a lot of utility are pretty high in demand, and so they go early in the draft.
Absolutely. We have someone from our floor judges there. Apparently people are trying to talk to us through the Google chat, the Google page chat. We aren't watching that. If you want to talk to us, we're actively watching the Twitch chat. Get into Twitch and talk to us that way.
Yeah, or send a tweet at shotgunlotus, #VRD6.
Yep, absolutely.
We've got Dwayne's over there running that right now, so he'll be checking all the tweets and replying to the ones that he can get to. So
Corbett refusing to back out takes Buried Alive.
I'm surprised a little bit by the Buried Alive. I thought that the Reanimator would be more of a sub theme for him, but like I think that's a fine concession. It's obviously not Entomb, but it does give him some different things to do. If he has a way to, so one thing that's interesting, both of the Painter Grindstone is artifacts, and so he could theoretically Buried Alive like a piece and then cast Beacon of Unrest if you wanted to get that, and Beacon also gets Gristlebrand back.
Could also Academy Ruins have Academy Ruins in his deck?
Theoretically, yeah. He doesn't have a second color yet,
exactly.
So he could do that, or even just like Trash for Treasure or something like that. So
let's move back to Randy. His last 2 picks are a little interesting. Seed of the Cyanide, the blue artifact land.
Yeah.
And Balance.
Pairs well with his Tolarian Academy.
Absolutely.
The Balance is interesting. I guess, he's probably planning on like sacking everything to Ravager and then casting Balance, and if they have a creature in play or something.
Yeah, I think Randy's deck is turning out pretty spicy.
Yeah, he liked it a lot. I talked to him about like the theory behind it, and he felt that this strategy could do what Nate Heiss's deck did from the last draft. Nate Heiss last draft put together an elf combo deck that was very fast mana oriented, and then the idea was you put a bunch of elves in play on like turn 1 and 2, and then on turn 3 you cast a draw 7, and then put a bunch more elves in play and essentially make your opponent mulligan.
Yeah.
This Randy wants to take that deck and basically accelerate it a turn.
Yep.
And instead of Azuriing people, he wants to be cranial plating people.
Yep.
And he thinks that his deck is probably about a half turn faster, maybe even a full turn, with cards like Academy and Mana Vault and things like that, because he can use colorless mana accelerators, whereas Nate needed colored mana accelerators. So his plan is to draft cards like Windfall later on, and then he'll have 3 draw 7s or so, and then he can basically dump his hand on the first turn, maybe second, and then just cast a draw 7 on the second turn. Absolutely. And it has a board versus a mulliganed hand. So yeah, it's the theory behind it is very strong.
I like it.
His deck is certainly going to have different weaknesses. I talked about that with him too, because Nate's deck doesn't really have a weakness to artifact destruction. He was stuck on creatures, and nobody was drafting creature removal, but everybody has artifact removal for Randy's deck, so it'll be different.
Yeah, some pluses and some minuses.
Yeah, but he thinks that it doesn't matter that they have artifact removal. His whole hand's going to be in play, and then they're going to mulligan.
Yep.
So
we see Charles Wong pick up Glistener Elf. It's officially the jig is up.
A value Glistener Elf.
Yeah, sometimes you just attack 10
He
times.
needs to block that 2/2, make it a 1/1, and then flame jab it. There you go.
There you go.
Yeah.
Game.
I'm just kidding. It's Infect. He's drafting Infect, guys.
So, all right. We see what's happening here. Did he...
Martin took a fetch land. He has now 2 fetch lands that he can go get his Underground Sea with. Floyd has another decent mid-rangey value card. If he had more 1-mana cards, I would really like his deck. But it's just slow.
Yeah, he doesn't have enough ways to interact. Josh is on those. That man loves 2-mana counter spells. I'm right there with him.
Yeah,
and he's just snapping them off in order.
I think that Josh definitely prioritizes the 2-mana counterspells correctly.
I do too.
The one thing I would say for Josh is that he may value the 1-mana counterspells a little bit too low.
Yes.
He's got, he let things like what is it, Spell Pierce and Spell Snare and Mental Misstep. He let those go. So.
Did mental? Oh, it's okay. Charles Wong did get mental
Yep.
misstep. Okay.
So Josh is going to be a little bit slow to react to a deck like Randy's. Granted, if he draws the right cards, like a Pyroclasm or a Electrolyze, it will blow Randy out of the water.
Yep.
But he may not get that chance. He may just have to draw 7 new cards and not get any lands.
So we see kind of a reactionary pick from Nathan with Cavernous Souls. I think it's a great pick actually in this deck.
Yeah, I think it's a good card. It's a little bit of a color fixer sometimes, but it helps put Knight of the Reliquary onto the stack, and nobody's going to do anything about it.
Yep.
So there's only 2 guys that have counterspells, really, right? Josh and Charles. Martin might at some point.
Jed just picked up a Dispel, but that's to protect his own.
Yeah, that's just to keep his own stuff from dying. So if Floyd is going to end up drafting like a Braids or a Smokestack, those are going to be cards that turn his Soul Ring on and then give him an actual chance to speed up with people. Elspeth is a really good card to put into play on turn 2 off a Soul Ring, right?
It's not a bad one. I mean, that's
Yeah.
finally utilizing that Soul Ring a little bit.
Right. Soul Ring is kind of awkward when your deck is a bunch of 2-mana cards that all have colored mana in their cost. But
I just heard Corbett just let out a scream when Martin took that Hymn to Turok. He wanted it badly.
well, he should have taken it. Martin is certainly not taking Buried Alive.
Yeah.
I think he could have taken him there.
I don't know what Corbett's doing, man.
His deck's going to look good at the end. Trust me.
Okay.
His converted mana cost is the lowest of anybody. He has 4 tutors. He has 3 fast manas. He is able to do basically anything he wants.
So I agree with that.
Yeah.
And I think Corbett is very, very good at Magic.
Yeah.
One of the better guys. But the fact that he took Buried Alive, I think he should have shifted out by now. And the fact that he took Buried Alive means he's not ready to give it up yet.
That's possible. At this point, he doesn't have a whole lot of choice, right? There's not.
I think when you have Demonic Tutor, Vampiric Tutor, Imperial Seal, Grim Tutor, you
No,
have literally the definition of
No,
choices.
sorry. I mean, a lot of choice. He should have backed out. He doesn't have the choice to stay in.
Yeah.
That's what I meant.
Okay.
Because he doesn't have. There are no good reanimation cards left.
He takes Pack Rat, still on board.
I mean, I guess that card just wins by itself.
I know,
right?
but
You don't have to discard Gristlebrand. It's Pack Rat unanswered is going to win the game.
Can we pull up Viridian Corruptor? I forget exactly which one that is. I know
It's green 1/2/2 infect destroy an artifact when it comes into play.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
that's a good one. Ancient Den and Thoughtcast. I'm wondering if Randy's going to pick up Workshop. He's got to, right?
He probably will. The one thing about that card is it doesn't let him cast his draw 7s.
It's true.
And so, that's really his whole goal. And his artifacts are all so cheap that the 3 mana is not really going to matter.
Yep.
So he might draft it, but it's not going to be a card that he prioritizes.
So to picks up Ancient Den, good choice there.
Yeah. Charles moving further into the depths of the sick.
So let's see. What infect guys is he missing right now? You think?
He's probably going to need Necropede, Ichor Clawmere.
Oh yeah, there's the 2-mana artifact.
Yeah,
guys.
those kinds of things. Plague Mirror is an option as well.
Yep.
He's gonna need Green Sun Zenith to get the Glistener Elf.
Yep.
He probably wants a crop rotation to go get the Inkmoth Nexus.
I agree. Crop rotation is very. I mean, Nathan might want a crop rotation.
Nathan's probably
I think he should want a crop
I think
rotation.
they both should want the crop rotation, which means that they both should draft it quickly.
Yes.
The other card that we talked about during the break that Nathan definitely should at least think about. He doesn't have to draft it, but Fast Bond.
Yeah.
Is a really powerful card to go with his Strip Mine and Crucible.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just one-way Armageddon on turn 3.
So one thing to think about too is this is both Charles and Nathan's first one of these drafts, at least the big leagues here at Vintage Shotgun Lotus.
Well, Charles did the first draft with you, right, when you won.
Oh yeah, but he did. I think he 07 or 05
Okay.
or 06. Okay, so I guess he has done it before, but they don't have a lot of experience with the format. That was a long time ago, and I think that crop rotation is a card that slips through the cracks a little bit.
Yeah,
with
I
those
agree
guys.
with that.
I think it is an insanely powerful card that sometimes just goes unnoticed.
Right, because like when people are drafting green, they're thinking about creatures.
Yeah.
And they don't think about the tutors so much. And green has a lot of ways to do broken stuff. I mean, like you can crop rotate for Cradle, and like the Elves deck is really good in Legacy right now because of that.
Sure.
So.
Which one's Agus of the Gods? That's a new card, right? Can you pull that up?
Yeah, I think it's.
It's the
Shroud
you
or
have
something?
Shroud.
You
I
have
think,
Shroud,
or
yeah.
something.
2/1 for white 1.
Yeah. And then we see Eidolon of the Rhetoric come up from Nathan. He can't
It's
flip.
the 1/4
It's the
like Arcane Lab, Rule of Law,
what's the creature?
Canonus.
Ethersworn Canonus, but he can't play Ethersworn Canonus because the card he probably wants to play against the most is Randy,
Right.
who just laughs off Canonus.
Yep, exactly. Who might actually draft the Canonist, right?
He very well might.
Another card Randy might draft, like given how. Oh, he did draft the Yawgmoth's Will. I didn't notice that.
He did, yes.
Interesting. Another card that Randy might draft that would fit right into his deck is the Blue Legend Arayo.
Yeah.
When it's a 1/1 for 2. When you play the 4th spell of a turn, you flip it, and then it becomes an enchantment, and it counters the first spell every opponent plays every turn.
Pretty insane.
Yeah, and like his deck can probably cast that on turn 2 reliably and flip it. So
we're starting to see a lot of cards that I'm sort of familiar with. Grand Abolisher, I know is another hate card. I think it's a 2/2 for 2 that
white 2/2. You can only play spells on your own turn.
something like that. Yeah.
So yeah, Nathan is just filling out his deck with a bunch of little creatures that disrupt them somehow, and trying to keep people kind of off their feet a little bit while he attacks their mana with Port and Wasteland and Crucible and Strip Mine. So I like his plan in theory. He also has Natural Order, so he can do something big quickly. I would like to see at some point. I mean, obviously he's going to draft something at some point to get with the Natural Order, but I'm interested to see what it is.
We see Jed take uses last 2 picks to get the premier removal spells of the format, Path and Swords.
Yeah, he's got to kind of shift his strategy a little bit. His deck's not fast enough because he ended up missing on the Voltaic Key.
Yep.
And so I think this is a good choice by him to make his deck a little bit slower and try to set up the Time Vault later in the game rather than turn 3. He's going for turn 6, 7, and so he'll probably be drafting some filtering cards early. He got the Negate, he's got the Dispel, so things that are gonna keep him alive and set up the Time Vault later.
Martin's still just taking some of these premier Reanimator spells. I feel like Martin is really winning this. If Corbett does decide that this is where he wants to be and fighting this Reanimator battle, I think Martin is on the winning side of it currently.
That's not even close. That's not even a question. Martin's Reanimator deck is definitely better than Corbett's Reanimator deck.
Yeah.
But Corbett has a lot of things that Martin doesn't have access to, which is insta-kills.
Yeah.
Those are...
Corbett just deciding, you know what, I'm going to take this Watery Grave. I don't think anyone's going to...
Probably going to be there.
Probably.
Odds are, yeah.
Did Underground Sea get taken? Oh,
yeah.
Martin took it in the 12th round there.
Yeah.
So we see Master of Ethereum, and I'm excited to see all of Randy's wheels. Like, which crazy artifact cards is he going to take?
Yeah, it's his deck is going to be...
I am very excited.
On the board fast.
I'm very excited to watch those matches play out.
I wonder if he is sad that he didn't get the Trinket Mage. I don't know if he wants to pay 3 mana to go find a Black Lotus or something. But
yeah. Memory Jar, another draw 7.
So he's gonna have 4 now.
Yep. Berserk from Charles and Invigorate Berserk. So we're just all in on the combo at this point.
Yeah, Charles' good draws are gonna be very good. Charles' bad draws are gonna be very bad.
I don't think Charles can beat Josh to save his life.
No. Yeah, Electrolyze.
When you die in Vintage Rogues History Draft, you die in real life.
Yeah. It's not gonna be good. That matchup is gonna. It's not going to be fun for Charles, I don't think. He does have Force of Will, and he actually has all the 1 mana counter spells and days, so he could very well fight through Josh's on tempo and mana alone.
Absolutely.
So that's an available avenue for him.
So we see Martin take another premier Reanimate spell, Frantic Search. This is what I like to see out of the Reanimate decks. Just all in streamlined Reanimator decks. Just like, I don't want to mess around countering my opponent's spells. I mean, he has a couple, but I am just going to reanimate my guys very quickly.
Yeah.
And that's what I like to see.
Yeah. He could pretty easily get one of these things into play on turn 1 with the fact that he has Mana Crypt.
Yeah, I mean,
so.
I bet he's now wishing that he'd maybe taken that Dark Ritual over maybe that, let's say, the Mind Twist.
Yeah, possibly.
But his deck is looking. I forgot he had Time Walk in his deck.
Yeah.
Ho, ho, ho.
Martin has a lot of good cards.
Reanimated dude, Time Walk, kill you.
Yeah, he has a very large number of powerful effects, and he has Thoughtseize Duress too, and so
Absolutely.
And the counter spells that he has are really good at pushing through some powerful effect that he has, right? Like Remand is one of the ones that he took early.
So we see one of those Premier Hate Bears, Gaddock T, coming into play. I don't know how good that is in this format. Like, let's do a quick analysis here. Like, how many converted cost 4 or more are there in this game?
Jace, Force of Will, Tezzeret the Seeker.
So not great?
Yeah, it's probably not the best. But who knows what other people are going to be doing later?
I mean, it stops X spells, but like...
Yeah, maybe Mind Twist, but yeah, Nathan's plan coming in was just to draft every 2/2 for 2 that stops the opponent a little bit.
Yeah, but I think you see something like Gaddock Teague, and this is like maybe showing a little bit of. I mean, I think Nathan's doing a great job, and I'm really impressed with his deck so far. But you see something like Gaddock Teague kind of show unfamiliarity with the format. Like, this is a card that's great in Legacy. It's great in all these formats. It's always been a good card in Constructed. But in like this vintage style format, it's not shutting your opponents off from very many of their spells.
Right. It might. Yeah.
It just might be a somewhat hard to cast 2/2 most games.
It's possible. And the other thing that we talk about this during all the drafts that we cover, as the way the style of the format is very similar to like Rochester, right? Where everybody's drafting face up, so you know what the other guys might take.
Yep.
And so once everyone has kind of figured out what their deck is going to be, then they need to adjust their pick order.
Yep.
So that, like, for instance, Gaddock Teague could fall 30 spots in his list, just because no one else is going to draft a green-white 2/2. And he could take cards like, Charles has signaled that he wants maybe some mana guys. He's taken the Noble Hierarch from Nathan. So maybe he wants to prioritize Avacyn's Pilgrim or a Findhorn Elf or a Llanowar Elf to try to accelerate his survival.
Yeah.
Or get or like play a Mana Elf on turn 1, then on turn 2 play a creature and strip mine you. Whereas if it's just like land, go, land, strip mine you, land 2/2, that's a lot slower.
Yeah.
So.
And like one thing, like to really talk about how deep you can really take this format, by taking Gaddock Teague 20th or 21st or whatever it was. Now, his opponents now maybe this is reaching a little bit, but this is just kind of a general theory kind of conversation, is now his opponents know, okay, Nathan hasn't answered all these 4-drops, so maybe I'll stay away from 4-drops.
Sure.
Now, hypothetically, what he could have done is he could have taken that card 45th.
Right, after they've already
drafted all their 4 or higher or X spells and really punished those people for taking those cards, instead of signaling early, look out for this.
Right.
So, I mean, there's a lot of thought that goes into these picks.
Yeah, that's definitely a really good point, and another reason why he probably, like in this specific instance, he probably should have adjusted his pick order.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So Jed is assembling into some sort of a blue-white control deck, artifact-based. Has to take the Citadel because Randy already has Ancient Den and Seat of the Synod. And he needs artifacts to sacrifice for Tinker, Transmute, and the other one that he has.
And he picks up a combo, looks like here, with Isochron Scepter and Orm's Chant.
Yep. That is probably going to be lights out against Randy if it gets active.
Yep.
It'll probably be
now
pretty good against Nathan.
How does it work if you tinker for Isochron Scepter, or can you imprint it?
Yes, it's when it comes into play.
So if he has Orm's Chant, Tinker, he can just get the combo. Okay, that's pretty sweet. Martin Goldman Curse with Personal Tutor, that goes and puts a sorcery on top of your deck for 1 blue, right?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a blue sorcery, right?
I think it's just any sorcery. Can we pull up...
It's Merchant Scroll that's blue.
We should know what
right?
Personal Tutor does by now.
Yeah. It's always only gotten Tinker is the thing. It just goes and gets Tinker.
It literally says, go get a Tinker out of your deck.
Yeah.
The Tinker out of your deck.
I would like to see, now that Jed has like Enlightened Tutor, Corbett has Vamp and Imperial Seal, and Martin has Personal Tutor, and Jed has Mystical as well. I would like to see Josh draft Predict at some point. That would be sweet.
I mean, I do, to punish, we're talking about punishing all these tutors, I mean, I do like Floyd's pick of Aven Mind Sensor.
Yep.
That's
Yeah,
just
that's a
big,
really good one.
Oh, just get you. Suck it.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite hate cards.
Yeah. It
is-
feels so good when you get
Yep.
them with it.
Right, because it's an instant. It
Yep.
just incidentally gets you.
Randy says, "Oh man, I see 2 Reanimator decks happening. Better pick up this Grafdigger's Cage."
Yeah, that's another good one. It also is pretty good if like somebody is trying to Dryad Arbor or Green Sun Zenith or something like that. So little incidental damage there.
Groundswell. Which one's Groundswell?
Groundswell is 2/2 pump spell, so green for +2/+2, and if landfall at +2 additional. So if you landfall, it's +4/+4.
Oh, Top 8 Diamond says, "Who wants Disciple of Deceit in Martin's deck?" That is a card we talked about last time. We haven't talked about today.
Right, blue black for a 1/3.
Blue black 1/3 inspired. When it untaps, I mean we'll get it up on the screen here in a second. But when it untaps, you can discard a card from your hand to go search your library for a card with the same converted mana cost.
Nice.
So it's pretty sweet because like once you get to the point where you can start swinging with that, if you have one part of the combo or
Right.
part of the combo, you can just go tutor up the other part.
Yeah, that's really good.
And it also like just incidentally blocks some 2/2s.
Sure.
It's a pretty sweet card. I think it's rad. I want to see a deck play this card. I think it is awesome.
Yeah, that was my favorite choice coming into the last draft, and I don't think anybody drafted it.
I don't think that Reanimator is the right deck for it because like you pitching a fatty to it like doesn't ever go get you anything you
Right.
want. I'd like to see it more like a blue black like Painter Servant Grindstone,
Blue black Time Vault or something.
Yeah, Time Vault deck where you're like all your cards are 1s and 2s and you just go get the part of the combo you need.
This is fun. Martin and Corbett just battling.
Oh, it's great.
They're just battling for blue black. Like Corbett didn't even pick a different second color. Just I want your deck.
Man, if you put their 2 decks together, you would have a pretty good deck.
I think that happens most of the
pretty
time.
good deck.
Yeah, not bad. Yeah, it would be good. Floyd takes the scrub land here. When I drafted black, so every time I've done a vintage rotisserie, I've drafted black-white. And the cool thing about the black-white deck is you can float all your duels all the way to the very end because nobody else wants them.
Yep.
And you can take cards that other people are taking in the 8th to 15th round in
But-
the 30th.
Oh boy, do you need them.
Yeah, that's definitely true. You certainly need them. It's very important to have like 3 fetches plus the Godless Shrine plus the Scrub Land plus Fetid Heath plus Caves of Koilos. You have to use a lot more picks on dual lands, but you don't have to prioritize them as highly because just nobody wants them. And that goes back to what I was talking about adjusting your pick order. Picking cards earlier than you might think that they go in your deck just because someone else might take them a little higher.
So what do you think is currently the most exciting artifact to take with Dak Phaeton?
Time Vault, probably. I mean, I
Can
don't
he
know.
untap it? Is there a way to untap it? That would just be insanely spicy. If he just like
He could
that
probably
was his
figure out a
plan
way.
against Jed was just
Yeah.
steal his Time Vault and kill him with
He
it.
could probably figure out a way.
Oh.
Or yeah, like Jed assembles combo, right? And Josh stifles the activation of the Time Vault, and then untaps and steals the Time Vault with Dak Phaeton.
Next turn
and then,
steals
and then the next turn steals the other one,
Yeah.
and then goes Infi.
Ooh.
That would be nice.
We need to get him take Stifle now.
Can we send him a Facebook message? Hey, get this card in your pile.
Against the rules, the very few rules we have.
Yeah,
here.
basically only one rule.
Yeah.
Don't be an asshole.
I mean, we're playing for alcohol, so
And there's one guy in the
Keep
draft
it
who doesn't
fast,
even
Liz.
drink.
yeah, Martin. I want Martin to win so badly because he's gonna go home with like 7 bottles of booze and just never ever drink it. In fact, maybe we'll just tell him that we'll have a party tonight.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go. We'll put it to good use.
Yeah, donate it back.
That's right.
Yeah, the rake, as it were.
So we have someone asking, is this just one of any card? We haven't done a quick rundown on what Vintage Rotisserie Draft is in a little while here. You want to take us through it?
Yeah. So the way that this works is we start with Randy up in the top left, and he basically has access to every card that is legal in Vintage, and he can select anything he wants. And so he takes Black Lotus. And then once he has taken Black Lotus, that card is now not eligible to be drafted again. And then we go through the list. Charles takes the next best card. Then Corbett has access to anything that hasn't been drafted, and so on through Josh Ventura. So once everyone has drafted, then the next round goes back the other direction. So Josh picks the 8th and 9th cards, and then Nathan takes the 10th card, and then we go back and forth like a fantasy football draft. And so you end up. It's not like actual vintage where everybody gets one of everything. It's a little bit different in that you have to figure out what the other guys are going to take and draft around that. Because once they take something, it's off. You can't take it.
Yep, and then at the end, we shuffle up all the decks. We have all the cards. We're ready to battle, and we'll stream all the matches live for you guys.
Yeah, so we've got we're pulling cards in the other room as they draft. So once the draft is over, everybody will get handed their stack of cards, build their deck, and then we have a round robin format. So everybody plays everybody. There's 8 players. We're going to have 7 matches. We're going to be updating standings throughout the event, yeah, if you like what you see, follow us on Twitter at shotgunlotus. Join the Facebook group.
Yeah.
There's links in the little box in the bottom right there. There it is. Just follow along. If you want to send us a tweet, it's hashtag VRD6. We're checking tweets all day long. So
also, our next draft, we announced a little bit earlier, our next draft is going to have the brewmaster himself, Travis Wu,
yes,
and his brother Elliot Wu. Who they've both top 8 of the same GP, so they're going to start in the top 8 of the Vintage Wars History Draft.
Yeah,
that should be pretty awesome to watch.
That
would be a pretty sweet finals match.
Yeah,
the brothers Wu.
Do a little woos on first.
It's some pretty cool stuff ahead. So yeah, join the Facebook group. You can follow along there. Join the Twitter. You can follow along there. Also, we're going to be giving away another $10 to store credit to Northwest Sports Cards.
Yep,
at the end of 30 picks. This one, we're going to pull someone from our Facebook group.
Okay.
So if you want to be eligible for that, you got to go join the Facebook group. There's a link below the stream down there, and check it out. Follow along. We do these about once a month. Our next one is currently set for July 26th.
I believe that is the date.
We haven't we've locked it in. It's July 26th.
Yeah.
So our next one will be July 26th with Travis Wu, and we'll see if we'll get some of these guys back. And the next roster, we can't quite
3 of these guys will be eligible for that one, right?
Yeah, I can't announce the full roster yet, but it is to date going to be our probably most pro point packed.
Cool.
It is going to be a pretty insane roster of 8 drafters.
Nice.
Yeah,
that'll be fun.
Yeah, I'm excited about it.
So Martin holding up the draft here.
What's new? You see Jed take Pentat Prism. You think that's the best card he could have taken there?
I think it's good.
You like it?
Yeah, I think it's very good.
Okay. Okay.
It helps. It helps for his speed of like transmute artifacting, and it helps for like just color requirements. If he's going to be in a control deck, like he needs to accelerate as much as he can because he's not going to be doing much in the early game to affect the board. If he wants to draft a card like Gideon, or it helps put Tezzeret the Seeker into play on turn 3. And one of the problems with drafting the Time Vault strategy, like Jed is doing, is you have to forego the fast mana that everybody else is snatching up in the first 2 rounds.
Absolutely. Yeah.
He has to start on Time Vault Tinker, where everybody else is starting Mox Pearl Soul Ring, Mana Crypt, Time Walk, Sapphire Ruby, Mox Jet, and a Demonic Tutor with a Dark Ritual later. Randy started on Black Lotus and Mana Vault. When you start with Time Vault Tinker, that's slow.
It is.
So you need some way to catch up, and I think that Pentat Prism is a really good way for him to do that.
Okay, cool. We see Martin just continuing to fight for the blue-black lands. I like it. And we see Underground River come down from Corbett.
Yeah, Corbett
There's
and Martin
the
are just
crop
taking
rotation
this.
from Charles
Yeah.
Wong. I am excited to see that card. I think it would have been a little more powerful in Nathan's deck, but it's just more reason for Charles to take it.
Yeah, and it allows him a little bit more leeway with some of the lands that he can draft to. Like he can take a Pendlehaven and have that be a little bit better. That's pretty good.
Pendlehaven, yeah.
That's a pretty good pump spell for his Glistener Elf. So yeah, that'll be fun.
Yeah.
Randy gonna just take more broken fast.
Yeah.
His deck's gonna be really fun to have on stream.
Oh, absolutely.
It's gonna be nice.
We should. It's maybe a little early for this, but we should start thinking about.
Yeah, just think about it.
What match? Let's open it up to the stream. Currently, things will change. We're not even halfway through. But who would you like to see as our first feature match?
Yeah. It's like when you're a kid in high school and your dad comes in to wake you up for school, and he's just like, "You don't have to get up yet. Just think about it. I'll be back in 10 minutes."
My dad never did that to me.
You don't have to get up yet. It's think about it.
My dad was in the Marine Corps, and I had very different wake-ups.
Yeah.
I had the.
You woke up with no blankets?
I had the picked up in the blankets and just
that's-
swung around and thrown off onto the ground.
Okay.
Also, the bucket of water.
I had that one done. to me.
Yeah, I had to wake up or it was going to be a very bad morning.
That was not the best.
Great dad.
Corbett takes
Not
Flash.
saying no abuse. Great dad.
Flash is off the board.
Flash is off the board. I think he saw Carl playing it to some pretty good effect last time.
Yeah, we will see what he does with this.
Flashing in an Ashen Rider is pretty neat.
It's I mean, it's cute. Right?
I-
It doesn't do a lot to
like
win. If I'm flashing, I want to kill him. I think.
All right.
You know, it's certain. Hey, there's the Pendelhaven.
Ooh, wow. Top 8 Diamond points out Dak Faden plus liquid metal coating.
Liquid metal coating.
2
is
mana, I don't tap it.
gain
Target
control of an artifact.
Target
Or,
permanent
it's-
becomes an
yeah.
artifact. It's literally steal anything.
Nice.
That is pretty neat.
That can steal an Emrakul.
It certainly can.
Yeah.
Dak Faden, most powerful planeswalker in the multiverse.
There you go. The greatest thief in the multiverse. Is
that
what
what
they
it-
call him? I think it's the greatest thief in the multiverse.
I think that's what Joe Bono was going off with last
Yeah.
time. Intuition from Martin. I would have rather seen like Gifts Ungiven.
I guess. I'm not a fan of either, to be honest. They're both,
Sure.
both pretty
but
slow.
I would rather have seen Gifts.
Sure.
I like the Gifts Ungiven on Burial Rites combo. I think it's neat.
Do we still think that Martin is coming out on the better end of this exchange between him and Corbett at the moment?
Let's see. We've got Randy versus anything. Corbett versus Martin. Randy has to stay on camera, you fools. Get the viewers count as high as possible. So the way we try to do it is we try to get all 8 drafters on stream as early as possible, and then we're going to switch over to the relevant matches as the day progresses. I assume a lot of those relevant matches are going to involve Randy.
Yeah.
Because let's take a step back. Who do we think is, if you had to choose like your top 3 right now, who are we looking at?
I like Randy's deck a lot. I like Josh's deck a lot. And
So I'm with you so far. Randy and Josh are my clear
I
favorites.
know for you, I think third is Martin.
God, you know me so well.
Yeah,
the
and-
Reanimator deck. Yeah, it's great.
I-
Fantastic.
Yeah, I think I still like Corbett's deck.
Such a Corbett barn.
Yeah, well,
He doesn't have many,
I'm a-
but the few
I'm
are
a
loyal.
I'm a Vampiric Tutor Barn. Is what I am. I think that is quickly becoming my favorite Magic card.
Yeah. Well, how did you feel last draft when it went like 26th?
Yeah, I was out of my mind. Just people were psychotic. I thought, that card's insane. I don't know what people. I think it's better than Demonic Tutor personally, but
I can get behind that, especially in this format. So just to remind people, as we're drawing, we're going to take another break here at 30 picks, do another giveaway. The only way you'll be eligible for is by being a member of the Facebook group.
kind of rolling along here.
Yeah, this is well, we don't have Cedric, and we don't have who's our other? Was it Mike Thompson?
Mike took a while. Jesse also took a while.
Jesse Wilkie,
because he was a last-minute addition, so he didn't have any prep.
Yeah, but this is humming along pretty smooth today.
Yeah, we're not doing too bad. I like. I actually. I don't think anybody is blowing the draft.
Yeah, no, I think this is one of our most solid just drafts so far.
Nobody looks to be like really in trouble.
Yeah, there aren't any like insane missing cards.
So it looks like the way I think Jed might be backdooring into the workshop plan a little bit.
It's looking that way,
But like he doesn't have a whole lot of choice, right?
Sure.
He kind of ran into a speed bump with the Voltaic Key, and he's doing his best to get around it. Which you got to give him respect for that, right? Like he made one bad pick, and you can't let it derail the draft. He can't pretend he has Voltaic Key in his deck.
Yep.
He has to do something different. So he's obviously at a disadvantage because everybody else is basically on the plan that they wanted, whereas he has to kind of dink around with something different.
Sure.
So
you see Jed pick up Karn Liberated this time. He
forgot
very
that it existed
famously missed it last time, and this time he's like, no, I'm going to get it. I got this Karn Liberated. This is in the bag.
Yeah.
So you see Martin pick up Terastodon, which I think is one of the – when I talk about there's very few good Reanimator targets,
That's the best
Terastodon is one of them in there. I mean, Grizzlebrand's number one.
Okay.
Terastodon's up there. I think that with cards like Footsteps and stuff like that, I feel like Ashen Rider and Woodfall Primus are also in there.
I legitimately think if you don't have Force of Will in your deck, Terastodon is probably better than Grizzlebrand. in this style of a format. You need to be able to protect your reanimated target, and like when you Terrastodon kill one of your thing and two of their best things instantly, and then you have a 9/9 and a 3/3 to their 2/3/3s that aren't going to do anything, and you've like crippled their mana development. I think that's better than just a 7/7 lifelinker. Hope that that's good enough. I think you can draw 7 cards, but you've already done the best thing that you can do by putting Gristlebrand into play.
One card that I really like in the Reanimator deck, and I caught a lot of flack for this when I drafted it last time, but I think it's one of the better cards, is I actually think Tidespout Tyrant is fantastic in this format. Especially in a deck where all your cards cost 1 or 2 mana, because you're doing this quick Reanimator plan.
Yeah.
Like, you can resolve it very early, bounce all of your opponent's relevant spells.
That thing can bounce lands, right?
I'm pretty sure it bounces a permanent.
Okay.
Every time you play a spell, you bounce a permanent. We're going to get pulled
I
up
really
here.
think Martin's getting the better of this exchange. I'm actually disappointed in Corbett's last 7 picks.
Yep.
I think that he had a really good thing going with his hyper combos, and he's not going to win the Reanimator fight. So I think it would have been a really good idea for him to just kind of have it there as a backup and move in on other things. Which is why I would have taken him to Turok over Buried Alive for sure.
Yeah.
So it's a little disappointing because his first 15 picks were far and away my favorite.
This reminds me so much of when me and Jesse were battling each other. I mean, Martin just has the better version of every card Corbett has. The only cards I think that Corbett has over Martin
The problem is
Una's Prowler and Pack Rat.
Yeah.
Those are cards that are great ways to get cards in your graveyard, but also if your opponent happens to resolve a Relic of Progenitus or something, it gives you some game.
Right.
But that being said, I think Martin is way ahead in the Reanimator battle. I have no idea why Corbett's still fighting this.
The issue for me is not that Corbett took Reanimate and Gristlebrand. The issue for me is that he kept going after that.
Yep.
Because those are cards that can go into the strategies that he already had. I mean, we'll see what he has planned, but we've seen this song and dance before.
And the other problem about this too is when you're playing a deck like Reanimator, which has very specific hate pointed at it, you're just opening yourself up to splash damage.
Yeah.
That now people are going to prioritize cards like Rest in Peace and Relic of Progenitus that they might have been okay weakening up that matchup a little bit when there was only one.
Yeah.
But now there's 2, people are going to be ready for you.
Right.
And
The other thing, I mean, Corbett got a little unlucky in the...
let's see, Tormod's Crypt Relic. There we go.
Yeah. I think Corbett got a little unlucky in the first maybe rounds 4 to 7, in that the 2 guys right next to him also moved into black after he went black.
That's fair.
Right? He got a little unlucky there, and then I think he got a little unlucky that Nathan also drafted the Survival, because that's a great backup plan.
Yeah.
Right? If you want to reanimate and someone is going to fight you for these straight up reanimation cards, he has all the tutors, so he can go get, if he has Survival, he can run a Survival Recurring Nightmare or a Survival Living Death Engine, and those are cards that aren't going to be prioritized by the other Reanimator deck, that he can still have a really strong game plan but not have to fight. And now he has to fight. I mean, he's decided that he has to fight. I don't think he does, but and so now he's ended up with a weaker shell than he could have if he had avoided one of the other 2 black drafters or gotten the Survival.
Absolutely. And just as if we called it, Tormod, the next 3 picks are Tormod's Crypt, Relic of Progenitus, Rest in Peace.
Yeah.
So one thing we haven't even mentioned yet, as our ads or not ads, but our little thing cycles through down there, Northwest Sports Cards is also giving, we've got that coupon code for 20% off any order. Go ahead and enter Vintage 20 when checking out. That also works with all the store credit we're giving out today.
Yeah.
So if you get some store credit, you can add a little bit of that additional value by using that coupon code there. It's a pretty sweet deal. So 20%
it's basically free money, and I know I like free money.
I also like free money.
Yeah.
That's weird that we have that in common.
That's why we're such good friends.
I agree.
Yeah.
Also, I'm just a fan of bow ties.
I really like the bow tie. I'm a fan as well.
So we've got some slow down from Jed Dolbeer. You know what? I don't think anyone's deck is bad enough to call this yet, but I think Jed is at risk for the first back-to-back
repeat.
last place.
I think he can find his way out of it.
I think he can too. I mean, he's very good at Magic, but his deck.
So the reason I think he can find his way out of it is the 2 rotisserie drafts that he has done, he went 4-3 with a blue-white control deck, and then he went like 2-5 or
I think it was 2 and 5.
2-4 in a draw or whatever with a blue-white workshop deck. So he already has drafted both ends of this spectrum.
So now he's just combining them. You say?
I think like he can learn from both of those drafts and figure out what worked, what didn't, and focus on those parts of it. You know, you like we don't see him drafting Chalice of the Void. We don't see him drafting Sphere of Resistance. We don't see him drafting Trinisphere. Those were cards that he thought were really good when he drafted the workshop deck.
Turns out
they just weren't that great.
Yeah.
Here, you know, you might see him take cards like Geist, right? And those were things that he was successful with in the blue-white deck. So,
so I don't know what the hold up here is with Jed. Let's get him. Well, we need to get this guy moving.
what's going on in the chat there?
Maxwell Perlman says Corbett should take Oath. I'm assuming he's talking about Oath of Druids.
That's not a bad idea.
Is he a second color yet? I mean, he's taking the blue-black lands.
Yeah, he hasn't taken a blue card.
Well, he has Flash.
Oh, sure. He has Flash.
And that's it.
The problem is all
the survival's gone now, too.
The problem is all the fetch lands are gone. So there's not really a way to get an easy splash on the second color. You'd have to take a lot of dual lands instead of having like 2 or 3 fetches already and then just taking the Bayou, right? And then having green mana. So it's going to be... although he does have like 4 tutors that can just go get a Bayou if he needs it. Oath is a pretty interesting proposition here. There's definitely 1, 2, 3 creature decks, 4 with Charles Wong. So he can set up an Emrakul. The problem is he's going to have cards like Pack Rat and Una's Prowler in his deck.
Look at the hate. We have Tormod's Crypt Relic, Rest in Peace, Nihil Spellbomb.
Yeah.
Leyline of the Void.
5 straight. Man, this is
wow.
nuts.
Martin and Corbin have just got... Well, I want Martin to take a Reanimator hate card.
Yeah.
But Chukabog, go!
Leyline would have been the one to take, but it's not there anymore.
Jin Kataxis.
That's a really good one. That's like draw 7 on your end step. They have no max hand size.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's really good.
Or they have a max hand size of 0.
Yeah.
And you have no hand max size?
Something like that.
Something like that.
No, you have to discard down to 7, I think.
Maybe.
But he's got... I mean,
maybe you do.
Does he have ways to instant speed reanimate stuff right now? He has Necromancy, right?
Yes.
So he can do it during the end step and then get him.
Yeah. Corbett, man.
What do we think Corbett should have done?
I mean, literally anything. He had every fucking tutor in the game. Every black tutor in the game.
So when he's in a mono black shell, right? He didn't have a second color yet.
Yeah.
And we decide against reanimating. Like, let's say he doesn't take the Buried Alive. That's where we're shifting, right? So we assume he takes him there.
So, like, red was super open, but, like, red-black, like, aggro isn't, like, that's not the deck you want all the tutors in, right?
Right. He could sneak attack.
That might have been it.
The problem with the sneak attack is then, like, you want a reanimator sub-theme, right?
Sure.
So that's sort of different. Although he could have drafted, like, a value sneak attack deck, right? Because he has like a jet and a ritual that he can get it into play pretty quickly, and so he could do things like
there it is. Oh, can we pull up Bane of Progress? That's one people might not be familiar with. That's one that's really turned into an all-star in this format, and I know Randy does not want to play against that card.
Yeah, he can't beat it.
Bane of Progress is from like one of the commander
sets?
decks. Yeah. And when it comes into play, it destroys all artifacts, and it gets a +1 counter
and
for each one.
All artifacts.
Why
and
not?
enchantments.
Why not enchantments too? Ornithopter Blinkmoth Nexus from Randy, or I guess Blinkmoth Nexus, and then something else from Randy.
Memnite. His whole hand is just going to be in play on the first turn, and then he's going to have a new hand.
Yeah. Oh.
His first turn is going to be like, guy, windfall, and the other guy's. Fuck.
All right, so we've got 2 more rounds of picks here. I think we're gonna have you interview Randy after this.
Okay.
And we're also going to do our next giveaway. Again, you need to be in the Facebook group for that. So go ahead and join the Facebook group if you haven't. There's links below us for that.
Dropping Hamiltons.
And then as the day goes on, we're going to start upping up those giveaways, and then in the finals, we're going to be giving away $50. So stay tuned with us. Plenty of chances to win, and it just gets better as the day goes on.
Always.
Always.
Yeah.
Charles Wong takes Oxidize to point it at Randy's deck.
Interesting that he didn't choose Nature's Claim because he's on Infect.
Yeah. Has Nature's Claim...
Oh, he took it 2 rounds ago.
I was gonna say. I felt like I saw it go earlier.
So he did choose Nature's Claim. Dummy. Corbett with dueling. Man, I think Corbett might have messed up.
Oh, you see that? Everyone's saying the audio is great. Well, we've got these fancy new headsets that Chris Callen provided us. So thanks for that.
Yeah.
Top of the line stuff.
We don't mess around here.
No, especially Chris. Chris just has like all the nicest stuff. It's pretty awesome.
Solid asset. He's a solid asset.
Yeah. Mana Confluence.
That's
Love it. It's the City of Brass, right?
Yes.
Yep.
From Journey to Nyx? Journey into Nyx?
Oh yeah, good point. He has no nice things. Keeps them in like a safe somewhere. Don't worry about it. Don't rob Chris. We'll be really sad. Iona. Now, so this is one of those cards where it's a game time type decision whether you draft it.
Ooh, interesting.
What do you think? Is Iona good against? Is it good against? It's probably good against Charles' deck. Turns off all his pump spells, right?
Yeah.
It's probably good against Corbett's deck because you can just name black.
Yep.
It's probably bad against Floyd.
Floyd doesn't have any of the white creature removal though.
That's true.
So he can name. I mean, he still has a chance to draft Oblivion Ring and the Banishing Light.
And then like you said, Floyd picks up Leyline and Helm, which is a pretty sweet combo.
That's a cool backdoor. I mean,
Yeah.
because he took Leyline as a hate card for the Reanimator decks, but now this actually gives him a reason to play it in the main deck.
Mhm.
It's a little disappointing that he doesn't also have the Enlightened Tutor, which is a card I really really like in the black-white decks. You can get anything with that. You can get the Leyline, the Helm. You can get Tide Hollow Sculler if you need a disruption spell. You can get the Bitter Blossom, and it curves so well. So that's a card that other decks prioritize also, and so it's really difficult to get when you're drafting black-white because there's a lot of strain on your first 10 picks. But
also one thing that me and Dwayne were talking about earlier, this is something I know you're very you think a lot, is with a deck like black-white where your plan is kind of to disrupt your opponent and then close them out. Like things like Bitter Blossom aren't really what you want to do. It takes forever to close the game out that way. Having a combo like Leyline Helm is a way to it's a doomsday switch. I've ripped all the cards out of your hand, and now you're dead.
If you can do it consistently, I agree 100%, which is why I like the tutors.
Yeah, I mean,
so
exactly.
much.
He's missing the tutors, which is, but he does have a doomsday switch.
He does have one, and he also has Dark Confidant, so he can get the cards.
Yeah.
And it doesn't matter if you're losing life in a format like this. No one is attacking life totals at all, except Floyd, right? And Nathan. Nathan is doing it a little bit. So, Charles is attacking your immune system. And Randy is attacking life totals too. So.
Yeah. Nathan drafts Sylvan Primordial. That's a card I'm not familiar with. Do we know what it is?
It's another commander card.
We'll get it pulled up here in a second.
Yeah.
We see Shattering Spree and Young Pyromancer from Joshua Ventura.
Josh is staying really on theme. He got he's positioned himself really well in the draft, as noted by Mox Sapphire and Mox Ruby going 8-9. Right.
Mm-hmm.
He just happens to be in the right color plan, and this was his plan A too. This is all he wanted from the start of the draft. So he got to take cards like Lightning Bolt in the 25th round. So that's a card that has gone in the 3rd round as early as before. So
Sylvan Primordial is an interesting card. It seems to me like just a worse Woodfall Primus or Terastodon, but maybe I'm just not reading it right.
you get to search for a forest and kill something or something.
Yeah, I mean, is that what he's trying to Natural Order? I feel like Progenitus is the card he wants to Natural Order, right?
Probably, but sometimes.
I guess sometimes you need to deal with a permanent when you're Natural Order as opposed to just killing them with. So yeah, I like it. It's fine. It just kills any permanent.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I can get behind that.
Non-creature permanent.
Non-creature. Oh, it is non-creature, but that's fine
Most of the time. Floyd this is one of the good things about the black-white deck is all the cards that you do want in the mid to late rounds of the draft, you can just have free access to. Like Vindicate, really powerful, solid removal spell. Nobody else wants
just
it.
a catch-all.
Yep, he can just have it whenever he wants it. So, and his deck is if he's not dead by like turn 5, he's going to be in decent shape.
Absolutely. Yeah.
You know, the black-white would like Dead Guy Ale or whatever they call it is a deck in Legacy.
Isn't that a beer?
I mean,
I mean, I guess ale. But I think Dead Guy Ale specifically.
Perhaps, but I'm pretty sure that it is the name of the deck as well.
All right.
So, Martin gets a compulsive research pretty late. That's another thing that just fits right into his plan.
Yeah.
The main guys that are staying just straight on theme and not like having to deviate at all, we see Randy, Charles, Martin, and Josh.
Yep.
Basically in their position and not being fought profitably. You know, Corbett chose a fight that he might not be able to win at this point, and so he's kind of brought himself back to the path a little bit, or to the pack, excuse me. So Randy is our interviewer.
Dead Guy Ale by Rogue. I knew it. I knew that was a thing.
There you go.
All right, so we're coming into our last pick here. We're going to get Randy Bueller into the booth.
Yeah.
We're going to do another giveaway.
After this pick, we're going to take a short break, and then we will come back. I'll do my interview with Randy, and we'll do a giveaway based on the Facebook group, right? So
Yes. So we're going
All right, welcome back, everybody. I'm here in the booth with Randy Bueller,
Hey,
Hall of Famer, our first one. How's the draft going for you so far?
mostly good.
Yeah?
Yeah, no, I showed up with 4 plans.
Okay.
I had kind of 2 lists, and then I also thought Nate's deck from last draft was really good. I would have drafted that if the opportunity was there. And then I had like, if somehow there's no blue deck, I had giant pile of blue cards.
Okay.
List. So
We talked a couple of days ago about
Yeah,
your
yeah.
prep, and I had thought of this deck before, and it never occurred to me how to make it good. And the draw 7s kind of borrowed from Nate's last draft.
yeah, absolutely, Nate was the inspiration here.
Yeah.
I thought Nate's deck last month, I guess, was really smart.
Yep.
He essentially had to draw 7s, but he's making them asymmetrical. Like, normally the problem with the draw 7s is you can't really build a storm deck in this format. I mean,
Right.
you can try, it never actually works.
Yeah.
I think the problem is the mana. Like, you can't get enough fast mana to keep going.
Right, because everyone wants all the fast mana.
Yeah,
and
all the
you do-
moxes are going to go in the
Right.
first 2 rounds. You're going to get, like, I have about as much fast mana as I think it's possible to draft.
Yeah.
But that isn't enough to keep going in a storm deck.
The
so-
right seat for the storm deck might be the 8 seat, where you can go mox and get Lion's Eye Diamond later. Maybe, but
I
like
mean, no, it's the Lotus seat. Like, I have Lotus Mana Vault. Is that worse than Mox? It's probably better than Mox in a storm deck.
probably, but maybe the Lion's Eye Diamond helps too.
I could still get it.
True.
It hasn't gone, right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Anyway, so that's what most people think of when they see the draw 7s,
Yeah.
right? They see Wheel of Fortune, Time Twister. You're like, oh, I'll just go off.
Because
all
that's
in
what
one
you do in
turn.
Cube.
That's what you do. Like, that's what you do in Vintage, for that
Right.
matter. But what Nate said is, well, I'll make it asymmetrical. I'm going to have more mana than you, and I'm going to have a bunch of cheap stuff in my deck, so I'm just going to dump my hand, and then I'm going to refill. And so I'm just up 2 or 3 cards every time I do one of those.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's able, fast bond, put the lands into play to, get some nice sweet stuff going together. And so, yeah, I looked at that, and I wasn't sure you could make Affinity work in this, but I kind of put a list together, and so I've been goldfishing it. Tapped out's kind of the easiest place I found to do that. And so it kind of worked. Now, I will admit, I have never played this list against like a live human being.
Yeah.
I've only played it against goldfish. It does ridiculous things to the goldfish, though. So, I mean, I hope it works. And so anyway, I sat down at the draft, and this was the one that I was most interested in drafting,
Yep.
just because I thought it was a different take. Like, I hadn't really seen this deck
Right.
built this way. I had a Reanimator list that I thought was super sweet.
It's
but
a good
then,
thing you didn't go that way.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Well, I saw Corbett go 3rd pick Mox Jet, and like I figured I was off Reanimator. Like, if you'd had to ask me then, when he goes Jet over the Crypt, over the Time Vault, over the Tinker, over the Emerald, that's a signal, right? He's signaling black. Didn't work, but yeah, when he then took the Demonic Tutor, like my wheel, if I was going with my Reanimator list, my wheel would have been Demonic Tutor Entomb.
Yeah.
It would have been, okay, the best black card, and then signaling Reanimator, stay the hell away from me.
Right.
Now, it turns out these 7 guys didn't want Reanimator that hard. It took a while for the Entomb to go, and then both Martin and Corbett moved in. Yeah, the fight for black has just
I
been...
was really
oh my
surprised that
God.
Corbett fought that so hard. Because I thought his deck was pretty well set up after the first 15 picks.
Well, I mean, he's sitting on a bunch of tutors, and then, like... I think the right thing for him to do once he had those tutors was to go into Reanimator, but he went in 2nd. Like, he
Right.
shouldn't have let the Entomb go in the 10th round.
Yeah.
He should have been taking Entomb in round, like, 6, 7, 8, maybe 9. Like, he could have taken it there.
Yeah,
I don't know.
maybe over the Hex Mage.
Yeah, once he's got the dark depths. Well, the people were joking in the room because there were already 2 or 3 different black drafters at that point, and because like I had just gone Voltaic Key, and he was like, "Oh God, somebody else could actually run this Hex
Sure,
Mage.
so
I
he
better
just
lock it
maybe
up."
got the fear a little bit.
Yeah, no, that was a fear pick. That was absolutely a fear pick.
Is there anybody's deck that you are really excited about other than your own?
Oh, well, I think Charles has the most interesting take on the format.
Okay.
I mean, I haven't seen. I don't know if it'll work or not, but I mean, sort of intrigued to see, can you actually build an Infect deck in this format?
Yeah.
And, like in my head, if there's enough cards, then it makes sense. I don't know if there's enough cards, but that's.
Right.
I mean, I think that's a unique take on the format. Like, I think Josh has got a good. I mean, the people who aren't in the black fight all have good decks, right?
Right.
The black fight just means the 3 of them. I don't know. They're gonna. The fact. I don't know exactly how good those deck lists are going to turn out, but just the fact that they're fighting as much as they are means their deck can't possibly be as good as they should be.
Right, because they're just diluted.
Yeah, and then Jed's deck obviously got a lot worse when he floated the key too far.
Yeah. Yep. Well, that's Randy's take on the draft. I'm really excited to see your deck play out on camera against a human being.
I am too.
Man,
I don't
this
know if
is
it's gonna work or not.
You're just gonna guy windfall. It's
Right.
just, man, yeah, it's gonna be really awesome.
I hope so.
So
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the cheap stuff hasn't come yet, too. I've obviously just been prioritizing the stuff that somebody might take. And I lost one of my artifact lands. Like, Darksteel Citadel went to Jed.
yeah,
He was annoyed when I took the Seed of the
Ancient-
Synod.
oh,
But
okay.
I figured I had to take Seed of the Synod that early. And so he was saying, it made him think, like, Seed of the Synod was something he wanted to take because obviously he's got Trinket Mage in his deck. He's got Tinker in his deck. So that's why you have to take the Seed of the Synod a little earlier, I figured. But what I didn't count on was him going, it's like the second time I kind of poked him, and now he's like, oh, am I supposed to take Ancient Den for my deck?
Yeah.
So I'm like, I guess I better take the Ancient Den because he's blue-white, essentially.
Right.
I thought I was done then, but he went in for the colorless one.
yep.
Which then I'm like, well, if he's willing to play colorless artifact land, I got to grab the others too.
right. Yeah, I think he had to take it.
He wanted one. I mean, I think he was content once he had one.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm annoyed
something
to lose
Trinket
one.
Mage and something. Yeah, you need all of them. You need.
Yeah, I mean,
everything
it's
you
definitely.
can get.
I'm disappointed to be down in artifact land. I also would have had the Inkmoth Nexus. That was in my list. I mean, whatever.
less of a priority, and
Exactly.
you're certainly not going to take it around the
Yeah,
ring
not even
Carl
close.
Charles took it.
Not even close. Absolutely true. I would have had Revoker was in my ideal list. I don't know if it's my dream list. My dream list, like nobody would draft at any Moxes.
Yeah.
But my realistic list had a Revoker in it, which went earlier than I was expecting.
Where did you expect that one to go?
The Revoker, I thought I would have gotten it somewhere in the second set, like
Okay.
16 to 30.
All
I
right.
wouldn't have left it till the very end, but
Sure.
yeah, I did not expect it to go in round 13. It's pretty good in this field.
Yeah, I like that card a lot. All right, well, guys, I think we're going to take a break here. Thanks, Randy, for joining me for
Sure.
a couple of minutes here, and good luck the rest of the draft. Hope you don't get anything else sniped from you.
I hope so too. If they start sniping them, like what I have left is absolute garbage for everybody else. So
Okay.
it'll be pure hate
That's
drafts
good.
if I lose anything else.
Yeah,
at this point.
maybe we should just hope that you can avoid the creeping corrosions
Something.
and shattering
No,
storms
that's yeah.
of the field. So.
The Reanimator decks are at least a bigger target than I am.
Right, yeah, because they're so out in front.
And there's multiples of them, right?
Exactly.
I mean, that's the thing with sideboard cards. You really want a sideboard card that's only good against one person?
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. All right, well, guys, we're going to take a short break. I'll be back with a $10 giveaway. Give that money away, and then we'll be back for the third of the draft. So, all right, we'll see you in a few minutes. Couldn't figure it out.
We need someone to tell them.
Start them. Are we on? All right, everybody. Welcome back. We, for those of you guys complaining about the stream choppiness, we're on it. We sent out Berkeley to go get a 100-foot HDMI cable. We're gonna make it all. It'll all smooth out, or Ethernet cable, whatever. So give us a few, a little bit, and we'll get going.
I mean, we're going to start.
Yeah, the stream is
regardless.
starting now. We're starting here. We've
Yeah.
got Gemstone Mind and for Randy, a Null for Charles Wong.
You know, so I was watching while you and Berkeley were in the booth doing coverage. I was watching, and I really like what Nathan Santo is doing.
You do.
I really do. I like his deck a lot. I think he's got a good plan against the format.
I think it's good. These other decks are doing more powerful things.
Yeah, that's fair.
If
I
he
don't
gets-
disagree.
Oh, did we not do the giveaway?
Oh, we should do the giveaway.
All right, Chris,
Let's
you
do it
want
right now.
Chris will handle the giveaway. Our voice from above.
Yeah, our winner is somebody that is from the Vintage Rotisserie group on Facebook,
Yes.
and our winner actually is we all kind of know him. I did it randomly. Michael Eads. Michael Eads has
great.
won $10. So,
All right, congratulations.
So
Congrats, Michael.
Michael Eads, if he is online right now, go ahead and send me a personal message, shotgunlotus on Twitch. We'll get you squared away. Otherwise, send me a message on Facebook. You got it. All right, see ya.
All right,
Cool.
thanks, Chris.
Corbett picking up the other half of that Dark Depths combo this round with the Thespian stage. It's pretty. I know that you guys weren't happy with what Corbett's picks were. I mean, all of the non-basics were obviously totally fine. His mana is actually pretty good shape. But him staying all in on that Reanimator plan, I don't know about that. I like the support the Dark Depths plan with Thespian Sage, but yeah, the Reanimator plan's getting kind of rough.
So I just want to do a quick shout out to who was it here? Yehudi 1981. They just opened a foil Mox Emerald and Vintage Masters. Congrats,
Wow,
man! That's awesome.
That's a big game.
If you guys haven't drafted Vintage Masters yet, Dwayne came over last night after work, and we just battled like 3 drafts of Vintage Masters. The format is sweet. It's a little
really
pricey,
is.
but man, it is totally worth it. It is. I have not had that much fun since Modern Masters, honestly.
And it's so much fun because the archetypes in Vintage Masters seem like they're archetypes that we like drafting in Cube, right?
Yeah.
Blue-black Reanimator.
Blue-green Madness.
Or, white-black aggro. There's all sorts of cool ways that you can draft that format. I'm excited to draft some more over this weekend.
Oh, yeah. I have got some drafts queued up for tomorrow. That's what I'm going to be doing all day. So we've got Hercules Recall from Martin, a powerful anti-artifact card. Batterskull to go with Floyd's Stoneforge Mystic. Blightsteel Colossus to go with Judd's Tinker. Court of Calling to go with every creature in Nathan's deck. And a Vapor Snag just to round out Josh Ventura's there.
Vapor Snag, he's got... Man, Josh Ventura's deck, with that Snapcaster Mage, is just at a premium in his list.
Yeah.
His Snapcaster Mage can do everything. And he's in great shape. I mean, he's taking cards like Disrupt. He's taking cards like Misdirection. He understands kind of what's happening here, and now he's fixing his mana with Temple of Epiphany.
And that's the red-blue one, I would assume,
correct,
right? I don't remember all the names of the temples, but...
No one does.
I also just don't play Standard, which is changing. You're getting me back on the grind, man.
Getting there. We're trying.
Yeah,
we're at PTQ next weekend.
Yeah, going to Spokane PTQ.
Yep, and then it sounds like the plan right now, there's a Star City event in Portland, I think on the 26th and the 27th, and Shotgun Lotus will be there, the 3 of us. I don't know if Chris is going, but I know that it's a Star City 5K or Star City event.
Chris doesn't show up to
No, he doesn't do this. But the Shotgun Lotus will be there.
Beneath
So
him.
if you guys are in the Portland area and you want to meet us, feel free. We'll be wearing our shirts and hanging out, and we'll probably battle day 1 in the Standard event and maybe just Cube day 2. I don't know if we want to play Legacy. But
I would love to play Legacy
we'll
if I can
figure
get
it
a
out.
deck. Oh, you know what? I was going to ask the stream this because you're dragging me to Spokane to go play. What is it? Modern?
It's Modern.
Modern. I haven't played Modern in like over a season. I'm planning on playing Blue-Red Twin. If anyone wants to send me a sweet brew, that I would love to get it. I don't know.
This
Just tell me what deck
is some personal soliciting here. I
Yeah.
think we have more important things
all
to
right.
cover.
Okay. All right. That's fair. But if
Let's
you have a sweet
pay
deck,
the-
send it to me.
Nah.
Anyway, Oblivion Ring from Floyd.
Would you click anywhere so we don't have the column there highlighted?
I'll click literally anywhere.
Literal anywhere would work. Oh, that was the wrong anywhere.
There
we go.
I clicked
Okay.
like the 2 places I
The
couldn't
2
click.
places you're not supposed to. Creeping Tar Pit from Martin GK, and then Corbett picking up Slaughter Pact. I like Slaughter Pact actually a lot in this format. Free spells are really important. Being able to react on your opponent's turn. Slaughter Pact is going to deal with a lot of the problem cards out of some of these other decks. I like it a lot more than like a card like Terror or Dark Banishing or any of those other lousy, more Terror type effects. Slaughter Pact's just going to get the job done.
The old Springleaf Drum for the Affinity deck, always good. We
Oh.
have Dismember.
So so what the guys do is they type in their pick in the thing, but they don't hit enter until it's their turn.
Yeah.
And you can see right there, Corbett hit enter because he thought he was going to be able to get Dismember, but nope, C1 got him.
Absolutely. So Corbett, I think this whole draft, this has been Corbett has been getting beaten up on this whole draft.
He really has.
No one has had as many cards sniped as Corbett has.
And he's trying to take Thirst for Knowledge, which isn't on the board either. He's got a really...
When did Thirst get taken?
Really early. It got taken, I think, like in the 10th round.
There it is. Jed Dolberg got it in like the
7th round.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's been long off the board. I'm not sure what he's thinking there. What do you think of Charles Wong's deck right now?
I think it is neat.
It's neat. Do you think it's good enough?
I just don't know. It's just like...
It's powerful, right? If
need
he
to
has
see-
he has a nut draw.
I need to see it, like... I need to see the deck. Like, I need to see how he builds it.
Yeah.
I think he's going to, like, probably have a winning record. I think he's in my top 4 decks right now. He's probably number 4 on that list. Currently, it's a toss-up for me between... No, you know what? Josh is my number 1, followed by Randy, Martin, and Charles. The other 4, they're just battling for cards too much. I mean, Martin's battling for cards with Corbett, but he's on the winning side of every one of those.
He is, and I mean, you know, Martin is clearly going to be playing Reanimator. He doesn't have any other real combos in his deck. He's just going to be just focused on that plan. And we've discussed this in past VRDs where if you're going to be on Reanimator, be on Reanimator.
Yes.
Go all in, take all of the cards. Don't try and dabble in this or have a side combo with that. Just be 100% Reanimator, and that way you can maximize your draft. Where Corbett, he's just all over the place, right? He's trying to do too many things.
Yeah.
And the thing is like Corbett's going to win his share of games because he naturally draws one of his 2-card combos. But he's still going to be way behind overall, I think.
I will say this about Corbett's deck. He's attacking people from a lot of different directions. And with all those tutors, it's possible he may just be stealing games all day.
It's true.
I mean, like, I'm not going to count him out. He's very good at Magic. He's not just, like, bumbling through this draft. Like, he has a plan, even when he's getting things taken. He knows what's going on. I talked to him on the break. He thinks his deck is sweet.
He thinks his deck is the best
And
deck,
I'm
far.
not. I mean, I'm not on the. I'm not gonna. I can't say if Corbett's deck's bad. Like, he would know better than I would probably.
Sure.
But we'll see. I don't think it's great.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I buy that it's the best deck in the draft. I think Josh's deck is definitely better. I think C Wong's deck is probably better. I think Randy's deck is definitely better.
Yeah.
I just don't. I mean, the problem is after the first 4 picks, I would have absolutely chosen Corbett to be the best deck.
Cool, because he just had all the tutors.
Yeah, 4 picks in all of the tutors with the on-color mocks. Like, that's, in my opinion, that's where you want to be. I mean, Josh's first 4 were also insane. So same with Nathan.
Yeah.
But as you see these decks grow and evolve, as you get down the list, like, he's taking cards like Dark Blast, which is just not exciting when other people are taking, in the same round, taking way more powerful cards like Eternal Witness or Sinkhole or Flusterstorm. Like, Dark Blast is just not that exciting to me. What is he going to do, Dredge? I don't think so.
I mean, he's like trying to put guys in his yard. Man, I
Yeah.
don't know. It's just not good.
No, and you know, he's further behind because other players are taking cards like Scavenging Ooze, right? Nathan Santos snapping up Scavenging Ooze, that's a legitimate win condition against both Corbett and Martin.
I mean, that's what I was talking about with Steven in the booth earlier was, you know, by there being two Reanimator drafters, like, you're just opening yourself up for everyone to take hate. I mean, what was it? It was in the round where it literally went Tormod's Crypt, Relic, Rest in Peace, Nihil Spellbomb, Leyline of the Joy.
Yeah.
And I was joking with Berklet. I was like, I just want to see Martin take a Reanimator hate card. Like, just keep the
absolutely.
wheel going. Like, and now you see Scavenging Ooze come off the board. Like, Corbett and Martin are both going to have to fight through so much hate, and it's like it's the other person's fault.
I agree. One thing I do want to point out that I like about Jed's pick here of Academy Ruins, I think the Time Vault deck doesn't take enough, in general, in the past has not taken enough backup. Like, if someone Shattering Sprees or Smash to Smithereens your Time Vault, now what?
Now Academy
You've
Ruins.
lost, right? Now at least you have an out. Like, you can Academy Ruins, you can start recurring that. I expect him to probably take some other cards that'll be good with Academy Ruins as well.
I can't tell if Floyd Combs' last pick is a card or just his state in the draft. I don't know what that card does. What is unexpectedly absent?
We'll pull it up here shortly. It's a bounce spell, I believe. It's a blue bounce spell. I don't remember the specifics myself either.
We have someone in the James FNX.
No, it's a
James
white.
Dykes.
Sorry, white.
James Dykes says he's surprised Council Adjustment hasn't been drafted from either of the White's decks. It was actually drafted 5th by Floyd Combs. Probably a little
Yeah.
high. That's probably why you don't see it.
You probably you didn't scroll up far enough. You didn't expect it to be that high. I mean, it's possible that he's just leveling us, and that card is infinitely better than we think. But I kind of doubt that's the case.
We've got a guy in here. Turn 1, Emrakul is looking like he's a fan of the red deck. We had one in both of our last 2 drafts, but this time it looks like people no one was on board. I mean, Josh is going to have a sweet Izzet deck, so we're still going to see Lightning Bolt get cast plenty of times.
You know, and he's going to be snapcasting that Lightning Bolt. He's going to be casting the Electrolytes. Like, Josh is going to be closing out games by burning his opponent. Also, his Delver is very good.
Yeah.
Very, very good.
So that unexpectedly absent. That's the one that puts guys at the top of the
Yeah.
deck or whatever. Okay, so it's a fine removal spell.
Yep, it's totally reasonable. You can do it in response to them fetching, which means they shuffle their guy away.
Yep,
Or
yep.
whatever permanent you're targeting. And you don't have to cast X if you don't want to. You can just cast white and just put it on top of their library and let them shuffle it away with a shuffle effect.
Absolutely. So we're seeing Charles Wong just pick up all the premier pump spells. Might of Old Krosa, Mutagenic Growth, just all great cards. Mutagenic Growth is the Phyrexian mana one that you can play for free, right?
Yes.
+2/+2
Yes.
for a green Phyrexian.
Yep. And with that Might of Old Krosa, like he's picking up his pump spells. He did get the important ones. He has Invigorate, Berserk, Vines of the Vast Wood.
Berserk is a spicy one.
Berserk's a great one. I mean, it's the best second pump spell he's going to ever cast, right?
Absolutely.
And then you see interesting from Randy here, and I'm getting a little concerned about Randy's deck. Randy's picking up a lot of these zero casting cost cantrip artifacts, which are great. But the problem is, like, I don't know if he has enough ways to close the game. Like he's got Tezzeret, he's got Arcbound Ravager, he's got Master Ethereum.
I have faith. I know that
Yeah.
Randy has been working with Nate Heiss pretty closely. Both of those guys have a lot of experience with the format. Like, if as much experience with the format as someone can have. Like, this isn't something that a lot of people have played, but both those guys have been in several drafts at this point now. And I think that if Randy, I think it is incorrect to think Randy hasn't like Goldfish his deck 100 times and knows exactly how he's going to kill his opponent. We'll see though, because I do agree with you, but I think the man has a plan.
Yeah. So also, when you and Berklid were in the booth, I was kind of looking at the draft and saying, okay, so what are the biggest things that haven't been drafted? Now, I don't know if you guys had a chance to talk about this at all.
We did. The two cards, they were both green cards, Fastbond and Channel.
Yep, both still off the board.
I think Fastbond could be very good in Nathan's deck because he's got the whole Crucible Strip Mine combo thing going on.
Yep.
I just don't think there's a deck for Channel at here, like, which is like
Yeah.
sad to see because that deck is that card is awesome, and I know one of our previous drafters, Charles DuPont, like swears by that card, and I don't think he's wrong. But there's just not a spot for it here today.
Yeah, I mean, unless Nathan does something somewhat unpredictable here, I just don't think it makes sense for him to have it. Whereas if you look at, like, it would be fine in some of these other decks. It would be okay in Jed's Mindslaver, Time Vault deck, but he doesn't have a way to cast it. It would be fine in, certainly fine in Randy's deck, but he doesn't have a way to cast it.
So I know that Josh was planning on picking up some Pyroclasm type effects. He starts off with Volcanic Fallout, it looks like.
Well, if you're going to take a Pyroclasm, take the one that you can't counter,
Yep.
right? That's the right one to take, I think.
It's arguable because the decks that he wants to cast it against can't really counter it, right?
Sure.
And it just costs 1 mana, but it is an instant. And then I see one of my favorite cards, Josh picks up, Riptide Lap. That card gains a lot of value.
So let's see, what can he actually bounce?
He's
with
got
right
the
now?
Snapcaster Mage, Vendilion Click.
That's a good one.
And you can theoretically bounce Delver, right, when it's not flipped.
When it's not flipped, but
Just to protect it.
yeah,
You can protect your Thada, right?
I believe you can protect that.
Venser is
sure,
obviously
Venser.
a great one. He might pick up like Spellstutter Sprite.
Maybe.
Can you protect? Is Young Pyromancer a wizard?
I wouldn't be surprised. It sounds like the sort of card that would be a wizard. I think we're going to get pulled up here, but I'm fairly confident it is.
I mean, so like obviously protecting's not the best thing, but it is just extra value.
Yeah.
It's
So
pretty sweet.
we were talking a little bit before.
That's a shaman.
It's a shaman. That's disappointing. Shucks.
Oh shucks.
We were talking about how Jed, being in that Time Vault seat, didn't get to have any of the fast mana. Interestingly enough, Tanglewire is kind of a way that you can recover from that and buy yourself those 2 extra turns when you're not speeding out to something really fast. Plus, it's a great thing to tinker away when you're done using it, right?
Sure.
So I actually like that pick from Jed's deck a lot. I think he has definitely recovered the most after having kind of a big misplay earlier with getting his Voltaic taken.
Sure. You see Floyd take sort of screw you, Josh Ventura.
Yeah, I mean, Josh has ways to beat that. He does have Smasher Smithereens. I expect him to pick up some other artifact removal along the way, but that card is really good, in particular against Josh. And Floyd, yeah, he does have the Stoneforge Mystic,
Yep.
so I think
It's a spicy Stoneforge Mystic. He's got all the good ones.
yeah, I think that he's got to be done though, right? I don't know if he can support too much more equipment.
I mean,
at least in his main
let's see,
deck.
are there any sweet any swords that just wreck people? Like possibly the blue-green one against Charles Wong. It doesn't
I
seem
mean, the
that
blue-green
great.
one in general is very good.
There's not a green-white one, right? They're all enemy colors. Yeah, that's how those work. Okay, so yeah, I don't expect to see any more come off the board for him.
Yeah, probably not. I mean, Sword of Fire and Ice is probably the last one he's going to take. He certainly has no shortage of things to equip them to.
There isn't a super aggressive deck, so like Sword of Fire or Sword of War and Peace.
Yeah,
is not great.
That
here.
doesn't really. Yeah, I don't see a Sword of War and Peace being picked up probably at all in this draft. I think if we took a sword next, it'd be the blue-green one.
So we're missing a pick from Martin, but Corbett just slams Necropotence. You know what I'd love to see from Martin here? Necropotence.
Massacre.
All right.
Massacre is a sweet one. It does let him deal with all of those hate bears out of Nathan Santos' deck and deal with Floyd's deck very efficiently.
We got Blight Mamba number 5, which I believe is a 1/1 for 1 in the green, and it can regenerate and has Infect, right?
It has Infect and it can regenerate. It gives Siwong just some more things to be able to pump.
Yeah, the remaining guys that he takes one here are the 2-mana artifact guys. There's I don't remember the names of them. Brooklyn set up, but there's two more. There's the one that taps for mana. Oh no, he just took that one. I don't know. There's 2 more out there.
Yeah, there's a couple more. I mean, there's enough that he could have 6 or 7 different targets for his infect for his pump spells. I'm just concerned that he can't beat a counterspell. That's my honest concern, and I know he did hedge early.
He got Force
He does
of Will,
have
yeah.
Force of Will.
And Spell
He has
Pierce
Spell
and
Pierce.
Daze and Spell Snare, which is good against Josh.
Yeah, I mean, if he's gonna be in good shape, he has the right cards. I just don't know if he can draw them in the right order.
Jed says Mistress Workshop. Deal with it. 4 picks early.
Wow.
Yeah. See, like I don't know. I can't tell if Randy's gonna be upset about that or not. I don't think so. I feel like if he was, he would have taken it earlier, like over a lot of those cards. So I don't think he's gonna miss it.
I think in the last 4 to 5 rounds, it's pretty clear that Jed would be interested in it.
Yeah.
But I do like it being picked in the 37th round as opposed to where it used to go in the second round.
Second round, yeah.
Or the first round.
It just turned out like some of you guys that haven't seen the other drafts is like those decks like you there's been a lot of like mud decks drafted and they just like haven't turned out.
Yeah.
They've always had a losing record. Even Charles DuPont drafted the nuttiest workshop deck I've ever seen. He had like multiple ways to get to a bunch of mana on turn 1. He had channel in there and
Not good enough.
you just run out of gas so fast and there's
You
so much
really do.
disruption.
Whereas
It's just a fragile deck.
yeah, in a card like in Jed's deck, I can get behind it. It's essentially like a Dark Ritual in his deck, right?
Yeah.
He's not playing it as the best land in his deck. He's playing it as a good ritual,
Might even
and
be a
I can
spell.
get behind
He might even
that.
count it as a spell.
Yeah, I can get behind treating it that way.
So
Coffin Purge continues the hate.
Yeah. So we did get one of the Reanimator players. There's also the Fairy Macabre.
Fairy Macabre's actually a pretty good one.
Maybe Nathan could take that one with his
The reality is anyone
with
can
his
take it.
survival.
Hey, there
There's
goes
the
channel.
channel.
There goes channel.
What's he gonna do with it though?
So I mean, he could have a. Yeah, well, I mean, it can power his X spells. I don't think that'll be the case, but it could. At best, I think right now it lets him cast a couple of things in one turn, or, I mean, he has survival. If he takes Emrakul in the next wheel, he can have channel. When he has channel, he just goes to get Emrakul, and there it is. It also lets him power out turn 1 Crucible of Worlds if he has Mox in play.
Yeah. These guys are getting sloppy with their hitting enter. Like you said, a lot of these guys have their picks queued up, and then when they hit enter, it pops it in. Martin's just signaling Pithing Needle way early, which a lot of people could take.
I'm gonna have them stop doing that. It's a little. It's one thing if it's like
funny
a
to
pick
see once or
ahead.
twice, but like when it's starting to happen all the time, it's a little frustrating.
Phyrexian Metamorph going criminally
Interesting.
late in this draft. So now we have both Metamorph and Phantasmal Image in Josh's deck. He doesn't have a ton of great things on his side to copy, but I mean he's going to be able to get a ton of value against the Reanimator opponents. Plus, I mean even things like copying a True Name Nemesis, that's fine, right?
It's not
Copy my Snapcaster Mage.
Yeah.
I accept.
So I need to get something going here if you want to.
You can get some Twitch chat.
Keep chatting at people here.
Sure. So, I guess I'll ask our viewers here. So, we're in the 38th round. Fire Ice just went off the board for Josh, another great card. So let's have the viewers tell us who do you guys think is going to win at this point. My pick to win is probably Josh. I think Josh's deck is very consistent.
I'm on board. Like we saw a very similar deck like this win last time with Cedric playing it.
Yeah.
I think this deck might even be a little better than that deck.
It might be. It's considerably more focused. It doesn't have the black in it like Cedric did. And we've been talking for so long about Randy, being our favorite. But at the end of the day, like you've got Randy's deck is all about drawing the right cards in the right order and having that synergy. The problem I have is individually all of his cards. I mean, the vast majority of his cards are very underwhelming. Urza's Bauble is an awful top deck.
It's not great.
Whereas, like Josh, all of his
but
cards
he has
are
the
very
draw
good top
sevens,
decks.
right?
He does have a lot of draw sevens.
Nut you.
That's the hope. But I mean, I don't know if he's going to be able to consistently do that over 7 rounds.
So when Berkeley was talking about it before, and he said, like we said, Randy and Nate are good friends. They've talked about this a lot, and Randy feels like he's basically, or at least this is what Berkeley said when talking to him, was he basically feels like he's playing Nate's deck from last time, but just a turn faster.
Randy's
Obviously,
deck?
very different cards, but it's dump your hand, draw 7, kill your opponent.
And we've talked about that a lot, where you have to have that pressure as well as being able to kind of reload and get going. I think he certainly has the draw sevens. It's possible that he can get in there. It's just a matter of whether the cards come together for him. He's drafted a lot of hate cards early. I'm not as confident as I thought I would have been at this point in the draft. But it's also very possible that this works out very well for Randy.
Yeah. So how about this? We're going to do at least one interview between the end of this and when the matches start.
Yep.
Who do you guys want to see? Who do you guys want to talk to?
We've interviewed Josh.
Josh and Randy we've already talked to.
So let's pick from the other 6.
If I had my choice, it's going to be, I always like to talk to Charles Wong. I'd like to see maybe talk to Corbett because he thinks his deck is sweet. We don't, so maybe we could get a different opinion on that.
Yeah. I think if I had to pick someone in the dark, it'd probably be Corbett, or I actually really want to talk to Nathan Santo.
Sure.
I like what his deck is doing. I think he's got some interesting picks so far. I don't think he's going to win. I also don't think he's going to come in last. I think he's going to be a solid middle of the pack showing.
I think he's lined up to earn a spot in the next draft.
I agree. He very easily could come in top 3.
Which those of you guys that don't know, the top 3 from each draft earn an invite to the next draft that they are available to make.
Yep.
Also, if you guys missed the announcement earlier, we're going to have Travis Wu and his brother Elliot Wu in the next draft.
Yeah.
So the brothers Wu, and that should be some pretty exciting stuff. There's also some other pretty sweet drafters lined up for that as well.
That draft is going to be really exciting.
I am excited.
I really like the stuff that Travis does. He's very creative. It doesn't always win, but it's always a good show.
He just thinks like on a different plane of existence than everyone else. And,
absolutely.
It's going to be a lot of fun to watch.
So Floyd here took, in the last few picks, we talked about his Sword of Fire and Ice. I think that's fine. I think Sin Collector is a great pick. Still Moon Cavalier, I'm not sure what that's accomplishing. If that's a targeted like hate against some of these black or white decks, I just don't think that that's good enough. And then the card I have that he picked that I object the most to is actually Mutavault. I like Mutavault as a card. He can't play that, right? Yep. All of his spells require so much colored mana, and he already has things like Soul Ring. Like Mutavault just not doing it for me. I understand the desire to have that pressure on your opponent, but it's just not really doing it. He did redeem himself with that Deathrite Shaman pick.
Yeah,
I like that pick a lot.
So we've got Pyroblast and Red Blast coming out from Josh. Strong cards there that he gets to pick up. Man, I just can't wait for the next draft already. I mean, I'm loving this draft.
Hey, you gotta stay focused here.
Yeah. All right, but so we're getting close to the end here. Let's take a look at the old chat and see what people are saying from they want to see the next interview. We've got
Jed,
Josh,
Corbett,
C. Wong. It's looking like Jed, Josh, or C. Wong.
Chad just asked, yeah, Travis is overseas right now. He's been over there since the Pro Tour. Just kind of enjoying himself over there. Good for him, actually.
Yeah, absolutely.
But he will be back in time for the next VRD.
He's actually been itching to get into one of these, and he was like, when I get back, I am in. And I was like, all right, man, absolutely.
Accept.
So yeah, let's see. So it's between Charles, Corbett, and Jed currently. I think Charles has done something we haven't seen yet.
I agree.
And I would maybe like to pick his brain about why he thinks it's going to be successful.
So I think let's think about what's the most important thing here, right? We're going to be interviewing someone before they play any matches. I think the best, most interesting draft is probably Siwong. Out of those three, I do think it might be worth getting some of the other two in the booth later, if possible.
Yeah,
we
might have time, depending on how long it takes these guys to actually build out their decks. We might have time for a second interview.
Sure.
So we'll get that all sorted out. But anyway, back to the draft. The draft is still happening. There's still exciting things happening here.
We still have like 5 rounds left or so. Yeah, we're in the 40th.
Yeah. So we've got some more mana fixing coming down for Jed. Power Artifact, which is infinite with Grim Monolith. Yep, we got
yes,
the thumbs
it
up
is.
from Chris,
That
the guy
is
who knows how
definitely
the rules actually work.
So that means he can cast his Blightsteel, Mirror Battlesphere, or Mindslaver off of it. It does also let him, assuming he has a blue source, he can infinite loop Mindslaver with Academy Ruins. Which suddenly Jed is doing very interesting things.
I like that Power Artifact pick then.
I don't know if he's going to actually end up playing his Isercon Scepter. It's not that good. He has Negate, he has Impulse, he has Dispel, he has his removal spells. Those are okay. I don't know if it's going to be good enough as it stands right now. I think the rest of his deck is very powerful. Well, he can't put his tutors under it, I suppose. That's pretty insane.
Yeah.
You agree? Sarah Avenger out of Floyd here continues his white-black beatdown plan.
So the problem with Sarah Avenger in this format, this is the card that you can't play in like your first, second, or third turn or something, right?
Correct.
The first, second, and third turn are the most important turns.
I agree. It's not like Floyd's going to have a shortage of things to do in those turns.
Sure.
And that's kind of why I'm not sure if I like that pick here. I mean, he's kind of dabbled across the board. He has cards like Smallpox. He has cards like Sinkhole. He has cards like Batterskull. Like, he's trying to cover too many different approaches, I think, and I'm just not sure if that's going to be consistent enough. I mean, he's going to win some games just by going, Mock, Soul Ring, turn to Elspeth, and just end the game, right? But I just don't know if it's going to be good enough in the long run. So, have you noticed what's happening over in Corbett's deck? Have you been paying attention? Were you playing when this was a thing? So, Corbett has, and we'll play a game along with the chat here. Corbett has Flash, Corbett has Body Double, Corbett has Carrion Feeder. What's the next part of this equation, Paul? Do you know?
Revelark?
Well, the next part...
I don't know the combo. So
that's okay.
Shot in the dark.
Let's see if chat can chime in here. We'll come back to that in a second.
So Martin takes Counter Squall, which is a fantastic counter spell.
I love it.
I also think a card that Mr. Cedric Phillips took last time, Demir Charm, is another card that counters a sorcery, kills a creature with power 2 or more, and loots the top 2 cards of your deck or something.
Yeah.
I think that is an insane card in the Reanimator deck.
It's very good.
So it looks like we've got our 100-foot Ethernet cable in the house, so we'll be getting the stream fixed up, bringing it a little bit flashier for you guys here after the next break. But here we go.
Jeeky Mirror Breaker off the board for Corbett. He is doing something we have talked about many times, but have not seen follow through on. He's drafting Flash Hulk.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So I actually like this idea out of Corbett. I just wish he didn't draft all those shitty Reanimator spells before that.
Oh man, they were shitty.
They were really bad.
Yeah, not great.
I mean, he's gonna make do with them, and having footsteps and that is totally fine, and it's okay. I just don't think he's in great shape still.
Yeah.
The problem I have with the Body Double combo in Corbett's deck is I just don't know if Flash Hulk will be quite good enough to loop through, but it's going to be exciting. He also leaves himself very open for someone hating out Protean Hulk. I don't think it'll happen, But man, that would be entertaining.
Chat got it. They were
Chat-
all about the Hulk.
Oh, Chat understands.
Of course they do.
Chat is smarter than both of us. Let's be
It's
honest.
Very true.
They're like a hive mind right
Yeah,
now.
yeah.
So hive mind, that'd be a sweet deck too. We might try that out sometime. Maybe not. All right. Aura of Silence off for Floyd. He continues his white-black hate march. Aura of Silence is one I can actually get behind. Are you familiar with the card?
Yeah, Aura of Silence. It's like white, 1, enchantments and artifacts cost your opponents 2 more. You can sacrifice it to disenchant.
Yeah. It's great if you can nut it out early. That way you can protect your opponents from really dumping their hand. It's obviously very good against Randy. But, once they get past the point where that mana is just not as relevant, you still have a disenchant in play. You can get rid of something that's already in play.
I played that card in blue-black or white-black tokens back in the day. And
Sure.
Man, that card was a beating in the mirror match.
We're live.
Hey, we're live. We're back. Sorry about that, guys. We had a bit of a problem. Actually, give us like a couple minutes to intro back in here. So, we had a problem with our internet. It is now fixed. We're hardwired in. We should have no more problems. So sorry about that, guys, but we are back.
Yeah.
Let us finish getting our setup back going here, and we will. All right, we're good to go.
Sorry about that.
Not quite yet. So I'm not quite sure where people dropped out, but it looks like
It was basically in the 41st round. We had been talking about Aura of Silence. We were waiting for Jed to pick.
Yep. So we have got. It looks like Corbett did pick up that Protean Hulk, so he's got the combo now. No one decided to get it. We see Progenitus from Nathan Santo to go with his natural order.
We need a card brought up here, Chris. Dax Duplicate. That's another conspiracy one. So that's 3 conspiracy cards. I was only expecting the one. I guess the council's judgment is totally reasonable. You may copy. It's just a copy, and it gets the throne. Card's actually pretty good.
The throne is. I don't actually know.
When it attacks a creature, or when it attacks a player that has the highest health, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Oh no, sorry, it gets +1/+1 counter on it. He did pick up Protean Hulk. Does anyone know what Life Force does? That's a sweet one.
No, I do not know what Life Force does.
Life Force is a big-time hater card. It costs GG. It's an enchantment. And it's Activate GG. Is it destroy target black permanent or counter target black spell? It counters a target black spell.
I like it.
It's a big hater against both Corbett, Martin. It's gonna be a good one.
All right, so we are going to resume the draft. Thanks for staying with us, guys. Like I said, we shouldn't have any more technical difficulties. We ran to Berkeley, ran off to Best Buy, got us a 100-foot Ethernet cable. We're locked in. So we think that we're pretty sure our next match is Randy Bueller and Josh Ventura.
Yeah, I think that's got to be the most interesting one to start with. It also just might be the sneak preview of the finals. Although, I'll be honest, these decks are overall some of the better grouped. It's a better group of decks than we've seen in a while.
This is the first time there hasn't been an obvious last place deck.
Yeah, I mean, we thought it might have been Jed for a little while. He's redeemed himself. We thought it might have been Floyd. I think his deck's actually pretty reasonable. Although, if I had to pick and had to put money on someone getting the last place trophy, I would pick Floyd at this point.
I'm on board with that, but I'm not going to throw him under the bus yet. I think that he's live.
Well, someone's got to be thrown under the bus. Who's going to lose? Come on.
That's Floyd.
It's Floyd.
No, but we'll see. We'll see how it turns out.
No, that's just Paul trying to be nice here.
All right.
It's okay.
Since when have I
It's
ever
okay.
tried to be nice?
Just now. It was on stream.
Floyd sucks.
Well, that wasn't very
We're
nice
back
of
on-
you at all.
All right. Anyway, we're back on board here.
Very fine gentleman. All right, Phyrexian Furnace, the actual last piece of 1-mana artifact graveyard hate possible, goes off the table. Ulamog for Nathan, so I think he's tipping his hand there a little bit and showing what he's going to do with that channel.
Yeah.
He also has
Well,
Cradle.
we're in pick 43. I don't think we're tipping hands anymore. We're wrapping up.
Well, let's be honest. We had agreed he had drafted channel and didn't have a ton of things to do with it. I mean, if you're going to take a card, I think Ulamog's totally reasonable there. He can actually cast it. He has a ton of mana generation. I think it's totally fine for him to go with that. So, Pay No Heed. I don't remember what card that is.
Yeah, can we get old Pay No Heed up there?
Counterbalance from Jed.
And our last interview is going to be Charles Wong, right?
Yeah, we're going to
not last. Our next interview will be
Our next interview. We're going to bring him in here. We need a little bit of time for these guys. We have all of the cards for their decks. They just have to kind of assemble it and figure out what their list is going to be. We'll have those lists updated and available for you shortly after round 1 starts.
Yeah.
But in between the draft here and transitioning to deck building, I'll be in here talking with Charles Wong for a little bit and just kind of see where his mind's been at. He's had a pretty interesting draft doing things we haven't seen yet. By drafting Blue-Green Infect.
We also have another giveaway.
Ooh, which one is this one? Is this another 10?
There's another 10. That's our last 10. And then once the
Free
matches
money.
start, we're going to start bumping it up to 20.
Free money.
2020. Dollar bills, y'all.
Dollar bills, y'all.
Oh.
Do we have a fun way to give this away? We did Twitter followers. We did Facebook. How about we do a retweet? Anyone who retweets one of our giveaway tweets.
Ooh.
I think that's a pretty good idea, right?
So
We'll get the tweet out there very shortly. We'll have Steven do that for us, and then we'll out of all the people that retweet, we'll randomly pick someone to get that $10. That sound all right with you, Paul?
yeah, I'm on board.
I like
for that.
it.
I don't really know what a retweet is. I'm still figuring out Twitter.
You're not really a tweeter.
I'm not a tweet. Is that what it's
You're-
called?
It's something like
A
that.
tweeter.
Something like that.
But sure.
We're live. I'm
Do
not going
whatever.
to be
Do whatever
too
Dwayne
specific.
says, and we'll maybe give you some.
It'll
money.
be fine.
I'm on board with that.
So we're in the last round. This is usually where either we see cards that have been criminally late, like Toxic Deluge. I love that
We
card.
also see funny picks at the end here sometimes.
So I'll tell you this. I've got a little sneak peek here since I was talking with Charles Wong. That Giant Growth is going to be in his sideboard so that he can tutor for it. He can wish for it.
Oh,
He did pick up the Cunning Wish like he had said he was going to.
I like it.
So he said it was important for him to have in his sideboard a pump spell so he can wish for it. And I believe that's where the Giant Growth will end up. It's certainly worse than most of his other pump spells, but it's a great wish target, right? And then, I think one of them will probably draft something funny here to finish things out. We've had the Thrun the Last Troll.
That's always my
that was a
favorite
good
last
one.
pick. So I'm just going to kind of do a quick rundown about what's going on here again, just before we close out the
do
draft.
it.
So what we're doing here, for anyone that's just now joining the stream or has been watching the stream, doesn't quite understand what's happening, we're doing what's called a vintage rotisserie draft here. It's part of our vintage draft series here. And essentially what happens is each player, the player in seat 1, which is Randy Bueller in this case, gets theoretically passed a pack with every vintage legal card in it. They would take a card, pass it to the left. Obviously, we're tracking it all through the Google spreadsheet here. It makes it way easier. Anyway, it goes down the line. Everyone picks till everyone has 45 cards. They build decks. We're building the decks as the draft goes on. We have someone in the other room building the decks for everyone. Then once that happens, we're going to do a round-robin style tournament. At the end of that, we're going to have a finals match. And what are we playing for, Dwayne?
Well, we are playing for some of the finest booze imaginable. This is actually the best group of booze. I think we agreed on.
Oh yeah, we'll get a shot of it on.
We took a photo, right?
We took a photo. We'll get a shot of it up on stream here in a little bit. But it is a pretty impressive showing of booze. And what we're going to do at the end is the top 3 drafters earn a spot into the next draft or the next draft they can attend.
Right.
They also get to do a booze draft at the end, which we will stream live, where they get to essentially go down the line, take a bottle of booze, and the next guy gets it, etc., etc.
Absolutely.
We're also going to stream a bunch of matches.
Yeah, we try and stream as many matches as possible. Everyone here, this drafting will be on camera at least once. As the day shakes down and we get towards the end of the day, we'll start seeing who's in contention for the finals. Start showing as many of those matches as we can, and then finals will be best of 5.
Yep.
And then someone is going to take. I'm going to show it since we
Yeah,
haven't shown
yeah.
it in a little while. So we have a couple trophies. We have the first place trophy. The first place trophy is this sweet lotus being propped up by these booze bottles, and it lights up here. Let's see if we can get it to turn on.
It's really hard to see.
It's
it on
hard to
stream.
see. Yeah, the
But
little
it
light
lights
there.
up and it's like purple. And
It's
looks
cool
really
at night. And this was put together, something to kind of represent what we really do here.
Yep.
The booze and the lotus and the trophy, absolutely.
But then we have the last place trophy.
So the last place trophy has a little bit of a story to it. Jed Dahlbeer, who's
The
actually
legend
in
grows.
this draft, earned the first. We called it the Jed, and it was a card of him, scornful egotist as it would be, and then
Aptly named.
Then the draft after that, Teddy Vitro lost, and so he had the Ted, which was him holding the Jed, and so then. This was the Unworthy Dead. This was Sean Collins came in last place, and here he is holding the Ted. Which
is holding the Jed.
Right.
It's like an Inception type deal.
Yeah. And then once we get a loser today. The actual last place person is going to get to proudly display this fine last place trophy in their home until the next draft.
Yep.
And then someone else will get it.
Or not so proudly.
I'd be proud.
Damn right.
Absolutely.
Also, just so you guys know, if you guys want to track the spreadsheet's going to be going away. We're going to be switching over to matches. If you guys want to look at the spreadsheet down below us, there's a link to the spreadsheet as well as a link to all our previous drafts. Also, in that spreadsheet, down at the Files tab down on the bottom, you can click through, and guys will be throwing in their deck list as it goes. So we'll be able to, you can keep up, see exactly what's going on. We've got more giveaways to go. The draft's wrapping up, but we have got a lot of Magic ahead of us, so buckle up. We're going to be going for several more hours.
We have a lot of Magic.
Yeah,
we haven't even played a game of Magic yet.
Yeah.
So we're going to take a brief break here.
How about this, before we go away?
Okay.
Who's your pick to win it all? Not top 3, whatever. Who is your favorite? Who is going to win it?
Okay, so that you almost was saying who is my favorite person.
Well, that's Josh Ventura.
Yeah, it's not close. He is also my favorite to win it. I think that his deck is the most cohesive deck amongst the bunch. I think that it's definitely has all of the pieces to win. What do you think?
I got to agree.
Yeah?
I got to agree. I mean, it's a little bit of fanboydom going on a little bit.
Not really.
But his deck is insane.
His deck's really good.
Like,
no one took a red card other than him.
He is. I feel like he's just strong to every deck.
Yeah.
He really so much of this format is like being reactionary and watching what's happening with the other decks and figuring out how to attack each deck very well. And I feel like his deck does that very well.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very possible that someone like Randy or Charles Wong or even Jed could surprise us with a really strong showing today. But, I mean, if I had to put money on it right now, not that we gamble at all here, but if I had to put money on it, we gamble.
Come
you want to
on.
put money on it? You don't want to bet
I don't know
against
if we
him.
can do that on Twitch.
Oh, you're right. We can't do that on Twitch. Well, we will do that later. Not on
No.
Twitch.
No, we won't.
All right. Let's cut, and we will be back here. I'll be chatting with Charles Wong.
Charles Wong.
Excellent.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys.
Thanks, guys, for watching. All right, everybody. We are back in the booth. Joined with me, I'm Dwayne St. Arnold. Joined with me is drafter Charles Wong. So, Charles, you drafted a pretty sweet deck. A lot of our viewers are going to have questions for you. So, guys, ask your questions in chat now if you have questions for Charles, because we'll chat with him a little bit, then we'll get to your questions. So, how do you feel about your draft? How do you feel it came together?
I'm actually really happy.
Yeah?
After the remand, there were literally 0 cards that got taken that, by other people that I wanted.
Sure.
So, from, picks, 12 down, are all cards I targeted. No one's going to draft Infect, right? I mean, if either you're in Infect or you're not. And,
Sure.
And, no one signaled Infect. I don't think anyone's ever drafted it before in one of these. No one's going to hate, if someone hates a pump spell, well, there's 7 other pump spells printed that I could take. If someone takes an Infect card, there's, a million and other Infect creatures I could take to fill the spots. The reason why I chose Infect was because there's a lot of redundancy within the cards.
Okay.
So I targeted cantrips and counterspells very highly because, those are the cards that get taken, right?
Sure.
Force of Will, Ponder. Those are the cards that I want that get taken high. People choose highly, right?
Yeah. One of the things that we criticize a lot of drafters for is drafting cards earlier than they really should be taken, right? Taking cards that only you want, that when you could be taking cards that other people are going to fight over. And I do agree with you. I thought you did a really good job of prioritizing the cards that were important for your deck that other players wanted.
Yeah. That was the key. Because I knew, after round 15, I knew I was home free.
Yeah.
I just knew, all these cards, no one's going to take, maybe some of the sideboard cards, but besides that, no one's going to take these cards, so.
I know that when you took Inkmoth Nexus, Randy kind of raised his eyebrow. What was that like?
Yeah, it was pretty awesome, because, I don't think anyone actually knew what I was on.
Sure.
During, the first 15 rounds. And, once I took the Inkmoth Nexus and the Glistening Elf, right, the cat's out of the bag.
Absolutely. We were actually talking about when that cat would be out of the bag. And once you took Inkmoth, I think everyone kind of realized that you were not doing that same old blue-green tempo as everyone else.
Yeah. Josh thought I might be on, some kind of channel, kind of Edric deck. And, some people said that, I had they had Infectless, but I actually think the deck's very strong, and I don't know, like I'm not sure what they're doing.
Yeah.
What?
Do you what do you think? Which deck are you the most afraid of? Like, who do you think has the best matchup against you?
Actually, like Floyd, I'm a little afraid of, mostly because of his discard. He's kind of slow though. Nathan has a lot of creatures that could just kind of get in the way. So if I don't get a Blighted Agent or a Inkmoth Nexus, it can be kind of rough.
Okay.
Also, Josh has just a lot of like counter spells and whatnot. So
You do have some tough matchups, it looks
yeah,
like.
well, like the pumps, like I have counter to fight his counter, and my pump spells fight his removal spells very well.
Sure.
Like I think it's a very skill intensive matchup, or will be.
Okay. Is there a card that you wish you had taken that you had that moment after the draft where you went, oh shit, I should have taken this?
Not really. I mean, there was like a huge list of cards that I wanted to take, like Blue Elemental Blast, and all the cards to fight Josh with.
Yeah.
But because there was only one red drafter, and he wasn't very like heavily in red, there was no reason to really like take them, I guess.
Sure.
There are other cards I wanted to take, like Seed Time, which is, I don't know if you guys know what that does, but
Yep.
1 in a green. Basically take an extra turn if they cast a blue spell during your turn. That spell is fairly, I believe it will be good against, Jed, Josh, Martin, maybe Corbett,
Yeah.
probably not. But I also wanted cards that fit well with Cunning Wish.
Sure.
So like, so I have a little toolbox, which is why I took the Giant Growth.
Leave that in your
Yeah,
sideboard.
exactly. You have one pump spell on the side that you can always get.
Go get.
Something like Teferi's Response, which is very good with Inkmoth Nexus, very good against Nathan.
So, last question, and this is really kind of the question that chat had for you, is like, why infect over other strategies? Like, there's a lot of good, tempo or aggro strategies. Why infect over the other ones?
Because there's a lot of redundancy, like I said earlier. No one's going to take your pump spells. No one's going to take your infect creatures. Lots and lots of redundancy, and you'll get those cards 100%.
Sure.
And also, it's a combo deck where here, I was thinking about it. Invigorate is a 0 mana Searing Flesh.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is absolutely absurd. You can kill people on turn 2. Berserk is a 1 mana, Searing Wind.
Yeah.
Right. Vines of Vastwood is it's Searing Flesh plus Counterspell
Sure.
for 2 mana.
Sure. You have a lot of value.
Yeah, exactly. It's absolutely absurd. And the fact that you could consistently kill people on turn 2 or 3 if you get a 1-drop, and you get the right assortment of cards. Also, you could go fairly long because when you're hitting someone with this 1/1 infect, it's still 2 damage, which
Sure.
which adds up fairly quickly. So.
Okay. Well, right on. Well, thanks for joining us and giving us a quick peek into where your mind was at. And we're going to transition here momentarily, and we're going to be doing a quick interview with Corbett, actually. But thank you so much again, and good luck with your draft, and or good luck with your games, and maybe we'll see you in the finals.
Yep, hopefully. I think I have probably one of the better decks in the room.
Cool.
Yeah,
Well, good
so-
luck.
All right, thanks.
Thanks. Excellent. So I am joined with our second interviewer in between the draft here, Corbett Gray.
So
Welcome aboard. So you had a pretty interesting strategy. Tell me about your draft.
my original draft strategy actually was to draft black-white and draft a control strategy, but Floyd drafted Liliana really early and Dark Confidant, and I was like, well, Mox Pearl into black cards. All right, we're going to throw that strategy out the window.
You saw what was happening.
Yeah.
Okay.
I had the thought process that there was a lot of 2-card combos that are really powerful, so if I just drafted all of the tutors that are super cheap, I could play various 2-card combos and just kill my opponents. Because it gets, I get to play 5 copies of Vampire Hexmage, 5 copies of Dark Depths, 5 copies of other stuff. And then I actually really wanted to get Jingia Taxis and Ashen Rider. That was actually what I was trying to set up with Flash. But Martin drafted both of those actually right when I was going to.
Wow.
my wheel when he took Jingataxis was going to be Jingataxis Bane of Progress.
Okay.
So that was a little unfortunate. So instead, I'm just playing Flash Combo.
So now that you're just out of nowhere playing Flash Combo, do you think you have enough room in your deck for all these cards? You have to cut some of these, right?
I do have to cut some cards. I was going through my deck in the other room, and I'm like, 25, 26, 27... 27's a lot.
Probably too many.
I think I'm actually going to shave on lands and just play all the tutors and load up on all the cards.
So during the draft, you know, it was pretty clear that Martin was also creeping up on you with black cards, and we were commenting, like, between you, Martin, and Floyd, the three of you were just taking all of the good black cards. Was there ever a point where you thought maybe I should get out of black?
I can't. My first picks were Imperial, Vampiric, and Demonic, so I was locked in on playing black. I thought about maybe going black-green, but surprisingly we had two other drafters going green, and then, like, I couldn't really think of a good black plan that I felt comfortable playing that could close out games quickly.
Sure.
So I felt that the best way to leverage all of my tutors was to play Reanimator.
Okay.
That Entomb was also right when I was going to take it.
Sure.
And if I would have had Entomb, then I think my deck would actually be way better, because then I would have all the tutors, Entomb, and Reanimate, and I think it would be very good. As it is, I think it has some very powerful options.
You know, you have some really interesting opening hands that you could have, you know. With so many tutors in your deck, you know, it's really easy for you to find halves of combo pieces.
Yeah.
Do you think that you're going to play Flash Hulk and your other 2-card combos and your tutors and Reanimator cards?
Yes.
Interesting.
The Goryo's Vengeance might actually be getting cut. And I was thinking maybe about cutting the Buried Alive.
Okay.
But if I cut Buried Alive, then I can't play Dance of the Dead, and Reanimate. They just become instantly very worse.
Sure.
So Goryo's Vengeance might actually get cut because I didn't get the Ashen Rider that it's really good with, and I didn't get Jingataxis, which still gets the end of turn trigger.
Maxwell Perlman in chat wants to know if you had considered drafting Oath of Druids at all.
No.
I can see it in your head that you're like, wow, maybe I should have considered that.
It's a very powerful card.
Sure.
I didn't. I did consider Lake of the Dead and then forgot about it.
Right on time, promptly forgot.
Yeah, I almost drafted LED, but it doesn't work nearly as well as I'd want it to with a lot of things.
Probably not the way you want. Yeah.
No, but it is fun with Necropotence.
Okay.
So you can cast Necropotence.
Other than obviously yourself, who do you think has the best deck?
Randy's deck is probably very good. He had a plan that was draft a 40-card main deck and 5 sideboard cards, so he has clearly goldfished his exact deck.
Yeah.
And got every card that he wanted. So his deck's really good. I have some really powerful answers to his deck.
Agree.
I have Toxic Deluge, and then I also have Bane of Progress. And if Bane of Progress comes into play, he probably has a really hard time winning.
Okay. Who do you think is in line for the last place trophy? Other than yourself, of course.
Other than myself, I think Charles Wong's deck is actually super greedy. I talked about that specific strategy with Stephen Berkwood last night, and I was like, man, what about Infect? And he's like, can you start with Glistener Elf in play every game on turn 1? And I was like, probably not.
With your tutors, you could probably get it turn 2.
That's very true. Floyd's deck is missing, like, all the black decks have a really low concentration of discard because we all fought about it.
You all
so
shared
hard.
it, yeah.
So that actually, I think, makes all of the black decks kind of worse. One of the things that's made them really good in the past is, like, being able to get Thoughtseize and Duress and Inquisition. And so you've been able to just tear apart other hands. So that means, like, Jed's deck would have been better if he knew Galvanic Key was a magic card. Josh Ventura's deck is probably secretly very good. He has a lot of really powerful blue cards.
Okay.
And knows what's up.
Yeah, I mean, I'll since it's public and we've said it, you know, one of our favorites was Josh. We thought his deck was pretty well rounded. We're not sure how Randy's deck is going to play out. And you know, I'll be honest, after your first 4 or 5 picks, you were actually one of my favorites, and then this whole like Reanimator hate kind of started happening between you and Martin, and I felt like your plan got watered down significantly. But I do think with Flash Combo, you've got some really interesting things going on. Do you think that you have a chance to take it home today?
I do.
Yeah.
I think that a lot of the decks are actually really soft to dark depths because Nathan has both Wasteland and
Strip Mine.
and Jed has both Path and Swords.
Mhm.
Like every other deck has a really hard time dealing with the token.
Okay.
I don't think Martin's gonna main deck the 2 bounce spells. So
Yeah.
like,
And you have the Repeal.
and I have Repeal, and I also have the Overload bounce spell.
Yep. The Cyclonic Rift.
Cyclonic Rift. Yeah.
Card's very good.
And then against Martin, I can board in Body Double. So
Okay.
I have things that interact with his graveyard unfavorably.
All right. Well, so just to let our viewers know, we are doing a giveaway here momentarily. We're going to do the giveaway right as we begin round 1. So there is a tweet out at shotgunlotus has tweeted a tweet that if you retweet it, then you will be eligible to win the $10 giveaway. What would you buy, Corbett, if you won that giveaway? Not that you're eligible.
A $10 can I use it
It's
on?
$10 store credit.
Is it store credit just to their Magic store? Can you use it on their sports stuff too?
That's a good question. I have no idea. No, it's just the Magic side
Just
of
the
things.
Magic side.
Just the Magic side of things.
That would clearly be $10 towards a show and tell, which
There
are
you
probably
go.
$875,000 currently.
Probably not that much, but pretty close. So
On the way.
you'd have a $10 chunk of that taken care of. So, all right. Well, Corbett, thank you very much for coming in the booth, and good luck in your rounds. We'll be seeing you on camera shortly, I'm sure.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you enjoyed the draft portion. We're just getting our final touch-ups here, ready for the first feature match, Hall of Famer Randy Buehler versus Josh Ventura. 2 crowd favorites here, I think.
I mean, if we had to today elect people to the Vintage Rotisserie Draft Hall of Fame,
Josh Ventura.
Josh is in the mix at
Yeah,
least,
Josh,
right?
absolutely gets my vote.
It's practically 2 Hall of Fame members at this point.
I would say you could. I would say it. You could say it.
He's Hall of Fame in my heart.
Absolutely. Yeah. What do you think about the matchup here?
You know, if people have been watching while we were offline, Randy mulliganed to 6.
Okay. He did keep the 6.
And he did not look happy about the 6. Josh Snap kept his 7, and in his 7 is his mocks and enough basics, and his hand looks quite good.
Josh's deck is really, really good.
Right. And I think this may... We'll see how this plays out, but I think this might highlight my concerns. See, he made a little frowny face there. I don't think he's happy with that 6. My concerns with Randy's deck, that it's just not consistent.
It's possible.
Yeah.
He does have 4 draw 7s, though, you know. So I think Josh's deck matches up relatively well against Randy's, given that all of his pinpoint removal is profitable.
Yeah.
You know, and that's... Randy peeks at the card with the Mishra's Bauble.
Why not? It looks like Randy's just light on creatures at this point, because he would have just played something there had he had a creature,
I mean,
right?
he had all the mana and nothing to do,
Right.
right? His deck has like 7, 8, 9 really, really awesome cards to play with all of his mana. But I don't think his deck is going to mulligan that great. I mean, maybe he just was unfortunate in this game, didn't draw 7 and 13 cards, right?
Exactly, and I mean, this is going to be one of the harder matchups for Randy. I mean, if you look at Josh's hand right now, he's got Fire Ice in there. He's got a couple other answers.
His
It's
cards
gonna
like
be-
Is It Charm and
Yeah.
Electrolyze, and like those just eat Arcbound stuff.
Absolutely. A cheap Thoughtseize. Or, sorry, Thoughtcast.
Yeah.
Not going to resolve, unfortunately, for Randy. Mana Leak picking that up.
Yep.
Do you think either of these guys have what it takes to win this draft? I know I talked about it a bit with Paul.
I don't think. I mean, Randy's deck is certainly the most blisteringly fast deck, and if he draws well and other people don't draw well, he's going to be in He's going to be in really good shape.
Yeah.
The power level of all his cards is very, very high. Josh, I think after the draft was done, I think he is in the best position to win the tournament.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
I also think he's likely on board state here in best position to take down game 1. He played a quick Thada Adele. He showed to the Urza's Bauble. He showed Snapcaster Mage. He already has Mana Leak in his graveyard, and we know he has Fire Ice. That's going to be a lot for Randy.
Thada
to push
Adele
through.
at its best against the Black
actual
Lotus deck.
best, yeah.
Right. I pay 0, and I will steal your Black Lotus.
You know, and Josh won't necessarily be able to connect with it here. That Thopter might come in and just chump block.
It's fine.
It doesn't matter, right?
All Josh wants to do is make profitable trades cards for cards on his own turn and just keep from getting draw 7.
Yeah, Randy kind of has to assemble some amount of like critical mass, which I'm not sure he'll be able to do. But the right step here is Yogg-willing, that's for sure.
That's a really, really interestingly positioned card in his deck. You know, you wouldn't think of it in an artifact beatdown deck as a super awesome card,
Yep.
but he's making very good use of it this turn.
Yeah, he essentially got to replay his entire graveyard,
Yep.
picking up that gemstone mine back. Still not turning on Thought Adele. I'm not even sure Randy's playing an actual island.
Yeah.
Maybe one.
Yeah.
I don't think very many. He drafted a ton of non-basics, as you need for this sort of deck.
Yep. Yeah, so, I mean, turns like this is what Randy's going to need
Yeah.
in order to beat Josh.
Randy picking up Thought Adele, making sure he is correct that it will wreck him.
It is
Very good.
at its best in this
Yeah.
position.
Do you think that there is a world where, I mean, what are Randy's good draws out here, right?
Any
Like,
draw 7.
Any draw 7?
Any draw 7.
Good call.
Because then Josh is discarding, you know, cards that are really awesome, and he has to draw new ones. And Randy can, every time Randy draws 7, he can be up a couple of cards, and that's how he's gonna keep pace with Josh's 2-for-1ing him. Skull Clamp also is going to help, but
Yeah. I think him
may not be
choosing
enough.
not to equip here signals that he's going to chump block.
he doesn't
that
have
Thopter.
the mana.
Yeah, he doesn't have mana, so
Right.
I mean, he could have equipped here, but then he would have had to tap his
Oh, I see
Ornithopter
what you're
with
saying.
cranial plating, or
Yeah.
sorry, with a Springleaf Drum.
Yeah.
So therefore, he's signaling here that I'm going to chump block your Thought
The
Adele.
2 cards
I
that
can't
he could
take that
draw
hit.
are
Yeah.
Yeah, the Thought Adele just really dictating the way that Randy is able to play the game, and he's backed himself into. I mean, you know, Josh has him backed into
In a corner, yeah.
And he certainly has many live draws that he could pull off, but Josh looks pretty well defended if he gets to untap here.
Yeah, I think that's the big important thing here is Josh going to be able to untap. If he untaps and he has 4 mana in play, has Snapcaster in his hand for the mana leak, also has access to Fire Ice.
I mean, if Randy wants to chump block with the Ornithopter, he can just Fire Ice it out of the way and then get in with Thought and take the Black Lotus, right?
Yeah, and
So-
I mean the question would be, is Black Lotus the correct card to take? Probably.
Probably
I would
for,
assume so.
for at least one turn, because then he
Yeah.
gets to leave up 2 mana for any potential counter spells.
Sure.
So yeah, Josh in a really good position here.
You know, and it's really interesting too because Randy did mull to 6 this game, but you wouldn't know it on board state. 'Cause
Right.
Randy just vomited so much onto the board with
Yeah.
that Yogg-will
Definitely.
helping. So he did take the line of tapping his Thopter to equip that drum.
I think that's a really good idea, simply because if he says go, he loses out on 2 cards if Josh has any removal spell.
Sure.
Any bounce spell, any burn spell, and he has a plentiful amount of them.
Yeah. He's connecting with Thought Adele, and I expect Josh should take a minute here. Like we agree, you know, he shuffles Lotus to the front there.
Right.
It's probably the correct pick, but there's certainly this is a target-rich environment for Thought Adele.
Absolutely. Do you have to pay with Thought when you activate it, or when you choose the artifact?
Neither. You get to put it into play, I believe. Can we get Thought Adele on the screen? Let's just make sure we're 100% clear. I mean, regardless with Lotus, it's free either way, right?
You may play that.
You may
card.
play that
Okay.
card. Okay.
So he can pick one of whatever he wants, and then he can play it if he chooses.
And I mean, really, in any of the cards that are in Randy's deck list, he could have taken anything.
Yeah.
And been able to play it. But this is easily the best play. Like, he has access to a ton of mana now. He has good reactive cards in his hand. And he's, Randy's trying to get some of that cantrip value off of his baubles, but
Right.
he's going to have to draw pretty well here to stay in this game.
It looks to be a Thada Adele game, I think.
Yeah. This is the game. This right here is why you draft cards like Thought Adele.
Right.
They just take over the game, and Randy doesn't have a ton of ways to interact in his deck.
No. He's hoping that his setup is going to be good enough to defeat you on its own.
Absolutely. He did draft one of my more favorite cards that doesn't get drafted very often. He picked up that Immolating Soul Eater.
Okay, nice.
That's a sweet one.
Nice.
Lets you close out games kind of out of nowhere.
One card that Randy does have that Josh might not have any way to deal with at all is Master of Ethereum, and it's in play now. So
yeah, it's pretty large.
it looks to be an 8/8 at the moment.
Yeah, and I don't think that Mana Leak's going to be good enough.
No, it actually already resolved. Steel Overseer is on the stack at the moment, I think.
Ah, okay.
But Josh's hand looks to be like a Venser and the Snapcaster and a Fire Ice are the 3 cards that I see out of his hand. So he definitely has some defenses.
He can Venser it.
He
Looks
can.
like he's casting Fire, splitting the damage there.
Yep, looks like it.
Said, go ahead, draw your cards. I just don't want to deal with that thing in play. And then, that Venser is going to go...
Okay, this is an end of turn
Yep.
sequence, I believe.
Bounce your Master. That way he wants to connect in with that Thought Idol one more time.
Yep.
And he's making it so he can do that. So he already made use of that Black Lotus off of...
Yeah, really, really good turn from Josh.
Yeah.
It was a good turn from Randy too. To be quite frank,
They're both kind of throwing haymakers right now.
And the good thing for Randy is like, as long as he keeps like having multiple things to do a turn, he might be able to outpace Josh's 2-for-1s. Because I mean, Josh has Snapcaster still, but he's running low on physical cards in hand. And the interesting thing about the Thought Adele, like while there are a million different targets for it in Randy's deck, not too many of them are actually that great on Josh's side of the board.
Sure. I think Josh's plan, now that he's gotten the Lotus out of the way, and now that he's kind of in this, like, let's try and stay ahead on the board, I think it's important for Josh now to start taking cards out of Randy's deck that he can't beat.
Right.
And you see him shuffling S Champion here,
Yep.
and that's like one of the harder ones for Josh to deal with.
Yeah.
Get it out of there,
Yep.
even if you don't cast it.
Yeah. The other one, cranial plating,
Sure.
is a possibility here.
And, I mean, Josh does have an artifact in play, so it's not unreasonable that if he played...
Right, next turn, if he connects again, Etch Champion is on. But Etch Champion's like Metalcraft is worthless against Randy. So
Yeah, but he can get some value out of plating.
yeah,
That's Ravager?
yeah, he chose Arcbound Ravager.
Yeah, that's another one that's going to be pretty hard for Josh to beat if Randy's drawing it here. Strangely enough, we talk about Randy getting back in this game with a draw 7. I kind of think Josh wants Randy to play a draw 7 also.
Almost.
Yeah. It's one of those dangerous places where if Randy plays a draw 7 to reload, Josh may just draw enough tempo that keeps him ahead.
So Randy is going to have to have another turn like he had last turn. It's going to be good enough, probably. Like it's going to stick this turn. I think Josh's defenses are down a little bit. He's representing 3 mana, but Randy knows one of the 2 cards in his hand is Snapcaster Mage, and he can't flash back any of the 2 cards in his hand. Or in the graveyard, I mean.
The other card is Counterspell, though, I believe.
Right. And Randy doesn't know about that one.
Yeah.
So the Master might get countered on the way back down.
And I think that if he counters the Master, and if Randy kind of bricked this draw step, I think that's the window Josh needs to stay in control.
Sure.
If Randy gets to go Master, and then it gets countered, and then he follows it up with a draw 7, or he follows it up with, if he drew plating himself, or something like that, then I think Josh is going to be in trouble.
Right. And yeah, the sequence looks like it's going to be Master gets countered, Skull Clamp goes on to Frogmite, cast Steel Overseer, go.
That would be my assumption also.
And then we have Snapcaster Fire Ice to follow that up. So
Snapcaster Fire Ice is going to be a great follow-up out of Josh. I think that Frogmite was trying to bait a little bit of something. I didn't think it was ever going to actually happen. We're shuffling some of the playmat area around a little bit so we get on camera a little bit more here. And I know that we're tapping for a whole lot of mana with that Tolarian Academy. That's a good one.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, like 7.
Yep. I expect this to be a counterspell.
Randy, being the consummate professional that he is, putting a dice on the Academy.
Yeah.
For the amount of mana.
It's a very nice gesture of him.
Absolutely. Helps us. Just
it really
as much
does.
as it helps them, I think.
It really does.
How much did that Academy tap for? I don't know.
So did you know after the first 3 giveaways, we start giving away more money?
I did, actually.
Okay, you knew. Okay, so that was kind of a baiting question that you already knew the answer to.
I did.
But the next giveaway is going to be after the 3rd feature match.
Yes.
And it's going to be a $20 giveaway.
Yes.
So stay tuned for that. We're going to figure out how we're going to give that away.
Did we do the $10 giveaway for the retweet?
No, we should do that.
We need to have that happen. How
about this? Let's do
have
that.
my handy
Let's do
dandy
that when
little
we're
tablet.
in sideboarding.
In between? Okay, I'll get set up for it.
Last chance, though. If you are watching and you haven't had a chance to, go ahead and retweet our tweet that we sent out from @shotgunlotus on our Twitter, and you should be able to be in the running to get a $10 store credit card.
Yes, definitely.
To Northwest Sports Cards.
And that will be that'll be a good time for everybody.
Yeah.
So Randy had
You kind of called it. Except-
everything but the Steel Overseer hit
Well,
play.
no, the counterspell never happened. Josh let that Master of Ethereum resolve.
Okay.
I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. Josh also drew and passed. So
this might be a little bit of a song and dance from Randy. Like he's putting together. He puts the Master into play almost as like it looks like a test spell, like playing around a counter.
Yeah.
And so Josh then decided not to counter. But maybe Randy was just like, well, this is actually the one I want, so I'll make it look like a bluff.
yeah,
And then it resolves. And now Josh really doesn't have too much to do against it.
Yeah.
He definitely has some outs, but Randy is looking to be. He's keeping up with the cards. Skull Clamp is doing a lot of work this game.
yeah. Skull Clamp's doing a lot of work, and Disciple of the Vault is about to do a lot of work. I think that Josh's missteps so far has been not countering that Master. He can deal with the other permanents in play. He can Snapcaster Fire Ice. He can, he can actually draw out of it, but he cannot deal with Master of Ethereum with the cards that are in his hand. I don't believe.
Not currently. Yeah.
He has outs, of
right,
course.
Yeah. He's currently soft to the Master, yeah, if he had countered that, he would have a pretty good follow up with Snapcaster Fire Ice on Disciple and anything. He's still gonna have to figure out a way to beat that Skull Clamp though, because Randy has amassed a board strong enough now that Josh can no longer get through with his own team.
Yeah, and Randy's stepping into the aggressive mode here, swinging with his Vault Scourge, Master of Ethereum, and his pumped up his Skull Clamped Frogmite.
Yeah,
that's what it is, right? So that's coming over. I mean, Josh has opportunities to block all of those creatures. Well, he can block all but the Vault Scourge.
Correct.
The Vault Scourge will come over, but
he could theoretically chump the Master and trade with the Frogmite anywhere he wants, but he doesn't want to give up 2 cards, so he's just gonna take the hit, I think, and chump the Master.
That's correct. I don't know what Randy drew this turn, but if he has any sort of additional gas in his hand, I have to expect Josh will pull the trigger on the counterspell here.
Yeah, or at least the Snapcaster and Fire Ice.
Yeah,
removing something.
So that Master is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Is it 9, 9? That sound right?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9.
So with it being a 9, 9, that means that Josh absolutely has to get it off the board very soon here.
Yeah.
He did draft some control effects. Unfortunately, his clone effects are not going to be good. That's not good enough. So he's going to have to draw like a control. He drafted Sower of Temptation. I don't know if that's in his main deck. Or he's going to have to find like a bounce spell or something along those lines.
Yep.
He does get to dig a little bit here.
Scries 1 down to the bottom.
To the bottom, and then Josh is kind of in a similar position as he was last turn. The good news is, unless Randy has something, he does get to connect with Thada Adel.
Yep. So he can maybe put another chump blocker into play for the Master.
And I wonder if Randy saw that line, because if Josh is just basically turning into a chump blocker every turn with his Thada Adel, he's going to end up ahead. He has enough pressure on the board that he can actually win that race, assuming that he can chump Master of Ethereum.
Right. Interesting interaction. If Josh can get another artifact into play, Etch Champion can block Master of Ethereum forever.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And Josh does have a few artifacts. He did to get to start the draft Mox.
He did. Yep.
So, also Etch Champion is basically the one card, one of a few cards that he can't beat either. Should it resolve? So.
Yeah. And here he is choosing between Plating and Etch Champion.
Yeah. I think you have to choose the Champion here, right? You have to just chump block. If you choose Plating here, he has to have something else out of his hand to try and interact.
I didn't see what card Josh did draw this turn. It was probably the Temple, right?
I believe it was the Temple.
Did we see what he drew last turn?
I do not know what the other card in his hand is. I know that he still
I had a moment where I thought it was Condescend, but I didn't see. I didn't get a really good look at it.
Yeah, and since he did play the Snapcaster Mage, he no longer has the option of recasting Fire out of his graveyard.
Right.
Phyrexian Walker is an interesting choice. He must have not wanted to tap his mana for the Etch Champion.
I could see that.
And Phyrexian Walker is a perfectly adequate 0 CC blocker.
Yeah, definitely.
In this instance. I think unless Josh wanted all of his mana, which is possible, I would have rather seen him grab a card like Signal Pest. if Randy draws Phyrexian Walker, that's totally fine. We don't care, right? He can equip Skull Clamp to it; it doesn't die.
Yep.
It's just kind of a do nothing card. Whereas like he could have taken a card that might have been better for Randy to draw.
Right.
That would have just been as good. But it just depends on if Josh is going to use his mana this turn.
All right, there pulls the trigger on the counterspell, and Randy is left with basically Steel Overseer against Josh's. I think that's a Condescend in his hand, so he might actually just cast it to Scry 2, because it's certainly not countering anything with that Academy in play.
I mean, yeah, that Academy is tapping for so much mana, and Vault Scourge doesn't die here because of the Master Ethereum.
Right. So Josh takes the chump and a big chunk of lifelink from the Vault Scourge.
I'm
Takes a
sure
hit
they'll
of 3.
figure it out here, but that Walker should be in Randy's graveyard.
Yeah, they'll figure that out.
I'm not too worried about it. It's a different sleeve, so
Yeah.
they will get to the bottom of that at some point.
Josh gripping Condescend and Forbid here at this point. This game looks really strong for Randy. That Master of Ethereum.
Yeah.
I think he baited. I think he rope-a-doped him with that one a little bit.
It's funny because I think if that had not happened, Josh would have. If Josh had countered that, he'd be at a considerably higher life total right now.
Right. And the pressure would be a lot less.
Right. And
he could
would've-
theoretically be on offense instead of defense.
Exactly. And if Randy then would have resolved the Tezzeret this turn,
Yep.
which he wouldn't have had a counterspell for, I think Josh might have been in a position where he could have pressured the Tezzeret down
Right.
rather than having to counter it, because there's no way he can actually connect to that Tezzeret right now.
Yeah, Josh going to cast Condescend just to Scry 2 here.
So I think we saw a pretty bad misplay from Josh. He attacked his Venser at Randy, I'm guessing not realizing that Frogmite was a 3/3 because of Master of Ethereum.
Right. That is
Because I see that Venser in the bin for no actual reason, which is pretty unfortunate for Josh. I mean, he was already behind enough in this game, right?
Yeah, it's always important to try to make the right play. It's very unlikely to matter in this game, but things like that can mess with your psyche a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, now
Well-
we have a card. If we can get rid of that Vault Scourge somehow, now True Name is going to do some work.
Yeah. True Name at least gives him an out to blocking that Master of Ethereum. With protection from Randy Bueller,
Right.
as that card is printed right now.
Yep.
He can block that Master forever.
Yep.
But you're correct. That Vault Scourge is going to be dealing 3 a turn. And that's going to be really hard for Josh to come up with. At least it is only a 3/2. And Josh has a lot of ways to deal with a 3/2 flyer.
Right. Yeah, and even if he does, though, Randy gets to draw a couple more cards and get further ahead. That Skull Clamp is doing serious work.
It really is. So
Phantasmal Image copying True Name Nemesis, I assume.
I would actually assume it's probably copying Vault Scourge, right? It
he
lets him
probably has
block
to.
this
Yeah.
turn. The life gain is probably not relevant. Because if Randy has any sort of... I mean, obviously,
Right.
if Randy draws...
And the Vault Scourge is a 3/1, right? It's a 2/2 +1/-1.
So it's a 2/2 +1/-1.
Yeah,
that's
so it's a 3/1, so if he did make it a Vault Scourge, he can trade.
correct.
And that's probably what he's going to have to do.
And if he gets the Vault Scourge off the board, yeah, Randy does get to draw some more cards, but at least on board, he's ahead.
Yeah.
He's living. The question is yeah, that is an artifact.
Yep.
So therefore it can be, quote, untapped, even though it was untapped. I mean, I don't think Josh had a better line.
The better line is assume Randy's going to see that play, make it as a True Name Nemesis, and hope to peel. 'Cause
Yeah.
If Randy sees the play, you're going to have to hope to peel anyway, and having two True Name Nemesis is way, way better because you can start clocking with one.
Yep.
And that's going to be really strong. Especially since if he makes it a True Name, it can't be targeted.
Correct.
So
Coming out with Vendilion Click here. Vendilion Click targeting Randy. Randy showing, no, I'm not casting those draw 7s. Are you crazy?
Yeah.
I'm ahead. Why would I want to do that?
Right. Probably just let him keep it. Right.
I say you let him keep it as well.
He has the Forbid in his hand if he needs it.
Yeah, and that Vendilion Click is going to run right in front of that Vault Scourge, let him draw 2 more cards anyways. So
Right.
at this point, I mean, if Randy wants to wheel, that's probably just fine with Josh. It's basically one of the only things that'll get him back in this game.
Right. And here we see the spot where he did peel a card to deal with the Vault Scourge, and his board would look a lot better right now if he did have two True Name Nemesis.
Yeah, I still don't think he'd be in a position where he could really attack. Maybe with one.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
But like hold one on D and clock.
The problem is you can't do that for too long because that is a 3/3 Frogmite, and Josh is at 1.
Yeah.
Although I guess he would be at 4 if he had taken that line.
No, he would have.
Oh, no, he'd still be at 1.
Same chump.
Yep, same at 1. So, yeah, I mean, he can't really hold back that Frogmite for very long unless he's attacking with, or unless he keeps them both back.
Yep.
Because he has to save one for Master of Ethereum.
Right. Well, actually, and if Randy makes the attack, he can use Thought Adele to chump the Master, use True Name to trade off to kill the Frogmite, and then use True Name to chump block the Master of Ethereum. So, obviously, this is all assuming that Randy doesn't draw anything ever.
Time Twister.
But his deck is full of draw a lot of things all the time.
Yep. Time Twister not resolving. So it's interesting because we said that we might think Josh wanted a draw 7 here. But apparently not with Time Twister. I suppose Randy could also just try and resolve Wheel of Fortune right now. He certainly has the mana.
Yeah. Randy doing a quick deck count to see if he can actually cast the Wheel of Fortune and win in time.
So we've got a quick match update, I believe.
Yeah,
here
Paul's
going
to come in, let us know what's up.
Yeah, we have our first match result. Charles Wong beats turn 3 Progenitus from Nathan and just outraces it. Gets it in there with poison and takes the first match.
Nice.
So Charles Wong's 1-0 and Nathan is 0-1.
Sweet.
Getting sick.
Congratulations to Charles Wong on his march.
Yeah.
Hopefully to get there. So we'll update our standings here shortly on the screen. No rush, but a quick first match result. And I believe that we are seeing something resolve here. Players are shuffling their decks. Did you catch what happened here? I don't think that it was a...
I think the wheel resolved?
No, I don't see it.
We
We may not have had anything resolve here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like Randy tapped any additional mana here. He just equipped Skull Clamp and said go.
Z-Beg in chat asked if countering the Time Twister is probably right. I think it is. I don't know if there's a better line there.
Yeah, I actually like the line because Josh has the board relatively gummed up, and Randy can't cast the Wheel of Fortune because he's going to go down to like 9. He'll go down to like 2 or 3 cards in his deck.
Sure.
So it's going to be really tough for him to cast it at this point. That is gonna be good.
Yeah,
I think.
I don't know if there's anything, Josh.
All right, yeah.
And we see the scoop.
Edge champion for the win.
So, our players are going to sideboard. Randy Bueller takes game 1 of Affinity versus Blue-Red Control.
Yeah, let me pull up any deck lists here. Josh looks like he gains access to Shattering Spree, Smash to Smithereens, Volcanic Fallout, Phyrexian Metamorph, Dax Duplicate, Tormod's Crypt, Relic of Progenitus, Red Elemental Blast, Pyroblast, Disrupt, Misdirection, Pyroclasm, and Sower of Temptation. Gotta imagine he's going to be bringing in the Shattering Spree, the Smash, the Volcanic Fallout, the Pyroclasm, and potentially the Sower of Temptation as well.
Yeah, I think it's obviously the artifact removal. It's almost assuredly it's also going to be the the sweepers, the Pyroclasm effects, and Volcanic Fallout. The question is it worth bringing in Metamorph to try and copy an artifact? I don't necessarily think so. It's a little slow and clunky, but it's possible. Is it worth trying to bring in Sower of Temptation? That one I could see an argument for either way.
Yeah, I think that it's another out to cards like Master of Ethereum and Vault Scourge. And other things that he just has trouble dealing with.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's a really good one. Cards he probably isn't going to need in this match. Probably Vendilion Click. Condescend probably pretty slow in this matchup. Most of the counter spells, I think.
Strangely enough, I think I agree with what you're saying about the counter spells. I think he might want to keep Vendilion Click. I think one of the ways that he's going to get ahead of Randy is by surprising him in attack steps. I think he's going to have removal or something along the lines of a Vendilion Click. Even if that just gets in there, trades with a Vault Scourge, and lets either Josh improve a card out of his own hand or take a key card away from Randy. I think that's pretty important overall, and I think he has better cards to remove, like you were saying with the counter spells. So, I can see it being removed, but I think it's probably something I'd personally keep in there.
Okay.
But more importantly than any of this, we have a giveaway.
We have a giveaway. Let's give me a number between 1 and 18.
Well, let's go with 7.
7.
I don't even know who that
2,
is.
3, 4, 5, 6. Where are my retweets? We're checking on the retweets here. Who has Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The winner is Doug at not just blank on Twitter. Not just blank. First name of Doug, no last name given. But send Chris a message in the chat on Twitch at shotgunlotus, and he will give you instructions on how to claim your Alexander Hamilton of store credit.
It's the $10.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Ten buscarones.
Corbett said that he would put that $10 towards a show and tell. That would be like 1/18th of a show and tell or whatever it is. What would you spend that $10 on if you had to spend $10 in store credit?
I would probably buy sleeves for my cube.
Oh, that's a good call.
That's what I think. That's what I would do.
Sleeves is a great call.
Yep. Maybe a deck box for the next PTQ or something like that.
Sure, absolutely.
Not that I PTQ anymore, but
well, you'll be with us at the Star City event.
I will.
2 weeks from now.
Yes, we will be
down
traveling
in
to
Portland.
that event.
That's gonna be a lot of fun.
Yeah,
You know what
Cuban
you're
all
gonna
day.
play? Standard.
No, probably Jerry's deck from the Invitational this weekend. That mono green, crazy devotion ramp deck. Yeah,
Cool.
That's the kind of Magic that I like to play.
Cool.
So
looks like we have both players keep
both
their
players
hands.
in 7, and Josh leads off with a temple, and Randy gets to go in here.
Yeah, I mean, that's what his deck does. Start vomiting things out. There's that Soul Eater.
Yeah, we'll
Emily
see how
and
much
Soul
damage
Eater.
that thing gets to deal this game. It's going to be tough to pump that into the face of Josh and his untapped red mana.
Yeah,
But
Josh has a few removal spells, not a ton, but enough for Randy that it's worth him not, nutting out. There's one.
that's a good one to know about.
Yeah.
That's tough to play around, but that's a good one to know about.
I mean, Randy can just kind of ride this for a little while, right? He doesn't necessarily have to play a card like Vault Scourge here. He can
Right.
just ride the Soul Eater for a few turns.
We
but
saw
at
his
some
draw
point,
this turn was Signal Pest.
Yeah.
So it's tough knowing about Electrolyze because then he has to not play.
He certainly can't play
anything.
Signal Pest
Right.
there, right? Also important to note, unless it's in his hand and he hasn't played it yet, Randy doesn't have Academy this game, which I think actually helped him get way ahead last game.
Yeah.
It shut off Josh's options to Mana Leak.
Right. He had Academy and Skull Clamp going.
Right.
So yeah, very very powerful. 2 cards for a deck like Josh's that's just trying to trade 1 for 1, 2 for 1, and eventually be up a card or 2.
Yeah.
And have that card taken home. So.
One of the cards that we've seen in play this match, Thada Adele,
Yeah.
is usually drafted really high. And we saw that Thada Adele connect several times against an Affinity deck.
Yep.
And it wasn't good enough.
Right, and I made the point in that game that all of the things that Josh could steal aren't actually threatening on his own side of the board. They're cards that are very synergistic with what else is going on in Randy's deck. A couple of drafts ago, I played against Charles DuPont when I was drafting Black-White, and I had artifacts in my deck like Tanglewire and Smokestack. And he connected with a Thada Adele when I was a little bit mana screwed, just took my Tanglewire. And those are
And gotcha.
Those are board impacting cards.
Yeah.
Whereas Randy's deck just has a bunch of little stuff that's really good in combination with itself, but not that good on its own.
Sure.
So Randy is pretty deep in the tank here on his second turn. Looks like he has an Inkmoth Nexus, a Chromatic Sphere, a Signal Pest, a Tezzeret, and an Ancient Tomb. So he could theoretically just put that Tezzeret into play right now, make that Soul Eater into... Tezzeret makes 5/5s, right?
Yeah. So I think that's probably the right play here. Only if he can't put Josh on a read of having an actual removal spell right now.
The interesting thing is that Josh does not have 2 blue available, so the counter spells that he has access to based on his draft are Miscalculation, Condescend, and Mana Leak.
Did he have Miscalc? I thought someone else took Miscalc.
I think he has Miscalc.
He also has Is It Charm. That can be a counter spell, but I don't think it is here. So he has Mana Leak, Memor Lapse. Miscalc went to someone else, I'm pretty sure.
Memory lapse, mana leak, condescend, misdirection. Is
Yeah,
not
that's
a
what you're
thing.
thinking of, misdirection.
Okay.
I mean,
think I got
either
it.
way, he does have a number of counter spells he could
Right.
cast off of the mana he has.
Yeah.
Also, interesting enough, like, he doesn't have to make the Soul Eater the 5/5. He could just make his Seed of
Mox Synod,
Synod.
yeah.
Or, yeah, absolutely.
I
don't
also,
know, I don't know what's
like,
correct.
I also like, excuse me, this play from Randy, not give Josh the tempo of the 2 mana. You know, make him kind of waste it, and just putting the Soul Eater in on a little bit of a clock. That's an interesting walk into the Electrolyze here.
Yeah, I'm not
Oh,
sure.
you know what? So what he's setting up is resolving Tezzeret by
He
letting
is
himself
setting
get
up to
it 2 for
resolve
1.
Tezzeret,
Yep.
yeah. Which is interesting because I think that that means that if you're in Josh's seat,
Yep.
yeah, you sit here and you take the damage here.
Right, and just wait until the end step.
Right, and then, I mean, what is he going to take? He's going to take 1 extra? Huh? We had to stop the match? Oh, the internet's gone.
Cool.
All right. We didn't even know we were offline. And we're back?
And we're back. Sorry about all these technical difficulties, guys. Comcast has given us the old bend over here.
The old rope-a-dope.
Yeah, we are just getting smashed.
Speaking of getting smashed, someone's going to get smashed after they win all this booze at the end of this draft.
That's true. I'm excited to see where all this stuff goes. It's gonna be if we get to start the day with a draft, then we get to play some Magic, get to see some cool interactions that you can't see anywhere else.
That's correct.
Where else are you gonna see a Signal Pest and a Time Twister? You know,
In the same deck.
right? Yeah. So we
Along
get
with
to see some
Urza's
cool stuff.
Wobble.
Yeah, and
Some
Mishra,
sweet ones.
Urza and Mishra together again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The brothers united.
Exactly. So Randy is going to try to bait out that Electrolyze, I think, and resolve his Tezzeret. But I think Josh is capable of taking a hit here and letting it go.
I would hope that that's his line here. I did speak with. See, interesting. He attacks. He does this first. Huh. Not sure what Randy's line here is.
I wonder what his other card is.
I did confirm with Josh. I spoke with him really briefly. He did not realize that the Frogmite was a 3/3
Okay.
when he ran that Venser into it
Yep.
last game.
He just missed it.
He just punted. I mean, he did also agree that the game was fairly over at that point,
Yep.
which it was. Memory lapse on that Tezzeret here buys Josh another turn. And more importantly, makes Randy take 2 free damage from that Ancient Tomb.
Yep.
Bricks Randy's draw step next turn. Now he has to just basically have the same turn again. That's why Memory Lapse is so good.
Memory Lapse is very good. Obviously, a lot better when you're already ahead on the board. Keep parity there. But in this case, right, Randy gets to get the attack in and then present the same board to Josh's 3 untapped mana next turn as well. So Randy, I think, getting the better of that Memory Lapse. I think it might signal, too, that Josh doesn't have a actual real counter in his hand.
Yeah, I think Tezzeret's a big enough threat that merits a real counterspell.
Right. If he's holding the Forbid, right, that card gets Forbid, I think. He might really just want to keep up a 1 red mana to try to get 2 spells in this turn. Looks like he does have a Vapor Snag here, so maybe could be signaling something different.
Interesting, Vapor snagging the Soul Eater. He might have been able to get a little bit of damage out of Randy there. Randy might have chosen to pay some amount of life there. Probably not. But he did get that Lotus Petal out of the way.
Yeah, Lotus Petal down, and he makes Randy commit 2 more mana to the board next turn.
Yep.
So it's going to be tough for Randy to get Tezzeret and the Soul Eater into play.
And most importantly, Josh is managing his life total here. By only taking 2 because of the Signal Pest pumped Blinkmoth Nexus,
absolutely.
He's only at 18. He's actually not in bad shape. A quick smash to Smithereens, and all of a sudden Randy can't cast that Tezzeret on the top of his deck because he burned that
really
Lotus
good
Petal.
sequence from Josh. Really, really good sequence there.
You know, I think it was good play by Josh. I also think that it was Josh capitalizing on Randy being a little bit greedy there. Using that Lotus Petal to pump that Blinkmoth Nexus, probably a touch greedy.
Yeah. I think Randy thought what I initially thought about the Memory Lapse, that it was just Josh's only way to deal with the Tezzeret at all, and so he just kind of sensed a little bit of weakness and,
Sure.
and wanted to put as much pressure as he could on there.
Do we know the other card in Randy's hand? We knew he drew Tezzeret this turn.
I did not.
Looks
know
like
the
he has
other card in his
another.
hand. Yeah.
He has 2 in his hand, so I think Randy is just on the attack plan, which I think Josh is just fine if that's the plan.
Yeah, if Randy's on the play a land attack for 2 plan, I think Josh is going to be very happy with that.
Yeah.
He gets to suspend an Ancestral Vision this turn, and now his hand is full of cards that I think are going to profitably interact with what Randy's doing over there.
Most importantly, he does keep up Electrolyze this turn.
Right. So
There's
now Randy can't attack even at all.
Right, and he can't really commit a ton more to the board either, as he shows here when he just says
Right.
draw go.
Josh might want to fire off the Electrolyze just to get a card.
I like it.
Yeah, I think it's perfectly fine. He's going to start getting plinked by the Blink Moth in the future, but I think that's a good use of his mana. He's not going to find a greater spot for the Electrolyze.
Yeah.
And now he gets to pass with 6 up.
He has Is it Charm in his hand, I believe, and I'm not sure what the other card is. I think it's Is it Charm. That's Is it Charm.
Is it Charm and Mana Drain, I think.
Oh, well, those are pretty good ones. He just needs to get that Ancestral Vision fired off so he can actually do something with that mana.
Right.
Well, that's going to need something.
That's a card that Randy would really like to have in his opener.
Yeah, because strangely enough, we're at a point in the game where Josh might not care. He can just pay 3, right?
True. So Josh's goal is to play the game fully on Randy's turn, except for cards like Thada Adele. And so, given the 2 cards that Josh has in his hand right now, he can cast them both through Defense Grid individually. But what he can't ever do is play 2 cards a turn through a Defense Grid. And so, him being at board parity here signals to he's trying to signal to Randy that he thinks that he can 1-for-1 all the cards through. He doesn't feel the need that he's ever going to have to cast 2 cards on his own or on Randy's turn. So Josh determines that Defense Grid not good enough to merit the Mana Drain, and he just trades the Is It Charm for the Soul Eater.
Yeah, I had wondered if that might have been the line that he takes, thinking okay, Defense Grid, it kind of makes things awkward for me, but he can still resolve his spells, right?
Yeah.
Whereas if he burns his Mana Drain on Defense Grid, 1, he has nothing to spend the Mana Drain and mana on.
Right.
And 2, Defense Grid isn't going to kill him by itself, right? So I think at this point he's probably okay taking a single point of damage every turn.
Yeah.
And he knows the card in Randy's hand is Tezzeret. Randy can't cast it.
Right.
He can just hold up and see what happens here.
There's a little bit of jockeying too, because Randy's best way to play around Josh having a couple of counterspells to play is to wait and unload all his threats in one turn. But if he waits, then guess what? Ancestral Visions is going to go off.
Yeah, and I think this has to, we have to pull the trigger. Oh, he drew Mana Leak.
Yeah, he drew Mana Leak last turn.
That was awkward. Why did he put Mana Leak in play rather than just casting...
I think he misread what Randy's lands available were.
Got it.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate play from
That's
Josh.
That's 2
there.
mistakes from Josh. He can't cast that spell. He can't cast Mana Drain.
Yep.
So now he's made... Wow, Josh making a lot of mistakes this match. And not only did he play literally...
He's
the
also
wrong
had a
counterspell-
lot of rum and cokes today.
Has he?
Yeah.
Is he
he's-
deep? I haven't
deep.
noticed.
He's deep into the rum and coke.
I mean,
so.
it's important to point out to our viewers, one of our goals here is to have a good time.
Yeah, we're trying to play it loosey-goosey.
Loosey-goosey. Just like Josh Ventura is playing this game, unfortunately. Josh is one of my favorite players in the Seattle area, but...
He might have got tricked because the Blink Moth looks like it's up in play, right?
Yeah.
Like it was a creature.
I mean,
yeah.
There's no real excuse for it, right?
To be fair, when Randy put the Master of Ethereum on the board, I thought he only had 2 mana up as well.
Ah, interesting.
So,
it was pretty loose butthole.
it was not tight butthole.
I think Josh is a little tilty right here. That Ancestral Vision should go off next turn, right?
Yes.
The problem here is that Master Ethereum is already enormous. It's a 5/5 right now. It could be a 6/6 if he animates the Blink Moth.
Right, and then the Blink Moth becomes a 2/2. So that's
correct.
8 damage coming in.
Yep. And Josh can only take 2 hits of that.
Right, but he does have the vision next turn, so he's going to get a fresh set of cards.
I think if I'm Randy, I hope that, because you know he has the mana drain here, right? I think you do exactly what he's doing right now. You swing in and then you pass turn. Don't let him cast mana drain and get mana off of it.
Yep.
You have him dead on board. He has to draw an out here, and I don't think Randy has very much he can do anyways.
Right.
He can't cast the Tezzeret that's in his hand, and I'm not sure what else he drew, but he's just, I mean, he's basically saying, go ahead, try and beat me. This is all what I got.
Yep. Precisely. Game would be a lot different if mana drain had resolved instead of mana leak.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, Josh is still only taking a point a turn.
Right.
And
he just filled his hand up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So Josh would be in considerably better shape overall. I think that there are certainly cards in Josh's deck that are going to be good enough. There's a Vapor Snag.
Steel Sabotage on that one.
Or that was, sorry, Steel Sabotage, thank you. Essentially the same card in this function.
Yep. Now he gets to mana drain it, but he did take a big hit.
Right. He basically took 8 damage for free.
Yep.
And the thing is now that Randy knows that mana drain exists, Randy might not even run it out there.
Right.
And just quietly see how things play out. I do see a bolt in Josh's hand, though. We have a match update from Paul Waite.
We most certainly do. Charles Wong on the Warpath smashes Nathan, moves on to 2-0.
He beat Nathan
smashes Floyd,
Okay.
and moves on to 2-0.
Well, he's picking on the Cube Drafters already.
Very convincing wins.
Excellent. Well, I'm sure we will see him on camera here fairly soon. Did we decide who we have up next on camera? We have it right now, right?
Our next feature match is going to be Corbett Gray against Nathan Santo. Corbett with the base black splash flash kind of reanimator combo deck. Assemble basically a lot of 2-card combos, and then Nathan drafting a green-white disruption, mana denial, hate bears type of deck. So,
who do you think's favored in that one?
I think Nathan actually has the edge there.
I think so too.
Although I think Floyd ended up with both Leonin Arbiter and Aven Mind Sensor, which are both really good against Corbett's tutors. So the specific cards that Nathan has to hate on Corbett, it might not be as powerful as the ones that Floyd has.
So you see a Steel Sabotage out of Randy here. A Steel Overseer. He knows that he can't replay that Master Ethereum without it getting mana drained here.
Right.
What he doesn't know is that Josh actually has a fair bit of removal in his hand. That Steel Overseer resolved, but the Blinkmon Nexus is going to die to that Lightning Bolt.
Interesting. That's an interesting play from Josh. The Steel Overseer is a big threat. I would be worried about.
It's kind of a big threat, right? It's only a big threat 3 turns from now. It's not necessarily a big threat at this very moment.
Yeah.
The question here is Skull Clamp out of Randy with a mana floating. But he did decline to equip.
Yeah, I think I would value the Steel Overseer higher than 2 random cards for sure.
Agreed.
Yeah.
Agreed. The question here is Randy has just quietly gotten himself down to 9 life through that Ancient Tomb. And Josh does play a fair bit of burn. Now, he did just use Lightning Bolt, but he can Snapcaster Mage and do some pretty interesting things here. It looks like in Josh's hand he brought in the Pyroblast.
Yeah, another way to deal with, say, Time Twister. Another way to deal with Master of Ethereum.
Yeah, that's the one I was thinking it was Master.
Yep.
1 red, gone.
Counter Stock Cast.
Yeah.
Yep.
So maybe that was his thought here, is that he can deal with Steel Overseer a couple turns from now, whereas he has to eventually deal with that Blinkmoth Nexus, and that might have been his best window to do that.
That's possible.
Whereas he can deal with the Steel Overseer next turn, and he definitely has a way in his hand to deal with that Master of Ethereum.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to say that I thought it was a mistake or anything. It just goes to show how different you can value game states.
No, I didn't necessarily think it was a mistake. I just thought it was a very interesting way to play this match out so far. Wow.
Big turn from Josh. I like that setup a lot. It entices Randy to play the Master of Ethereum, and Josh can just Pyroblast it. And with, at mana profitability, and now Randy is on a 2-turn clock.
Yeah, I mean, is there anything... Oh. So he drew the black source for the Tezzeret.
Okay.
He has to pay 2 more. He's debating if he wants to use that Ancient Tomb or not. The question is once he does that, what are his options here?
He can make something into a 5/5.
Yep.
He can.
That doesn't help him right now because he's facing down 2 Training Nemesis.
He can
Nemesi?
He can plus it. Nemesis.
I think his best. So the problem is if he pluses it, he basically draws an artifact, and then it's going to die. Because Josh can just run both of his true names right into it.
Yeah. So if he does that though, if he runs both true names in, then Randy is lethal on the counter.
Yeah, I think it's important for him to try and take that line, even though Josh likely has things in his hand that will help him get out. I think that's his only choice. Another match update from Paul Waite.
Yes, sir. Martin takes down his first match against Jed Dolbeer in 2. Jed felt super safe, had an Isochron Scepter with Path to Exile on it. Turns out Iona doesn't care about that.
Interesting.
Big boom. We asked if Iona was going to be good against anybody.
Yeah.
Looks like it was good enough.
Good enough. I mean, it's still an enormous flyer.
Yeah.
Like, even if the text is not as relevant.
Yeah. So Randy opted for the Tezzeret Plus, try to find a creature and then present lethal. I think it puts a lot of strain on Josh's board.
Right.
It forces him to go at Randy with the true name, unless he draws Snapcaster for the bolt.
So Tezzeret's ultimate is -4, right?
Yeah, so he's threatening lethal next turn.
Right,
with
just off of the
Tezzeret.
Tezzeret. So at minimum, Josh has to throw a true name at it.
Correct. And if that's the case, he probably needs to throw both.
He doesn't necessarily have to throw both, right? Putting it down to 1.
But Tezzeret's minus ability is only -1, right?
It's -1 to activate. Oh, to make a artifact creature. Yeah.
To make a 5/5.
Yeah.
So now he gets to have 2 creatures in play. Plus next turn he gets to Tezzeret a third one into play. If you send a true name at Tezzeret, you're facing 3 lethal attackers.
So if Josh has any burn in his hand, this game's over, right?
Yes, that's
Randy
correct.
just went down to 7.
Yeah.
With his Ancient Tomb. So a quick Pyroblast on Tezzeret gets that out of play. Yeah, if he had Snapcaster here, the game would be over. He has Thada Adel, Riptide Laboratory, and I can't see what that last card. Oh, it's Mana Drain. We knew he had Mana Drain.
Right.
So he doesn't have Burn, which is good to know. The thing here is he can't really attack here either.
Right.
I mean, he could attack with a single one and play Thada Adel and Chump block next turn, which I think is his best option.
Yeah, threaten lethal next turn.
But he has no good ways to interact otherwise.
Right.
And the problem is he can't really keep mana up for Mana Drain because then he can't do anything this turn.
Right. Yeah, he can't do anything, and he's basically in a top deck war against the guy who has a bunch of draw 7s.
He does get to bounce Thada Adel with Riptide Laboratory, though, correct? Yeah, he has enough mana.
Yeah.
So he can chumps, I'm assuming like Ravager, and then, well, yeah, it would be Ravager because he can actually trade off the Steel Overseer.
Right. So see what Randy can draw here. He's facing lethal next turn.
He sure has plenty of outs. He has lots of good draws. He has lots of draw 7s.
Well,
we know that Academy is on the bottom of his deck.
What are the physical actual cards he can draw?
Okay, so
let's look up his deck list. Randy Bueller has access to
Disciple of the Vault would be good enough.
That is
absolutely good enough.
It.
Is that it?
That is it.
So, or a draw 7 to hit a Disciple of the Vault.
Correct.
Okay.
Or theoretically, if he boarded in balance.
So here's a Skull Clamp, and then he's eating. So he's drawing. He's digging.
Yeah, it's Disciple or Bust, unless he boarded in the balance here.
I saw Springleaf Drum, and I saw what did not look to be a Disciple of the Vault.
Ancient Den is in play. I didn't see it either.
So, I mean, Randy also has the option. The problem is if he sacrifices his Ravager with the clamp on it, now he no longer has any sacrifice outlets.
Right.
Therefore, Disciple's not as good. Goes to 2 here.
Plays the Master, equip, sack, and he just has to hit that. Has to hit the Disciple here.
Yep. I mean, this is what great players do. They draw to their outs. He drew 1. He gets to draw a second one too.
Etch Champion, I think.
I think he bricked.
Yeah.
I mean, that's you have to agree though, right? Like great players draw to their outs. Yep. It's his only way they could win this game, and he did everything in his power to get there. But the reality is, like we said during the draft, those true name nemesis,
Nemesis. I think.
nemesis,
Nemesis.
doing work.
Yeah,
Doing real work.
and Josh has 3 of them. he has True Name plus Phantasmal Image plus Phyrexian Metamorph.
Yep.
So,
Phantasmal Image, great on true name nemesis. They go ahead, try and target it.
yeah,
Can't do it.
Josh constructed his deck really well.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not surprised. Are you?
No.
If there's one thing to be said, like he learned a little bit with that first one when he drafted like Stoneforge really high, and we kind of criticized him about that.
Yeah,
but his deck composition was fantastic.
Yep.
So, evening it up, Josh takes game 2, and we'll be moving over to game 3. Hall of Famer Randy Buehler with multiple VRD success winner.
So what do we have
Josh
in Randy's
Ventura.
deck that he could theoretically bring in? Randy has a 5-card sideboard because he drafted no basic lands.
I mean, he doesn't need them, right? So he has what? Balance, Jar, Grid. We already know Grid's in there.
Yep.
I think he would bring in Welding Jar. I think that's pretty good against the electrolyzes and all those sort of effects.
Yeah.
And he knows that assuming Ventura brought in the Pyroclasms.
Right.
So I think that that's a completely reasonable board for him. Bring in Jar.
Pyroclasm, interesting. Like Josh's deck is meant to put some creatures in play.
Yeah,
And,
absolutely.
You know, granted, he can, if he draws the Pyroclasm, he can sculpt the game in such a way that it gets a 2-for-1, and then he deploys threats, right? But he could also draw it on turn 6 after he's played some True Name Nemesis to stabilize, and now the Pyroclasm looks really bad.
And the funny thing is that the reverse could be true. Randy could bring in Balance. And it's the exact same scenario, just reverse, where Randy could sculpt a game about, oh, well, I'm just going to kind of dink you with Blinkmon Nexus for a little while, maybe play a guy, and then bait you into getting balanced way out of the game, right? Really, balance is Randy's only way to deal with True Name Nemesis.
It is, and I also think it's just good in general as a 2-mana Armageddon.
Yeah.
Almost, because he's going to be relatively land light, and Josh has shown in these games that he's willing to put creatures into play. Or not willing, but like his deck is composed such that creatures will enter play.
Yep.
And so Randy's not going to have to worry about casting Balance and wrathing his own team.
Yeah.
Right. He's going to get to deploy his stuff and then cast Balance and keep a dude or two and get an Armageddon and a Mind Twist out of it.
Yeah.
So I personally think Balance is pretty well positioned in this matchup.
So we've got Randy on the play going into this game. Who do you think's got it? Who do you think's...
Randy being on the play is a big deal. It all depends on how explosive his opener is and whether Josh draws True Name Nemesis, I think. For me, I think the odds favor Josh.
You think the odds favor Josh?
I think the odds favor Josh. Not by a lot, but I think that they do. He
I
has
will
better
say-
sideboard cards.
Yeah. That I agree with. I think Josh has better sideboard cards. I think that Josh needs to play considerably tighter than his first 2 games.
Certainly.
He has been making a lot of mistakes, maybe a little rusty. He did travel overseas, hasn't played Magic too much
Operational
lately.
errors, we'll call them.
Yeah, piloting mishaps.
Yeah.
So it looks like Randy is going to go to 6. Josh keeps his 7. I do see a Mox in there, I believe. I think that's his Sapphire, Mox Sapphire.
Yep.
Which, on the draw, lets you be not behind anymore.
Yeah.
It's pretty exciting.
And against a mulligan that's on the play.
Yeah. To be fair, Randy's deck does mulligan pretty well. He has all those draw 7s he can hit into.
Right.
He can still dump his hand, whether it's 7, 6, or 5, and put some threats on the board pretty fast. So, yeah, I think I'd probably hedge with Josh, especially seeing how things are floating out here. I do think it's very possible for Randy just to kind of nut out the board and then just close the game out within 2 or 3 turns.
It's super possible.
It's very possible.
This hand looks very mana heavy.
From Josh?
No, from Randy.
Okay.
I thought
He
I
is
saw
keeping.
3 lands in a Springleaf Drum.
I see an Ancient Den at least. He has a bauble of some sort. Yeah. Drum. Oh, Chromatic Star.
Okay. And then his hand is Ancient Den, Frogmite, and I keep trying to tilt over to get.
Oh, we had both Moxes. Sorry.
Turn 1
Well.
Thought Adele.
Well, how about that?
That's not bad. Yeah. Ding.
Ring-a-ding. So,
Randy's still in the game. I think he just peeled a Skull Clamp. So.
I mean, does he have a creature to put it on? Is the
I
question.
believe there's a Frogmite in his hand.
Okay.
Yep, there's the Frogmite. So the Thought
For free.
Adele is going to have to do some more. Looks like he does not have the just the Skull Clamp in his hand.
I mean,
misread it.
he wouldn't necessarily have to have played it already yet, right?
Right.
See if Thadadel gets. I don't think there's any counter spells in Josh's deck that are reasonable here. I don't think he doesn't have Daze, he doesn't have Force of Will, so.
Correct. Or a Mental Misstep.
Correct.
So, yeah. The
His
Skull Clamp,
Vault Scourge for sure.
he does have that. Okay, he did have the Skull Clamp.
Okay.
All right, I saw it right.
He could equip it and then just pass and see if Josh tries to attack in. I think
That's
that's
a
probably
scary play because it's really soft to a removal spell.
the problem is he's soft to a removal spell regardless.
He's soft to a removal spell regardless. Yeah, definitely. That's
Like
true.
if he doesn't equip and Josh still just has fire ice in his hand, now he's just down 2 free cards, right? That's the worst one of the two. Is
Yeah.
the bounce it. Let's get you. I'm assuming this is going to be a Lotus.
Yeah.
It's pretty hard to think of a world where it's something else. Although I will say that Josh doesn't seem to have too much more follow-up in his hand, so he might just want to start taking cards that he can't beat, like Master of Ethereum. He does have 2 Moxes in play. That Master of Ethereum's totally fine.
Yeah.
And he certainly can never beat
I mean,
it
if he has
it comes in play.
if he has a counter spell in his hand, he can just get the Lotus. And,
Sure.
accelerate his mana.
I think that's pretty reasonable. I just don't know if I know he has at least Riptide Laboratory, and it looks like he has an additional like basic.
Yeah.
Well, he does get Lotus. Maybe he's just scared of Randy nutting out with Lotus into draw 7s, that sort of thing.
Yeah, very possible. It also just threatens a counterspell, so Randy has to play the game with not perfect information on his turn.
Exactly. Also, we did see Thadadel connect multiple times in the game that Josh lost.
That's true.
So this doesn't necessarily mean the game's over. A quick peek sees a Scry Temple, and Randy's going to cantrip into a couple extra cards and see what he can put together here. If Josh is paying attention, he also could have basically deduced Randy's hand, since Randy is playing almost his whole list in his deck.
Right.
He would have known that it looks like Etched Champion is in Randy's hand.
I believe
and
that's the
that's
case.
what's coming into play here, which is going to shut down Thadadel real fast.
Yep.
So let's hope that extra card for Josh was a counterspell. Otherwise, he's going to be stuck. He does have Venser Riptide Lab.
He does have Venser and Riptide Lab. He also
Really slow.
He also has like redraws in True Name.
True.
So
Break up some board stalemates.
Yep.
Well, that's an interesting. Take 2 from Ancient Tomb. Play
he's
Frog
just floating
Knight.
a couple of mana.
Yeah,
playing
it
the
looks like
Champion
it.
last. It
Yeah.
looks like. I think Josh's hand looks to be all lands. I think it's Riptide, Mountain, and the Temple of Epiphany that got revealed from the bauble. So
Not much Josh can do with it. And unfortunately, he's not going to be able to connect here at all.
right. He doesn't have any way to like give Thadadel flying or anything,
Right.
does he?
I don't believe so. He's counting his mana. I don't know what options he had here. I missed what he drew.
It's gonna be
6.
a lot of mana.
Shattering Espria to you.
Wow.
That's got to close it out, right? That's now his. Yeah.
Let's get a couple more of those in there. Pow 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 pow.
Yeah, he can't target the Etched Champion even. Yeah, those are definite shots fired.
Jeez. Yeah, wow. Randy's gonna have to put 2 artifacts into play next turn. He only has 1 card. It's Disciple of the Vault. That was a big turn from Josh.
Well, I mean, it's why you draft those cards, right? Now he draws Dak Faded, and this game is done. And Josh Ventura
Josh takes it down.
crushes the Hall of Famer. Good
Is
for Josh.
it any good? Is it nice?
It
How is it?
is going to be good enough, I think. Chatting spree. Are we done? Are we done here?
That was
Yeah, that was an impressive show. That was a great top deck by Josh. I mean, that's why you draft all
he
these
might have had
high
it in his
cards.
hand. I thought I saw a mountain, but I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I think he drew it that turn.
Okay.
I'm pretty confident. We can probably get him in the booth sometime later today to discuss, or
let him know.
we'll recap with him. But Josh does take. I'm gonna make a note here. Josh takes his first match down, first feature match on camera, and I believe we can confirm here. But I believe we are still lined up for Corbett versus Nathan Santo. They're sitting down right now, so we should be hopping right into the action right here. And then after this match, we're going to have a quick break. and we're going to switch out some of the casters here.
Yeah.
Paul's going to come back in the booth, and then we'll continue on with our afternoon full of vintage rotisserie draft here.
Yes, lots of cool magic, lots of
I'm not going to stop now. Why would I stop?
lots of
We just started.
crazy interactions that you're just not going to see anywhere else out there.
Where else are you going to see the top deck shattering spree to destroy Randy Bueller's board? You know, that's just like that's just not going to happen anywhere else. That was pretty insane. Josh, you did top deck that shattering spree, correct? Yes, yes, he did.
He certainly
Absolutely.
did. All right.
Why the fuck wouldn't you top deck it? Why would you have it in your hand? You got to draw it. It's more suspenseful when the best card in your deck is on top of your deck, right?
Absolutely. Flip it over. Boom.
We saw that you drew the second Mox turn 1 for the turn 1 Thought Adele. That was pretty nice.
While we have a little bit of downtime, why don't we mention a fund that we have?
Yeah, so a lot of our followers may have seen it through some of their Facebook friends or Twitterverse, or even just noticing all of the profile pictures being changed over to pandas across the Magic community.
Team Panda.
Our friend of the stream, Tony Palioco, and his daughter Mariah, definitely had some struggles recently. Mariah was struck by a car while walking home, and won't be walking again, unfortunately. Some bad things have been happening, but the great news is they are on the road to recovery. It's it's sad news, but there's a lot of good to be come out of it.
Right, could have been worse.
Could have been a lot worse, and all things considered, Mariah, I saw her the other day. She's doing fantastic.
Awesome.
Really on the road to recovery. The scary time's over. But on the road to recovery,
now it's all about making it better, right?
Yeah, it's about comfort, right? And they've got a lot they have to go through. They're going to have to worry about wheelchairs and getting a new place. And so one of the things we've been trying to do as a whole community is try and work on ways to raise money. A couple of ways we're doing that. There is a donation link right at the bottom of the stream. You are welcome to please click on it.
There's a little button with a picture of a panda. It says donate for Mariah.
Yeah.
Team Panda.
You can just donate directly there. There's a couple other options that we're doing. This isn't sponsored by shotgunlotus, although we will be there streaming.
Yep.
There is a Team Panda fundraiser tournament in July.
On the 19th?
It'll be on the 19th. It's out here in the Seattle area. If you're in the area, please come by. Come play. It's going to have a ton of insane prizes. All of the prizes are being donated, so if you have cards that you want to donate, they'll go towards the prize pool. We'll keep track of who donates what. And then, if you're in the area or if you want to come out to the area, come out and play. It's going to be a hell of a day. It's going to be. We've already had like 20-something boxes of cards donated.
Awesome.
Sealed product boxes. We have.
That's one thing about the Magic community is when shit gets real,
we come
back.
together.
They fight back, yeah.
It's incredible. Star City has done a bunch of stuff for this. We have all sorts of crazy singles too. We have like a Chinese foil Gristlebrand
cool.
and a foil Liliana Veil, and there's just more stuff coming in every day.
And then all of the entry fee is going to go straight to Mariah's fund.
I think we already have 6 Judge Foil Force of Wills in the prize pool.
Sweet.
I mean, this prize pool is going to be absurd. We're also going to be doing like some silent auctions and some other stuff. Just 100% of the money is going towards the Team Panda Mariah fundraiser. So, if you're able to, please donate or come out and play, or even just contact us. I'm the person that's actually collecting donations, so feel free to ping me directly, Dwayne St. Arnold on Facebook, or even just reach out to us any way you can through Twitter or the stream, and it'll get to me.
Yeah, cool.
So it's gonna be a lot of fun. You're gonna be there, right?
I will be there.
It's gonna be fun.
Yeah, I'll probably be out after round 2 and cube drafting for.
Standard's not your game.
No, it's really not.
Yeah,
no.
That's okay.
I need to be able to open Mox Sapphire.
Let me tell you, if I could open Mox Sapphire in my standard deck, I'd be a very happy man.
I would be too. That would be quite good.
So we are just updating the overlay here, so to reflect Corbett Gray versus Nathan Santo.
Now.
Yeah, go nuts.
All right, so the players look ready. I think they've resolved mulligans. And we're off on turn 1. Corbett leads off with a Watery Grave.
So the overlay is not quite up to speed, which is totally fine, but Corbett is on that blackish plan, right?
Yeah.
Blackish.
Mono-black combo.
Yeah.
Right? He has Vampire Hexmage into Dark Depths along with Thespian Stage.
Mm-hmm.
He has Painter Servant and Grindstone. He has Protean Hulk and Flash combo. And then he has 4 demonic tutors to bring it all together.
I'll tell you this: my favorite part about Corbett's deck is the 4 tutors.
Yeah.
I mean, all the combos are sweet, but one of the best things in this format is consistency.
Right.
And
Reduce
having tutors
any
gives it to you.
variance possible.
Yeah. And Nathan's deck is really interesting too because it is that green-white hate bear. Scavenging Ooze, that's a fantastic card against Corbett.
Yeah, it's really good against like his main plan.
Yeah.
Right. Obviously, Corbett has easy access to 2-card combos that are gonna get around the Scavenging Ooze
Sure.
pretty well, but
Do you think there's a lot of ways for Corbett to interact here? I mean, his 2-card combos are great, but his main plan, like the Scavenging Ooze is very good against the Protean Hulk combo.
Yes.
Right? That basically shuts it down.
yes,
It's not good against the Painter Servant combo.
correct.
So,
Yeah, that's certainly correct. One thing Corbett does have to worry about a little bit is Nathan has access to Progenitus, so he won't get completely milled out by the Grindstone. I've had a couple of cube matches where I get Painter Servant Grindstone out of the game, and I just have 7 cards in my hand, and so I just draw and keep discarding the Progenitus.
sure.
And he has survival in his deck also, so he can get around it
He
that
can loop
way.
it. Yeah. Do you think do you think that there's much game here for Corbett as the board state goes? Like, he hasn't really played much yet.
Yeah, I mean, all he really needs to do is draw one half of one of his non-reanimator combos, right?
Okay.
And then just tutor for the other half.
Well, he just drew Vampiric Tutor, so and he has Thespian Stage in play. That's not going to be quite good enough, I don't think.
So he can vamp this turn for Dark Depths and then activate it next turn,
Yeah.
right? So that's going to be pretty good.
I don't think he's going for that, though. Oh, Toxic Deluge for 5.
Toxic Deluge is a black sorcery for black and 2 colorless. You pay X life as it resolves, and every creature gets -X/-X until the end of the turn.
You know, and it was printed in one of those commander sets, I believe.
I think that's correct, yeah.
And it's one of those, like, sweet cards that just randomly will see Legacy play sometimes. Just like Edric was.
Right.
It was the exact same way, printed in Commander, sees play in Legacy.
Yeah.
And really, it's one of the cheapest ways for a black deck to Wrath the board.
Absolutely.
And it's not just like Infest Wrath, it's actually hard Wrath,
Yeah.
assuming you have the life to pay. We have another match update here from Paul Waite.
And this is an exciting one.
Oh, boy.
Charles Wong keeps the tear alive.
Wow.
Moves to 3-0, defeats Jed Dolbeer in 2 games. So now
Okay.
Jed is 0-2 in contention for the Jed.
You know, I would not be upset if it returned to being the Jed.
No one would.
Would it be a picture of him holding his first card again? We'd have to figure this out.
We'll have to figure out the logistics. We didn't plan for this type of scenario.
Although all things considered, we probably should
Can you
have.
make sure that Charles and Martin do not play each other and they would be our next camera match?
Yes.
Yes.
I think I would like
That's
to
a
see
great
Charles'
idea.
deck on camera quite a bit.
They might already be playing, but we'll see.
Okay.
Stop them if they're playing, and we'll just move it to the feature match after this.
All right, so Toxic Deluge resolves, wipes Nathan's board. Corbett has a follow-up Vampiric Tutor to set up, I think, Dark Depths, and he looks well on his way to having a 2020.
Can we get a card image of Thespian Stage? I just want to make sure it's clear exactly how that card works.
Yeah,
Because, you know, people are used to the Dark Depths Hex Mage combo.
Right.
From back in the day. But how does that work with...
so Thespian Stage with the new Legendary rule works where you put Dark Depths into play, and then you use Thespian Stage to copy Dark Depths. Now you have 2 copies of Dark Depths in play. You get to choose which one stays in play.
Got
You
it.
choose the Thespian Stage version, and then not the Dark Depths. The Dark Depths will die, and then the Thespian Stage becomes a Dark Depths with no counters on it, is sacrificed, and you get an indestructible creature.
Got it.
Corbett just skipping a turn, and looks like he had the flash in his hand and went for the Protean Hulk.
Went for the Hulk.
And is now going for the kill here.
Now, I remember back when this was like a thing that was played commonly, making your opponent play it out is a real challenge.
Yes.
Right? They have to be able to do this accurately.
Yes.
Otherwise, it's not going to be good enough. Now, Corbett, I know, was playing back in the day, but let's see if he can actually pull it off, because right now, he's got kind of the pieces in play.
Yeah, so it looks like He's going to make infinite
And
karmic
he
guides.
figured it out.
Yeah.
Corbett Gray taking game 1 fairly convincingly. That Toxic Deluge basically put Nathan out of the game.
Yeah. I for whatever reason, even though a couple of drafts ago DuPont had talked about drafting the Hulk combo, when Corbett drafted the Flash in this one, I was thinking more he was going to do what Carl did last draft with it, which was just try to get 2-for-1s, and I didn't like that a lot. But the way that he ended up, he's got 3 game-winning 2-card combos that attack from completely different angles.
Yeah.
One beats down, one is a graveyard recursion combo, and one is an artifact combo. That's a really good place to be when you have 3 instant wins that are on completely different axes.
It's a really good place when you have 4 demonic tutors.
Yes,
It's
definitely.
where it's a good place to be.
Yeah.
And Corbett, we haven't had a match win out of him yet. This is really kind of his first match of the day, so he could be certainly on the start of something big.
Yeah.
And we're seeing that his deck is likely more powerful than we thought it was.
I hope that his deck ends up being as good as I thought it was to start the draft. I was a little disappointed in his middle 15 picks, but when it seemed pretty convincing that losing my train of thought.
Well, the thing is with Corbett's deck, we all agreed after the first 4 picks when he went Mox, tutor.
Yeah.
Like, whatever direction he was going to go in was going to be solid because he's always going to be able to find good cards. Like, when you have 4 copies of a card, 4 copies of the tutor, 5 copies of any card that he actually wants, in a 40-card deck, you're always going to find one of them, right? And like you said, with enough 2-card combos, it doesn't matter which piece of which combo he has. He can just go get whatever he needs.
Right.
And something that we've talked about in the past is the value of those tutors. People, they still go early no matter what. They're not going to slide till round 10 or something. Oh wait, they did, didn't they? Yeah.
Last draft, Demonic and Vampiric Tutor went in the 16th and 17th rounds.
I think a mistake that a lot of our drafters make is that they don't realize how important those support cards are, right? Demonic Tutor isn't the card that's going to kill you, but it always gets the card that will kill.
Yeah. Now you have 2 copies of the best card in your deck.
Exactly.
And the best card
or 5.
Right. And the best card in your deck is always changing as the match goes, but that Demonic Tutor is still always the best card in your deck.
Yeah.
And that's something that I think I value really highly.
Yeah.
The first draft I did with one of these where I finished second place, I took Demonic Tutor in the first round.
Yeah.
And I think that, that may or may not be correct, but that just goes to show how high you can value these cards.
I like Demonic Tutor infinitely more in Corbett's deck than, for example, Floyd's deck.
Right.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Floyd's deck needs it to be Vampiric Tutor because he has so many good 2-drops.
Right. He always wants to draw into a 2-drop.
Yep.
Through there, so but he'll be on the play this game, Nathan, and he certainly can put something together. He has enough power out of his deck.
Yeah, so let's take a look at sideboards really quick.
Yeah.
Nathan has access to Harmonic Sliver, Stony Silence, Grand Abolisher, Gaddock Teague, Rest in Peace, Channel Ulamog, and Pay No Heed.
None of those are that good. I mean,
he has Rest in Peace.
Rest in Peace is fine.
Which is it shuts off a third of Corbett's combo. But that's about it.
Kind of 2/3, right? Corbett is just randomly playing that Reanimate also, right?
Yeah, I think that's mostly just a value card.
I agree, but it does shut it down.
Sure, but like Corbett has the 3 big 2-card combos, right?
Yeah, I mean,
so it shuts down a third of them.
Looking at Nathan's sideboard, I feel like he didn't plan that well. I feel like he planned his main deck, but not give a lot of thought to the sideboard. Like, why is there a channel in your sideboard? What does that do? What matchup are you saying, man, I wish I had Channel Ulamog? I mean, you pretty much either want it in all of them or none of them, right? There's no point where you're like, let's shift gears and this is the plan.
Yeah. Getting back to the game here.
Sweet.
Yeah, Corbett starts on Grindstone, and Nathan has Avacyn's Pilgrim to kick things off for him. Accelerate a little bit. Try to get into the middle part of his curve as fast as he can to try to keep up with Corbett's speed. It looks like he has Strip Mine and Crucible in his hand. So
it's going to have to be real fast if it's going to work, because Corbett has Vampiric Tutor in his hand.
Yep.
And like we were just saying, the right card here will likely be Painter Servant.
Yep.
Which will close this game out real fast.
Nathan does have Phyrexian Revoker in his hand to shut off
Interesting.
to the Grindstone. So he could Strip Mine and Revoker the Grindstone here and really put a cripple on Corbett. The trick I think about that is he's a little worried that he doesn't have a third source of mana.
He doesn't have another one.
Yeah, so then he doesn't want to, like...
Oh, we played Sylvan Library.
That's a smart play.
I like it. I think that's totally
Yeah.
fine. He's not going to die from Grindstone this turn,
Right.
Whereas he needs to draw into, like you said, a third source.
Yep.
If he gets to go land Crucible go, Corbett's kind of in trouble.
Yeah.
If Corbett doesn't draw more lands to be able to chain into.
Right. The only way he can win
Painter
from
Servant.
there is like, so he's going to get a turn, so he could put Painter Servant into play on 2, and then Ritual to activate the Grindstone or a Mox. Nathan looks like he found a Gaia's Cradle.
I'm not sure how
a couple other
effective
cards.
that is here.
I mean, it's a land.
I think against Corbett's deck and the way Corbett's deck is going to kill you, I think you just pay life here. Get some of those blanks off the top of
Yeah,
your
it's
deck.
super reasonable. Corbett's never going to kill you in chunks of 7 or 8. right?
Exactly. If you're at 12 or 19, it's almost the same against Corbett, right?
Yep.
So I personally like at least paying 4, which Nathan is declining to do.
Okay.
Maybe he has better options that we're not seeing. He did take the Cradle here.
Yeah, so the Cradle just makes a mana to get the Crucible into play, and then next turn he can start strip mining.
The problem is Corbett does have Dark Ritual, correct?
In his deck, I don't know
In
if he
his
has it
deck,
hand.
yeah. So it's not a complete lock, right? Because if Corbett can continue playing lands until he has Dark Ritual, he can actually shut it off before Phyrexian Revoker comes into play. Now, I don't know if that's going to be the case. And Corbett does also have Cyclonic Rift in his hand.
Right. That being said, it's far and away the best thing that Nathan can do to disrupt Corbett.
Sure.
He feels as though he's not going to die this turn,
Mhm.
so he wants to get the Crucible into play as fast as possible. Then next turn, play the Revoker.
Yeah.
It's more efficient use of his mana, and he gets to play, Crucible this turn and then start stripping.
Sure.
So it looks like, and if Corbett spends a turn like tutoring for, say, a blue mana to cast the Cyclonic Rift, and then bounces the Crucible, Nathan can just replay the Crucible, and then his land drop for the turn is Strip Mine.
Yeah.
So,
That's when things really start getting sticky.
right. Yeah, if you're on Corbett's side, you need to figure out a path to win the game in like 2 turns.
Kind of. Corbett also, has no pressure on him yet either, so...
Well, that Strip Mine and that Crucible is a lot of pressure.
No, I understand that. I mean, Corbett does have ways that he can at least discard, reanimate something. I mean, it's not best, and he did draw Flash, which is what he put on top of his deck.
Okay.
So it looks like he's probably looking to close the game out right here.
If he has the Hulk, yep.
He
Ooh,
has Woodfall Primus,
Okay.
which lets him destroy 2 permanents. I strongly suggest destroying the Sylvan Library, because you know that your opponent put 2 cards back on top.
Yeah.
And mana's probably not that relevant right now, although that Cradle's probably tempting, knowing Nathan's list.
Right. The Cradle's super tempting to me.
Yeah. I don't know if it's right, but it's reasonable.
And now you have so we just talked about how Nathan might want to draw a bunch of cards with the Sylvan because Corbett's not going to be hitting in chunks.
Yeah.
Now he has a source of chunks.
That's very true.
That kind of puts a hurt on the Sylvan a little bit.
Source of chunks.
Yes, source of chunks.
Woodfall Primus, source of chunks. That's my new name for it. I hope
right.
you realize that. That's pretty good.
So Nathan has ways to get that Crucible back. He has Temple Garden into Eternal Witness into get the Crucible back. But that might not be fast enough.
Yeah.
And Corbett already has stuff.
The Crucible's not as important anymore, right? Corbett
Right.
has a 5/5 trample in play. Corbett also has a non-land mana source.
Absolutely. That's critical.
I think it's shift gears, figure out a different plan. It may still be involving Eternal Witness, but it may be getting Cradle.
Right. That's probably what he's going to do next turn.
So it looks like the Temple Garden came into play tapped, saving Nathan a couple life. Yep.
I think we're going to get clarification on what Phyrexian Revoker named, whether it was Grindstone or Chrome Mox. Named Grindstone.
It named Grindstone, yeah. It makes sense. No, don't put it there. No.
Corbett gets in for 5 with the Primus and passes back the turn, and now Nathan
I
is
see at least
activating
survival
his,
on
his
top for
Sylvan.
Nathan. Survival's sweet with Sylvan Library, right? Because you can always just kind of make sure you have a fresh 3 cards on top.
Yeah, and the way the mana works this turn, he gets to Eternal Witness back to Cradle, which taps for 3, which is survival plus a card,
Sure.
plus an activation. So, it's a natural progression there. We'll see what he wants to do. It looks like he has Natural Order in his hand also.
Does he have the mana to cast it?
Not this turn. No.
Yeah, he needs to Eternal Witness this turn, right?
Yeah.
I mean, to cast Natural Order.
Correct.
The thing is Natural Order going to be good enough?
Progenitus looks like it's probably good enough in this game state.
Kind of. Is there a point where... I mean, Progenitus makes it so Corbett can't attack, but can Nathan attack? I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, I think he would be able to. I mean, I'm really surprised that he didn't cast that Witness for that Cradle this turn.
Yeah, I mean, he must just be trying to go on this plan. It would be fantastic for Corbett if he had Toxic Deluge.
Yeah. Oh, we have a Court of Calling for what looks to be 0 for a Dryad Arbor.
I didn't see it. Yeah, he did pick up Dryad Arbor.
Yeah.
That's good. That's one of those just value picks that if you have it, it's great when you need it. But if you don't have it, you always need it.
I think he also has the Green Sun Zenith.
Sure, I knew that.
And a couple of fetch lands. So, yeah, it's a really nice card for him. Nathan now natural ordering, going for what is likely a
I'm not sure why you don't tap the mana there. I mean, it's probably not super relevant, but you
just
tap
like
the elf,
just
right?
a little 2%er here and there.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. He could have got in for 2 with the elf first.
Yep. Could have either gotten in for 2 or tapped the elf for the mana.
Right.
And just had extra mana this turn.
Yep.
I mean, he's probably pretty excited. Here he is on his first Vintage Rotisserie Draft stream.
Yep.
Natural Ordering Progenitus, very powerful. Is it gonna be good enough?
Yeah, we'll see.
What do you think? Toxic Deluge for 10?
That would be gross.
Be pretty insane.
That would
actually.
be gross. Yeah.
It's one of basically the only ways. I was surprised how few Diabolic Edicts got drafted.
Yeah, definitely.
Very few. I know Liliana of the Veil got drafted. Did Edict get drafted or Chainers?
I don't think Innocent Blood or Diabolic Edict or Geth's Verdict or any of those.
Or any of those, yeah. Interesting.
I don't think did Emrakul get drafted?
Emrakul did not get drafted.
So Emrakul
Neither did. So one of the cards I wanted Nathan to draft was Phasmond.
Yeah.
We talked about that, right? Instead he opted for Channel. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Nathan looking to present a board that can chump block 1 turn on a Woodfall Primus, right?
Yeah.
Because and now all he has to do is attack once with Progenitus and Corbett's on lethal.
Yeah.
So
it looks like he got the Crucible back, right? With the Eternal Witness.
okay. We have Paul Waite coming in with a match result.
Hey there, guys. Martin takes the game from Floyd in 3.
Okay.
The Reanimator is looking real strong.
Martine. Floyd is down.
So that puts Martin
and Charles
2-0.
so far have no losses currently.
Yeah, that's our next feature
All
match,
right,
so it
that's
should be
our
pretty
next-
exciting.
Nice.
Martin and Charles?
Yeah.
And you're going to be in the booth.
I guess so.
Very excited.
Sounds great.
Absolutely.
So Corbett is. Are we on Corbett's turn? I think, or Nathan is trying to decide what to do.
I think
with his...
Nathan is tanking about what's the correct decision here. It looks like he got back Crucible of Worlds, but I'm not entirely sure what he did.
Looks like he passed the turn. It is Corbett's turn. Corbett has a Dance of the Dead and the Karmic Guide in his hand, I think.
I don't know if that's going to be good enough for him here, although Nathan didn't swing, right? By not swinging, that lets Corbett play some of these cards. I mean, he can't actually cast Karmic Guide. He can't Grindstone.
Right. So he needs to draw... He needs to get a turn or 2 out of Nathan just not attacking, basically, and just try to peel a couple of cards, right?
I mean, that's the turn we're in right now. Nathan didn't attack this turn. I think that Nathan will attack next turn. I think he has to, right?
I thought he would attack on the turn that he just had, so... he clearly has a different view of where the game is going than we do.
Yeah,
so.
it's pretty interesting. I'm not sure what he's afraid of, right? I mean, I guess, like, he Toxic Deluge for 1, and then attack.
Yeah.
No, that's not even good enough, because the Woodfall Primus also gets -1.
Oh, sure. Yep.
So, I mean, if there's a Toxic Deluge that Corbett could have cast, he would have done it last turn at 4/10.
Yeah.
And then he would have had Grindstone online.
Yeah. He probably would actually attack with the Primus first.
Sure.
And then he has to pay 5 less life or whatever. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Maybe he has it. Is that what he has?
No, it's a Dance of the Dead. I'm pretty sure.
So we're gonna Dance of the Dead. That homie back into play. I'm guessing he's gonna get rid of that Sylvan Library. Okay, that's fine.
Choking Nathan a little bit on his mana just to keep the board a little bit more clear. Nathan misses his Sylvan Library trigger again.
Yeah, that Sylvan
I think
Library
that's
is
two in a
only.
row.
Yeah, he didn't make it either of those turns.
Yeah. So Progenitus comes in. Corbett down to 1 turn. He basically needs a removal spell?
I don't even know if that's good.
Because the Woodfall Primus is a 7/7 now.
Yeah, and he has to pay to untap it.
Right.
Which I would assume he's going to do here.
Toxic Deluge is definitely an out here.
It is absolutely an out.
He chose not to untap, so.
What is he hoping to draw by not untapping?
Demonic Tutor?
Maybe.
Nope, still not good enough. Doesn't beat Progenitus. Yeah, I'm not really sure. I think his best course of action there was to untap with Dance of the Dead and hope to draw a Toxic Deluge or some sort of removal spell to reduce the amount of toughness.
You definitely untap there at the very minimum to make Nathan block with a couple of his guys. Not that it's going to matter much. I'm not entirely sure what Corbett's line there is, but regardless of what he drew, he is down game 2. So we're going to go to game 3. Corbett Grave versus Nathan Santo. Natural order, good enough there.
Yeah, it looked to be pretty powerful in that game. Corbett went with the flash value play, and it wasn't quite
And in
good
general,
enough.
I think it is good enough. But he just had the... it was funny. I thought he was going to destroy the Sylvan Library, but I think Nathan did think he destroyed the Sylvan Library since it never got activated again.
It seemed that way.
Yeah.
Card
has no text.
There were a couple of turns in a row where he untapped, drew his card, and then pointed at the Sylvan and was like, I screwed up. But so Corbett has a couple of decent sideboard cards here. He has Mesmeric Fiend, which Nathan has no way to get rid of.
That's true.
I don't think. He has Cyclonic Rift,
Which we already know he boarded in.
Yep. He has Repeal. He has Dark Blast.
I think Dark Blast is
Dark
a good
Blast
one.
is a really good one.
Yeah.
The what else is he? He has Necro and Perish. Perish is a very
Perish is a big game. I don't think Necro is worth playing in this matchup.
So we anticipate he probably brought in Perish, Mesmeric Fiend,
Cyclonic
Rift, and maybe Dark Blast.
Also, he had Body Double in his deck.
Okay.
When he comboed out game 1. So this list must not be quite accurate.
Did he have the Body Double?
I thought so.
He didn't. Oh yeah, it's on.
Yeah,
there
he
twice.
definitely used
It's
it.
on
Yeah,
there twice.
it's just a mistype there. He definitely has Body Double in his deck.
Okay.
Otherwise, Flash Combo is just not good, right? You have to have Body Double, don't you?
Can't you just get Kiki Jiki and Karmic Guide going?
Oh, sure. I guess you can just do that.
Or you need some way
Well,
to
no.
untap the
You
Kiki
have to
Jiki,
have...
right?
Yeah, because you can't get both of those pieces just off the Hulk itself.
Right.
You have to have Body Double that comes in and makes a Hulk.
Okay.
And then do it again.
Okay.
To get the other half.
Okay. That makes sense.
Not quite the same.
So Nathan looks like he's mulliganing here, and Corbett looks like he's good on 7.
Yeah.
So, did you get a look at what was in his hand? I missed it.
I missed it also. I think he snap kept, though.
Yeah.
It must be pretty nice. And he does have the fortune of being on the play this game, which I think was a big reason why he was behind last game. So, Corbett, he draws a 7. He's just kind of tanking here, waiting for Nathan. Nathan's hand looks a little loose. I see Cradle, Forest. I'm not sure what else he has.
Maybe a Dryad Arbor in there? Yeah, going to
Well,
5.
it doesn't matter because it's not staying.
It's not in his hand anymore.
Not going to keep it. So only one more match until we do that big $20 giveaway, huh?
Moving on up.
Moving on up.
In the world.
Yep. And that giveaway,
Battle
we have to
of
figure
the
out how to do that.
Undefeateds.
We'll probably do something fun with that.
Yeah.
Something in Twitch chat or something, maybe?
Something.
We'll figure something out.
Basically follow along with the action and you can win money.
Yeah,
That's
basically.
how it works.
Yeah.
So, stay tuned and we'll give away some stuff.
Some stuff.
Sylvan Primordial, Octavia Orangutan, and 2 lands, I think, were the cards I
Did
saw.
you bring in Uktabi Orangutan?
I think
what is
he
it?
main
I guess that's
decked
good
it.
against the grindstone combo.
Yeah, I think he main decked it.
It's like you said, you know.
Yeah, he main decked it. It's also good
Corbett's-
against Corbett's like Moxes.
Yeah, and I mean Corbett's deck attacks you from so many different ways. You can bring in anti-artifact hate against
Right.
the Imperial the grindstone combo,
Yep.
but that doesn't help you against the other two. Like,
Yeah, totally.
there's no blanket hate for all of them other than just kill him.
All of his angles are so powerful and they're
Yeah.
so different that there's no crossover hate.
Sure.
And I think that I don't know if it was an accident or not, but he ended up in a really good spot for those.
I mean, Corbett would tell you it was completely planned.
Yeah, I think Corbett would straight up admit if it was an accident.
You think?
Yeah.
Okay.
He'd just be like, I don't know. Yeah.
He was pretty confident in his deck when we did the interview.
Good.
So, I mean, and it's showing here. I think his deck is looking fairly consistent. You know, even a card like Vampire Hexmage here, the card's just a great defender against Nathan's deck.
Yeah,
right?
it really is.
It holds
Nathan's
the fort.
Nathan's deck is just full of tutus.
Yep. So, interesting line by Nathan. So, he plays Crucible. I don't know if he has Strip or Waste in his hand. If he does, then that play seems totally fine with me. Otherwise, like...
Strands the Utabi orangutan.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, he's not going to just like run the orangutan out there when it can't attack anyway.
Yeah.
For nothing.
Well,
So.
that is, as we say, big game.
The natural.
Why would you need any of those tutors?
Yeah, don't need.
We don't use those.
Still had all. He probably just going to show all four of them at the end of the game.
Yeah, still had.
I didn't need.
I could
these.
have gotten to different combos.
Yeah.
Had I wanted, but I naturally drew this one. You know, sometimes you just draw that nut hand, and
Yep.
you know, as much as we talk about it, Corbett definitely has a nut hand.
Yeah.
He has many nut.
Smart
hands.
play from Corbett here, just doing it on his main phase to play around any strip wasteland shenanigans from Nathan.
Yeah, because once Nathan just puts Wasteland in play,
Right.
then he can't do it at all. Correct.
Yep.
Yeah. So, and then it would be just kind of like this game of chicken.
And Nathan, interestingly, did not end up drafting any of the white enchantment removal spells like Banishing Light or Oblivion Ring.
Oblivion Ring or
So,
any of those. Yeah.
Yeah, didn't have. To play around
and that
those.
was that.
Yep, that takes it down.
that was game.
The natural Hexmage turn 3. It's gonna be
was
good enough for Corbett.
Quick
so.
and it wasn't even dirty. That was clean.
Yeah.
Quick and clean.
We're gonna take a quick break here.
Yeah.
We're gonna come back with Charles Wong versus Martin Goldman Cursed.
That's gonna be exciting.
That's gonna be a
Who do you
fun
think's
match.
got it?
I think Martin's gonna have the edge. Although he didn't draft very much creature removal, and I think that might be a mistake that people made in this draft. Is when you have
Yeah.
Randy drafting all these artifact 1 toughness creatures, and Nathan drafting a green-white hate bears deck, and you have Charles drafting an infect deck. And even Floyd is drafting a deck with like Bitter Blossom and Elspeth and Stoneforge Mystic and stuff. There's a lot of creatures going on, and nobody
And not much spot removal.
Yeah, Lightning Bolt is it, right? Swords and Path, I guess. There were no Wraths out there except for the Toxic Deluge.
Yeah,
So.
it's interesting because I feel like if you took Charles's deck and dropped it into a past draft, it might do awful.
Yeah.
Just based on how the
Yeah,
drafts have gone.
but
right?
he ended up in a really good position for this
Yeah.
draft. So we'll see what he can do against Martin here. I'm going to step out. Paul's going to come in and let you guys take this one away. So
Absolutely.
all right, I'll see y'all in a bit.
Sounds good. Thanks, guys.
We're live.
We
All
are
right.
live. Welcome back.
Hey, how's it going?
Good. How you been?
I have been watching some pretty awesome games of Magic. in
Did
the
you
other room.
did you see that last one with the
I did.
2020 and things? Oh god, it was
I was
somewhat
saying-
lopsided.
I was standing over Corbett's shoulder, and he was trying to sell this is just a Vampire Hexmage angle.
Yeah.
He goes, I'll just play this 2/1 first strike. And Nathan was like, okay. I'm
Not
dead,
really.
right? And he
Yeah.
was like, okay, yeah. Let me tell you, we've got Charles Wong coming up here next. He has not lost a game today.
He hasn't lost a game.
He's not lost a
I
game.
didn't realize that.
And his games, other than his, actually, that match isn't done yet. So none of his games have been relatively close.
Well, Steven and I were just talking about kind of the lack of removal drafted in this draft.
Yeah.
That's got to be a big part of why he's seeing such success. I mean, his deck's actually totally fine on its own, but with extra removal, like it'd be a lot worse positioned than it is right now, where there's not a lot of spot removal.
Well, I'll tell you what. Charles Wong battled through quite a bit of removal against Jet.
Really?
He's got Mental Misstep, which countered his swords. He's got Vines of the Vastwood. He can go tutor up. He has the Wish, Cunning Wish, and you'll get Pact of Negation. He's got a lot of ways to deal. Mental Misstep, I don't name Mental Misstep.
Cool.
The Ancestral Brainstorm, like he has been finding the right answers every time.
Cool. Chris, did you have something?
Yeah, did you guys want to talk about what they're playing for today? I'll bring it up on the
absolutely.
screen.
So I don't know if we've actually shown off the prizes yet.
Oh, do we have? We have it.
Here's what we're playing for today, ladies and gentlemen. Every drafter showed up with a bottle of booze. Some of them are dual packages, so some of them are two for ones.
I'm thirsty.
I am also thirsty.
They won't mind, right? If we just start. Is that a problem?
I don't think so.
They won't mind. They wouldn't
There's
even
like 11
know.
Somehow there's 8 drafters and 11 bottles of booze.
So some of them brought like 2 because, like, we asked our drafters to bring a bottle that's worth like somewhere between $30 and $50, and sometimes they're like, "Well, this is only $20. I'll get this other $20 bottle and kind of make up for it."
Yeah.
Which is fine, but it ends up with extra bottles.
Yeah, and
floating
I
around.
think this is by far the most impressive booze selection that we've had so far.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it gets drafted. I think there's a couple of decent, arguable first picks here.
Yeah, what would you first pick out of this pile here?
You know, personally, I think that you get the most value. It's not really shown here, but the Ron Burgundy and the Ron Jeremy bottles, they're kind of right in the middle there.
Yeah.
I think those are you just get more value by taking those, and plus, drinking some Ron Burgundy sounds fantastic.
So for me, I agree. Super strong pick. For me, it's hard to see. It's in the back there. There's a Brazilian rum that Nathan Santo brought.
the greenish
the blonde in the back there. That would be my first pick. I'm a run.
It looks like it says LeBron on it. Does it say LeBron?
LeBron's not doing so hot.
I mean, he might. Okay.
But yeah, I mean, like, there's so many strong picks here. Like the single malt that Randy brought also looks quite strong. It's in the middle there, and then Dry Fly is always awesome.
Yeah, absolutely.
But anyway, are we ready to go here, Chris? Oh, Martin is actually 2-0. We'll get that updated. But
so we have a 3-0 versus a 2-0 right here.
Yes.
So this matchup should be pretty interesting.
I just watching the way the games have gone. Watching the way the games have gone, I gotta say it's on Charles here. Charles is.
I would think so too.
If Martin can stick an Elishnorn, it's going to be tough for Charles.
If Martin can stick an Elishnorn, it's going to be damn near impossible for Charles.
Very true.
Since he's never going to have a creature in play, right?
Yep. So Martin leads off with a Temple. He's got a Scry going. I see he's got an Exhume. I'm not sure if he's got anything to Exhume.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. Both players did keep their 7s.
So we've got a Crop Rotation, a Library, and I think he's got the Blighted Ancient in his hand.
Yeah, I mean, Charles's hand is actually totally fine here. It's got some game. He doesn't have a lot of pump in it, I don't think.
He can Crop Rotation for Pendlehaven, which I mean isn't the best, but it's Pendlehaven. Actually, I think Pendlehaven's in his hand. So I think he has his Crop Rotation targets in his hand.
Yeah, it's a little awkward. I mean, he can't go get Library, although he's going to start getting some value off of Library. The problem is against Martin's deck. Martin's deck is very consistent. Martin's going to cast him to Turok here.
Which is going to turn that Library off pretty quick.
Not entirely. So he's going to go to he went to 8 here, and then he's going to go to 6.
And then he's going to drop to 7, and then he can
Right.
You're right. Yep.
But I mean, it certainly gets 2 sweet free cards. So
rolling a 20-sided dice.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how they're randomly doing this, but I'll accept.
Okay. I know there are smaller dice to the side, but you know what? Who cares?
It's fine.
Let's have some fun.
We'll make it work.
So it's 2 of the Lions here, Pendlehaven and Inkmoth Nexus.
You know, I think getting that Inkmoth Nexus out of play here, essentially, for Charles is pretty important on Martin's side of things, because otherwise he's going to have a really hard time dealing with really anything that comes out of Charles. He can deal with it all except for Blinkmoth Nexus. Or Inkmoth Nexus, sorry.
Yep. And Martin, as we were saying, has that Elishnorn and an Exhume in his hand, so he just needs a way to get it into his graveyard.
Absolutely.
And it's going to be pretty tough for Charles here.
Yeah, I mean, Martin was also kind of fortunate. Like, he doesn't have a bad target with him to Turok. Like, when you're playing a card like Exhume, you have to be a little sketchy about cards like him to Turok. Just because, like, you can't cast Exhume after they bin some fatty, right?
Yeah.
But that's just not relevant in Charles's deck. Like, he only has 1/1s, or 2/1s or stuff like that.
Yeah.
He doesn't have a ton of things that he can really nut out. with Exhume, and plus he obviously blanked anyways. Martin playing with his hand face up since Charles did see the whole thing with Gitaxian Probe. Charles just cycling through some cards here, seeing what his options are. He hasn't really found an infect creature yet, has he? Or he has Blighted Agent, but he's chosen not to play it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, this is kind of the mark of a good Magic player, the way Charles is playing here. He's playing patient.
Yeah.
A lot of players would just say, well, I have 2 mana. I'm just going to nut this guy out because that's how I win the game.
Yep.
But what's more important is, like, how do you win the long game? How do you beat the cards in Martin's hand? And that's by making exactly the play we saw there. You know, use your remand. I'm going to make you stuck on that. Then you're going to have to deal with my Noble Hierarch anyways because I have Spell Pierce. Now I know you don't have really much going on.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I think at the end of the day, I mean, Charles is actually in pretty good shape.
So when I was talking to Charles earlier, a lot of people were saying, like, oh, you know, I just need to get Charles to spend all his resources early. And Charles was like, I don't think people realize that my deck plays the long game very well too.
Mm-hmm.
He just has so much redundancy and so much, like, if his opponent ever falters, the game ends.
Yeah, not even that, but, like, I completely agree with everything you just said, but also, like, Charles doesn't have to play multiple threats. He can just play one dude and then make you deal with it. And in this draft, there's so little removal, he can just kind of afford to have this play out.
Mm-hmm.
You know, playing that Viridian Corruptor here, he doesn't have to wait till he can 2-for-1 and pop an artifact. He knows that Martin doesn't really have any.
Yep.
Just run it out there. Now you've got an Infect guy that can swing for at minimum 3 a turn.
And Martin just needs to be afraid now. Martin just is on the back foot, like, knowing that he could just die at any second if he gives Charles the chance.
Martin's draws here have been pretty awful. He's drawn a lot of land. You know, he doesn't have a way to discard that Iona. Not that it would be extremely good, but I think putting in a play naming green at least keeps him alive.
Oh, is it not Elishnorn?
No, I believe that's Iona.
Oh, I thought it was Elishnorn earlier.
No, I mean, did Martin have Elishnorn? I actually think, yeah, Martin does have Elishnorn. It is in his deck. If he draws Entomb, he can actually be in pretty good shape. We're going to get a Infect counter.
Look at that. That's classy right there.
Because let's be honest, life total is probably not very relevant.
Very true.
But Infect, we are still at 0, but that's going to change real fast. A quick Entomb here from Martin trying to get some stuff in there. Intuition.
Intuition.
And then essentially an Entomb.
Yeah. Yeah.
The best part here is that he's going to have to put Elishnorn in that pile, is my assumption. And I'm pretty sure Charles isn't stupid. Charles is going to say, that's the card that goes to your hand.
Yeah, but
you can reanimate something else.
Does he just get 3 fatties here? Is that what happens?
I think that's probably correct. Because you at least get one with Exhume.
Now, the question is, does he have 3 fatties? Because I know he has Terrastodon in his hand as well.
He has in his deck, he has Elishnorn, he has Jin Gitaxias, and that's about it to Intuition for. So he could also get a card that's a little bit different than that. He could also, like, get a Necromancy. That way it has to go to the graveyard. You know, because if Charles can't also let him have Necromancy if he's binning those other cards. So
that doesn't really
I'm not
get him
sure
anywhere,
what's
does
correct.
It?
What's that?
Doesn't really get him anywhere though, right?
No, not really. It looks like we took. Does he have Meditate? Is that what that card is?
And it does. Careful Study, Frantic Search, Show and Tell.
Show and Tell. That's Show and Tell. Why did I think it was Meditate? Okay, so now he's on the plan of I'm going to draw into my fatties.
There you go. Yeah, he's like
with that Careful Study.
But it gets quickly mental misstep by Charles.
Yeah,
and I think this might be the moment Charles was looking for. Depending on what his hand is, I think the way he's playing those spells, I think this game's over.
Well, he has Cunning Wish in his hand, right? So he can go get Giant Growth out of his sideboard.
Correct.
So that's at least 6 Infect right there. If he has any other pump spell in his hand, the game is going to be over.
Cunning Wish.
Probably Giant Growth is my guess. Yep.
You can always tell when Charles is about to win the game because he gets very excited.
Well, I mean, he starts closing the game out really fast.
There's the groundswell. There it is. All right, so that's going to take game 1. Charles still has not lost a game today.
You know, it's pretty impressive, too. You know, Charles is playing very well. You can tell that he's confident in his deck. We had our doubts. I was a hater. I was definitely
he was in my top
doubting.
4. He was in my top 4.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. He might be a little bit higher than your top 4 when all is said and done
absolutely.
today. He does lead a game.
Has anyone 7-0'd before?
No, we've
I
had
don't
6
think so.
ones. We haven't had a 7.
Today might be the day.
It might be, and it'll be convincing. But at the end of the day, even after a 7-0, you still have to win a best-of-5 finals.
How about this also to go towards the 7-0? The match I think he's most scared of is Josh Ventura. And I had to cut them off to get on camera here. They were actually just wrapping up game 1.
Oh yeah.
And Charles is up a game against Josh Ventura as well.
Oh, so when they transition back, that he's already up a whole game.
Correct.
To be fair, I think Josh's deck is probably considerably better in games 2 and 3. He has the Pyroclasms. He has Volcanic Fallout. He has a ton of removal anyway.
I mean, the way Charles is playing, the Pyroclasm and Volcanic Fallout is only ever going to get one guy.
Yeah, I agree. In that board, it would have hit 2, but I mean, even then, the Noble Hierarch's fairly irrelevant. It's more of a pump spell than a mana fixer, but it does get to function as both depending on how he's drawn.
Yep. And if his opponent isn't careful, he could just kill him with the Noble Hierarch.
Yeah, he really could.
There was a game when he was playing against Floyd. There was a moment where Floyd was like down to 9 or something.
Yeah.
And Charles could have almost killed him with just pump through the Noble Hierarch.
Sure.
So it happens.
Huh. I think a couple of our viewers are asking kind of what we're doing here. Do you want to give the quick rundown
absolutely.
what this is all about?
So, Nemosaur, you're here asking, so is this like the Vintage Masters on Moto but in card form? No, it is actually a Vintage Rotisserie draft. So what that means is each player, essentially, players sit down 1 through 8, and it kind of works like a fantasy football draft. The player in seat 1 essentially gets passed a god pack, if you will, that has every vintage legal card in it. There's not an actual card, or not actual cards, but then they go through, pick one at a time, they build their decks, and then they battle them out.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of more like in theory, if you could pick any card out of Magic available, what would you take for your deck? Well, most people pick one pack one would take Black Lotus, and that's how it went today.
Yep,
but then, Randy Buehler took Black Lotus. And then, so now the next person in seat 2, which was Charles Wong, actually, it's, okay, so now Black Lotus is off the table. Once it's drafted, you can't take it again. What would you take? And he took Ancestral Recall, and so on and so forth. And then we formed these decks out of that. So players are allowed to have as many basic lands as they want, and any cards they don't use in their main deck do go to their sideboards. But as it stands right now, I think...
But
Go ahead.
so that sounds pretty fun to start with, right?
Yeah.
But then what if we decided, you know what, let's play for alcohol?
It's better than competing for other things.
Yeah, so every drafter showed up with a bottle of booze today. We showed it off before that. Here we go. So this is what we're playing for today. First place gets to take a majority of that home, and we also have our sweet Black Lotus trophy in there. You see it's propped up on some booze bottles there, and that's our trophy that the winner gets to take home.
Yep, and anyone in our top 3 will go home with some amount of booze. They at the end of the day after our finals, there will be a booze draft,
which we will stream live.
We will. Absolutely.
Best thing on Twitch all day.
It's a lot of fun. So then we draft the booze, and then people have some booze, and we drink, and it's a good time.
So if you are having a good time, you think this is sweet, we are doing these about once a month. Our next one's on July 26th, which will be featuring the brewmaster himself, Travis Wu.
Travis D. Wu.
As well as his brother Elliot Wu.
Elliot
Wu. And so they'll be here. We'll have some of these guys back. It's gonna be a pretty all-star cast next month.
Yeah.
But if you want to follow along, you want to get involved, you want to maybe run a Vintage Rotisserie draft yourself, we have a Facebook group. You can click the link down below. You can also follow us on Twitter. You can get a hold of us, any of us on Facebook. We'll tell you what you need to set it up, or just join the Facebook group and follow along from home.
So we had a chat. Who is it? Scott's Chauf. Asking, how did we have a player with 4 Demonic Tutors? We were kind of shortcutting there. Corbett has Demonic Tutor, he has Vampiric Tutor, he has Imperial Seal, and he has Grim Tutor. So even though it's not, quote, 4 Demonic Tutors, he has 4 ways to get... They function as Demonic Tutors. They're essentially lousy or demonic, or better.
They're just tutors.
Yeah. So that's why... when you have 4 of those in your deck, you essentially have 5 copy of whatever card you need, because you can just go get it if you need it. So
it looks like looks like Nemosaur went ahead and followed us. So thanks, buddy. Yeah, if you guys want to follow the channel too, that'd be awesome. We love it.
Yeah.
The more support we can get for this, the more viewers we can get. We can become Twitch partner. We can do all these things. We have ideas for even cooler formats, even more things to bring you guys. So the bigger this gets, the better we can do. So if you have any friends, tell them about the Twitch channel. Tell them to tune in. We're gonna be here all night. So
It's an interesting draw here. I don't know if you've been paying attention to Charles Wong's draw. So he has Vines of the Vastwood and Berserk in his hand. He has Force of Will and Cunning Wish, and he had the turn 1 Glistener Elf, which is arguably the best opener he can have. He doesn't have a second land.
He does have a Noble in his hand.
I don't think it matters because
the
game's over.
Did he just win the game?
Yeah, because he had Invigorate, which makes it a 5/5, and then Berserk makes it a 10/5. And the best part is Martin can't do anything about it because Charles has a Force of Will backup anyways.
Woo! We did it, boys.
Yeah. Charles is actually just doing the still had all these.
Wow.
And that was convincing.
Fuck it, I only need 1 land to win.
That was really fucking convincing.
So Charles Wong still yet to lose a game.
I admit I was not a believer. I was not a member of the Infect cult. I was not on board.
Join the Phyrexia, man.
I have been assimilated.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I'm on board.
And so he's 4-0 and up a game against Josh Ventura.
Yeah, 4-0 up a game against Josh V and has not lost a game today in convincing fashion, crushing Martin.
That's how
DK.
all of his games. Like I said, I was in there watching those matches. This is how all of these games have happened. His opponent has been trying to make things happen, then game ends.
Yeah, and I just don't know if any deck other than Josh is really going to push up against him. I just don't see any of their lists really being decent. So
all right, and so we're going to be going in game 3. All right, so our next match we're going to be getting Josh Ventura versus Floyd, and then we'll be going. This is actually we're going to be cutting it on game 3. So
okay.
this is to decide it.
Cool. Well, we'll get these set up here. It'll take a second for us to get the stream up to date. So
you know what?
Let's see. What's that?
For those of you joining us and you kind of want to see how the draft went, you can actually click right below us. There's a link to the spreadsheet.
Yeah.
And you can see exactly how the draft went, exactly when cards went, what people's decks looks like. There's some file tabs down there on the bottom. You can look at the actual deck list and follow along. I think there's also a link to all of our previous drafts. This is our 6th one of these.
Yep.
So, yeah.
6th one. This is the 5th one that we streamed.
Well,
right?
Technically, the 2nd one was streamed we had actual cinder blocks on a table with a balance board across it with a webcam duct taped to it. Now, thanks to Chris Cowan at MTG Commentary, actually, he's part of Shotgun Lotus these days, and we've just elevated this thing to just a completely different level.
Yeah, and, one of our goals here at Shotgun Lotus is presenting the commentary and the presentation just as cleanly as possible. And if you guys have any thoughts of ways to improve, please just shout it out there. But this is a Game 3 in progress. On your left, you have Floyd Combs, who is playing Black-White Tempo, versus on the right, we're playing against Josh Ventura, who is on blue-red, kind of like blue-red control. Mm-hmm. I'd call it control.
Yep. This match happened a little faster than we were ready for, so our stuff on top isn't quite right, but we'll try to keep you guys up to date here as best we can.
Yeah, it won't take too long here. An early Thalia for Floyd is going to put the brakes on Josh pretty good. It's going to be kind of hard for Josh to keep up with that. Josh is primarily spells out of his deck, and Thalia is pretty good.
I think that's the exact card that Floyd wants to see against Josh.
Oh, absolutely. And then following it up with a turn 3 Bitter Blossom. It was kind of unfortunate that Thalia was in play for Floyd because he had the Urborg, he has Liliana the Veil in his hand. He could have resolved it there.
But, I think Bitter Blossom's probably just better here.
Oh,
right?
absolutely. Well, I don't know if it's better. I think it's totally reasonable here. Being able to mount some amount of pressure against Josh. This is Game 3. I suspect he has both his Pyroclasm and his Fallout in his deck.
Yes.
So it's not like it's entirely out of range, but it's certainly getting better for Floyd. Putting into play the Sin Collector. And being able to steal some cards out of Josh's hand. I bet you.
Ooh, Josh has Fire Ice, so he can. Yeah. He can. I think we're gonna probably see a Fire Ice taking down Thalia and Sin Collector here.
I thought Sin Collector was a 2/2.
I believe it's a 2/1.
Is it a 2/1? Okay.
Oh.
Or not. Well, that's the thing. I mean, there's Pyroclasm also, right?
Oh, sure.
So it's one of the two. That way, the Pyroclasm goes, and he can keep his options open for Fire Ice.
This way, by not Fire Icing here, it still puts the restriction on Floyd as well. So you might as well do it at least the last possible second.
Yeah, the question is do you soak up the 2 damage here from Thalia attacking, or do you do it during combat? The thing that Josh may not know is if he does it during combat, Floyd is definitely going to resolve Liliana the Veil.
Yeah, but I don't think maybe we disagree about Liliana here. Like, I don't think that he wants to start ticking it up. He needs all the cards in his hand.
Absolutely not. He has Bitter Blossom in play. That will win the game alone by itself. All he has to do is keep the cards out of Josh's hand.
All right.
And I think that's exactly what you're going to see here. Brain Maggot. Brain Maggot instead.
It's another way to get the cards out of his hand.
Yeah, I'm kind of surprised by that play. He knows what is in Josh's hand, and I don't think either of those cards are that relevant. I think resolving Liliana the Veil into an empty board by Josh with no burn in Josh's hand is way more important. Start taking that up, be able to protect it with Bitter Blossom, and then you can start playing the long game, which normally I would not suggest playing the long game against Josh's deck, but with the board state as it is, I think it's completely correct. So I think that might have been a mistake from Floyd, but we'll see how this all plays out.
Sends it in for 1, or for 2.
Yep, 2 in, and he does have a Fairy Rogue holding the fort back, letting him play open. See, now he just runs into a counterspell. And I think that Liliana would have been just much, much, much better if it was in play this turn. It doesn't matter if Josh could have played the Vendilion Click here. It wouldn't have killed the Liliana, and he could have just chump blocked with the Fairy token, so...
So Ancestral comes off and draws. Josh refills his hand back up. I see a Mana Leak in there at the very least.
Yeah,
and an Electrolyze, which is going to be very strong.
Electrolyze is a great draw here. It lets him get back his Brain Maggot. That's fantastic.
Wow, that's pretty big.
Copy your Brain Maggot. Get your Lingering Souls out of here, and now he's in firm control here. He does still eventually have to deal with Bitter Blossom.
Oh, wow. We have the originator, I believe, the originator of Vintage Witch History Draft in our stream now. Chris McCool's here. Thanks for the idea, Chris. From what I've heard, you're the guy that started this. So, we kind of took the idea and kind of ran with it. So, thanks for joining us today, man.
Well, Chris, if you're ever out in the Seattle area and you want to do it again, I see you noted that you haven't done one since. You're always welcome to join up. If you're ever out in the area, for whatever reason, just reach out to us, and we'll make sure that you get in on one of these. That'd be a lot of fun.
The grandfather.
A quick Electrolyze here gets Josh's Vendilion Click back into his hand, and it's going to kind of make it difficult for Floyd, but... Floyd is still going to be able to ride this Bitter Blossom quite a ways. I don't see a way for Josh to deal with it anytime soon. And Floyd is still at a pretty decent life total. But that might all change. That True Name Nemesis.
Oof. True Name Nemesis, powerful merfolk. It's a merfolk, right?
It is a merfolk for no actual reason, because it's pretty good anyways, but just in case you wanted to pump it with the Lord of Atlantis, it's
Why
good
not?
there too. Yeah. The funny thing is it doesn't even really see that much play in merfolk. It's just not as relevant. It's much more relevant in some of the more control-y decks out of Legacy.
Mm-hmm. So we've just got a mess of tokens over here on Floyd's side. And Vindicate, he wants to make even more tokens, so he's going to get that Lingering Souls back.
Yeah, I mean, it's really his only real target here. He's not going to hit the Riptide Laboratory. That's not scary at all. I guess there's definitely an argument where you could have Vindicated the island and shut Josh out of red. Mm-hmm. But you've already taken the Pyroclasm out of his hand. You've already taken Fire out of play. Electrolyze is already gone. Like, there's not a ton of scary red things that can happen right here. And I think by getting the Lingering Souls back, you can just try and erase that True Name Nemesis, which is, I think, the only way he can actually really stay in this game.
Yep. So, another token comes into play for Floyd. And just a reminder, people, Floyd was one of our Cube Draft qualifier winners to get into here.
Yeah, something that we do for those of you guys that don't know. So we have 8 slots, and we have a whole bunch of people that are interested in playing. So those 8 slots are set up. 3 people from the previous draft re-qualify for the following one, the top 3. Then we choose a few more from people that are available, and then 2 of the slots are Cube Draft qualifiers. We run a Cube Draft in the Seattle area, and whoever wins each of those gets in. And Floyd picked one of those up.
Yeah.
Picked up that Sarah Avenger, which was not going to see play to a mana drain, but I still don't know if
Nether Void?
It is a Nether Void.
I didn't see him draft that.
He drafted it pretty late.
Oh boy.
Let's see. He drafted it in the.
And it's gonna get Vendilion Click. This Riptide Lab is just, and with Vendilion Click is causing some problems here for Floyd. Oh, no, he does it to himself. So he pitches the Mox Ruby, trades it in for a Lightning Bolt, it looks like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Josh is doing everything he can. I mean, plan 1 is just continue attacking with True Name Nemesis. He's essentially dealing a virtual 4 damage every turn, 3 from True Name and then 1 from Bitter Blossom.
Yep.
And, Bitter Blossom is one of those cards that eventually will overwhelm you, but at least Josh is keeping enough pressure to keep himself in the game here. 1 Lightning Bolt and Snapcaster Mage, and Josh has this game, so it's going to be pretty interesting to see how this next turn plays out. I'm not sure if Josh can deal with all these tokens.
Yep. I mean, the game's a little closer than it looks, though, because Josh top decks Snapcaster Mage. This game's going to end real quick.
Yeah. There's not a ton that Floyd's going to be able to do about that, but...
the Nether Void's going to help out a little bit.
Nether Void does help a lot,
but,
if it was in play.
If it was in play. So,
Vendilion Click is in Josh's hand. He bounced it with Riptide Laboratory. He's going to get to attack for 3, and it's going to essentially put Floyd at virtual 5.
Floyd's got a counterspell in his hand. Can he crack back and kill him this turn? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Yeah, Josh is dead if he doesn't have something here. He does have Chain Lightning, though.
Oh, he has Chain Lightning. So this is
Chain Lightning.
So wait, he doesn't know he has Lightning Bolt.
Oh, it's Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, because if he had Chain Lightning and Lightning Bolt, the game would be over.
Right, that's fair. So I think his play here is to continue playing and then rebouncing.
4, 5. He can block the Kitchen Finks and take 1, 2, 3,
Is that
4, 5.
Castigate?
This puts him to 1 here, this attack. Which means I think Josh did run away with this one.
I think so. That he played to his out here. His only out is the aggro with True Name Nemesis, and then kind of claw his way into the game.
Man, True Name Nemesis. Cedric Phillips won our last draft with True Name Nemesis, and people just weren't prepared for it. There was so many matches where it was Cedric last time just resolved True Name Nemesis, and they just could not deal with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And something Steven and I were talking about was in this draft, differently than our older drafts, no one really drafted Edicts. We would have really liked to have seen some Edicts, especially
I think Floyd has a guest verdict or something.
Does he? Let's see.
I believe he has at least 1 edict. Someone snapped up an edict. It's Gerard's verdict. Isn't that an edict? Which one's Gerard's verdict?
Gerard's verdict is not.
No, it's not. No. All right. But anyway, yep. Josh is gonna.
Spell.
Oh yeah, it's a discard spell. That's right. Josh takes it down, so Josh moves on to 2-0. I know. I was talking. There's a link to the draft right below us, Chris. You can view the draft there. I was talking to Josh in between rounds, and like I said, in the last 2 drafts, he's gotten second and second. He wants in that championship draft
wants
so
bad.
badly. He is going to do everything he can to get there today.
We were talking about it. There's a world where he may have the best overall record for the season and not be in the championship draft, which I think would be kind of unfortunate. I think, but at the same token, you got to win it to get in it.
Yep.
That's how it works here, boys. All right, so Josh, picking up a win in what was Game 3 against Floyd Combs. You are control. Doing it.
Yep. Floyd's going to stay at the table. He's going to be battling Jed Dolbeer next.
Sweet.
What's Jed's record sitting at these days?
Jed right now, that's a good question. He is 0-2 unless we have further updates.
Oh, it looks like we got Stephen Berkeley coming in with an update here.
Hey guys, so Jed and Randy are pretty deep into a Game 3. Randy had a pretty quick start and a turn 2 Wheel of Fortune, I think.
Okay.
And Jed is starting to stabilize the board, so that match might take a little bit of time. Josh and Charles Wong are available to finish their match on camera. If
Let's
we
do
want
it.
to take that. Okay, cool. So at this point, Charles is up a game. They played a game off camera earlier. And they're going to start Game 2 for us.
Great.
Other than that, I don't have any actual match results.
That's okay.
Great. Thanks for the update.
Charles is up a game. So right now he's 4-0, and he's up a game in his 5th round.
On games, Charles Wong is currently 9-0.
9-0.
With blue-green infect.
I don't know if we saw that coming.
I didn't see 9-0 coming.
I didn't see 9-0. I mean, we still may not see him.
I mean,
he could still lose and miss the finals.
Man, like as the
I don't know if it's going to happen.
As his games progress, it's really starting to show that like he really understood what was happening in the drafts. He understood what his opponent's decks did. He understood what he needed to beat them, and he has all those cards. And I think Cunning Wish has been just insane for him.
Yeah, I mean, he intentionally drafted an actual giant growth that he intentionally left in his sideboard just so he has a Cunning Wish target for a pump spell of some sort. The question I have is, now that we've established, even if Charles doesn't do so well after this, I think we've established that Blue-Green Infect, as it stands right now, can be competitive.
Absolutely.
Do you think it'll continue to get drafted in future rotisserie
I mean,
drafts?
it's so hard to say because it's always dependent on what the other players draft.
Yeah.
Like I think you were saying, even though there was a lot of kind of creature decks this time around, the creature removal was not super highly drafted, and like Charles also, the removal doesn't even matter against his deck. He just has so many good ways to deal with it.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly does matter, but he makes it as trivial as possible. Like, removal is still very good against him if Charles tries to move fast. I feel like the deck that Charles is playing right now, if it was in the hands of a worse player, he could easily just be 0-4 as opposed to 4-0, right? If you start trying to pull the trigger too early and you're not playing around the right spells, you're going to actually fall behind. But Charles has been playing very tight today, very well, and I think we're going to kind of continue to see this. Although we did agree Josh is probably his, quote, roughest matchup, just by the way the decks are laid out.
Yeah, absolutely. So it looks like they're drawing their opening sevens here. Who do you think? I still think Josh... If anyone can beat Charles' deck at this point, I think it's Josh.
It is. I certainly don't think it helps Josh at all that Charles Wong start on Library again.
Yeah.
And has Glistener Elf just right on time. Yeah, it's kind of disgusting how consistent Charles' deck is being today.
Yeah.
Josh at least did find a red source this turn and can deal with things. Josh would probably be smart to pull triggers early on removal. Like, when Charles is tapped out, it doesn't matter. Don't try and wait until Charles gets greedy and pump. Just get it out of there. Even if Charles has to do something like Invigorate to save it, at least that's an Invigorate that's on your turn. That's not as an attack on you. Vapor Snag on the Glistener Elf. Trying to bounce that back to his hand, save himself some infect damage.
So you see, Charles Wong is holding Simic Charm. I know that card's been very good for him today.
So what does Simic Charm do?
I only know two of the modes. I think one is like +3/+3 and trample.
Well, that seems pretty good.
One is all of your permanents become indestructible.
Well, is that actually one? That's Boros Charm.
No. Hexproof.
Hexproof.
So, sorry, Hexproof. So there was actually a play where Charles Wong and Nathan were both kind of in a stalemate, but Charles Wong had several cards in his hand. He plays Library of Alexandra. Nathan goes to Wasteland it, and he hexproofed it and just pulled away.
Ooh, that's dirty.
It was pretty. Nathan was pretty salty.
That's dirty. Yeah, absolutely. I would be salty too. I mean, it's like one of those matchups you can't really win anyways. One thing that I don't know if we noticed here, even though Charles has drawn a ton of extra cards, he hasn't drawn a blue source. So he is stuck here kind of with Library.
Ooh, Mama down. Mama number 5 down.
That was your go-to joke there,
I've actually,
number 5.
I've used it like several times today.
Was that actually the 5th time you've used it? Because that's the only time it's appropriate. The first 4,
I think I've got one more
sense.
in the chamber for that, and one more in the chamber.
All right, well, save it for when I'm not in the booth. That was disgusting.
Okay.
God. Amateurs.
Chris is laughing.
Okay. Well, if Chris is laughing, it's probably worth it. Replaying that Glistener Elf, Siwong did find the blue source. He has Ancestral in his hand. His hand is stacked. It's going to be really hard for Josh to pull this game out. Josh is running out of cards in his hand. He at least does have a red blast.
Okay, so Zane Beg is clarify this for us. Simic Charm, target creature gets +3/+3 until end of turn. Permanency control gain hexproof or return target creature.
Yeah. I mean, all 3 modes are relevant.
Invigorate.
Yeah, this is
get around the lightning bolt.
It's a defensive Vigorate. I'm kind of surprised by this.
Well, I mean, I think that Does he have? I mean, he may be running out of infect creatures.
Right. He only has so many, and that was my concern when he was drafting, was that if he gets 3 or 4 creatures dealt with, that he's just going to run out of gas. He seems to be able to be keeping up here, but he did have to kind of, quote, waste and invigorate to save his Glistener.
He's also going to fire off an Ancestral here, so I think he's expecting...
He is not going to get to draw 3 cards. Josh has been sitting on that Red Blast since the beginning of the game. He was ready.
So
Absolutely.
How much pump does he have in his hand? I see a Simic Charm, and...
He has Simic Charm, he has Pendelhaven in play.
He has the Blighted Agent, it looks like, as well. So he does have some more dudes if needed.
Snapcaster looking like it's...
Ugh. Those Red Blasts doing work this game.
So, not the best line for Josh there. I mean, he had to save that Pyroblast to deal with the Spell Snare, but he wasn't able to keep the red mana up for him to Snapcaster Lightning Bolt, which is what he wanted to do.
And now he's out of gas.
Yeah, I mean, he has Delver, which we already know is very good in his deck, but it's not very good here.
Looks like we have a match result from our floor judge, Greg Peliquin.
Yeah, so this is Randy.
This is for Randy and Jed.
Great.
Randy gets there in 3. In Game 2, Jed had an energy field, and the game went on forever. And eventually Jed assembled some kind of lock where he just decked Randy.
All right.
And then that was Game 2. In Game 3, Randy vomited 5 permits on the board, up to it, including a Grapdigger's Cage and 2 Baubles, and then Time Twistered.
Wow.
Well, that's puts...
And that was over pretty quickly.
So that puts Jed at 0-3.
It does put Jed at 0-3. It puts Randy at 1-1.
Which puts him in contention.
Chris in chat asked if the Infect deck has Gush. No. Very possible that it should have. It didn't draft it, unfortunately. Gush went undrafted.
Oh, is that a Berserk he just drew?
I don't know.
I believe he has Berserk and Simic Charm in his hand now.
And if those resolve, that'll be good enough.
And
he also has
Cunning
Cunning
Wish.
Wish. The question is, does he want a Cunning Wish for something completely different here?
I mean, Josh has 1 card in his hand, right? Like, I think... Well, I guess he has 0 Infect on him right now.
Right, and so that's the question is, does he want a Cunning Wish for something slightly more defensive and then go for a kill next turn? Probably not. I think you just swing in here, connect with both of your guys, hopefully. You have Pendelhaven in play, so he can't really block your Listener Elf.
Yeah. Well, the Pendelhaven is already tapped. The Pendelhaven is pumped.
He already pumped it. Okay.
So it looks like he wanted to get the Delver out of there.
Interesting. I'm not sure if I agree with that line, although it does at least let him end the game pretty quick here.
So he's going to Cunning Wish here.
Yeah, if he Cunning Wishes for Giant Growth, Giant Growth will end the game if Josh has nothing.
Yep. And?
Also just has Ponder for value.
With Mental Misstep.
Get Mental Misstep.
Oh,
Besides the shuffle it away. Yeah, I mean, all of the counters that Josh is going to have here likely cost 2 anyways. Lightning Bolt's already out of play, so Mental Misstep's not the best card for Charles here. I mean, it would have been better than Island, but Charles can close this game
So
out
he can
here
Giant
really
Growth,
fast.
Berserk, and then he can give his guy Hexproof in response to any removal spell.
Yeah, I think that's the better line here. You can also Pendelhaven.
Yep. That's going to do it. So Charles Wong moves on to 5-0 and 10-0 in games.
I am very, very impressed with Si Wong.
This is crazy.
This is a beating we haven't seen in a while.
Yeah.
Like, even some of the better players, like even when Cedric was here and won the last one, even when Greg took his tear a couple drafts ago. Charles DuPont. None of them won this convincingly over and over and over again. And it's entertaining to watch.
Yeah.
And Charles has got to be very happy with how this is
Josh
playing
is
out.
showing him. Look at all these sideboard cards.
Yeah,
for you.
he had tons.
You know what? We haven't seen Dax Faden today. Have we?
We have.
We have?
No, we haven't.
All right, so, hey, Chris, do you know who we're getting on match next?
I think we're figuring that out right now.
I think Berkwood's going to sort it out, so...
We should probably cut to a quick break here. Thank you guys so much for watching us. I'm Dwayne Tenarld, joined by Paul Waite. We are Shotgun Lotus, presenting this sweet Vintage Rotisserie Draft Series to you. We just wrapped up a quick game. Charles Wong beats Josh Venturik very convincingly, 2-0 with Blue-Green Infect. And we're going to take a quick break, transition out, and we will be back on probably within about 5 minutes.
Or less.
So thanks again for watching, guys, and we will be back very soon.
That was a crazy match. They're all crazy matches with Charles Wong.
Yeah, I know, man. That guy, he's He's something else.
Yeah. So man,
He's not capable of losing, is what the problem is.
yeah. I mean, are we gonna see it? Are we gonna see him just rattle off?
I
losses today?
was just in there saying like, hey Charles, what are the odds that you like 7-0, 14-0 and then lose the finals? just just definitely.
Oh man, if there's anything to hope for in this,
right? That's what I'm on now. Like that's my favorite. Come on.
I gotta say, I'm really sad to see Josh lose. I want him in our finals.
Yeah, I like his deck a lot.
I want him in that championship.
I was watching him play against Floyd when they were playing in the war room there, and just like every single turn, it was electrolyze 2 Lingering Souls tokens. It was Snapcaster electrolyze the flashback on Lingering Souls.
Yeah.
It was Vendilion Click with Riptide Lab going. It was like his deck is just all value.
Yeah, yeah.
And I love value.
I mean, so yeah, Josh. Like I said, Josh wants in that draft. I don't see all these guys won in the championship draft. Right now,
Yeah.
for those of you guys that haven't been watching us very much, the whole goal here is we're going to run 8 of these drafts until we have 8 unique winners.
Right.
And then we're at the end of that.
Potentially 9 drafts.
Yeah, possibly, yeah. At the end of the season, we're going to do a draft of champions where everyone who has won one of these things is going to come back and battle it out.
Yep, for the ultimate prize.
Yeah, and so far, we have Cedric Phillips won the last one.
Yep.
We've
Before
got
that, we had Greg Peliquin.
Local guy Peter Beckfield.
Yep.
Old Moto Grinder, some of you guys may know him better as Aceman022. Charles DuPont took down one of these. And then I guess I won one.
Yeah, sort of. It was it was the trial run.
Yeah.
Right?
Honestly, I don't want anything to do with that championship
I wouldn't
draft.
either, man.
That thing is terrifying.
I wouldn't either.
That thing is terrifying. And whoever wins this is going to be in there today, too.
Right, especially if Charles comes through and like wins this thing. Like he's just no one else in the draft has a chance.
I want no part of it.
Doesn't matter what he does. 45 islands still going to win.
Yeah, absolutely. So
here we have Floyd on our left. He's drafted the black-white mid-rangey deck.
yeah, not in love with it.
Yeah, he in his match against Josh, actually, that we just had on camera, he actually had game 3 if he had attacked with all of his creatures the turn before he died.
Yep.
He missed a point of damage and he ended up being 1 point short. So that was he was trying to play a little bit safe, but then got burned by the lightning bolt upping the clock by a turn. So he definitely he was close in that match, and I think that if that was actually a really good matchup for him because Josh is trying to spell 1-for-1 and he has permanent-based sources of card advantage. So,
So, what we're playing for right now? Give us 2 minutes. Currently, Jed is 0-3.
Yeah.
And we have a last place trophy.
He told me that his goal in this thing, first goal was to make the top 3.
To get into the next draft.
His second goal was to win back the Jet.
So, for those of you guys who have not been following along, and this is your first time with us, we actually have a last place trophy that was originally inspired by Jed.
The Jed Lantern, as it were.
Jed drafted this workshop deck that we all thought was a pile of shit.
Yeah.
And Jed was like, I'm going to win. This deck is insane.
Yeah.
Forgot to draft Wormcoil Engine. Forgot to draft
Karn.
Karn Liberated.
Yeah.
Super confident. Got crushed. Yeah. So we came up with the last place trophy. So the way this works is the person who gets last in each draft gets turned into the last place trophy. So we'll talk about our last loser here in a second.
The way that the trophy is designed is every loser it gets their face put onto a 1/1 creature from Magic the Gathering. So Jed, because of his pride in his deck and thinking that he was going to be the best,
and being Jed in general,
his face was put onto a Scornful Egotist.
Absolutely.
And then the next draft, Teddy Vitro finished in last place, drafting a Time Vault deck. So we put him on the Vault Scourge.
Yep.
And then the draft after that, Sean Collins drafted a Mono Black deck and promptly Glacial Walled.
He went with the first 07 we've had.
He won 0 matches. He lost 7 matches. So he is unworthy, and he drafted a black deck. So
Mono black deck.
He's the unworthy dead. And whoever gets last place today is going to be
made into the last place trophy. So when you win the last place trophy, you actually have to take it home with you, display it prominently in your home for all to see.
Prominently and proudly.
And proudly.
Yeah.
You know what?
You must have pride.
It takes effort to actually not win a game.
Yeah, and you know what? They got into the draft, right?
Yeah,
That's cool.
yeah. So, but yeah, we've got this like little Inception thing going on where we have the last person holding it, and it goes deeper and deeper and deeper. But if Jed wins again,
might just run back the Scornful Egotist.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Well, it could be Clone.
There you go. That's not a 1/1 though.
We'll figure it out. we are good to go if you want to start them out there.
All right, so we are about to get this match going.
While these guys are waiting to start, if you guys think what we're doing here is cool and you'd like to keep up, then our next draft is on July 26th. We'll be joined by Travis Wu and his brother Elliot Wu.
Yeah.
They will be here to battle. But the best way to follow along, follow us on Twitter at shotgunlotus.
Yep.
Or you can find a link to the Facebook group, which is where all of the information is. If you go right below the stream here, there should be a link to the Facebook group. Join it and keep up.
Yeah, we've been kind of tweeting some of the off-camera results over at the Twitter. So if you want to keep that up in live time, just go follow us at shotgunlotus, and you can join in the conversation over there with the hashtag VRD6. So.
Yep. All right, so we have Floyd starting out with a Tide Hollow Scholar, revealing a pretty terrible hand from Jed.
It's not that bad. It's a turn 3 Tezzeret hand.
Well, it's bad now.
It's not good anymore, certainly.
Sound bites are always just so,
on point.
So on
just
point.
really on point. So Floyd starts with a premier form of disruption, and Jed's deck is soft to disruption, I would say.
A little, yeah.
He has a lot of setup involved in making 1 or 2 card combos work, and if you can take away those pieces and put together a pretty quick clock, you can do pretty well. He does have a lot of cards that he can draw that are really high impact.
He has he has Time Vault Key, or he doesn't have Key. He doesn't have Key because Randy Buehler sniped it from him.
Right.
But he does have Isochron Scepter with Chant.
Yes. And I don't think Floyd has the Disenchant. I think
he has Vindicate.
Okay, but that might not be enough, right? It's Sorcery Speed.
Oh, it's Sorcery Speed. I always forget that.
Jed did draw the Time Vault last turn, so if he draws a way to remove Tide Hollow Scholar, got again.
Wow. Time Vault already in the yard?
Yeah. It was the only card he could get discarded to.
So now this is what we're talking about now. So Floyd has just completely disrupted Jed's plan, but this is the thing we're worried about is can Floyd close out the game before a deck like Jed's can just do something stupid.
Right. And Jed does have a lot of really high impact draws, like we were talking about. He has Moat.
Yep.
He has the Mystical and Enlightened Tutor, which can go get anything. And then he also has Counterbalance Top. So he's Trinket Maged here for the Sensei's Top, and he's going to try to set up a little soft lock. And now the Trinket Mage is now going to keep the Tide Hollow Scholar at home.
At bay, yeah.
So we'll see what Floyd's got. He does have a flying creature that he can deploy.
The old Aven Mind Sensor?
In the Mind Sensor, yep. And that'll put...
now, do you think maybe he's just going to try to Mize and Enlightened Tutor with it?
It's possible, but he clearly doesn't prioritize the spell this turn.
Yeah.
He just wanted to get in for 2 damage with the Mutavault this turn, and then next turn he's going to have the Mind Sensor up. So I think he's going to try to fade 1 turn from Jed's top.
I maybe would have done it in the other order.
I could see both plays. If he wants to get Jed as low as possible, as quick as possible, and that's a faster way to do it. So Jed tops and does find a Mystical Tutor, but he's going to pass the turn probably before casting it.
Yep.
So,
does he just have the Soul Read?
I
guess he can top.
He can just top into it, yeah. So we'll see what this Mystical's going to get. Tinker, okay. Flip top to Tinker, and then we tinker away and find. See what he gets. He didn't draft the Blightsteel, right?
I believe he did. Let's pull up his deck list here real quick.
Yeah, he did draft the Blightsteel. Okay. So not playing that Aven, not holding up that Aven Mind Sensor, really.
Yep.
Coming back to bite Floyd there.
I mean, you just. That's a huge bitch. I mean,
I was waiting for that one.
In this format, you just have to be so nitty. I feel like.
Yeah.
Yeah,
the other guy's deck can just always do something absolutely busted.
Yeah, the moment you let your shields down is the moment you're going to die.
Yeah. Right, exactly. Because that's what the other guy's waiting for.
Yep.
They're waiting for you to put your shields down and then bust out.
I mean, and this is exactly what we were talking about with Floyd's deck. I mean, Floyd tore Jed's hand apart in the first few turns, and it just didn't matter.
Right.
I mean, I think that's still a powerful strategy, but like you said, you needed something that follows it up quickly and ends the game.
Yeah.
Which
Or keep disrupting.
Yes.
Right.
Which is
And
why you like things like Smokestack and
Yeah.
things like that.
I like cards like Smokestack and Braids. You just keep the opponent on their toes. I love Mind Sensor.
Yep.
In fact, like I personally would have held it back, not attacked with the Mutavault for a turn, and then like just been like, all right, I'm gonna get you if you have anything, and if you don't have anything, I was probably gonna win anyway.
Yeah.
So, he's in a pretty tough spot here. He could draw to Council's Judgment. I think is a card that he can draw.
Yeah, but that's going
but
to
he
be it. He's
doesn't
going to
find
scoop him
it.
out.
So yeah, game 1 to Jed on the strength of Mystical for Tinker. Really good stuff there.
Yeah.
Let's bring up sideboards. What does Floyd have that he could board in here?
I don't. Well, Jed didn't properly register his sideboard, so I can't check that.
Typical Jed.
That sounds about right. He has Oblivion Ring, Spirit of the Labyrinth, Nether Void, Bitter Blossom. Well, Bitter Blossom's in his main, so he also didn't do it right. But Sinkhole, Smallpox, Deathrite Shaman, Sword of Fire and Ice, Helm of Obedience, Leyline combo, Suppression Field, Aura of Silence, Sarah Avenger, and a Swamp. Although the Swamp's not relevant.
So we might see.
Now, see, I think he should be playing that Helm Leyline combo probably in his main deck because he doesn't really have a way to search for it.
Yeah, he doesn't have a way to tutor for it, so that's a pretty big deal. I think I like leaving it in the sideboard and boarding it as an incidental thing for the Reanimator decks.
Sure.
Because you definitely want Leyline against them no matter what. But like as it is, with no way to tutor, they're two cards that don't really do anything.
Oblivion
by
Ring's
themselves,
got to come in.
Oblivion Ring probably has to come in. You probably want Aura of Silence here. You probably want maybe Suppression Field is interesting. Suppression Field does it stop mana ability or tax mana abilities as well. We'll get that up on screen here in a second. Smallpox may be an interesting card. It's good against the Blightsteel if that happens, and then it's good to just Stone Range Ed if it doesn't. So Suppression Field looks like all activated abilities, so it stops cards like Grim Monolith and I guess once Time Vault is going active, it's probably
Probably
in trouble anyway. But
when's the last time we did a giveaway?
It needs to be now, I think. Yeah,
Let's do it.
We're gonna do one now.
How do you want to do it?
Let's do Twitch chat.
Twitch chat?
Be logged into Twitch chat.
All right. Can we do followers? Is there a way for we can see our followers? I don't know. Chris is our technical genius here.
I don't know if all of them are online, and I don't know. I don't have a way to tell.
Well, let's reward the people that are currently watching us.
Yeah, let's do that.
So the only way that you'll be eligible for this is if you're logged into Twitch chat so that we can see your username.
Yeah.
So we'll give you guys like a minute here to log in.
Yeah.
And then we'll randomly select someone from the Twitch chat.
Sounds good.
And you'll get $20 notice with sports cards, which can be used in conjunction with their coupon code that we're pimping out right now.
Vintage 20.
Vintage 20. It'll come on the screen here in a second, and you can use that in conjunction. So it's 20% off any order.
Nice.
So it's a pretty sweet deal. So also it's an online source, so even if you're in New York, Tokyo, I know there's people from all over the world watching us at the moment.
Yeah.
You can. Or they have an online source you can order.
So that basically turns your $20 of store credit that you're going to win into $25 of store
Absolutely.
credit.
As long as you get the order in before the end of the weekend.
That's right. The coupon code goes away on Monday. The store credit stays.
Lasts forever.
I'm not going to whisper anymore.
Weird.
That was weird.
We should not whisper.
No.
Okay, I got somebody, and guess who it is?
Who?
Zamebag!
Yeah. Zamebag, you won $20 Northwest Sports Cards!
Zamebag, you did it.
Good job, Zame. Skill game. Skill game. Zame won the giveaway. We have a match result coming in from DSA.
Yeah, that's right, guys. So Floyd Combs draws Kataki in both of his opening hands.
Nathan. No, we're watching Floyd Combs.
Sorry. Nathan draws Kataki in his opening hand, both games against Randy Buehler to sweep him, and Floyd takes that match.
All right.
Nathan takes that match.
All right.
You want Floyd to win so bad.
I'm trying, and it's not working.
Nathan defeats Randy. All right. Randy down to 1 and 2 now.
That is unexpected.
His match against Josh was really close and was heavily impacted by a top deck shattering spree, right? And then this match, obviously, he got Kataki twice.
I've got an update from Zamebag. He is actually donating his store credit to Mariah's fund for the tournament.
That's awesome. Thank you, Zame. That is
thank you, Zame.
Class act Zame. Tier 1 human, that guy. tier 1 human. One of my favorites.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
So Jed is up a game here. Floyd going to have to recalculate.
There's a bunch of people saying test in chat. I don't know what that's all about. Whatever.
Let's just keep on rolling.
Welcome.
Yeah.
The picture. Who chose the picture for Jed? Is that you?
Kristen. I
Chris
think.
Cowan?
Yeah.
Excellent choice. He just looks like he just isn't even happy to be here. He's just like he just got out of bed, but he had time to get his hair
I will
done.
say this for Jed. He dresses very well.
Oh, Jed is a
He dresses
Jed
very
is
well.
a snappy.
Floyd's
snappy
here
guy.
in a dress shirt and a tie, and
Yeah.
he's the second best guy in the match dress. You know, Jed just has it on all angles.
Yeah, absolutely. Do we turn his head even further to the right? Can you put it upside down?
He's like a little puppy dog and just tilt his head. I wonder what's going on over there. I'm confused. There we
Perfect.
go.
That's perfect. All right, so
Unreal what we did here.
we're not even drinking this time on
I
stream.
know. Well, yeah, that
Yet.
they know of.
Undecided.
Yeah. All right. So, what kind of stuff does Floyd need from this game to beat Jed? He probably needs one sideboard card, and
He needs Jed to not draw good cards.
Okay.
I think.
He needs Jed to not top deck good cards, right? Because he can get them out of his hand pretty quickly. He just needs a clock, right? He just needs a clock, or some way to sustain pressure.
Man, even things he can't cast it because he's black white, but Phyrexian Obliterator, that's the kind of card you want to follow up with remove all your cards from your hand.
Negator is insane against Jed's deck, right?
Yeah. Just end the game quickly. Bitter Blossom is the definition of a slow win condition.
Yeah.
I mean, it's awesome.
Yeah.
But this format is
It's
not
really
as good.
good if you can keep your opponent on their toes,
Yeah.
or on their heels the entire time.
I just think in this format you need to close games out faster.
Yeah, I agree completely. So Jed has a turn 1 top. Looks to have a couple of lands in his hand. He's got some Kibler flashing with those cards. I can't read any of them.
Yeah. We always before the tournament starts, we always tell people, remember you're on camera, and we don't have cannon cams anymore. So, now we get to see his whole hand.
There we go. Good on you, Floyd. Thanks for that, helping us out here. So he takes Geist, leaving Jed with 3 lands, Mindslaver, and Negate.
I just saw the Jed picture again. It's so good.
We should just be constantly rotating it. Just have it as a GIF. Rotate
It should just spin.
Oh, very good.
All right. Is Wong a lock? Let's see. He's 5-0.
At this point, you take the match. I'll do the math.
Oh, good luck. All right. So we have Floyd is. I kind of lost where we're at here. I think Floyd is trying to decide if he's going to cast another spell.
Everyone except Martin. So theoretically, Martin and Corbett could both get to 6-1, and Charles could lose his last 2 matches and be 5-2 and be out. Theoretically. But Charles is basically a lock. Because Martin and Corbett's only played 1 match so far.
I mean, I don't see Charles Wong losing a game during the Swiss.
Yeah, I mean...
It hasn't come close to happening yet.
Yeah.
Why would it?
Right. He does. He has to play Randy and Corbett left.
The man won on turn 2 with 1 land.
Yeah. Turn 1 Glistener Elf, man.
Get you. Turn 1, 1-1.
I said during the draft, if he can have Glistener Elf on turn 1 every game, he's going to be in great shape.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I just forgot that it's Charles, and that's just what he does. I need this card, and there it is. Yeah,
Yep.
that's what he wants. This is my favorite Charles Wong story. We had a cube draft once. His first turn was Wild Nacatl. His second turn was Loam Lion and Curd Ape. His third turn, Vendilion Click. Then he cast Life from the Loam. What are you doing over there, man? Crazy stuff. All right, so Jed's got counterbalance and top.
Dwayne just tweeted that Floyd just beat Bueller, even though we told him 3 times that it's Nathan. All right. So we have counterbalance top from Jed.
Counterbalance top is online, but not for long. Floyd is casting Council's Judgment here. Jed's going to try to find a 3 in the top of his deck to counter the Council's Judgment. If he doesn't have one, then it looks like Counterbalance Top is going to get broken up here. So Floyd looks like he's doing pretty well in the disruption element, and he's got a little bit of a clock here. Jed's on 4-turn clock or so, and now just has top left. It looked like he kind of put some effort into assembling that counterbalance, but looks like Sensei's Top found a path on the top of his deck, so he's going to be able to get back one of the cards that was taken earlier.
We gave Floyd some shit for taking that Council. It's been really good for him.
It's been a good card. I mean, he might have prioritized it a little high.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of times where Oblivion Ring probably does the same thing, right?
Yeah, most
in this
of the
matchup.
time.
I mean, it does interact with True Name Nemesis,
Progenitus. Yeah,
which both are in the draft.
Yeah, definitely. And that's one of the interesting things about Vintage Rotisserie is
would have got guys too, right?
Right. Yeah. Floyd's got he's got this black-white deck. Basically every card in his deck, no one else wants. So it really doesn't matter what order he takes his cards in if that's what he's going to be doing.
That's true.
So the fact that he took Council's Judgment in the 6th round or whatever.
I mean, he could have. Looking at the draft back, what his deck is really missing is a Duress or a Thoughtseize.
Yeah. And
that's what that could have been. But
just something a little lower on the curve. Even a Dark Ritual.
Yep.
Would have been a really good pick for him. So he does have a Thalia and a Leonin Arbiter here. Thalia is going to hold off the Geist for a little while.
I'm going to step out of the booth for just a quick second. I'll be right back.
Sounds good. I'll take you guys through this game here until Paul gets back. We've got Floyd's going to have a little bit of a time. He can't get through the Geist, but the Thalia is going to hold the Geist off from Jed's end. So a little bit of a standoff here. Top decking for a couple of turns, find somebody who can kind of break this stalemate.
Do you think that Floyd is really regretting getting kind of edict effects?
I think so. Yeah, I think it's really possible that he's just missed out on creature removal, and that was one of the things we talked about during the draft and a little after the draft. Is basically everybody foregoed all the creature removal in this draft, and these cards like Geist of Saint Traft and even Delver and stuff like that are doing a lot of work.
Yeah, I think he's getting really punished for it now. Although the Elspeth is pretty good for the offense, but I don't know if he's going to have enough. Without the Thalia, obviously, he's got to keep that on the ground to be able to take care of the Geist.
Yeah, it's doing a really good job of that too. And Jed's kind of on the back foot a little bit, and he's just gonna start doming Jed instantly because the Elspeth is protected by the Thalia. So.
Right. Correct.
Jed is definitely going to have to find a way to remove the Thalia so that he can start attacking with Geist. He really needs it this turn to... Mindslaver is going to do quite a bit of work next turn.
Yeah. Do you think he has enough to... Oh, he does not have enough one
yeah.
short to activate it. Oh, that's too bad.
So we'll see if Floyd can kind of shut the door on this turn. But if he gets another turn, Jed's going to be able to Mindslaver.
Yeah, and I think that Greg has a match update for us.
Okay, we got Corbett versus Martin. That one in game one, Corbett kept a hand that really didn't do anything, and Martin just got there with a Terastodon. Corbett had a Grindstone, lost his tutor, and couldn't go off.
Gotcha.
Couldn't go off. Game two, Martin Thoughtseize Corbett on turn 1 on the draw, and Corbett Flash Hulked on turn 2 anyway.
Okay.
And then for game three, this was a slower affair, but it looks like Corbett set up Dark Depths combo and got Vapor snagged. He was left with a Carrion Feeder and a Hex Mage, but the Coffin Purge stalled Martin long enough to where those two creatures went all the way.
Just did it. All right.
So a 2-2 and a 2-1 and a 1-1. So that puts Corbett at 2-0, and I believe that puts Martin at 2-2 if my records are correct.
Yep. That's what we have too. All right. Thanks, Greg.
Well, some things have happened in the couple seconds there.
Yeah.
A Mindslaver and an Elspeth and a bunch of dudes.
Yeah, it looks like I believe a Lingering Souls. Although he probably needed to pay 2 more to cast that because of Thalia.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But I don't think it matters because he doesn't have anything to do with his mana anyway. So Jed's going to hope that this Mindslaver can do some really good work here.
Oh, he's playing quickly, which normally means Jed has a line planned out.
Yeah, Jed,
and he thinks that it is a good one. Now, it doesn't always end the way Jed thinks it will.
True. Jed is very good about once he figures out what he's doing it quickly.
Yeah.
And
Wait, is he slaver locked? He's slaver locked with Tezzeret. That's enough mana.
Yes,
But is Floyd going to make him kill him?
probably. At this point, though, he just gets decked, right? They're discussing it right now. We'll see what happens here.
Yeah, man. This is where Jed's smooth talking comes into play.
Yeah, he actually tried to do this against Randy. He had Time Vault and Tezzeret set up, and Randy had just a million artifacts in play, and Jed had a moat. And Randy was just like, okay, how are you going to kill me? And Jed was just like, I can't.
So we get the handshake. Jed gets his win, and that's awesome. So with that, he's going to move to 1-3. Floyd's going to move to 0-4. Floyd now in contention for the last place trophy.
Yep.
The dream with Jed is starting to slip away. We'll see.
We'll see. I think Floyd can get a match. Probably. I think his deck is decently set up against Nathan.
Jed comes in excited to get a win. Neither do we.
So, do we have a next match online?
I think we're getting that figured out now. I'm going to do the shameless plugging here right now.
It looks like Randy and Charles Wong are on the camera here.
It does look like that.
That is a match that we all wanted to see. So
absolutely. So as we're waiting for this match to start up here, guys, if you think what we're doing here is cool, if you're having a good time, if you want to know more about... Okay. If you think what we're doing here is cool, you want to check it out more, join the Facebook group. There's a link to it below. Follow us on Twitter at Shotgun.
There's a link to it below.
At shotgunlotus.
At shotgunlotus.
Follow us here on the stream.
Yeah.
We're doing these about once a month. Next month will be July 26th.
That's the plan.
With Travis Wu and Elliot Wu and a couple other ringers. And, thanks for checking it out. And if you want to do one of these drafts on your own and kind of want some clarification on the rules or any pointers or anything, you can reach out to me. I'm Paul Wade on Facebook.
Yeah.
You also have Stephen Berklet over here or Dwayne St. Arnold.
Yep.
Any of us would be more than happy to help you guys out.
Absolutely.
We think that this is one of the absolute best formats, and we're trying to spread the word.
Yeah, and every draft we find just more archetypes.
Yeah.
Every draft there's more things that people can do. This draft, Charles drafted a blue-green infect deck.
It is,
and he is just making people sick.
He's 5-0, 10-0 currently.
Yeah, that's nuts.
It's disgusting.
Yeah.
Chris, can we fix that game score at 0-0?
So, Black Lotus gets spell pierced.
Well.
All right, Randy is going to go back to the drawing board here a little bit.
So one thing people are saying, too, it's super cool format, but I don't have Black Lotuses and things laying around. Another kind of cool way you can do this is you can just lay your cube, if you have a cube, like a powered cube or any kind of cube out, you can just lay it all out on the table, or, you can do it on a spreadsheet or whatever, and you can draft it that way. It's the same principle, essentially.
Yep. Look at this turn one after Lotus gets spell pierced.
Wow!
Mana Vault, Steel Overseer, Bobble Ornithopter, or Bobble Memnite Ornithopter. Turn one. The dream. That's a good hand. He probably had a draw 7 that he was going to cast off the Lotus.
Yeah.
Which is too bad that didn't get to happen.
Oh, it's too bad.
But yeah. One of the things I really like about Charles' deck is he did a great job of just streamlining his mana costs. I don't think there's a card in his deck that costs 3 mana.
He's returning the Steel Overseer to Randy's hand.
That's smart. That's really good, because if Randy doesn't have a second land, he is stuck on it. He did top deck 1 there in Gemstone Mine.
And he's got an Ancient.
He had an Ancient Den anyway, okay.
So he's going to come back down, going to attack for 1.
Charles has Spell Snare, Viridian Corruptor, Crop Rotation, Vines of Vastwood, and one other card in the back of his hand I can't quite see there. He was hoping to draw a 3rd land there so that he could get Corruptor online, killing the Steel Overseer, obviously, and
this is the matchup he drafted that particular Infect guy for.
Yeah, it's also just good against the field as like an incidental guy, and it's just a 2/2 Infector too.
2/1, but yes.
Oh, it's 2/1? Okay. So Randy is spitting perms onto the board here. And
Probably searching for a draw 7.
yeah, probably at this point, like Charles has represented that he is kind of stuck on things to do, right? So Randy definitely wants to just like draw more stuff.
I mean, this is going to get out of hand pretty quickly.
It could, it certainly could. But then again, if Charles just has like a blighted agent, right? Randy doesn't have any way to interact.
That's true.
So if he just draws blighted agent, like Randy could just be dead very soon.
Or an Moth Nexus.
Yeah, that's another really good one.
I mean, you can block it with the Ornithopter, but only...
I think, he has an Invigorate in his hand, so Randy's dead next turn if Charles draws a land, I think.
So it comes down Corruptor.
Yeah.
Blows up the Overseer. Now that is going to really slow Randy down.
Yeah, it really is. His board has now been completely dealt with.
Yep.
And Charles now has 2 infect creatures, 2 pump spells, and a counterspell in his hand.
What's the counterspell?
Spell Snare.
Well, all right.
So it doesn't counter too much in Randy's deck. I think Ravager and Plating are about it. Those are obviously 2 very good ones. But it looks like
there's the draw 7.
Nice.
He's just going to invigorate his guy, just protect him.
Just so that he can, block.
While we're waiting for this time twister to resolve, it looks like Dwayne St. Arnold has a match result.
I sure do, guys. In 2 convincing games, Josh Ventura defeats Nathan Santo.
All right.
To move on up the standings.
Sounds great. Thank you, buddy. Thanks again to our sponsor, Northwest Sports Cards, by the way.
Yeah, cool stuff that they're doing for us.
Check out
it really helps out.
Check out their website, northwestsportscards.com. You can enter vintage code 20.
I think it's NW Sports Cards.
NW Sports Cards. It'll come up on the thing.
It's nwgamerschoice.com.
I was way off, but they're great. And they're giving us stuff to give out on stream today. They've got that great coupon code you keep seeing flash up.
Just search Google for Northwest Sports Cards. You'll find
Google always comes through.
Yeah, I don't know the website. Google. They own the world, man.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So you see, Charles drew a Force of Will in his grip.
And a Daze. Oh, my God.
Oh, man. I don't think the Daze is going to see a lot of use here.
I mean, it might get it this turn. Right, because Randy's going to, try to spit all of his stuff out. Charles is the run good king. I tell you what, that guy, he's something special. Redrew the Spell Pierce, Daze, Force of Will. He does not have a pump spell, though. So I do think he drew a Ponder, however, so he could find a pump spell. Randy in the tank here on his 7 cards, what to do with them. Trying to figure out how to best capitalize on his big turn here. He does have a key that he can untap his Mana Vault with to kind of basically Dark Ritual a mana.
Yep.
So we'll see what he's got coming here. Charles is going to be looking to just kind of stem the bleeding just a little bit.
I don't know if I see any pump spells in his hand.
No, he does not have a pump spell, but he does have a Ponder and I believe a Blighted Agent as well.
Okay.
So if he, next turn, Ponder Blighted Agents and finds a pump spell, the next turn he's probably in pretty good shape. So we'll see what he's able to do with his next turn here. Randy still... He's going to have to end the game really quickly because he just gave the Infect deck 7 new cards. And, he needed the Time Twister as well because he wasn't going to beat the board.
Yep.
So, this is definitely the right play to cast it, but he's going to have to figure out a way to put a quick clock in.
Yep.
So it looks like his hand is a couple of lands, a Tezzeret, and maybe one other artifact. It looks like his Time Twister was pretty bad. Ancient Tomb is one of the cards in his hand. So next turn, I think he's gonna be looking to survive 2 more turns.
Well, the other side of the Time Twister was actually pretty good because it got rid of that Invigorate, which was gonna end the game quickly.
That's certainly true. It looks
wow, that's a good Ponder. Library, Cunning Wish, Noble Hierarch.
So he can put the Noble Hierarch in this turn.
He's gonna just go off with Library, right? And then draw the Noble Hierarch?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. So he can put the Noble Hierarch in this turn. Then next turn, he can Cunning Wish for Giant Growth. But that's his only pump spell that he can Cunning Wish for, I think.
Yes.
So, but it looks like I think he's just going to try to get the Ink Moth Nexus to get there, I think.
Yep.
He's going to get in some poison here. Randy probably needs to trade off that Memnite for it.
Yeah, you just really can't afford to take any poison from Charles's deck.
Right, because then one pump spell is completely live. And so he just decides to chump block instead, keeping his offense on the board. Perfectly respectable play there.
Someone's saying the Time Vault deck didn't get Voltaic Key. No, the Time Vault deck got fucking greedy.
Yeah, I think he floated it one round too long. There was a round where during the draft we were talking about like maybe he should have taken it instead of Enlightened Tutor. But I think Enlightened Tutor was the right pick in that spot. And then the next time he took 2 other cards and didn't take the Voltaic Key, and then it got sniped.
Yep.
So typically the Time Vault deck will usually try to float the key until about 6-7.
Yep.
And this time he tried to float it until about 9-10. And Randy took it, I think, in the 9th round.
Yep.
So
we could actually pull that up.
And very Randy has like things he can do with it. He can use it to color filter. His deck
Took
is
key in the 8th.
Okay, so 8-9 wheel, right? Yeah, 8-9 wheel. And so he can use the key to kind of color filter his lands if he needs to cast 2 blue spells in one turn. His deck's very he doesn't have any basic lands at all.
Yeah.
And so he has some colored spells and just doesn't really have any way to consistently make a certain color of mana.
Yeah.
And then he can obviously use it with Mana Vault. So
Black Lotus is getting cracked here, so it's gonna be. What is?
Randy has 7 mana floating.
What is happening?
I think a Yawgmoth's Will might be happening.
Tezzeret?
Okay, so it was on black mana.
He's needed black mana that bad. No, that can't be right because he has.
So he has two floating.
Forcing.
Two and a black floating.
Pitching a Spell Pierce.
Okay. So Randy has two and 1 black floating. Probably just has an attack here with an Ornithopter and a Mem Knight. And we'll see what else he can come out of the tank with. I think his hand is just a bunch of lands and a Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say too. Do you think he's gonna, like, he has mana floating here, right?
He has 2 colorless floating, so he can cast the wheel.
Seems bad. Seems like if he casts a wheel, he's probably gonna die.
I mean, he just doesn't have anything to do though.
Yeah.
You know, he's certainly not going to win this way, right? So he has to do something and try to get a little lucky. Obviously, like, casting wheel is really unfortunate when the other guy has library in play. But you know, I think he's just kind of priced
there
in
it is.
at this point.
I'll say this: like, this is the closest game we've seen from Charles Wong.
Yeah. I mean, it's just taken him a little while to assemble. Assemble Voltron.
So we're gonna see the days from Charles here. I think he just wants Randy to spend more of his mana.
Yeah, that's an interesting play. I think that Charles is. I mean, he's like giving up the colored mana for next turn.
Yep.
Which is feels relevant to me, but maybe he's trying to set up the turn after for the kill.
Well, I think he just doesn't want Randy to be able to just play quite as many spells.
Yeah, and I think that's certainly the reason that he did it.
Yeah.
It's interesting to me that he prioritized that so much.
Sure.
So,
some baubles come down.
Randy looks to have a little bit better wheel than he did Time Twister. He's got Chromatic Star. Not as many lands this time, obviously, because they're all out of his deck at this point. Randy only playing 10 lands in his entire deck.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
That's pretty awesome.
Yep. He's playing like 10 lands and a Lotus Petal and a Mana Vault and a Black Lotus.
So those draw 7s just draw him gas.
Yeah, they're just all gas all the time. And then like the rest of his deck, he has like 7 cantrippy things. So,
so he's got 2 blockers.
Digging a card deeper with the Chromatic Star. Draws a Sphere, probably going to go 1 more. See how deep he can get. Randy is piecing the puzzle together.
How deep can he go?
Exactly. Piecing the puzzle together. There's a Skull Clamp. That's a start. That is definitely a start. See what he can do with this. Clamp the Ornithopter. Okay.
Oh, we've got standings down on the bottom now.
Yes.
Sweet.
Yeah. So far, it looks like Corbett and Charles and Josh are the front runners at the moment. Although Corbett has only played 2 matches, but I like his deck.
Well, 3 of my 4. I was right. 3 of the 4. I called my 4 favorites.
Yeah, who were your 4 again?
My 4 were Randy, Charles Wong, Martin, and Josh Ventura.
Okay.
Josh Ventura was my favorite to win the whole thing, though.
Okay. So I would definitely call. You had Randy and Charles Wong, right?
Yeah.
And Martin and Josh?
Yes.
Okay. So Charles...
My two absolute favorites were Randy and Josh.
Okay, so Charles and Josh are definitely hits.
Yeah.
Randy 1 and 2 at this point, and Martin 2 and 2. So still potential there, especially if Randy wins this match.
Yes.
Brings a lot of things onto
but
the.
This is not looking great.
Ooh.
And that's gonna do it.
So that's 14 trample.
It most certainly is. You know, it's not a very fair card.
Yeah, Berserk is really good.
I was gonna say Groundswell. Berserk is real good.
Berserk is something else.
The old double my power for 1 mana.
Yeah, so Viridian Corruptor attacks as a 3/2. Randy tries to get the trade in profitably with the Ornithopter, and Charles casts Groundswell with Landfall to make it a 7/6, and then Berserk makes it a 14/6. Boom.
That's a big dude.
That is a huge bitch.
That's my favorite soundbite, by the way. If we could work that in just more frequently, I think it would really help.
Just every time a creature gets played.
That's a huge bitch!
No. So
there it
let's
is.
go to Randy's sideboard, quote unquote.
All right.
His 5-card sideboard here.
He's got a Grafdigger's Change, a Welding Jar, a Defense Grid, a Memory Jar, and a Balance.
Balance, maybe?
Maybe.
That's about all I can see coming in there. What does Charles have in his sideboard?
Charles has got a huge bitch. No. He has got Giant Growth, Submerge, Teferi's Response, spicy, Crumble, Oxidize, Nature's Claim, Pact of Negation, Seed Time, Null Rod, Annul, Bajuka Bog, Dismember, Life Force.
So he's got at least 5 coming in.
Yes. He has some strong cards.
Probably 6. Man, Charles, after this draft is done, looking at how streamlined his deck is and how every card in his deck costs 1 or 2 mana,
yeah,
he's just operating on a completely different level than everybody else.
Yeah, man, he is really shown up to play today.
Yeah, and I mean it doesn't hurt that you have access to library.
Yeah,
basically every game.
Yeah,
but he's probably going to want access to Crumble, Oxidize, Nature's Claim, Null Rod, and Dismember here. Although I mean maybe he only wants like 1 or 2 of the Oxidizes.
The question is like how much of his deck consistency can he give
right,
up for those
like how much
cards?
can he
plus
get rid of?
Plus he has Cunning Wish. So a lot of those cards he can just get.
So he definitely only needs to bring in, Null Rod, obviously he can't Cunning Wish for.
I would bring in probably Nature's Claim.
Okay. And then, bring in Nature's Claim, leave the other 2 maybe. Or bring in 2 of them.
Yeah, sure.
Leave 2 of them. And then he probably doesn't need the Gitaxian Probe, knowing that Randy doesn't have much in the way of interaction.
Yeah.
He doesn't really need to know when the coast is clear. He can just always assume the coast is clear.
Yeah.
And then... the rest of his deck is just super streamlined. Maybe Spell Pierce, although that counters like 3 of the best threats in Randy's deck in Cranial Plating and Ravager and Steel Overseer. So it looks like Charles is already done with his sideboarding and is keeping his 7 while Randy is mulliganing to 6.
I would keep my 7 if it had an Ancestral Recall in it as well.
Did it? Oh, God,
I did see an Ancestral.
To be fair, he does have library and ancestral and crop rotation for a library.
Yeah.
So
I love crop rotation. That card is awesome.
It's really underrated.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, Randy's going to 5.
Randy's going to 5. That's tough.
This is not looking good. Is Charles Wong gonna be 6-0, 12-0?
It looks that way.
And he's locking up a final spot with a win here, right?
Yes. Yes, because Martin has his second loss now. So, no one... Yeah, we cannot have a 3-way tie at 6-1.
Well, all right. So if Charles takes us down, he's going to lock for our finals.
Oh, no, that's not true. Sorry.
God damn it, Berkeley.
No, Josh could 3-0 from here, be 6-0 or 6-1. That would give Corbett 1 loss, and if Corbett lost to Josh and won the rest of his matches, there would be a 3-way tie at 6-1.
Again.
Yeah.
Like we had last time.
Could happen.
All right.
It's happened before.
Well,
all right, so Randy's on 5.
Dumps the few cards he has into play.
Okay. Bobble. Hopefully he can... Basically, Randy's trying to get a draw 7 off next turn, right?
Yeah.
That's the best case scenario.
That's the
for
dream.
him. Yeah. Do we see any creatures in Charles' hand? He did keep with his ponder, so he feels good.
Is that a?
That looks like a crumble on the right side.
Is that what that card is?
I'm
don't
pretty sure
recognize
that's
the art.
crumble. Yeah.
First, I thought it was like a worldly tutor. But I
Etch
don't think
Champion is going to do a lot of work against everything but Berserk and
and that.
Oh yeah, and Blighted Agent. Yeah,
That
too
one.
bad. I was going to say Inkmoth Nexus also, but it does good work against the Viridian Corruptor and the Plague Mirror and the Glistener Elf.
Charles Wong gonna fire off a.
So pumps for 1, gets in for 2.
Yeah. So do you think he just tries to fire off Ancestral at the end of his next turn, at the end of Randy's next turn, and try to go for the win? Just try to draw.
I would say it's pretty reasonable, right? Yeah, I mean, he has Vines of Vastwood in his hand.
Yeah.
And the
Pendelhaven.
So if he can draw into like an Invigorate or something of that ilk, although he needs 1 more green mana for Vines to be lethal with a pump spell.
Okay. Because I assume he's gonna get like tropical here. Yeah.
Right. He gets tropical, and then now he's
getting tropical.
Yeah, he has green for that, which makes 5 poison, but he needs 1 more green source.
Ancestral Visions gets fired off. Let's see how good it is.
Recall target myself.
Well, there's a library and a groundswell.
There's a groundswell.
I didn't see the last one. That was a Misty
Rainforest
and
yeah.
a Force of Will.
Good lord.
Well, this is looking like Charles is going to take this one on home.
Yeah, it doesn't look good for the Hall of Famer here.
It does not, unfortunately.
This Infect deck is...
Charles had his Wheaties this morning.
Yeah.
Look at that game.
That is, wow.
Charles has not lost a game today.
I'm crazy impressed.
Yeah.
I thought that this deck was going to be a joke.
I didn't. I did not think it was a joke.
Yeah.
I didn't think it was not going to lose a game.
Yeah, I just thought that people would draft a removal spell.
I thought that it was going to get him. I thought that it could easily get him in the top 3.
He did such a good job. So the great thing about his deck is that he didn't have to draft any of the relevant cards for his kills until like pick 30.
Yep.
Right? And so at that point, he can just draft all blue cards in the first 30 rounds of the draft. He drafted Mental Misstep. He drafted Spell Snare. He drafted Daze, Force of Will. Like all these cheap counters so that he can fight at a mana efficiency against people when it's time to kill them.
Yeah.
And it puts a lot of strain on the way that they have to play the game because if they have to pass the turn with 3 mana up every single turn,
they just can't do anything.
Then they can't do anything and you just plink them for 1 while it's happening.
Yeah.
So,
and like
I'm really impressed with the way that he built his deck and saw these games playing out.
Yeah, like that's the thing. Like as impressive as these games are, and it's really his drafting that got him here.
Yes, absolutely.
It's becoming very clear that he dominated that draft.
Yes.
And no one. I mean, I think people saw it. I think some of us thought, okay, Infect X sounds real. I don't think anyone thought it was this good.
No, not even close.
Yeah, and if you, I thought it was going to be good. Bullshit.
Yeah, I was telling my roommate Andrew Veen last night what Charles planned on drafting because I was like assembling all the cards in a row and like had all of Charles' cards in front of me, and he was just like, "Oh, that seems good," and I was like, "I don't think it's that good, man."
Yeah,
and he was just like, "No, that's good." So he was actually legit on it.
Yeah.
But I have been just completely impressed by Charles' deck today. It's maybe he's just running a little bit better than everybody else.
I mean, it's Charles Wong. Runs.
All right, so that's a given. He's running better than everyone else.
Yeah.
But also, that no one else's deck is built to beat a 1/1.
Yeah.
Crazy enough.
It's nuts.
Just can't beat a 1/1.
So I think we've got some new viewers in the chat here. Thanks for joining us, guys. What we're doing here is a vintage rotisserie draft. We can go into the rules a little bit later, but basically these guys drafted some sweet vintage decks, and we're battling them out. If you think what we're doing here is cool, you want to get involved, you want to know when the next one is, which is going to be July 26th, or if you want to follow along, you can join the Facebook group down below. You can follow us at shotgunlotus on Twitter.
Yep.
We do all kinds of cool stuff, and we appreciate the support. So thanks for checking it out.
Yeah, the whole idea for this format is that the entire card pool, there's one of every card available. And that's not for each player. There's only one Black Lotus in the whole draft. There's only one Ancestral Recall in the whole draft. There's only one of each Mox. So it's not like regular Vintage where everybody gets to put the whole Power 9 in their deck.
Yep.
This time it gets split up amongst 8 people. So We've got Randy Bueller, who drafted an artifact aggro deck with a bunch of Wheel of Fortune and Time Twister type cards, trying to dump his hand into play and then draw with a new hand. We've got Charles Wong, who drafted a blue-green Infect aggro deck with a lot of really cheap counter magic and cheap threats. Corbett Gray has drafted a mono black.
Sorry, hey, Dwayne, can you stop them real quick? We're not quite ready. Can we update the info there? Are you working on it? All right, Chris is all over. Give us a second. These guys are moving quick. So do you think Charles do you think he's just gonna win this whole fucking thing? Just no problem.
Man, it doesn't. So I thought after 15 picks, I thought Corbett had the best deck. I was disappointed after 30 picks in Corbett's 15 to 30, but I think after 45 picks, I was back on Corbett. And then, like, obviously Charles' deck is just like steamrolling everyone, right? The 3 decks I liked the most were Martin, Corbett, and Josh after the draft. I was excited about Randy's, but I personally didn't know that the strategy was there. The Charles' deck has just surpassed all expectation. I still like Corbett's deck a lot, and I still like Josh's deck a lot.
Yeah.
I think that Corbett is capable of going fast enough to kill Charles.
So I don't know if you're paying attention to the Twitch chat here at Berkeley, but it sounds like we got a pretty significant shout out from Scarlett. So we've got a lot of people here. So let's tell people what we're playing for to maybe realize what exactly is going on here. Sure, we're playing Magic. Sure, the format's cool. We're doing something maybe you guys haven't seen before. This Vintage Rotisserie Draft. But we're playing for alcohol.
Yeah,
that's what we're all here for.
Here.
And we're also playing for our first place trophy here, which is a little Black Lotus propped up on some booze bottles. So can you throw the prize up there in a second? He's working on it. Chris is super busy. But basically the buy-in for this tournament, there it was, every player had to bring a bottle of booze.
Yeah.
And at the end of this draft, once we have our winner, our top 3 or whatever, that top 3 is then going to draft off these bottles.
Yes, first place. So normally it's 8 bottles. So we break it down as first place gets 5, then second gets 2, third gets 1.
Mm-hmm.
However, this time we have 3 additional bottles. So it's probably going to be what 632.
Yeah, we need to figure it out. I guess some of them were like somehow we have 8 drafters and 11 bottles. People got a little overzealous.
Who knows?
But so that's what we're playing for today. I mean, this is like
a lot of brown, a lot of good.
You can go to the Pro Tour. You can play for $40,000. You can go to a PTQ, win a plane ticket.
That's so much work.
But this is what we all really want at the end of the day.
Yeah, we just want to get drunk.
Yeah. What's your first pick? I was saying earlier, there's like you can't even see it. It's behind the Lotus Trophy there, but there's like Nathan Santo brought some Puerto Rican rum.
Yeah, I hate rum.
Oh, you're a fool. You're a fool.
No, I hate rum. All I drank was rum for like the first 4 years of drinking. Can't do it anymore. I'm a whiskey guy.
Chris is getting stuff sorted out. We're having we'll be ready in a second.
For me, I think so. I haven't had Josh Ventura brought the Ron Burgundy and Ron Jeremy combo. Is that correct?
Yeah.
I haven't had either of those. I don't know what they are.
Yeah, the Ron Burgundy, Ron Jeremy bottles.
For me, it's either the single malt or the Woodford.
Oh, and then another thing here. If you guys think this is sweet, our next one's on July 26th.
Yeah.
And we'll have the brew master himself, Travis Wu.
The Woo Brews.
The Woo Brew Master and his brother, who we top-aided that GP Oakland with.
The Woo Brew crew.
Will also be here, Elliot Wu.
Yes.
And we'll have some of these guys back as well. It's looking like we're going to have Mr. Undefeated Charles Wong back as well. The man just literally cannot lose.
He can't. It's not possible.
So we are just about set to go here. It looks like we're all set. We need to change out. We need to get Jed's picture back in there. But it'll happen. Let's fire. So we've got Josh Ventura at 3-1 facing off against Jed Dolbeer, who I think is actually 1-3.
1-3 now, yeah.
I don't know where his other match got picked up, but
he defeated Floyd. Jed 2-0. All right. Making our notes, getting our standing set up, keeping the tiebreaker scenarios alive here. Josh is 3-1 at the moment. Looks to be he's going to have to battle Corbett. And that's going to be a critical match for the finals, I think.
Absolutely. Are we going to be able to get that on camera?
We can try to make that happen.
Okay. So the match has started. We still have the booze over the top. It'll go away here soon. All right, here we go. So we've missed a few turns here, it looks like, but nothing major's happened. Looks like a Thada Adele got countered somehow. Gainsay, all right.
Yeah, turn 2 Thada got gainsayed, and then Josh is just on lands at the moment. Jed is accelerated himself pretty quickly, but doesn't have a whole lot to do with it at the moment. So we're gonna play a little bit of Drago here. You got to think that favors Josh.
Yeah, absolutely. Josh doesn't have a lot of red mana. He's just got the Mox, so he's... Oh, well...
Here's
Josh is...
That's a hell of a test spell.
Yeah, Josh is like pretty close to getting Slaver Lock here.
Is there an Academy Ruins anywhere?
I'm trying to see what the cards in Jed's hand, but he's going.
It looks like Time Vault and Karn. I think it's Time Vault Karn. Josh just has Memory Lapse, which is gonna put that Mindslaver on top and buy him a turn to try to figure out what he wants to do.
Did Jed have main deck Gainsay?
Yeah.
That's a little interesting.
I mean, half the field has blue, or like over half the field has blue cards. So, it's also possible that this isn't game one, right?
I don't see it in his main deck. So is this not game one?
I don't know.
Well, we'll figure that out.
So Karn has resolved, and is going to the Dome. Josh has to figure out a way around this Karn. I don't know that he's got one in his actual deck.
Karn. This was a pretty quick Karn. This is game 2. Josh game 1. It sounds like.
All
right. So no shenanigans from Jed.
Yeah.
We got to check.
So here comes a workshop, and gonna get Slaver going,
and that's gonna have to pretty much. Is he just trying to find something sweet to put into play when he starts the game over?
It's very possible. He's probably gonna like metamorph and just counter it, and then fire himself rather.
All right, so Josh is being optimistic here by not conceding.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not going to argue that point. It looks, but the other thing is, if Jed just starts the game over with Karn, he doesn't really have. I guess he gets Young Pyromancer in a land. At this point, is like pretty decent. But
here comes. Jed has Time Vault in his hand. He's going to go get. What is he?
Enlightened Tutor doesn't get anything to untap it. He only has.
He has Tezzeret.
He has Tezzeret and.
He's just Mere Battlefield is also going to be good.
Yeah, that's definitely true. Josh already looking at his sideboard for the next game, trying to figure out what he can do to beat this Karn.
The game is Solsic. Karn's last ability is start the game over, and you get the cards that he removed from play, right?
Yeah, they start in the battlefield.
Yeah.
So obviously the Lightning Bolt is gone, but he would get to start with Mountain, Young Pyromancer, and Delver.
And that's going to be it. So
that's a quick game to Jed there. He drew a lot of mana and a lot of powerful things to do with the mana.
Yeah.
And Josh has a lot of shocks in his deck. So
absolutely. So we're going to move on to game 3 here. I think I like Josh on the play a lot.
Yeah, if he gets one of his quick recursion of card advantage going, like Thada is going to be insane against Jed, or a Dak Faden is going to be really, really good. But he doesn't, he needs to do something pretty quickly, because once Jed gets to like 6 or 7 mana, Josh's resources are going to be a little bit taxed.
Yeah.
He won't be able to cast 2 counterspells in one turn. So it'll need to be a quick clock from him, and then back it up with disruption. And Jed will be looking to, assemble Voltron basically.
Yeah. So also we haven't talked about this. We're giving stuff away today.
Yeah.
During our finals match today, I think we've done all of our giveaways except for our last one.
Chris, can we verify?
We'll figure that out. But we definitely have our last giveaway, which will be during our finals match.
Yes.
Right around game 2. We will be giving away $50 worth of store credit to Northwest Sports Cards, which is online, free shipping for orders over $20. You can even use their coupon code Vintage20 to get 20% off any order.
Yep, that's good until Monday.
You can use that in conjunction with the $50 credit. So stay tuned, guys. Follow us for the finals match, and you might win $50.
Very good.
Looks like we've got some match results here.
All right, this is Floyd versus Corbett. So it's Black-White versus Flash Hulk. Game 1, Corbett had an early Dark Depths and got there. Nothing too interesting there. But Game 2, Corbett had another early Dark Depths Hex Mage combo, except this time Floyd had Still Moon Cavalier to block it in the air infinitely.
Okay.
And so he held it off long enough to where he could mass an army with the help of Elspeth, and eventually the Cavalier took game 2. Game 3, Corbett had turn 2 Flash Hulk combo, and that is.
All right.
Man, that Flash Hulk combo that he just kind of backdoored into during the draft has been working out for him.
Corbett's 3-0 right now.
Corbett's 3-0?
Yeah.
That's what I have, yep.
Well, little egg on my face.
Yeah.
And your face. No, not your face.
No, I loved Corbett's
You were the
deck.
believer.
Yeah.
It was me and Dwayne. Me and Dwayne
Yeah,
were
you guys
hating.
said Martin came out ahead on that Reanimator exchange.
Well, then he
He definitely came out ahead in the Reanimator portion of the
and then out of nowhere he drafted Flash Hulk, which I'm not pissed because I don't care about the outcomes that way, but I think it's ridiculous that he was able to take every piece of Flash Hulk and then drafted Hulk in like the 40th round and no one cacked it.
Yeah.
His deck is unplayable. It's not 3-0. It's not a 3-0 deck.
Probably not.
If he doesn't get Hulk.
Maybe not. Maybe
And
he just
I
kills with a
doubt
different combo.
that the cards people were. I doubt every card that got picked in that line got played.
I can certainly agree with that. His deck would be worse without the Flash Hulk combo. It gives him a third avenue to victory, and one that is a snap insta win, right? Whereas the Hex Mage Depths is not straight up victory.
Yeah.
Usually victory, but not straight up.
Sure.
It gives him a second one that is just you're dead.
Yeah.
So that's definitely a big deal for him, and he obviously built his deck with that in mind, given that he drafted like 7 blue-black dual lands.
Yep.
So
We have a couple questions here. Where is the list of this cube? This isn't a cube draft. This is a vintage rotisserie draft. We'll talk about what that is a little bit later, but it's a little more intense than a regular old cube draft. You get every vintage legal card to draft from.
it's basically like a cube draft if you got to pick your full deck going in, essentially. The 8 players come into this draft knowing where they're going to be seated, so they know what pick they're going to have in the first round. Essentially, basically everybody takes Black Lotus first, right?
Yeah.
So and then the second guy basically always takes Ancestral Recall. And so, the draft plays out that way, and you get to construct your deck based around what the other people are drafting, the specific cards. So this draft, we had 2 people who were signaling that they were reanimating stuff, and we had a run on Reanimator hate cards, graveyard hate cards.
Yep.
There was like 6 of them in a row taken. Boom, 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 boom. And so, whereas the last draft, there was no Reanimator deck and no Reanimator hate cards taken.
Yep. So, looks like we've got some action here. We've got a Delver and a Vendilion Click. Looks like we're playing Legacy a little bit.
Yeah, Josh's deck is very similar to the blue-red Delver decks that were out there. A lot of cheap counter magic, a lot of cheap threats, and just try to basically keep you from killing me, put a board in play, keep you from killing me, and then you're dead. And we talked about this is what Josh was going to need. He's going to need a quick clock, and he has Delver, Click, and Thada Adel, all very, very good cards against Jed.
Oh, Jed, come on. You don't need to read Thada. You know what the card does.
Everyone knows it's just a giant wrecking, right? That's all they know it is.
That's all you need to know.
I guess.
Well, this card fucks me.
Yeah,
that's all I need to know.
I'm in trouble. That is bad news. Interesting tapping from Josh there. Has Lightning Bolt in his hand, did not leave up a dual land.
What's he afraid of?
I don't know. Maybe he just doesn't really care about Lightning Bolt this turn. Jed doesn't have creatures and stuff.
Sure.
Probably doesn't matter too much.
Counterbalance pretty good against Josh's deck, honestly. I mean, even I was gonna say even without top, but with the top, quite strong.
Steel Sabotage is just going to counter the top, I think.
Oh, didn't see that.
Yeah, pretty good exchange there from Josh. Now Jed, put some effort into assembling Counterbalance top, and this is just not going to do anything on this board. So he's gonna have he has Mystical in his hand and a couple other things. So if he can set up a Tinker, he might be back in the game.
Sure, yeah.
But his life total is dwindling quickly.
Also, does Thada get?
You
You have to cast it, right?
You don't have to cast it.
You don't just get it put into play.
Correct.
Okay.
But
you can't just get Blightsteel.
He can just remove the Blightsteel though.
That's true.
Or he can just put the Time Vault in.
Oh, he can just start Time Vaulting off.
But Jed doesn't have the key.
Oh.
So,
wow.
Strategic not drafting the key there from Jed.
Well played.
Yeah.
Well played, Jed.
He saw this
You
coming.
thought ahead of all of us.
Yeah,
I like it.
He saw this situation coming.
Could he have also had the Galvanic key? I think this is not good enough.
He forgot that existed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Also, if anyone missed the start of this or they want to go back and rewatch it, it'll be available on Twitch for a few days. Also, Chris will get it all edited and put it up on YouTube in like a way more
and in
clean
a couple
package.
days we'll have the draft spreadsheet saved into an archive. There's a button on the Twitch chat or on the Twitch channel that says like current draft spreadsheet. You can go and look at how the draft played out for this one, but we'll get that archived into consolidated with all the previous drafts that we've done too.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So Jed is an instant on top of Josh's deck away from being dead here. He's at 8, and if Delver flips, that's lethal.
But doesn't he also have a bolt?
He does have a bolt, but Jed doesn't know about it.
Okay, sure.
So as of on board, if Delver flips, Jed's dead. So he's looking to be a little bit slow on the uptake here. I think Josh was able to get out in front of him just enough, and
Yep.
we'll see what Jed's able to do. But it doesn't look like he's got much. I think there's a Karn in his hand, and I think he's a couple mana short of doing anything.
Like I said, I think this is a rough matchup for Jed on the draw. I think on the play it's pretty close. But
if he's on the play with some accelerators, he can definitely get there. But
I just feel like Josh's deck in general percentage are just insane on the play.
yeah, because double mocks.
Yeah.
Double mocks and sicko 3-drops in True Name and Vendilion Click. I can agree with that for sure.
Someone is asking how much has Josh been drinking. Well, he has a loss, so not enough clearly, unless that loss was early, which it was.
The
right?
loss was relatively early, and he was playing pretty badly. Like he was playing pretty bad. Pretty badly, like enough to the point where I was just like, guys, it's okay. He's been drinking a lot. During the draft, so Greg Pelican brought a bottle of rum and a 6-pack of Coke for like us to drink, and we haven't had any of it. And it's basically gone.
Yeah,
So
we haven't drank on stream this time.
I think Josh has a belly full of.
I think Greg does too.
Yeah, Greg's been hitting the bottle. He's finding the bottom, I think. But
can we spin Jed while he thinks here? This is like the classic Jed Dolbeer move.
Yeah.
The turn that he knows he's dead, he just tanks for 10 minutes.
Hey man, gotta milk that camera time.
Yeah, absolutely. There we go.
The spinner is so good. Oh my god.
Oh, all right.
All right.
Fountain puts him to
Comes
7.
out of the tank.
Watch Jed just win. God, just one time. That would be pretty neat. That would be neat.
Okay, Pentad Prism. Oh, man.
Had you not seen the spinning Jed yet? Oh, it's so good. I'll bolt you. Not
All right.
good enough.
Not good enough.
Oh, he could theoretically.
Interesting. He could Mystical for Enlightened Tutor there to
Yeah,
counter it.
yeah.
And then Enlightened Tutor might have set up something sweet.
But instead, he's doing it after.
Oops.
Tax Maiden is in his hand.
It's probably not going to matter.
The greatest thief in the multiverse.
Yeah. What's happening?
I don't know what Jed's doing here.
I mean, he's gonna go to 3 and die.
I think he's dying slowly.
Yeah.
Oh, is this?
So counterbalance is already resolved.
Yeah.
Mystical is happening.
Did he just say like? Did we just Josh like good guy him there and let him take the damage or something or not counter it?
I think that's what happened. Either that or Jed just got 2 counterbalance triggers, one of the two. Well, rules enforcement level don't be a dick coming to play here.
Yeah.
We have Josh Ventura basically giving Jed a chance when there was none.
Yeah.
So.
Which there's still very little chance.
Yeah. We have a match
some
update.
results.
So it's a game update. Charles Wong has lost his first game of the day against Corbett Gray.
Uh-oh! Look who's got the deck to beat Charles Wong.
Who was it?
Corbett. I'm telling you, man, his deck is gas.
It happens. I wanted to see it happen.
Charles kept the hand of all forests and blue cards and didn't really do anything.
Well, that sounds like Charles. I'm surprised he lost, to be honest.
He deserved to draw the trout.
Yeah. So, Josh letting Jed try to draw out of it, but it's not going to do it.
It's just not. Not.
Good guy in him because it don't matter.
Yeah.
I like that. Classy move from Josh there. So Josh is going to take the match here. He's going to move to 4-1, just cementing himself as a solid VRD guy.
Like I think maybe it was Dwayne was saying, it's like Josh may not have won one of these yet, but he probably has the best overall win percentage ever.
Yeah, I mean he's never his worst record was his first draft. He went 5-2, right? Or,
And he got second.
He got 5-2, right?
Yeah.
5-2. So, yeah, he's lost in the finals and then lost on a tiebreaker.
All right, so we're going to take a quick break here.
Okay.
Next up, we're going to have Randy Bueller versus Martin Goldman Curse.
Okay.
I'm going to tag in, or Dwayne's going to tag in for me.
Okay.
And we'll keep this train moving.
Sounds good.
We'll see you guys in just a couple minutes. Holla.
Welcome back. Welcome back to the booth.
Well,
Dwayne St. Arnaud.
Things have been happening.
What kind of things?
Well, I mean, there's Magic being played, and some people are winning, and the other half of the people are losing.
Some people are drinking.
Yeah.
We're not those people this time.
Why aren't we those people?
I don't
this
know.
time?
We just
not feeling it today.
Yeah, I guess not.
No.
I got a little rambunctious last night. Went to bed at like 8:30.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes
PM.
you got to stay up late and really, do something late. And then,
Old as gold, man.
Then you're only in bed at 8:30, and it's rough.
It's really it was way past my bedtime.
Your bedtime? What do you normally hit? Like 7:15?
Yeah. Dinner at 4.
Dinner at 4.
Yeah, hit the old folks buffet.
I'm pretty sure if you didn't already have a Twitter account, you would be at dinner at 4.
It could be that. I would actually make one that's at old as gold. I
Old
think.
as gold?
Yeah. Old as gold is quite solid. So, getting back to the tournament at hand here.
Oh, you want to talk about this?
Paul is going to come in with a match update, perhaps?
I have some incredibly sad news. The unthinkable has happened. Charles Wong has been defeated by Corbett Gray.
Hey, guess who's the only undefeated drafter in the draft?
You shut your goddamn mouth.
That's Corbett.
Has Corbett lost
Lucky
yet?
guess.
No, he's
Lucky
fucked.
guess.
Oh.
Lucky guess. That's all I have to say.
C. Wong, 0-2.
In 2.
Good stuff. Good
Siwong
stuff,
is
Corbett.
done, and I would venture to say, can anyone catch him? No one can catch him.
So theoretically, it could be a 3-way tie. Theoretically, if Josh wins out and Corbett defeats Randy and Jed, then there will be all 6-1. Right? Because Josh would defeat Corbett. That would be his one loss,
Right.
and then we'd have a 3-way tie at 6-1 again.
Interesting. It's possible.
It's certainly possible. I definitely could see it happening. I think Josh matches up well against Corbett.
I agree.
And I don't think either of these guys can beat Corbett's
Randy
speed.
could steal it if he draws really well.
Yes.
I watched him draw some insane openers earlier.
Yep.
He just
he has a
hasn't
pretty
done
good
it
one
on
here,
camera.
so-
Like here's one.
Yeah.
Here's a good. Well, this is an opener. This is a Thoughtseize. If this was an opener, it would be pretty impressive.
Oh yeah, just 7 permanents. of
I mean, Randy's deck is capable of doing that, right?
Yes.
Thought seizing
certainly
away
true.
the Ravager.
Yeah, Thoughtseize takes Ravager. Martin started on a fetch land for a duel. And
Pro wrestling tiebreakers have been suggested. We hadn't considered that.
just get us a top rope and see what happens.
I mean, I don't bet against Corbett.
Oh no, James wants to do the get on the mic and do a pro wrestling promo like the guys do in the mic. Whoever's better on the mic gets the tiebreaker. See,
Okay.
the problem with that is then we have to put Corbett on the mic. and we don't
We
want.
already did that once.
Yeah, we don't really want
Mistakes were made.
to. Mistakes were made. We
Mistakes
can't
were
play perfect. Unlike
So,
Corbett.
Remember
who's
how
4-0.
we talked about permanents being in play?
Yeah, a lot of them just
So
happened.
you
I
remember
think-
when all those were down below in his hand?
Yeah.
They're no longer in his hand, as it turns out.
Martin casts Explore.
I mean, it's better than most of the other options he probably had.
That's certainly true.
Gets the scry here.
So his board is, let's see, his hand is Necromancy, Exhume, and a blue card? Ashen Rider also. The
Show
blue
and
card
Tell.
is Show and Tell.
Show and Tell's
Okay.
a good one.
Okay, so next turn he's going to be Show and Telling. Probably going to get the Ashen Rider the Tezzeret.
And if I'm not mistaken,
Randy actually can't cast the Tezzeret.
Right. Nor can you put it in from Show and Tell, right?
Correct.
It's not a permanent.
That's correct.
It is
It is artifact, creature, or land.
correct. So Planeswalker is not good enough there.
Okay, so now Randy can
he
definitely cast the Tezzeret. Probably gonna just want to get in for 5. Maybe he wants
no,
the
you up
impulse.
it here.
Okay,
You up it here because you have him dead next turn, right?
just to the ultimate.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4. If assuming he activates Blink Moth, 5, 6,
1, 2, 3,
7.
4, 5.
That's 14. All right. I mean, it's still a very good chunk of damage.
15 from the Ink Moth, 16 from the Ornithopter attacking with Skull Clamp on it, and
Will.
plating will do it. So,
Will.
okay, that's
Martin. Well, I mean, Ashen Rider is a thing.
Yes, certainly is.
Show and Tell out Ashen Rider. Only problem is it does put in cranial plating, but that wasn't going to be a problem.
So
for
oddly
Randy
enough,
at all.
Martin just kind of tips his hand, and Randy chooses not to put the cranial plating into play because he may choose not to put the cranial plating into play because Martin just showed him what he was going to put in.
You know, I think he puts it in either way. I don't think it matters too much. I'm pretty sure Martin has to kill Tezzeret.
Yeah.
Even with plating in play, like.
Yep.
And the Ashen Rider can block whatever Randy attacks with plating, anyways.
Well, Randy has Opal and Lotus Petal for instant speed.
Oh,
equip.
for the move around.
Yep.
He only gets to do that once, though.
That's true.
has drum.
He does have drum,
Yeah.
but that holds back an attacker, right?
I think he drew a red artifact land from what I saw in a glimpse there. I mean, Martin, the game isn't over for Martin, but it's not great.
No, he's not in a wonderful position here, but the thing is, if Randy is Randy has to decide whether he wants to run around the Ashen Rider or through the Ashen Rider. If he decides to run through the Ashen Rider, he's going to lose one of his 2 equipment, and then Martin's just going to Necromancy it back in again.
Right.
Or Exhume.
Randy, of course, doesn't know that.
Correct.
Yeah.
So, but if he chooses to run around it, it's going to take time to set up, which gives Martin an out to set up another reanimation spell because he has Exhume and Necromancy in his hand.
Which of those options do you like more?
If I'm Randy, I would probably try to run through it. And, he's going to end up in a really bad spot for doing so.
Mm-hmm.
But Martin's hand, to me, feels weak the way that he's played the game. He passed with not doing much with a couple of mana a couple of times. And now Randy is, just assembling, I'm going to Skull Clamp my way through you.
Yep.
And, that's all fine and good. And from here, if I'm Randy, I feel comfortable. I feel good.
Yeah,
but
you're not
now,
in the worst shape.
But next turn, Martin's just going to put that Ashen Rider back and kill your Skull Clamp. And so, the game naturally played into the way Martin wanted to play it.
Yeah.
He got 2 permanent. He actually got 3 permanents with the Ashen Rider, and gets to bring it back again. So,
yeah. We had Randy kind of as a favorite coming in, right? The polls on Facebook. I mean, he was clearly the most quote established in their Magic career. What do you think went wrong for Randy today? He's not seen the level of success I think most people expected.
Well, he's been on the short side of variance a couple of times, I think. He ended up with he got to game 3 against Josh, and Josh peeled a Shattering Spree to kill his whole board, and then Dak faded his Etch Champion, which was going to just beat Josh, right? That happened. Then his match against Nathan, and Nathan just had turn 2 Kataki both games. Can't play around that.
Have you seen what's happened in this match? Yawgmoth's Will resolved.
Okay.
And thus, all of the creatures that traded early are now back in play.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's going to be good enough, but
So
he does have.
Here's the sick thing about the Will. Ashen Rider RFGs the cards that it gets, right? So he doesn't get plating back and he doesn't get Tezzeret back.
Correct.
Big deal. because now the Ashen Rider gets to
He does get
something
Ravager, but
on the way in and
that's
out
being
again.
targeted immediately with
Right.
Ashen Rider.
And he spent all that time, getting Ravager back with Yawgmoth's Will, when Martin's way to get Ashen Rider back was just Exhume anyway.
Which was going to put Ravager back in play regardless.
Right. A play that Randy could have made there would be to sacrifice the Ravager in response to the Exhume.
Yeah, I mean,
just to try to get an extra counter somewhere.
Yeah, he could have just thrown a counter on that Thopter. I think that would have been fine. I was kind of surprised he didn't make that play, but
I think it's a slight miss, right? Because he just misses a +1/+1 counter.
I mean, but that miss may be very relevant, right? Because at some point he's going to have to again run through Ashen Rider.
Right.
Once you start going through it, like you said, he's not going to be able to go around it now. There's no more cranial plating. So.
Right. Basically, there's no more cranial plating, so he has to just go through it.
And his options are just way less than what they were 2 turns ago.
Right.
That extra point, probably not super relevant, but it may come to be. Looks like he's thinking about sacking some artifacts to this Ravager in response to the Ashen Rider trigger. The problem is even if he dumps a ton of stuff onto Thopter, Ashen Rider's just going to deal with that too.
Right. Yeah. If he makes a giant Ornithopter, that's what Ashen Rider deals with. If he tries to, piece together a couple of stuff, and to be fair, he can wait out the Ashen Rider and just go clamping his guys.
Yeah.
It sucks for him that the Ravager is gonna die.
Yeah.
Because that's his best source of clamping.
Oh, absolutely.
But what are you gonna do?
Yeah.
At this point, he's got to figure out how to get through that Ashen Rider. And the sick thing is Martin has a Necromancy in his hand, so if he gets through it again, it's just going to come back another time.
Yeah, with Tezzeret and plating RFG'd from this game, I just don't know how Randy's going to pull this off. Like, he has a lot of draw 7s, he has a lot of things he can draw. He's kind of all-inning on this Ravager here, and I'm not sure... Yeah, he's just trying to make a big Thopter.
Yep.
It's an interesting number here, because as a 4/6... it doesn't die to Ashen Rider, and it doesn't get punched by Ashen Rider.
Right.
It just kind of keeps a board parity here.
Yep.
So he's clearly looking to play a longer game.
Right. Which I think is a smart move and what's kind of what he has to do. Especially because, Martin is showing intuition. You are looking at... If you run through the Ashen Rider, you have to assume that intuition has the ability to go get 3 reanimation spells and bring back the Ashen Rider.
I think actually, there's enough reanimation spells in Martin's deck that that's very reasonable.
Yep. And so what I think Randy is trying to set up is to get through the Ashen Rider and then cast a draw 7 of some kind, preferably Time Spiral, to shuffle the graveyard back in. So looks like Greg's going to step in here and give us a quick match update.
Sweet.
Well, there will be no 0-7 in this rotisserie. Floyd just beat Nathan in 2. In game 1, Floyd cast a ton of just creatures and aggroed them out. In game 2, Nathan got mana flooded. Also in the Jed Corbett match, Jed is up a game. Corbett went for an early Dark Depths Hex Mage, but Jed had the Sword of Plowshares, and then he Scepter locked him. And as if that now keep in mind, I believe Corbett can still get out of that. However, Jed also had found Tezzeret Time Vault and put the game away.
Okay.
Interesting.
So this game.
No, that's just game 1.
Back to this thing. Martin is determining whether he's going to block that Ornithopter, it looks like.
Yeah, so right now it's a 5/5. It would trade with Ashen Rider, and then he'd be able to exile. I'm assuming it'd be Skull Clamp. That's probably the most dangerous card, right?
Yep.
And he just gets to Necromancy it again. Looks like he took the punch to the face and took 5. I'm not sure if I agree with that. Basically, the only way Martin's going to lose this game is if he starts taking damage.
That's theoretically true. He also can just win the race at this point if he wants.
Martin can?
Yeah.
Interesting.
So, Martin on 13. And
I mean, if Martin actually should be on 12, right? Because
no, he took 5 and then gained 1 from Jwar Refuge.
Jwar Refuge.
Yeah.
Thanks. So at 13, Martin doesn't win this race, right? Because he can start attacking for 8 every turn, but so can Randy. Between Frogmite, Blinkmoth Nexus, and Thopter, if he wanted to.
Okay, yeah.
I'm not saying that that's necessarily
you're
correct,
totally
but
right.
I mean, all Martin really did there. I'm not sure what the other card in his hand is. I'm not sure if we've seen that. But all Martin's really done here is
I think
take 5 free damage, because he could have made this exact trade last turn.
Yeah. Yeah, that's definitely. We might want to ask him about that when we get a chance. But
Yeah, it'd be an interesting choice. And also, Ashen Rider didn't exile something there?
no. It's targeting Skull Clamp, and Randy is thinking about doing
got
something.
it. Okay.
So.
And it is exiled. Not
Yeah,
that that's
they got
gonna
it
be,
figured out.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, the will is already gone. The Time Twister could shuffle it back.
Oh, Time Twister is very reasonable.
Yep. So Randy is running out of powerful things.
Yeah.
He's gotten, his deck has about like 6 or 7 really big boom booms, and Martin has killed 4 of them.
Yeah, and with Randy's deck, like, he can attack you really hard in a couple of waves, but after that he's kind of out of steam, right?
Yeah.
He needs either a draw 7 or to draw one of a couple of cards that are left in his deck. Like Steel Overseer could start getting him back in this game.
Disciple of the Vault off of a draw 7 to get the Ravager back in.
Yeah.
Could be a thing.
Master's a good one too.
It's definitely a good one, but it's just going to die with Necromancy. So yeah, we'll see what Randy can do, but Martin's Ashen Rider in this particular game looks very well set up.
So it looks like Martin's going to probably get Blazing Spectre, Elish Norn.
Oddly enough, yeah, if he just gets Elish Norn, it actually kills the whole board.
Yeah, Elish Norn is just really good for Martin's deck overall. It kills...
Oh, no, the Master would be a 1/1, because he has 3 artifacts.
He would have 3 after they die, sure. Yeah. I mean, even then, that's just fine.
Yeah.
For if you're Martin. So it's kind of interesting how this all played out. Looks like he's going to actually get Mana Crypt here, is my guess. Unless Randy wants to try and level him. But if Randy puts one of the creatures in his hand, no matter what, one of those 2 is going to his yard, and it's going to get Necromancy this turn.
Right. And Randy's in big trouble against both of them.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't know if Randy has outs, actually.
He doesn't have any way to remove stuff at all, I don't think, right?
Yeah. I kind of would have liked him to have a bounce spell somewhere.
Like an Aether Spellbomb?
Yeah, an Aether Spellbomb. Something that lets him interact. I don't like having a deck like Randy's where you're just very aggressive and have no way to deal with a 5/5.
Yep.
Just can't win. Because there's just way too many ways in this format to cheat those guys out and play.
Yeah. Everybody's deck is really like Randy said during the interview that I did with him. He goldfished this deck a lot. And it was doing really, really well.
Yeah.
But he'd never played it against a human.
Yeah, and that's the problem with those sort of decks where you don't realize that you need interaction.
Yeah. And I say, we were talking about what might have gone wrong for Randy here. He definitely got unlucky in spots, and he hasn't had too many busted openings. So
not
maybe,
on camera,
right? And maybe he's on the short side of variance there, but I think it's showing a little bit that he might not have designed this deck with opponents in mind.
Yeah.
And understanding maybe what everybody else could do too. Because his deck looked really, really good on paper. He took the theory from Nate Heiss's deck, right? And Nate did pretty well with his deck. Mm-hmm. But he had ways to interact, like Strip Mine and Crucible and Fast Bond and things like that. Whereas, Randy is just like, here's my stuff. I hope it's good enough.
Also, the other side of that is with Randy's deck, people in this format already are drafting artifact removal. Mm-hmm. And his whole deck, all of his ways that he's going to win the game are soft to that.
To be fair, to Randy and the artifact removal counterpoint, I brought this up with him when he was telling me about all of his theory and his testing and stuff. He wasn't worried about the artifact removal specifically because nobody was drafting nobody really Ancient Grudges. There's not a ton of Ancient Grudge type cards. Mm-hmm. There's a Disenchant, right? Those cards are annoying, but he's going permanent, draw 7. Permanent, draw 7 is his ideal game plan, right? So he doesn't care about 1-for-1 stuff. He thinks that he can overload pinpoint removal, and I think I agree with him. And if that Ashen Rider was an Angel of Despair this game and had killed 2 less permanents than it did, he'd be in really good shape, actually.
Yeah, you're actually correct. Yeah, that's totally fair. I will say this, that Shattering Spree was very impressive, though.
Yeah, that was a giant blowout, especially after he'd just stolen the Lotus to get 3 extra permanents. Just rub it in.
For no reason.
Yeah, just don't. You don't deserve it.
He deserved it. He deserved it.
So Randy is now going to have to try to beat a Blazing Archon.
Can he?
Yes, he can. It is going to involve a Time Twister to get the Ravager back, and then a Disciple of the Vault.
Okay.
That's how he can do it. He cannot beat Elish Norn from this board state, so that's the one he put into Martin's hand, and let him have the Blazing Archon in the graveyard. So he's going to have to do it pretty quick because he's dead soon. So Martin's getting in here for 8. Randy's going to go down to 11. And, I guess he could block with the Vault Scourge this turn. Take 2, go to 18, and then change his clock a little bit. So, Randy is really, really going to need a Time Twister really soon.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a way to really get it, right? He just has to naturally rip it.
Thoughtcast. He could draw Wheel of Fortune to draw into the Time Twister. The problem there is, if he casts Wheel of Fortune, he knows that Martin's going to discard the Elish Norn and draw 7 cards.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, he just
It
can't
almost assuredly get another reanimation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so, it has to be Time Twister, and I think he's only got one more turn to do it. But then, even if he does that, like, Martin's going to get 7 new cards to be able to try to stop what he's doing. So
yeah, Randy does have enough explosive draws in his deck that he could, in theory, get there. But
he's also oddly choked on mana, and he's taking 1 every turn from his mana vault too. So he's actually not in the best shape.
Sure.
He's going to get a couple of turns here to draw it, but like if he casts the Time Twister, he has no mana floating. He doesn't have like a Lotus or an activation of Mana Vault to go off of. So, game 1 looking pretty good for Martin here.
Yeah, absolutely. Is this actually game 1? I think this is game 2. I'm pretty sure they're actually on game 2. We'll have to get an update here.
Okay.
Signal Pest not going to do it. Memnite not going to do it.
Some way to get rid of that Blazing Archon. Aether Spellbomb would be pretty good.
Not bad.
I think that's a card he might have missed.
That's fair.
It's possible. He probably wasn't on his list.
He was very focused on his preparation, which is generally a very good thing. But
it's both good and bad, right?
Kind of
narrow
focus.
focus. Yeah. My dad used to say when we would clean the house and we didn't do a very good job, we did it with blinders on.
Yeah.
And I feel like that's how we've seen a few people draft like that. I don't know that Randy is one of those people necessarily in this draft, but
no, it's possible.
People will miss a couple of things because they're focused on something else, and there's gonna be something missed in every draft.
Oh, absolutely. It doesn't matter how good or how prepared
right.
or how many times you've done this.
Yeah, even Corbett, he's 4-0, and like after he typed in enter for his last pick, I was just like, "You punted, dude." He was like, "What are you talking about?" I was like, "You didn't draft Lake of the Dead," and he was just like, "Oh my god."
He even had it on his list and just forgot to get there.
Yeah. And I mean that card would just like give him like so many turn 3 kills, and so he just missed it.
Why is Randy not dead?
He chump blocked with Blinkmoth Nexus.
Got it.
Yeah.
But now I think
he's just straight dead. Yeah.
So Randy Bueller losing game 1, I think. We could.
Paul, can you find out what game they're in?
Yeah, that'd be great. They're shuffling. Oh no, they're unsideboarding. It looks like. So I think the match is over.
It might be re-sideboarding.
Oh, that's fair. Let's see.
Okay, they're going to game 3.
Cool. So that was game 2, evening it up, and they're gonna step up to game 3.
Yep. And Randy's going to get to be on the play here. That's probably pretty big for him.
I think so, too. I mean, Martin's deck is pretty fast overall, but I think Randy, he benefits from having that starting explosive start, right?
Yep, totally.
He needs to not let Martin have a chance to get Ashen Rider in play, right?
Right. And I mean, it's most like the problem is like Ashen Rider is so good at getting Martin to the mid game where he can get a different fatty into play. But if he actually just puts one of the other fatties into play instead of Blazing Archon, Randy's just still cold.
Oh, absolutely. I think Elish Norn is by far the best one against Randy.
Randy doesn't have any way to remove a permanent at all, right?
Nope. And Elish Norn kills 100% of his guys unless he has counters on them.
Except for Master of Ethereum or already Steel Overseer activation.
Sure.
Or a Ravager that's already in play to pump something.
I mean,
but none of that is going to be good enough to win him the game after the Elishnorn's in play.
yeah, if
right?
Martin has like his nut draw of like a turn 2 or turn 3 Elishnorn,
Mm-hmm.
that's going to be it.
Yeah, I think, that's definitely going to be what he's aiming for. But he has 3 stellar targets
Yeah.
to reanimate here. He also has Terastodon, which is like decent.
Yeah.
Like it's really tough to give the super aggro deck like 3 more creatures if you're going to try to kill his lands.
Right.
Randy's deck is very mana short, so if you do kill a land or 2, he might just not have any follow up. But if he goes like guy, and you Terastodon and kill 2 of his lands, your Terastodon is not going to be enough to hold the fort, probably.
Oh, absolutely.
So,
yep, you're totally right.
yeah.
So we'll take a moment here to thank again our sponsors, Northwest Sports Cards.
Yeah, thanks, guys.
They have generously given us some cash to give away, essentially.
Cash money.
Cash money, store credit. It's
Store,
like cash
store
money.
credit money.
Store credit money.
We still have $20 to give away.
We have another $20 here soon, huh?
Let's do it after this match.
We should start getting people ready. How do we want to do that? Do you have any ideas, Berkeley?
I think that the best way to do it is to people following in Twitch.
Following in Twitch?
Yeah.
All right. So if you are here and you are a Twitch follower, you just have to click that follow button if you aren't already. And,
Sorry, I meant people like in the stream. I like following what we're doing right now.
Yeah, someone that's actually active here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So do we have a way to pick from current viewers, Chris?
Yeah,
so
we'll do that after
shortly.
this game. Yeah.
Sounds good.
Randy looks like he's mulliganing again.
He is run very bad on mulligans today.
Yeah, and I could kind of tell when he was playing some of his matches in there. He was just like, man, this is not going as well as I'd hoped.
I mean, let's also talk about how it feels to have 10 lands in your 40-card deck.
And get flooded all the time?
And get flooded all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah. He's drawn an abnormally large amount of lands. I have seen him draw an abnormally low amount of draw 7s.
Yeah. Do you know how many lands Cedric played in his winning draft deck last time?
18.
12.
12?
Yeah.
That's not very many
Nope.
at all.
12. And a Mox.
How did he ever... So 13. We'll call it 13.
Yeah.
How did he ever cast his spells?
I mean, they all cost 1. They were
Oh,
all
well.
preordained and ponder. And
That's how.
yeah, he had no lands. Just none. And library. He had library a lot.
Well, that's a good one.
So he would draw a couple other lands.
Sure.
But yeah, Randy, man, 10 lands just getting mana flooded like every game that I see.
I mean, he is drawing a lot of cards with Skull Clamp in a lot of these games, but even then, it doesn't.
He didn't
really
get
add up.
flooded in that game,
No.
but all of his relevant cards got.
If anything, he
destroyed,
felt
you
a
know?
little tight that game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, like he was never actually choked on a turn that he had, but he was choked on what he needed to win the game.
Sure.
Right? Like he needed to draw 7, and if he did, he was going to be choked.
Yeah.
But so keeps his 6. Looks like he's going to start on Mox and a land, and he does have a Wheel of Fortune. No, just a Master of Ethereum.
Martin doesn't have the Force Will, right? So
Time Twister. I like this
Twist
start
up.
from Randy.
I love this.
Land
start.
Mox Time Twister. Here we go.
You know, this start's great for 2 different reasons. One, he just gets to start the game over with 3 permanents in play.
Yes.
Essentially. 2, Martin had a 7 that he snap kept.
Yeah.
Now Martin has a 7 that who knows.
Right.
Martin just might not draw lands,
Yeah.
and you can't mulligan after a Time Twister.
Right. And at this point, Randy's just up 3 cards.
Oh, absolutely.
Right. He's just like that's ancestral.
Yep.
And so, he gets to, and it's still his turn.
Yep.
Right. Like if he draws a Black Lotus off the 7 cards, he could just have a full board.
Yep. And Martin will then draw his card and assess if he can even play the game.
Right.
He might not even keep. He might even have a 7 that's reasonable at all.
Right. But
So-
and even if Randy's 7 is like bad, he still has 3 mana already.
Yeah.
So and Randy,
Which lets him play any card.
This
in his
goes
deck.
back to the Randy only having 10 lands in his deck. This is going to be a really good 7 cards that he has.
Oh, sure, because now he's just drawing from 37 cards, 36 cards really, because Time Twister's out. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Giddy up.
Well,
Giddy up.
that is 9 permanents in play on turn 1.
Yep. And I'll look at the top card of your deck because I can, and there's no real reason not to.
9 permanents on turn 1.
Do we know what the other card in Randy's has is? Not that it's too important.
No,
but
I did not see.
To be fair, he has 9 permanents in play, none of which are that scary.
That's true. He can attack for 3. So
Yeah.
we'll see what happens.
I mean, if that last card is like plating or something, then yeah, this is GG.
Yeah, or Master of Ethereum, or
Yeah.
Tezzeret, or
Even if it's like Wheel of Fortune.
Right, just another
fine.
draw 7.
Although I would assume that he boarded out Wheel of Fortune against the Reanimator.
You think? I actually don't.
You think it's fine to keep?
Yeah, I think that's fine to keep
He
because
doesn't have a lot of room of cards that he can take out, right?
Ooh,
it was Ravager.
Wow,
Wow,
that's nice.
Wow.
So yeah, he doesn't have a lot of cards to take out because he also just doesn't have much to bring in.
Right.
And like, also Wheel is only bad if the other guy has a fatty in his hand. Like the Reanimator deck is usually trying to like entomb something.
Snack Attack 2 in chat said he loved the idea of him playing 9 things, slamming 9 things, and then saying go. Which is, well, if you like that, you sure must love this game, Snack Attack 2.
That's pretty good.
We got a match update here from Paul Waite.
The match isn't wrapped up yet, but Jed and Corbett are going to game 3.
Okay.
Ooh, okay.
That's pretty relevant. Also, we're going to have next up on camera is going to be Corbett and Josh Ventura.
I like
Excellent.
it. That's an important match. Good job.
Very relevant match.
Randy top decked after the Thoughtseize resolved Graph Digger's Cage, so that's
a good
gonna
one.
That's going to be pretty good against Martin.
And
trying
out of
to
Vault
reanimate.
Surge.
Yes. So Martin is going to be. He's definitely on the back foot here. Randy basically got 3 turns to what Martin has now had as 1 turn, and so Martin's going to have to assemble show and tell at this point.
Yeah, I think it's got to be show and tell, or unless he draws Entomb.
No, Entomb doesn't do anything to Graph Digger's Cage. He can't reanimate.
Oh, right. Graph Digger's Cage didn't play. Thank you. Yeah, show and tell is it, right?
Yeah,
unless he has ways to interact with Graph Digger's
right.
Cage.
It's show and tell or like remove the board and kill you with Jace because he has a Jace in his hand. Actually, he has Mana Crypt too, so he can just put Jace in play, but he can't do anything good with it because it'll just die.
Yeah, it'll just die this turn, and he has some pressure on him, but not enough pressure that I think that he's in panic mode, where he has to just suicide Jace out there to get some cards.
Right.
He's down to 10. He's taking 4 a turn, but that's really it. I mean, there's nothing extra scary about what's happening in play.
Hercules Recall.
Well,
okay.
So I'm assuming that looked like an end of turn Hercules Recall, which essentially, how we talked about Randy being a couple turns up. Now Martin is a couple turns up.
Now he's a couple turns back. And now Jace is probably going to come into play.
And now Randy has to discard a bunch of cards.
Yep.
Because he had way more than 7 permanents.
That was a huge Hercules Recall. Huge card for Martin there.
You draft it so you can play it.
Yep.
And that was a damn good Hercules Recall.
That's one of the cool things about this format that I love, is you get to see all of these crazy interactions from Magic's past.
I mean, to be fair, putting a bunch of artifacts in someone's hand from a Hercules Recall is not that crazy in a stretch.
No.
But that board state was pretty good.
Exactly.
And we're sitting here like, what does he
and
do?
Like,
I don't know what he can do.
How often does the Hercules Recall return actually every permanent?
It was all of them, wasn't it?
Yeah. It was 2 mana upheaval.
So I was watching a match. It was not on camera earlier. Here's Randy just trying to figure out what he's keeping or discarding, right?
Yep.
I was watching a match. It was Randy versus... I think it was Nathan.
Okay.
And Nathan had basically completely locked Randy out of the game through Strip Mine Crucible and Kataki. And Randy just had no permanents the whole game.
Yeah.
That's the risk you play when you have these sort of decks, right?
Yep.
That you're just going to get hated out hard by your actual, kind of hard lock hate and just not get to play Magic.
Right. Yeah. Man, that was a really cool couple turns from Randy, and it's just unfortunate that it just didn't matter.
We were talking about how bad Randy was running all day.
Yep.
And he finally draws kind of nutty.
Yep.
And then, no, send him home.
Yep.
Send him home.
Hercules Recall. That card is tough to beat. Especially because, Martin's just going to slam Jace next turn onto a literal empty board. Randy will have no permanents.
Yeah, because these permanents,
Jace.
it's important to point out, these permanents are not in play. This is Randy sorting out keep or
This is
pitch.
Randy during his cleanup step.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out what 7 cards to keep.
And I'm assuming Martin's play will be slam Jace. I mean, it's very possible that Martin...
He might be afraid of
draw
Mana
something.
Crypt. He might be afraid of Mana Crypt and want to wait a turn.
He is at 10. Mana Crypt is a quick clock if he starts losing some coin flips.
But, we know how bad Randy's running. So.
Yeah, I was just about to make that comment, too. I mean... The way things are going, Martin can't lose a coin flip, I'm sure.
Yeah,
So
I'm pretty shocked that Charles Wong didn't take the Mana Crypt, even though he doesn't need it at all.
Not even a little bit. It's not. Nothing.
He doesn't.
It's almost as good as the Soul Ring in this draft.
The Soul Ring is way better than
It's
Mana
way
Crypt
better.
would be in Charles' deck.
Absolutely.
I don't think he has a colorless mana in any of his cards.
He could use it to hard cast Invigorate.
Yes.
No.
Yeah.
I don't accept.
That is it.
No.
Even like Vines of the Vastwood cost green.
GG.
Simic Charm is green-blue. I guess he could play Blighted Agent on turn 1.
Ooh.
So, yeah. Randy's still very deep in the tank here, trying to find any way out of this soft lock he just got himself into. So he's looks like he's keeping Grafdigger's Cage, a land, a Mox, a Lotus Petal, and the card he drew this turn.
I think he knows that the really only quote out that he has here is being able to hopefully that Martin kind of stutters here.
Yeah.
And then he gets to replay Grafdigger's Cage. I think we know that's really not going to happen.
Well, the problem is, I mean, if he does that, if he replays Grafdigger's Cage, like Martin is just on Jace right now.
Mm-hmm.
He's not even reanimating. His hand is a Jace, a Doomblade, a Mana Crypt, and I think at least one land.
There's at least one island in there.
Misdirection.
Misdirection.
No, Josh has misdirection.
Yeah, I was about to say I don't think he would bring it in here anyways.
Yeah,
right?
I'm trying to figure out what the card is.
So this is a classic "Don't be a dick" rules enforcement where he's just playing his hand face up.
Yeah, because Martin returned all the cards to his hand, so he knows that they're in there, and Randy's just playing face up. Also, he's just going to slide them into play next turn.
Yeah, they're actually in the staging zone where they're at. He's just going to just slightly push them forward.
They're on deck, you know. Like his next.
I mean, he is casting all of them.
Right, his next turn looks to be land, Cage, Memnite, Opal, Frogmite, Lotus Petal. So yeah, they're all
slide all forward,
going forward.
Yeah.
So we'll see what that mystery card is in his hand, and hopefully it's a good one. He's definitely going to need something to beat Martin's setup here. That Hurkyl's Recall is just a blowout.
So, who do you think is going to get to the finals? Now that we're kind of narrowing down, the field is closing down. I think we can safely say it's not going to be Floyd, it's not going to be Nathan, it's not going to be Randy, unfortunately. I don't think Randy's going to get there. In theory, he could win out, but I don't think that'll be the case. I think we might be looking at Corbett Charles. It's Corbett Charles Josh in my mind.
Yeah, it's definitely two of those three.
Yep.
If Corbett beats Josh, like that, it all hinges on that match.
And that's our next match that we're going to be watching, right?
Yeah, that's the next match is Corbett versus
Very
Josh
exciting.
on camera. That's the one that I'm. It's definitely going to dictate who makes the finals. I think whoever wins that match is the second slot in the finals.
So this was kind of an interesting thing that happened here. I don't know if you watched. Martin preordained and didn't hit a land, so he had to play Mana Crypt and then Frantic Search.
Okay.
The problem is he doesn't get full value out of Frantic Search, of course.
Right.
But he does get Careful Study. He's really just trying to find a good way to feel like Graveyard, and between Frantic Search and Careful Study, he's doing it this turn. The problem is he needs to be able to pull something out of there before the Grafdigger's Cage hits play.
Right. I mean, he might also just be trying to set up the best Jace he can.
I mean, the best Jace he can had to have been Jace this turn.
That's true.
Right?
Yeah, that's true. Because
I think he got greedy with that preordain.
It's pretty possible.
Yeah.
He also might just know that Jace isn't good enough by itself and be trying to play the game to set up show and tell.
Sure.
Or preordain maybe draws him into Entomb plus reanimation spell.
Sure.
So we'll see where he ends up. He just says go. Discards 2 lands to Careful Study.
Yeah, I really don't like this line of play from Martin. He had a moment where he had to literally got to put all of Randy's permanents back in his hand, and instead of actually playing a threat to Randy and Jace, instead he did nothing that turn. He binned a bunch of cards that are not relevant because of Grafdigger's Cage.
Maybe the best course of action would have been to just play Jace and Brainstorm.
I think I like Jace that turn, Brainstorm, and then assuming that Randy slides all those cards forward and doesn't have anything else on the board, then next turn you can up Jace.
Right.
And save it for one extra turn, assuming Randy doesn't draw anything.
Yeah, like scry 1 to the bottom of your 2 cards that are bad.
Exactly.
Right? And then get a deeper 3 on the next Brainstorm.
Yes.
And force a couple of attacks towards Jace, which buys you multiple turns.
Correct.
Yeah, I think that's a really good line.
As it stands right now, if he plays Jace, first off, now he's a turn behind on the Mana Crypt math.
Right.
So he has potential of taking more damage. And now with Jace, he's going to play it into a bunch of threats.
Yep.
You're not going to get any value out of that.
Interestingly, he left a mana up. He's shown Spell Pierce.
Okay.
Oh no. Spell Pierce is in Charles's deck. My bad. I thought Martin had Spell Pierce for some reason. So I thought that Randy was in the tank trying to play around a counterspell.
Yeah, I don't think that's actually the case.
But because his hand does just go into play this turn. So Randy is making sure he makes the right sequence on his turns. It's really important in a match like this.
Yeah.
Basically, like Randy is, he's 1-3 at the moment, right? So he needs every match from here.
Oh, he does.
He needs this game, and he needs things to break his way.
Yeah,
So.
and Martin at 2-2 still needs to win out. So this match is very important for both of them.
Right.
They both, in theory, could sneak into the finals. Likely, we're playing for third.
No, so Martin theoretically can get in. Randy is out. Because we have Charles is locked in at 6-1. Corbett or Josh, or one of the two of them, will get to 5 wins when they play each other.
Okay.
They both have 4 wins currently, so that will eliminate Randy as a 4-3 player.
Mathematically eliminated is Randy,
Floyd, and Nathan.
Jed is.
Jed as
correct?
well. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Randy, Floyd, Jed, Nathan are mathematically eliminated.
And do we have anyone that is locked for the last place yet? Not quite.
No. Nathan and Floyd are both have 1 victory.
And Jed only has 2.
Jed also only has 1.
Oh, correct. Okay.
Yeah. So Jed, Floyd, and Nathan all have 1 win, and Randy does at the moment too.
Very lopsided how this all played out. There's not too much room in the middle, I'm noticing.
Yeah.
It's either you're winning or you're losing. There's not much of both.
A lot of these drafts, you end up with like 3 or 4 guys who have really good decks, and then maybe they lose a match or 2 to variance, so the standings kind of even out. But this draft, I think it's pretty clear that Charles, Corbett, and Josh, their decks are just
measurably
better.
Yeah.
Martin has a very good Reanimator deck, but he didn't draft like creature removal, and he didn't draft bounce, and he didn't draft like too much of the interaction stuff.
Yeah.
And that's one of the strengths of the Reanimator deck, is that it can play control.
Absolutely.
And it can punish you very quickly. And he's not given himself the ability to do that. So he definitely ended up on the right side of the reanimation stuff. And it turns out Corbett wasn't actually fighting him for those cards.
Yeah, and it looked that way in the
It
draft.
did. It really did. And
we were even disappointed about that.
Yeah, I thought that Corbett could have done different things. But like now that, given that he's going to be basically mono black, right? Corbett is, his whole sideboarding plan. Like, mono black doesn't have sideboard cards.
Not really.
It just doesn't. So he used a lot of picks on just blue-black dual lands to make sure that he can cast Flash.
I can be on board with that.
Yeah, just make sure that he can cast Flash. And what it looked like to, maybe somebody who wasn't in Corbett's head, that he was just trying to be blue-black Reanimator. And that's what Martin was. Blue-black
Exactly
Reanimator,
what Martin was,
right?
yeah.
And so he ended up, if he was doing that, in a worse deck. But the only cards he's reanimating at all are Protean Hulk and Gristlebrand.
Right.
And he only has like incidental ways to get Gristlebrand into play, and the only way he wants to get Protean Hulk into play is with Flash anyway.
I will say this: I watched Corbett in a non-camera match. He through Dark Ritual, he hard cast Bane of Progress, destroying an Umezawa's Jite.
How did he get green mana?
That's a good question. I'm not sure exactly how
Okay.
he got it, but he definitely cast it.
Okay.
He destroyed Umezawa's Jite.
Okay.
He destroyed Brain Maggot because that's an enchantment. And he destroyed Tide Hollow Scholar.
Okay.
So that was a very good Bane of Progress.
Yeah,
it also
okay.
just happened to destroy, I think, one of his artifacts because it did come in with 4 counters.
Nice.
And the game was quickly over after that.
Nice. Yeah, wow, that's really good. So yeah, I like Corbett's deck a lot. The trick is, I think Josh's deck matches up well against Corbett.
He had both of his City of Brasses in play. That's how he cast it. That's right.
No kidding.
Yes. So, yep, things have been pretty exciting here today so far. I think we're just trying to reassess where Randy's board is here.
Randy is still in the tank on that turn.
I mean, it's basically the key moment in the match, right?
Yes.
We've got Paul Waite
looks
coming
like we
in
have
with
a
an
match
update.
coming
So
in.
essentially what's going on is Randy cannot understand why Martin discarded his Entomb to Careful Study. And so, basically just mind-fucked the shit out of Randy. And Randy's sitting there trying to figure out why he did that. And he's just looking through his list of cards. He's trying to figure out what's going on.
Do we know why he did that?
No.
He definitely did it because Randy's just going to put Cage into play this turn.
Correct.
Yeah.
And like the Entomb is basically dead.
Yeah.
So that's what it is.
But that is what it's taking so long. We'll try to hurry him up here, but
Oh my.
So Balance is going to put Martin down to 1 card and sacrifice a land. Randy's going to have to sacrifice both of his artifact creatures.
I think that puts. So I think that this approach right here means that Randy says, "I think you're going to lose some coin flips."
Yeah.
Because Randy is essentially trading his pressure for lands,
Right.
For cards out of
Yep.
Martin's hand.
Yep. But he does have 2 mana, which means he can basically cast anything in his deck except Master and Etch Champion. So we'll see. We'll see what Martin gets, and if he draws a land, he gets Jace.
Yeah, he has to draw a blue source specifically, but I think that's basically all Martin's playing, anyways, right?
Yeah, he might have like 2 swamps.
Yeah.
All right, so even takes no damage.
Seems like they have a little bit of communication on how damage is being figured out. If it was on evens or on odds, it may not have been clear. As long as they're not a dick, I'm fine with
Yeah,
it.
fair enough. Oh, he does draw the swamp.
He drew a swamp,
He
so
drew swamp.
unfortunate. I mean, you still play it here. I don't think there's any reason not to. Of course, he didn't.
He has cards like Thirst for Knowledge and stuff
Okay.
like. He doesn't have actual Thirst for Knowledge, but he has cards like that.
Okay.
So,
Well, that'll close out a game real fast.
yeah,
Yep.
it really will.
Evens dodges again. Because why not?
Tapped, yeah.
And so this could be a game if Randy goes all in. Correct?
He needs to pump it 9 times. So he can pump once there, and then 8 more, so he could go to 4 and try to get the kill.
He could.
Yep.
I mean, it's worth looking at, looking at Martin's list to see if he has any way to react with that. The other option is put Martin at 3 and make his Mana Crypt kill him if he ever misses.
Yeah, that's not bad.
I kind of like that play a slightly better.
Because then he only has to go to 10
Exactly.
to do it.
He saves a lot of life by doing that, and the reality is Martin's got to lose a coin flip at some point.
Yep.
So, I'm kind of curious why.
Then that's
Randy
exactly what he
tanked so
does.
hard.
That's
Yeah.
exactly what he does. Is he puts Martin on 3. So
Puts Martin to 3. I mean, Martin's got to lose one of these.
There it
There it
is.
is.
Mana Crypt dead.
Randy takes the match in 3 over Martin Goldman Cursed. Big game for the Hall of Famer right there.
Yeah.
We got a match update from Paul Waite here.
we
real
most
quick.
certainly do. Corbett squeaks one out against Jed in 3. Gets there. Jed goes all in to tinker in a Blightsteel Colossus. Corbett promptly sends it back to his hand with an overloaded Cyclonic Rift.
Cool.
Jed scoops him up real quick.
Yeah.
All right. Well, our focus was on Siwong and how great he was doing all day. Corbett is quietly
I'm
putting
telling
together
you, dude,
a hell
Corbett's
of a
deck
run.
is gas.
No one had any faith in him, in Corbett. No one thought Corbett could do well. No one.
No one in the room.
I mean, I thought, yeah, no one really had a good read. Do you know of anyone that liked the Corbett draft?
I don't think
didn't
anyone.
Think it was very good.
I think of the 3 casters, none of us thought he was going to do
You're
well.
right.
None of us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Definitely. That's
absolutely.
Yeah.
I said Corbett was going to be fine.
Yeah, you know what? You did say
I
he was going
did.
to do all right.
I really liked his draft.
Yeah, you were a big Corbett fan.
So how
some
exactly
bullshit.
does rotisserie draft work? Steven, do you want to explain?
Yeah.
Give it
so,
a little quick top down.
Rotisserie draft works like I don't know if you've ever played fantasy football before.
Well, I have.
Well, yeah, you have obviously, but the great Pablo. No, that's not it. Quarren. Karen. Yeah. The draft works like you have 8 drafters and they are numbered 1 through 8. The number 1 drafter gets, imagine every card that is in Vintage laid out on a kitchen table. And they get to select any one of those cards that they want for their deck. That card goes out of the pile of cards that's eligible to be drafted and into their deck. Then the next person, the number 2 seat, gets to pick from the remainder of the pile. And they pick any card they want. And then it goes on and on and on and on. And then the 8th player gets to pick the end of the first round, and then they start the second round.
Sure.
Right? So it goes back and forth through, and we have 45 picks by each player, and then they select from those 45 picks. They make a deck of 40 cards. So in this draft, we had Randy Buehler in the number 1 seat, took Black Lotus, and then drafted a artifact aggro deck with a bunch of draw 7s. Charles Wong selected Ancestral Recall as the second card, and then ended up in a blue-green Infect deck where like every card in his deck costs 1 or 2 mana. It's very, very fast, very good. He is currently 6-1 and waiting for presumably a spot in the finals, but there's some crazy stuff that could happen. He could end up in a tiebreaker.
I'm going to be very surprised if he doesn't get in there.
Then, at the very least, he'll probably win his tiebreaker match to get in, right? And then in the 3 seat, we had Corbett, and Corbett drafted a mono black splash flash deck.
Yeah.
His deck, he started on Mox Jet and then took Demonic, Vampiric Tutor, Imperial Seal, and Grim Tutor. So his deck is just chock full of tutors to get whatever he wants, and then he filled his deck out with 2-card combos like Painter Servant Grindstone, Dark Depths, and Thespian Sage plus Vampire Hexmage. And then he also has Flash into Protean Hulk combo.
Sure.
The 4 seat, we had Martin. Martin drafted a blue-black Reanimator deck after starting on Mana Crypt. Floyd drafted Mox Pearl in the number 5 seat and ended up on in a black-white kind of creature-based mid-rangey deck with a little bit of disruption and like Bitter Blossom and stuff like that. Jed in the number 6 seat drafted Time Vault with his first pick, and then ended up getting a little greedy and didn't get the Voltaic Key to combo with it. So his deck kind of he had to do a lot more work to assemble victories than most Time Vault players have in the past. So then Nathan Santo in the number 7 seat. He took Mox Emerald, I believe, and then ended up in a green-white mid-rangey aggressive creatures deck, trying to basically put a couple of threats into play and then keep the opponent off balance with all the little abilities from like Gaddock Teague and Leonin Arbiter and Aven Mindsensor type cards.
He also picked up Crucible, Strip Mine, and
Crucible, Strip Mine, and Wasteland, yeah, and also Rishanen Port. So doing a little mana denial there as well. He also had Eternal Witness for the Strip Mine if he wanted it. And then Josh Ventura, the guy you see on the right of your screen here, he drafted a blue-red control deck. That's what he wanted to draft coming in, and at the end when he was picking at number 8 and number 9, the 2 Moxes that were left on the board were Mox Sapphire and Mox Ruby.
How convenient for Josh.
Very lucky for Josh.
He's been running good all day, actually.
Yeah.
But we don't expect anything less out of Josh just because, in general, he runs pretty good.
I mean, he runs good in life, I think.
I agree.
Yeah. We run good in life for having him around, I think.
Feel very fortunate.
Yeah. So, on camera here, we have Josh Ventura on your right, drafting the blue-red control deck, also known as Is It Any Good?
Is it? It
I'm
seems
sure.
like it is.
It could be.
It could be.
Yeah.
4-1.
4-1 currently.
Is it bad?
His only loss is to Charles Wong. Is it not bad?
It's not bad.
Then Corbett is currently 5-0 with the mono black combo deck. So we're looking at a crucial match to set up our finals here.
Yeah.
If Josh has to win.
Yep.
Because if he loses, Corbett is in at 6 wins, and then Charles has 6 wins.
Correct.
So that's set. If he defeats Corbett, they're both 5-1, and they both control their own destiny basically. Yeah. So we have a crucial match.
Yep. I think it looked like Josh won the roll.
Okay.
I could be wrong. We'll see how this plays out here fast, but he is taking a mulligan. So Josh going to 6. Corbett looks like he's confidently keeping his 7. Corbett definitely has that Mox Jet in his opener.
Yeah, right
who
there
do you think?
front.
Who are you picking?
So for a while, I was thinking that Josh had like a little bit of a better matchup because he had like more counter spells.
Sure.
But Corbett has like so much quick pressure of like threatening these combos so fast that Josh might have to change the way that he plays the game. He might not be able to put any threats into play.
Yeah.
Granted, two of his threats are like Delver, which comes down on the first turn, and Vendilion Click. And Young Pyromancer also comes down under most of what Corbett can kill him with.
Sure.
It could go either way. I liked Josh earlier in the day. After like watching a couple of Corbett's matches, like I think his deck is really, really good.
Yeah. So one thing that if you're enjoying what you guys are seeing, please click that little follow button. We would love to have you guys back. We do these about once a month. This takes a considerable amount of...
That's a good... oh, my God.
Oh, my God. Sorry, I'm going to cut myself off there. Hell yeah! That was a good start, and we were already on game 2.
Okay.
Well, hell yeah. Yowza. Well, like I was saying,
Ladies
before I
and
was
gentlemen, you're not going to see that anywhere.
before I was rudely interrupted by
But the
Corbett
Vintage
Gray
Rotisserie
nutting
Draft
out
Series.
on Josh. We do this once a month. Click the follow button. We are on Facebook, Twitter. You can also follow our Twitch channel. That was a pretty nutty start, don't you think?
I think that it was. Yeah.
It was pretty
I just wanna
nice.
see the Twitch chat.
So what happened, for those of you that missed it, Corbett went, he played
Mox Jet.
Mox Jet,
Dark Ritual.
Dark Ritual,
Vampire Hex Mage into Land for the Turn, Dark Depths, go.
and for those of you that aren't familiar with the combo, sacrificing Vampire Hex Mage takes all of the counters off Dark Depths, which makes Dark Depths trigger, makes you a 20/20 flyer on turn 1,
Yeah.
and indestructible flyer. And we know that Josh just doesn't have a way to deal with that.
Nope.
Game 1, I don't know if he has a way to deal with that, period.
Sure don't. I think he has bounce spells.
He does, but they certainly weren't in his hand that game, and that game was quickly over.
Yeah.
I knew Corbett felt good about his hand. I didn't know how good.
Good lord.
Good enough.
That was a turn.
That was impressive.
That was wow.
I'd love to.
You're just
I
not
would have
going to
loved
see that anywhere else.
No, absolutely not. I would have loved
Mox
to
Dark
provide
Ritual,
more
Hex
coverage
Mage
of that.
Depths, go.
Yeah. And
Well,
that,
yeah,
that
I'm
is.
dead.
That is.
Yeah.
Turn 2 kill Glistener Elf earlier. That was a pretty big game, too. So, we're going to shuffle up for game 2 here. The players, it was important to keep in mind, the players, even though Josh didn't really see any of Corbett's deck in that match, Josh knows all of the cards that Corbett drafted.
Because the draft is open source and done on a spreadsheet on Google Docs, everyone has access to all the cards that were drafted. So in that way, it's like a little bit like Rochester,
Right.
From the old days. So every pick that someone makes, everyone else knows that they took that card, and they can draft accordingly.
Right. And you also draft your sideboard slots, too.
Correct.
That's worth mentioning. There's 45 rounds of drafting, right? So you get 45 cards. You can have as many basic lands as you want. But any cards that you're not using in your main deck are in your sideboard. And it's been relevant today, of course, during sideboard matches. But even like Charles Wong drafted Cunning Wish.
Yep.
And he's put that to some work today.
Yeah. Cunning Wish for Pact of Negation, Cunning Wish for Giant Growth.
Giant Growth has been the one I've seen the most, but Pact of Negation's a sweet one, too.
Yeah.
Just good ways for him to like kind of make sure he's closing out games as efficiently as possible. So this is pretty exciting. It's like you said, you can't see this anywhere else.
This is the most unique format, I think.
I agree.
You get crazy stuff happening.
I mean,
last draft we had somebody Notion Thief in response to an Ancestral Recall.
Oh,
Not as good as a Brainstorm, but whatever.
It's still so good.
It's still ancestral. Like somebody's like, ancestral, and no, you don't get. I get those.
No, sir.
Yeah. By the way, 3-1. Deal with it.
So we do have another giveaway coming up soon. If you aren't already signed into Twitch, if you're just watching us but you're not signed in chat, sign in now, because that's how we're going to determine how we're doing this giveaway, right?
Yeah, we should do that.
How about now?
Pronto.
You want to do that in like a minute? You want to do that now? Now? All right.
Chris Cowan, who's the winner?
Actually, I already have a winner.
Well, okay.
And his name is Citrus Guy. Citrus Guy, you want $20. $20 in store credit to Northwest Sports Cards.
Good job, Citrus Guy.
NorthwestGamersChoice.com.
Good job,
Citrus. He works hard.
Yeah.
Go ahead and set up an account on NorthwestGamersChoice.com, and then personal message me on the Twitch channel, Shotgun Lotus, and I'll go ahead and get that set up for you. Hopefully, probably tomorrow.
Very nice.
It's going to be a late night. So, thanks, Citrus Guy, for watching.
Absolutely.
Do you think Citrus Guy has any relation to Mr. Orange?
They might be.
Yeah.
Of course they do.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I believe it. Getting ready for game 2 here. I think Corbett's going to need a hand just like he had last time. I think that's.
I mean, if he can
probably
just
gonna
keep
get the job
drawing
done.
like that for the rest of the night, I think he'll be just fine.
Yeah, that's gonna do it. I think.
You know, the funny thing is we joke about that, and while like obviously the turn 1 is kind of hard to do, you know, you have to draw right.
It has to be
Corbett
the Mox, the ritual.
Right. Corbett can consistently do exactly that in the first 2 to 3 turns every game.
Yep.
Because in his deck he has 4 different tutor effects.
Right.
He has Demonic Tutor.
And 2 of them cost 1 mana.
Right. He has Demonic Tutor, Vampiric Tutor, Grim Tutor,
Imperial Seal.
Imperial Seal.
Yeah. 4 black tutors, and this is where like Josh's lack of prioritizing the 1-mana counterspells might come back and hurt him.
Okay.
He talked about, when he was in the interview, he talked about prioritizing all the 2-mana counterspells, making everything sure he could find every 2-mana counterspell and get it into his deck. And that's going to be great once the game gets past turn 3, turn 4, turn 5.
Okay.
Right? It's going to be really, really good. However, Corbett can put a lot of pressure on those 2-mana counterspells with 1-mana tutors and like grindstones and Flash Hulk and just threaten all these different levels.
Well, and that's the best part about Corbett's deck is if you counter his grindstone, that's okay. He doesn't have to kill you with that combo. He can just audible to a different combo and get you.
So Josh starts on Mox with Relic. Corbett just has, I believe, so he has a Vampiric Tutor in his hand, a couple of lands, and I think that card in the middle is a Bane of Progress.
I think it is a Bane of Progress. That was a sweet find. I didn't know that card existed.
Yeah,
until
Mike Thompson found that one 2 drafts ago.
2 drafts ago, Bane of Progress. That's a very good one. It's actually even good here. Playing it, get rid of that Relic.
Yeah.
If he can get that out into play.
I mean, he's got a hard cast it, right? He can't reanimate it.
Correct.
So yeah. And it would also incidentally get Josh's Mox too.
Yeah, that's true. I forgot that actually was a Mox rather than actually a land.
This is a really good start from Josh.
It's about the best he can get.
The Relic cuts off an angle for Corbett, and he starts on Mox, and that's going to help him not be choked on mana with his counterspells against Corbett.
Yeah.
So he's going to have to pressure at some point to figure out a way to do that. It looks like his hand is, I think, a red card. There's that Riptide Lab, and then
it is Riptide Lab.
Phantasmal Image is one of the cards in his hand.
Correct.
And he does have Vendilion Click, so wow, that's really powerful.
Yeah, so Vampiric Tutor, he has not drawn the card for Vampiric Tutor, correct? Oh, yes, he has.
Yeah.
He should have untapped his Swamp, if that's the case, but that's fine. It looks like he went and got Flash.
Okay, so it was Protean Hulk was the card in his hand.
Yeah, no, it's actually that's not. That is Protean Hulk.
Yeah, it's not Bane of Progress. It's Protean Hulk.
He could also just, in theory, flash out. Is that Woodfall Primus?
Yes. Okay. So that's why Josh is going to take.
He's got to take Flash, send it to the bottom.
Yeah.
Give Corbett a random card. I mean, Corbett's still in okay shape here. He has Dance of the Dead that's going to be kind of blanked because of that Relic.
Yeah. Flash is a sorcery? Oh, he didn't have 2 mana.
No, Flash is an instant. That's the whole point.
Right.
Yeah.
But he didn't have 2 mana to cast it right away.
Right. He didn't have the mana because he had just Vampiric that turn. So, all in all, the Mox is actually what's winning this game.
Yeah.
For Josh. Because if Josh
he didn't
doesn't
have
a
it, he'd
Mox,
be dead.
Yeah, he'd be dead. The game would actually be over.
Corbett would have had to choose to not play around a counterspell, but...
Sure.
But now Josh is going to have a really fast clock because he has Vendilion Click, and he's got True Name, and then next turn he's going to have Phantasmal Image as True Name.
Yep.
So Corbett's going to go down to 9, and then the clock ticks.
Yeah, I mean, Corbett has 2 turns to essentially be able to resolve.
Corbett only has 1 more turn.
Okay, you're right.
6
Corbett
down to
has...
9, and then play another 3-1.
Correct, thank you.
So,
to really just get his Painter Servant, he has to draw it off the top.
It's still not. He doesn't have enough mana.
He would have enough mana to. Oh, correct, not to activate.
So, I think Corbett is drawing dead at this point.
Yeah. Oh, you could get Toxic Deluge.
Yeah,
it would
that's
be
true.
A really nice one.
I think it's in his sideboard, but
I think it's actually a reasonable card to bring in against Shrewd Analysis. So.
Yeah.
And just like that, we are going to Game 3. Josh Ventura picking up Game 2 with some quick pressure off True Nemesis.
And that's exactly what he needs.
Oh, 100%.
That turn was turn 2 Vendilion Click, turn 3 True Name, turn 4 Copy It.
You know, if Corbett chooses in that theory that we were talking where he chooses not to play or to wait around counterspells, at some point Josh would have tried to flash in Vendilion Click.
Right.
And at that point, Corbett would have just killed him with Flash Hulk.
So the way that Corbett has his Flash Hulk set up, he does not have a way to kill them after his own main phase.
Oh, okay.
Right, because I think that, or no, he can just Kiki-Jiki on his next upkeep.
Right. He can get
again.
all of the pieces in play.
Yeah.
And then just cross his fingers and hope Josh can't disrupt him.
Yeah. And then do
which
it,
isn't unreasonable.
Do it again the next turn.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
So
that makes sense.
Moving into Game 3 here, Corbett will be on the play, and I've got to think that that's going to make him the favorite here.
Yeah, I think so. If he starts on a Mox and Josh doesn't, he's going to be in great shape. If he doesn't have a Mox and Josh does, then we're back to parity.
Yeah.
So this is a really really cool matchup because it literally could just go either way. Both of these decks are capable of doing really awesome stuff.
So it looks like a chat. So Citrus Guy is actually piped up, says he's an off-duty store employee. I say throw my winning back in and let's try again. Is that a thing? It sounds like he actually just works for the shop. So
no kidding.
Hey, hats off, Citrus Guy. Thanks for throwing that back in. You didn't have to do that. We do appreciate that, of course.
He ain't no lemon.
Yeah. He's like a sunny orange citrus. I don't know. Either way, so the store, just so you guys know, it's Northwest Sports Cards, and we're gonna pull another winner here once our voice in the sky has it selected. Go ahead, Chris.
The winner's actually Mathro. Mathro.
Way to go, Mathro.
Yeah, Mathro. So, Mathro, go ahead and create an account on nwgamerschoice.com and then personal message me on the Twitch channel at shotgunlotus and give me the email that you use to actually sign up with your account. And then I'll go ahead and get that set up for you probably tomorrow-ish. So, congratulations. Thanks for watching and thanks for following us.
Yeah, congrats, Mathro. And thanks again,
bones.
Citrus Guy, for being stand-up. That's the don't be a dick right there.
Absolutely.
Good stuff.
Yes,
I
definitely.
like it. Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. So we're going to draw up for Game 3, see if we get some mulligans here. Ventura at least starts off with Crypt in his opener. Looks like he's got a couple lands.
Corbett on
Venture.
Dark Ritual, Reanimate, a couple lands. Can't see most of those cards.
Yeah. I mean, interestingly enough, Corbett has so many hands that may not look good, but because he has 4 different tutors in his deck,
He draws
can
one
just
piece and a
shape them
tutor,
up.
and it's just game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Ventura
also-
does have a lot of ways to interact, but it's still going to be really hard.
He can also beat a Crypt like decently easily if Josh gets lazy and like puts some threat into play. Corbett can just tutor for a bounce spell, bounce it, and reanimate.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, yeah, we could see a big Corbett can take a mulligan here. His hand didn't look like it was doing too much.
No, and I think his mulligans are really good. With his tutors, seeing a different 6, the texture of that 6 just might be much better than what he saw here.
But all he needs is 2 lands, a piece, and a tutor. Right?
Exactly,
Yeah.
exactly. He doesn't need more than 2 lands, really, ever. And he has so many different pieces and different tutors, like, his deck mulligans really well.
Yeah.
So we have one more giveaway coming up.
One
it's
more
going to be a
giveaway.
little ways from now. It's going to be while we are doing the finals broadcast.
Correct. Yep.
But that will be the biggin, as
Yes.
they say, the bigu.
Zibigu.
It is a $50 store credit
50
to
bones.
Northwest Sports Cards to use on any Magic singles of your choice. What would you buy with $50?
I would buy more sleeves for my cube.
More sleeves?
Yeah.
God,
Do you know it costs
would you not-
$100 to sleeve a cube?
Yeah.
That's so stupid.
So you'd buy half of the sleeves for your
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. God, it's so much money.
All right, we'll ask chat here while we're waiting for these guys to resolve mulligan. If you won the $50 gift card, type in chat. Tell us what you'd buy.
This is like the Washington State Lottery commercials.
Is it? I don't know. I don't watch TV that much.
No, it's a radio commercial. They do this series where, like, so the Washington State Lottery is like all these millions of dollars, right?
Sure.
And they just do these commercials of like, what would you do if you won? What would your life be like? How awesome would your life be? Because it sucks right now. Better go win that lottery.
I mean, these guys better stay.
Yeah.
It's $50 free to someone. It's a guaranteed. We're not taking a rake off that.
You're
just getting it.
You don't even have to buy a lottery ticket.
No.
You don't have to pick numbers.
You know how that
You don't have
phrase,
to
you
do
can't win
anything.
if you don't play? Yeah, you can.
Yeah.
There's nothing to play. Just be here.
Yep.
Be present.
Skill game.
So we are looking like we're resolving mulligans here. I see Moxes in both players'
Yeah,
hands.
Corbett has a Mox and a Dark Depths and a Dark Ritual, but he does not have the Hex Mage.
I mean, that seems pretty fine.
No, it's Mox Land. What is that black? Oh, it's Imperial Seal.
Oh.
Wow, that's a really hard mulligan.
Jeez. He would have gotten there.
Yeah, wow.
He would have gotten there.
So it would have been a turn 2 Dark Depths.
Yes.
Oh, the next card after was Hex Mage too.
Was it really?
So if he'd had 7, he would have just straight kept it.
Yeah, oh, absolutely would have.
That's so sick.
That's gross. Well, we did say mulligans well. 5 might be kind to him. We'll see how this plays out.
God, that's too bad. That was a tough mulligan call.
Some folks would be picking up some ad nauseum combo cards.
Okay.
For Modern, I can appreciate that. That ad nauseum Angel's Grace combo. It's kind of cute.
Was that a thing?
Cash the Angel's Grace, draw your deck with ad nauseum.
Okay.
Sure, why
All
not?
right. people do
Can't
that.
lose. Can't
That's
lose.
true. For this turn, I cannot lose.
That's correct. They kill you that turn, though. That's the nice part.
Yeah, usually.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Some folks would make it so they can keep their standard and their modern deck intact while picking up fetches. Sure. So there's a lot of good use to it. I don't know what I would personally do. I'd personally probably buy some Thought Seizes.
Okay.
I think that card is primed to go up. But
Alright.
I'm the sort of guy that likes to speculate a little bit.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's a lot of good ways to spend that. $50 is a sizable enough amount of money, right? So
Corbett's 5. I think it's 3 lands, Gristlebrand, Woodfall Primus.
yeah, that's a pretty bad 5.
Yeah.
I mean,
especially against the guy who's going to start on Tormod's Crypt.
yeah, he's going to start on Tormod's Crypt. He's also going to start on a Mox here.
Mox and a Relic and
Relic.
a Ancestral Visions.
He doesn't even need to play the Tormod's Crypt here. It's just not relevant. It was
it was Pack Rat. Wow.
Oh, shit. It was Pack Rat. Now that changes things quite a bit.
Wow.
So Pack Rat's one of those fun cards that people...
Look at Corbett's just like, don't have it. Don't have it.
Yeah.
Look at it. He's just, no. No, you don't have it. You don't have anything. You don't have it. Josh is bluffing the mountain
Josh
tap.
is totally bluffing here. He's actually just cycling
gotta,
the draw
gotta
card.
peel that. Gotta peel for the mountain.
He has a couple
the lightning
outs.
bolt.
He has lightning bolts.
I don't think he got it.
He could have gotten Fire Ice.
Oh, he didn't get it. Corbett, just go. Let's go. Let's get this
so
thing going.
Pack Rat's one of those fun cards that people realize were just sweet discard outlets for Reanimator.
Yeah.
And right here, you can
Coincidentally,
see it may
sweet,
just ride the game on
coincidentally, sweet game-winning cards.
And the funny thing is like there's no way Ventura brought in his Pyroclasms.
Right.
Or his Volcanic Fallout, which is like is only out here now.
Right. Yeah, because those don't even kill Painter's Servant, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
So it's like, why would you bother? This he's gonna get awfully ahead here, awfully fast.
Yeah, absolutely.
Dark Depths is kind of even irrelevant. It's kind of like a backup plan at this point,
right?
If he can actually get it in play. But now we have 3 3/3s. We're gonna close this game out here in about 2 turns.
Josh is dead
something.
next turn.
Correct.
Yeah,
no,
he's got 3 4
yes,
4s attacking.
Yeah.
I assume he has something to
not
die.
Necessarily. Yeah, Corbett has to pull the trigger, although, of course, Corbett will pull the trigger.
Yeah, there's no reason not to.
We have a chump blocker in play.
That's fine.
It doesn't really matter. Telling him to hold on a second. I'm going to show... Oh, Corbett went to show his hand, and I said,
Josh
no. Then clicking me.
All this don't be a dick stuff. I'm really a fan.
Fine.
Yeah.
It's only good if you have a bunch of not dicks come and draft.
Yeah.
So
absolutely, you get that one guy who tries to spoil the fun for everybody.
Sure.
We're all just trying to have a good time. We're playing for booze.
Yeah, we're playing for booze. We're playing for a lot of booze.
Yeah, the entry fee. There's a lot of booze on that table.
Yeah.
There's a lot of drink.
So next up after this round, we're gonna get. Josh is actually gonna stay here. Even though he lost, Josh is going to stay here. Pack Rat going to get flashed up to the camera.
Pack Rat.
MVP.
Take it down.
Taken. So we're going to have Josh versus Martin.
Okay. Josh versus Martin is our next match. Paul stole my pen. Can you hand that over to me?
Sure.
Thank you.
There you go.
So Josh down to Corbett in 3 games.
And does that seal up our finals?
It does. Corbett is 6-0.
And Charles Wong finished 6-1.
That's correct.
So no matter what, we are going to be seeing Corbett and C Wong in our finals here.
That's correct.
Probably in a match or 2. We've got a couple more to pick up, but I would think that we would likely right now play out the Josh Martin match, and then maybe look to line up our finals.
That match
soon.
certainly has implications for third.
Yeah.
Josh looks like pretty well in hand for third. I think Martin needs to beat him and win his next match to create a tiebreaker.
To sneak into third, for at least on a tiebreaker
Yeah,
scenario.
because if he beats Josh, then it's 4-3 for Josh, and Martin would be 3-3.
Sure.
And then he would have to beat Nathan as well. So
okay.
Those are the only really relevant matches we have. The rest of it will probably just play out on camera, but we'll get these guys going.
Yeah, absolutely.
And, I'm going to step out here for just a second, and
Paul wait in
Paul's going to come in and kind of take you guys down the stretch run. So
absolutely.
All right. Well, hey, thanks everybody for watching. It's been real, and I'll see you around. I think
we will be back in just a couple of seconds with myself and Paul Waite commentating this match.
Cool beans.
Stay with us.
Oh, that. Are we back? I can't hear myself in the mic. Can't hear myself in the headset. Yeah. Hello, hello. Can you hear me? All right. Well, I guess we're good. So, hey guys, I'm Paul Wade. I'm back here. Dwayne will be right back in a second. But while we're waiting for this match to start, I'm going to do some shameless plugging. If you've been enjoying the stream today, you're having a good time. There's a couple ways you can follow along with us for future events and stuff like that. We do these ones about once a month. You can follow us on the Facebook group. What? Is it not on? I can kind of hear myself. Hold on 1 second. Can people hear me? Hello? I don't know what to say when I'm doing this. Check. Check. I think we're good. I think we're good. I think that we are good. I don't know, man. Anyway, yeah, okay, we're definitely good now. I think we're definitely good now. Okay, we're on. All right, so we're back. So, like I was saying, join the Facebook group. There's a link to it right below us here. If you want to get involved, if you want to do one of these things yourself, reach out to me, Dwayne, Steven, any of us. We'd be more than happy. We're trying to spread the gospel of vintage rotisserie draft. Also, you can follow along with us at shotgunlotus on Twitter. Another way to keep up. Follow us on the stream here.
Are you spreading the gospel?
The gospel of the VRD.
Spread the gospel, my friends.
Preach it from the mountaintops.
Say it, my brother.
So, these guys are just about ready to go. So it sounds like we have our finals match locked up.
We do. So the finals will definitely be Corbett versus Charles. We know that already. We don't know a couple of other things, though. We don't know who's going to be in third. That's still yet to be determined. It could be Josh. It could be Charles. It could be Josh. It could be Martin. We also don't know who's going to be in the Jed.
Who is going to get the last place trophy? That's what we want to know.
In the running right now is Floyd, Nathan, and Jed himself. Still in the running. Might get to the last place.
That's right. I mean, I just want to comment how great this picture of Sean Collins turned out. The man just looks so dejected. He's so upset.
He looks dead.
Absolutely. So
he's restless.
Absolutely. So we've got a couple things going on during the finals here. We have got our last giveaway, which is for $50. Yeah. So we're going to be doing that.
It'll
also,
be during the finals.
After the match is done, that's where the real fun begins.
Yeah. So you may think that once we finish the finals match and the winner is determined at the table that we would end the stream and all go home. We have another few minutes coming up where we take all that sweet liquor. Can we get the sweet liquors pictured real fast?
Let's just remind everyone what we're playing for here.
Everyone that came had to buy in with some amount of liquor, right? We're not playing for money. We're playing for booze. And this booze is actually some pretty good stuff. Everyone brought some different things. And the top three, so it'll at least be Charles and Corbett and then someone else, are going to draft from this to see what they get to take home with them.
And not only that, they'll earn a spot into our next draft on July 26th.
Yeah, so it looks like Charles and Corbett are already locked in as two competitors.
I want to see Josh sneak into that third spot. I want to keep the dream alive, get him in that championship draft.
I do too. Part of me wants Martin to get in there.
Martin too.
Just so Martin can have some useless liquor. Martin doesn't drink.
I've actually been with Martin the 2 times that he drank.
Yeah.
And they were both very fun times.
So, anyways, we're going to get started here real quick. We're just about there. We tell these guys
it looks like
started?
we're figuring out tiebreaker rules.
Yeah, we're getting there.
All right. I think we're just about ready to start. If we could get the booze dropped down there. And we're going to go ahead and...
I know it's painful to take that booze off the screen.
Oh, I know. I mean, it's been sitting in front of us all day.
Okay, so we're going to take one quick moment off mic here, and then we are going to start this last match.
Which has already started.
Yep, already started here.
All right, so we're back. Sorry about that, guys. Little logistics. So we have a Martyr of Frost on turn, whatever it was, turn 1 from Josh. Yeah, he's holding up a Condescend and a Snapcaster Mage.
Yeah, and he already Mana Leaked a Duress early.
I believe the Duress maybe hit Mana Leak.
Did it eat Mana Leak? That seems fine.
Either way, same result.
Yeah, it seems about the same.
Not sure how it happened.
The question is does Josh have enough counter magic to keep Martin's fatties off the board?
Well, he's got a Condescend and a Snapcaster Mage for the Mana Leak, so...
Yeah.
Looks good. Also, Martyr of Frost counter spells, right?
It does, and I mean, just based on board situation, I kind of like where Josh is sitting. The question is can Martin run him out of those cards before it becomes too late?
Marta Frost is going to start getting down to business here. One damage at a time.
Yeah, it's not the fastest clock, and it's going to be quickly eclipsed by that creeping tar pit if that starts getting in there.
Josh keeps playing lands, keeping that Condescend real live. It looks like he's also holding a Lightning Bolt in his hand.
Lightning Bolt, I mean, it's fine, of course, with Snapcaster Mage and whatnot, but it's not as good in this matchup as it can be in some of his other matchups.
Yeah, it's almost certainly going to the face.
Yeah, there's not a ton of good targets on Martin's side to dome with it, so.
People are asking what's the first pick in the booze draft. Is it Grey Goose? There's like a Nathan Santo brought like this Brazilian rum that I've never seen before.
It's a lot of rum.
And for me, that's what I would pick.
It was, yeah, it was.
I don't think it would be even super close for me.
Josh Ventura brought two bottles because we asked that they bring like a $30 to $50 buy-in. So he brought two bottles, one of which was a Ron Burgundy bottle, and one of which is a Ron Jeremy bottle.
Absolutely.
We'll show those later in a little bit closer.
So we have a Frantic Surge get cast here, and it gets Condescended, which gets Miscalculated Fire back at it. So it looks like this Frantic Search is probably going to resolve.
Yeah.
Josh is also holding Counterspell. So his hand's Counterspell, Lightning Bolt.
It's kind of interesting the line he's taking here. So you can kind of take two different approaches to Reanimator. Counter the spells that put the guys in the yard, or counter the spells that bring the guys out of the yard. And Josh has said, no, I'm not going to let you fill your yard, which is kind of scary, all things considered. Also pretty bad for Josh here. He's going to get a Mind Twist eaten right here.
Wow.
And there goes those last two cards. Now, I mean, Martyr of Frost is fine. It's not nearly as good when your hand's empty and the board state as it is right now.
If you look at Martin's hand, though, that counter war was huge because he's holding Iona, Necromancy, and Exhume, I believe.
Yeah.
So that would have been very bad for Josh.
He had plenty of ways to get rid of cards. I think he can also just draw into a bunch. I think he drew Compulsive Research here. I think that's the case.
Which is going to be very difficult for Josh to beat.
Let's throw Martyr of Frost up there just so everyone remembers what card that does. I know
Cowan.
we never really... Martyr of Frost, if you don't mind. I know that's a hard one to think of. But fortunately, Josh did draw Memory Lapse here to kind of slow things down. The problem is, like, if Josh had True Name Nemesis in play, he'd be in fine shape. Because he can actually start racing here. Martyr of Frost, not the best clock.
Nope.
So...
But Young Pyromancer is going to speed it up a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, that Martyr of Frost is literally just a 1/1.
Research. This is going to be real bad. Oh, and an Elish Norn and a Life Death. So we're just all in on the Reanimate at this point.
Yeah, we're looking like this game's almost assuredly going to be locked up here. I think he probably just bins Elish Norn, puts it back into play through Exhume, because there's nothing that Josh could Exhume out of his yard that would just immediately die to Elish Norn anyways. So if he Exhumes out Elish Norn... I mean, Josh is just in awful shape. I don't know if he can come back from that.
People are asking this. There is a single malt Scotch in the draft, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
Bueller's contribution was a single malt. I know.
Excellent.
I don't remember what the name of it was, but it was a fancy-looking bottle.
Hall of Famer and great taste.
Absolutely.
It turns out.
Goes hand in hand.
Absolutely.
Iona. I don't know what color we're naming here.
I'm guessing it's blue.
I'm guessing it's blue.
Josh is hard
blue. It might
blue.
also be red.
It was irrelevant. It was just scoop. The game's over, so
all right.
Gonna go to game 2.
Oh, people are asking us to update the ticker. Are those standings current?
Oh, probably not. Probably a little bit behind. You want the master sheet here? And update it here.
Sheet?
As it stands, there's only a handful of matches left to be played. Corbett's got 1 to play against Randy. There's not a ton of relevant matches. This is one of the surprisingly more relevant matches for third place.
Yep.
So we'll see how this shakes down. Martin's kind of got to win out to even have a chance to kind of backdoor into third. But as it stands right now, Josh is in great control so far of this draft, but he's behind a game right here today.
Absolutely. Yep.
So again, if you guys haven't already, please click that follow button. We don't do these more than once a month, really, but when we do them, we love to have you guys viewing. We do this out of passion, right? We're not getting really much out of this at all. We do this because we love to do it and love to kind of provide you guys with some high-end niche content with Magic. Some of those cool formats.
Yeah, and as we grow and as we get bigger, as we get more followers, it's going to allow us to do more things in the future. We have some ideas for some cool ideas, some other formats in the future. I don't want to really say anything right now, but there is some stuff in the works. So, and that's just all going to get accelerated if you guys, the more following we can get.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think at the end of the day, if you guys are enjoying this content, it's free for you guys to click follow, and that would make things great for us because we're just going to build kind of a viewership here, right?
Yep.
We really appreciate you guys watching us.
Absolutely. And we've got a quick note here from our rules master, Stephen Berklet. He says, Corbett needs to play out his last match with Randy before we do the finals.
Okay.
Because if he goes 7-0, he gets to play. He just automatically gets to play first.
Oh, that's very relevant.
Yeah.
So. If he loses, who won that heads up? It was Josh, right? Corbett beat Josh. So does it matter either way? Corbett's going to go first either way, right? Corbett did beat Josh in the Swiss, or in the round robin.
Corbett versus Charles in the finals.
Oh, sure, Corbett versus Charles, and Charles did win that one.
So yeah,
Corbett beat Charles.
If
yeah,
they play,
that makes sense.
if Corbett plays out his last match and loses to Randy, they're both 6-1, so they would determine randomly who went first.
Okay.
But if Corbett wins the match, he'll be 7-0 and we'll have a clear, better record.
Okay.
And we'll get to go first in the finals.
Cool.
That is how that works out. All right.
So out of Nathan, Floyd, and Jed, who do you think is going to be our last place competitor today?
I want it to be Jed.
I mean, we want it to be Jed just for the sheer entertainment value, right?
Jed wants it to be Jed almost. Jed came into this draft and he says, I either want to qualify for the next draft
or
I want to reclaim my namesake, the Jed Trophy.
The Jed.
Which is currently the Shaun of the Dead, or whatever that.
Shaun of the Dead.
Whatever the hell we're calling it.
Yeah.
But I just really needs to go back to being the Jed.
If it feels good calling it the Jed.
It
just rolls naturally off your tongue when you're talking about things
right.
in a last place environment, right? The Jed.
Yeah, it just feels right.
Absolutely.
I don't argue when it just feels so right.
So we are shuffling up for game 2. Martin is up 1-0 in this match, fairly decisive. Josh was never really in that game. That mind twist kind of sealed things up. What's Josh's plan to victory here? What are you thinking?
He just basically needs to stick a guy like a Delver or a Young Pyromancer or something, and just keep Martin off his reanimation plan, and he'll take it home.
So let me ask you this. So we were talking a little bit in Game 1 about how you can kind of approach those Reanimator decks one way, keep their guys out of the yard or keep their guys out of play.
You've got to keep them out of the yard. Like,
yeah?
You never want them to put a guy in their yard because there's so many things they can do from there. I mean, unless you have like ways to pull things from the yard and you just get them, right? You let them get in the yard and then
coffin purge or something like that. Yeah.
But it's almost like the argument of like when your opponent demonic tutors. Do you counter the demonic or do you counter what they get?
Yeah.
And I think most of the time the answer is counter the demonic tutors.
Sure.
Because you just don't want them when it's stuck in their deck or in their hand. In the case of Reanimator, it gives them less options.
Okay. Looks like we've got a quick match update. We're just about ready to start, so. Greg's here with a quick one here.
Oh, just Floyd and Randy. Their game. Floyd won game 1, and then the board got really clogged. And there's giant steel overseers and giant artifact creatures, but Elspeth flew over with some guys for the win, and so Floyd gets it in 2, and that means that he is now safe from the Jed, and the loser of the Nathan Jed match will secure the Jed now. And that match is going on right now.
Good to know. Well, keep us posted.
How's the match looking?
Nathan has game 1. He looked like he had game 2 until Jed Scepter locked him, and so he's in a Scepter chant lock right now, and it was not looking good for him. So
we're going to game 3 probably in that match.
Likely.
All right. Okay. Which means Nathan will be on the play.
Keep us posted.
That's some exciting magic.
That is
right
exciting.
There.
Well, congratulations to Floyd.
Dodging
Floyd
last
Combs,
place.
Yep, dodging last place. A solid finish.
Floyd's a guy. He doesn't have as much experience as a lot of these guys. And there's some basically almost everyone in this draft has a considerable amount of pro points. And he should feel good about going 2-5. Like
absolutely,
it's a very difficult field.
Also, I just want to point out, Floyd just beat Randy Buehler. Like. You
got to be happy with that.
Oh God, yeah! You just beat a Hall of Famer. You beat one of the most established Magic players of all time.
Yeah.
Randy had to have made some of these cards that we're playing with today.
Yeah.
Hats off to Floyd.
Absolutely.
A really good showing today, and glad to have him aboard the crew here.
Yeah, absolutely.
Fun times. His deck. There's nothing to be ashamed of out of his deck.
No, absolutely not.
So we're started up in game 2 here. A Delver out of Josh is exactly what we looked for. It hasn't flipped yet, but at least it can start providing some pressure. And keeping that Relic of Progenitus in play is going to be really important to keep Martin off of his Reanimator combos.
Actually, the Exo Dream is still alive. People in the chat are wondering about Exos. Corbett's still alive, right?
Yeah, Corbett is 6-0 right now. He has to play Randy.
Yeah.
And Corbett is locked for our finals at 6-0, regardless if he wins or loses. But he could 7-0 and be on the play in the finals.
And I think he has a very good matchup about Randy.
I think so too.
He has all these tutors. He can just close the game out instantly, and Randy has basically no ways to interact with him.
Yeah, Randy has to come out of the gates screaming, really, and just be able to establish, 6 to 7 damage a turn in the first turn or two of the game. Like, he has to be able to play either a Master of Ethereum or play as Cranial Plating very early, really for Corbett to kind of be on his back foot at all.
Yeah.
Even then, Corbett has draws that will just kind of seal the game for him.
Yeah. So I think we're going to see our first 7-0.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how it plays out, right? We can say all this all we want. Theory's great, but let's play the cards.
We also thought Corbett was going to be possibly in contention for the Jed.
We did.
Or the Sean. So, what do we know?
Yeah, we're awful. There's a reason we're in the booth and not playing. Him that's going to get a forbid eaten out of it. Can't have that happen. That's just too good. Rather trade a single forbid than 2 random cards. Seems like a totally reasonable decision. No buyback from Josh.
We got a red blast for Josh.
Josh is kind of an interesting shape. He's drawn go the last 2 turns. He has 4, quote, lands in play, but 2 of them are Moxes, so if Martin can deal with those, he's going to be way ahead on board.
Yeah. We're going to have a compulsive research here. Probably going to get red blasted, I got to imagine.
I would think so also. I mean, if your plan is to keep cards out of the yard, you've got to counter this too.
Also, if you have a Snapcaster, it just gets even better.
Oh, absolutely. Does he have Snapcaster in his hand? I didn't see that. I would certainly believe it. That card's been very good for Josh all day.
Yeah, and he has both of them too.
Oh, both the red blasts?
Yeah.
He drew Izzet Charm, it looks like. So, more counter magic for Josh. And he's been effective at keeping things out of Martin's graveyard one at a time.
Yeah, I mean, he has the relic, so he can, stop him from doing anything. But like when he's casting a card like compulsive research, like you just don't want him to draw the cards.
Yeah.
And like you keep the relic as long as you possibly can.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, he could be 1-for-1ing, countering all of these spells, and he has been, but he's decided to let this Frantic Search resolve.
Mm-hmm.
I think he's at the point where he says, okay, I feel good enough with my board plan. I have an Izzet Charm in my hand. I have enough ways to deal with fatties if you play it. I have Relic Progenitus in play.
He's a Vapor Snag as well.
He has Vapor Snag, so go ahead, do what you're going to do. The only issue that I have right now with this whole board state is Josh just has no pressure.
Yeah.
So Martin just has as long as he wants to assemble things.
Maybe you want a Snapcaster there and just the Red Blast just to start applying pressure.
Maybe.
It's a little risky.
I think that Snapcaster will be much better if he can Snapcaster forbid something important later.
Here we go. I didn't see the Vincer in his hand, so he does have a little bit of pressure.
Okay.
Probably going to bounce. What do you think he bounces here?
Oh, you bounce the come into play tap plan. I think it's
even if it's not. That's actually a Temple.
Oh, is it Temple? Okay. I like bouncing just any other land then. Yeah, you don't bounce the Temple, give him more value. Yeah. If it was I think it's Dwaril Refuge, the tap land comes into play Game of Life, that's fine.
So we see
keep him out on tempo.
Echoing Truth get pointed at Relic, and Martin has a Jace the Mind Sculptor, Animate Dead. Martin's hand is quite powerful.
Yeah, it is. He just doesn't have that much in his graveyard right now.
Right.
So I expect him to...
That's one way to get cards in your graveyard.
Well, there it is. Here comes the Entomb.
So, I mean, I can't quite tell what Josh's hand is. Is he going to be able to counter this?
I'm not 100% sure. He said go. So he does have the Vapor Snag, so he might be counting on Entomb, put something into play. The problem is Martin has Iona. And there it is.
And it looks like the life totals are a little wrong at the moment. Martin is at 16 and Josh is at 19.
Yeah. The thing
rather.
is here, Josh may have just taken the wrong line here. I'm not sure if he had a better option, but letting Martin reanimate Iona, even if you have Vapor Snag, Martin's of course going to name blue. He knows your list.
Yep.
He knows there's nothing in red that he has to be afraid of. He's not in any position where he's going to die to a lightning bolt. You name blue here, and you basically seal the game up.
Yep.
So
but here he can. Nope, can't do it in response.
Is it Charm is not good. Vapor Snag not good.
This is maybe bad for Josh.
Yeah, this might seal it up for Martin. We'll see how this plays out if Josh extends the hand here.
Oh man, this is killing me.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. I think Josh made a couple mistakes during drafting. I think he could have had a couple more better interactive cards.
I think his draft. I think maybe he's just made a couple misplays, and maybe the day hasn't gone his way. Because I mean, when the draft was going on, I think both of us were very high on his deck. Thought he had all the ways to interact. Thought that he could interact with all these decks very well. But I mean, you just got to draw. Sometimes you just don't draw the right cards.
It's funny you say that because he's also probably the recipient of the good side of the best top deck of the game today. I have to say, the best top deck I've seen today was drawing that Shattering Spree against Randy when he had Lotus in play. And he just blew up 6 permanents because Randy just had so many artifacts in play. Josh had thought Adeld and gotten Randy's Black Lotus. So that was just in play, gave him basically 3 extra Shattering Spree replicates.
Yeah.
Pretty exciting. Looks like I'm guessing he's going to draw 2 discard. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, I think if I had to really say what the problem here was today, I think Josh drafted very well.
Okay.
I think that he this is as far as from a gameplay standpoint, this is probably one of his weaker showings today. I mean, he's a great player, and I'm not trying to hate on him, but I think he has thrown a couple games away.
And the funny thing is, yeah, he did play pretty sloppy early. The funny thing is at 4-3, that's a totally respectable.
Like even when Josh Ventura does bad in Vintage Rotisserie, he still has
in
the running.
Record, yeah.
Still in the running. That's
looks like
impressive.
We've got a quick match update here from Greg
Peliquin. Oh, is this the one we've all been waiting for? All right, let's see what
happened.
happened.
Who's going to be our last place winner?
Who was the last place?
Well, last we left, poor Nathan was in the Scepter lock, and he got Crucible. He got Crucible strip going, and got out of it. He stripped his way out of it.
And?
Really?
And came back and won.
Oh my God!
Oh man!
In 2.
It has happened.
Also, Corbett's up a game against Randy. He comboed off.
We don't care about that. Jed Dolbeer has reclaimed the trophy. Is that what I'm hearing?
That's correct.
It is again.
Goodness!
Shall we summon him?
The Jed? We'll let this play out. We will talk with Jed.
Yeah. We don't.
Fantastic.
We don't just rush the losers on stream.
So to be fair, he's not too happy right now. So
yeah,
we'll
let him calm down a little bit. We'll get him on
with him
stream. We'll see what possibly happens. But
so let's fast forward to see what's happening here. It looks like we had a disrupt, probably discarded away by Josh Ventura, and that Iona is in play. I have to assume it's naming blue. We'll get some confirmation here to see what Iona's actually naming. I assume it's blue. If that's the case, that's got to be just about game. I'm not sure Josh has much he can do here. He can't attack through it. He certainly is not in a position to race it. Jed in last place.
I didn't think it was going to happen.
I agree. I thought his deck was not a last place deck.
No, not at all.
No, it did not strike me as the last place deck. But, that's why we play the games.
Maybe you should stop drafting blue-white.
Why? Well, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I've got news. It's broke. Stop doing it.
Yeah.
All right. We're still playing this game out.
1-6.
It's a very solid showing.
Congrats to Nathan dodging the trophy.
Absolutely.
Good job, Nathan.
Neither of our cube drafters coming in last place today. That's pretty awesome.
Yeah, good job.
Very, very happy with that. They certainly did put in some effort in there.
So far, none of the cube drafters have come in last place.
That's right.
So, yeah.
Do you realize that 1/3 of this trophy is now Jed's? 1/3. A full weighted third.
Wow.
It's pretty heavy when you think about
trophies,
it. Of 6, yeah. He has claimed a third of them.
All right. It looks like
it's
Martin
a very
took
dominant showing. Martin picking up this match 2-0 over Josh Ventura. Josh wrapping up the day at 4-3. It's still solid showing.
So how about this? Why don't we get our interview here with Jed?
Yeah, let's take a 2-minute break. We're gonna go console Jed quickly. We'll get him on stream. We'll set up the next match on stream. I'm not sure who we're gonna get. I'm hoping the relevant one. We can either get Corbett and Randy, or we can actually get I think that's actually the only relevant match left. There's a few matches left to be played by some of our players, but they're not going to have an impact on the overall standings, really. We only have the one match left. Okay, so it's just Corbett Randy. We got to wait for that to play out. We'll get that hopefully on stream here shortly, but we'll be back in about 2 minutes, guys. I'm Dwayne Sonarl, joined by Paul Waits. We are Shotgun Lotus, and thank you guys for watching. We'll be back in 2 minutes. That is nice elevator music.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's like you took it straight from an elevator. Speaking of the way down, Jed, you came in last. What happened?
I don't know. Given the deck I had, even if I had key,
yeah,
I don't think it would have changed too much. This music is great.
Yeah. Pull your mic in a little bit.
Oh, okay. There was just a lot of artifact hate in most of the decks, and I didn't really have a way to protect it because all of the cheap counter spells were gone.
Okay.
I don't know.
Do you think you caught the bad end of variance during your gameplay, or was it your draft, or?
It was a little bit of both. I didn't draw early Tinkers, except in like 1 or 2 of my games. It was tough.
I mean, we did talk briefly in between earlier today, and you said, yeah, you wish you had taken that Voltaic key, but you say you don't think that would have really had a major impact on your...
It wouldn't have given me a bunch of game wins, given how a lot of my games played out.
Sure.
In some of my matches, I actually sided out a bunch of cards to become a slower deck.
Sure.
To become more of a control deck against some of the matchups, and it actually worked out a lot better than to try and be some fast deck that I'm not.
Yeah. Well, we know that you were kind of a late addition to the crew here today. We did have to have someone bow out. So thanks again for stepping up, and I'm sorry, but you do have the proud,
do we have a new,
the unworthy dead, and we'll get a
picture of this.
the inside. You can almost see yourself in there if you look close enough. You're right there.
Barely in there.
Yeah, but you'll be a much more prominent image shortly in the picture. So, anyways. If you don't, thanks again, Jed. Sorry about how things shook down, and I'm sure we'll see you again for another draft down the road.
Hopefully.
All right, guys. We will have Paul Waite joining me in the booth here shortly, and we will be picking up coverage of Randy Buehler versus Corbett Gray. This is not relevant for the finals, but relevant to see. Because Corbett is locked for the finals, but we're going to see if Corbett can lock up the 7-0. We haven't had it yet. We thought we might have had it with Charles Wong, but he lost to Corbett. So we're going to see how things play out here, and just a moment, we'll be getting going. So thanks again, guys, for joining us today. Shotgun Lotus presenting the Northwest Vintage Rotisserie Draft Series. Paul Waite's joining us, and then we can actually get started here.
I'd also like to give a good shout-out to our associate producer, Greg Pelican.
Absolutely.
And he has been fantastic today, providing match updates and also keeping track of the master scorecard for our round-robin table. So thank you, Greg, for helping us out. Thank you for...
doing some hard work right now, it looks like.
So thanks for being the man behind the scenes and helping us out.
Have you been in the Bacardi again, Greg? Looks like it. All right, we're going to get started.
So we're going to start the match off here.
So Randy is playing for nothing other than pride at this point. Corbett is playing for the top seed and being on the play, or having the option.
And he's also playing for Vintage Rotisserie Draft history here, or at least for our series.
Yeah, absolutely.
With the undefeated.
Yeah, I mean, he can... Having the 7-0... I mean, other Vintage Rotisseries, have had 7-0s. Ours hasn't. Our series
I know
here
Chris
hasn't.
Bakula 7-0'd the one that they kind of brought kind of
started it, really.
Yeah.
He said he thought it might have been a thing before, but that was the first one he had done and they had done.
And that was the one that kind of got people talking about it.
Yeah, it was the first one that kind of hit the social media circles.
Yeah.
And people started really interacting. So it looks like Randy Buehler played his entire deck
let's stop talking about that and start talking about this crazy game that's happening.
So Randy Buehler was on the draw. He played basically his whole hand, and then through Mox Opal and Tolarian Academy, turn 1, he cast Wheel of Fortune. He didn't have any cards left in his hand. That was his last one. So he gets straight up draw 7. Corbett had to ditch a bunch of cards.
Now, there's a little bit of a side effect here. Corbett is sort of playing Reanimator. I didn't see what got discarded, but it's possible.
I'm not sure
that might come back to bite him.
Yeah, if Corbett draws into his Reanimate, that is going to be really good for him.
If there's something in there. We don't know at the moment because it's off camera.
But Buehler's not done.
Oh, there's a Black Lotus.
He has a Black Lotus. He's drawn into that off of his draw 7. This is kind of what Randy said he had hoped he would have been able to do all day. hadn't been able to put it
finally
together until
happening
just
on
now.
camera. So
Yeah.
here we go. Giddy up.
So
Oh,
he has
the
Time Twister. He's trying to figure out if he can Thought Cast and Time Twister, but he'd have to draw into either Mox Diamond or Lotus Petal to be able to do it.
Yep.
If I'm Randy, I probably ship here. You are so far ahead on board, and your next turn is going to be bonkers also. He might be a little bit worried about the Reanimator side of things, but he knows that Corbett doesn't have a lot of targets. Corbett has a bunch of cards in his hand. Demonic Tutor. I'm not sure what that last one he picked up is. So I expect Corbett just to not have a lot to do here.
Is that a cage in play?
It is a Grafdigger's Cage,
Okay.
so that's probably why he's not too worried about Reanimate.
Yep. Corbett's going to just play a Demonic Tutor here.
Yeah, and the question is what is he going to get? We can't quite see all the cards in his hand, so I mean, it's probably safe to assume that
Big
he
chief
has.
takebacks.
Yeah, why not? Because why not? He's ahead, right? You know, so this game matters for Randy. Just take it back. It's fine. It'll be fine.
Yeah.
But really, I mean, we don't know what pieces Corbett has. Corbett only really has to have half of a combo, and with Demonic Tutor, he can get there.
Absolutely.
That said, he's got to be able to race this, and I find it hard to believe that Randy's not going to have a way to basically close this game out here. Between Time Twister and Master of Ethereum, he's going to have a lot of ways to draw into either Arcbound Ravager or Cranial Plating, and that'll actually close the game out.
Well, how about this? If Randy doesn't win from here, Affinity's probably not super great, right?
Yeah, I mean, this is about as ahead as you can imagine. He did draw Tezzeret here. I have a hard time believing this game will continue past this. He's going to play Tezzeret up it, I'm assuming. And then, I mean, he's still, like I said, he's on the quest for...
That's
going to
be the concession. All right.
Okay.
Well, that was one-sided.
Yeah, that Black Lotus did nothing. Didn't matter. Didn't need it. Who needed it?
I don't think it did nothing. It was a large part of the intimidation factor.
Yeah.
Which is what you actually need to get your
That's
opponent
actually
to
why Corbett scooped, because that Lotus was in play.
Yeah,
Nothing else you can do.
Yeah.
So that's actually... Is it 1-1 now? Is that correct? So we move to Game 3, and Corbett will be on the play, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Probably a pretty big advantage for him in this matchup. I mean, keeping Randy off of his tempo seems really important.
Well, here we go. It's going to come down to this. If Corbett can do the 7-0, he also earns the to be on the play in the finals, which will be coming up after this.
Yep. Finals will be his best 3 out of 5.
Absolutely. And don't forget that we will be giving away $50 during that match.
We will. It'll be after Game 2, right?
Yeah. Have we decided how we're doing that?
No. So the last one we just did Twitch, people that were in the Twitch chat. I'm open to whatever idea you guys want. Probably Twitter followers. Yeah.
Yeah. Let's do Twitter followers. So if you want to be eligible for this next giveaway, the $50 Northwest Sports Cards, go ahead and follow us on Twitter at shotgunlotus, and we'll grab someone out of there and send $50 their way during the finals match.
Yep.
So you're going to have to make sure you follow us before that happens.
So if Corbett wins this, does that mean he is the actual opposite of Sean Collins?
Yeah.
Yeah. 7-0-07?
Yeah. But, I mean, he's still got to win.
Yeah. Between them, they almost have Corbett's Pro Tour Honolulu score. Between the two of them.
Absolutely, yeah.
Corbett started off 7-1 day 1 of Pro Tour Honolulu, and then followed up with a solid 1-7 day 2.
Impressive showing.
Well, good news, Corbett. This is a one-day event.
Yeah.
This is your day. Let's get this done. So, both players evaluating their 7, deciding if they want to keep. Corbett's hand looks a little loose. He had a bunch of tutors, not too many lands. So that's the drawback of having the deck configured the way Corbett does. Sometimes you're going to have to mulligan those really tutor-heavy hands.
So, let's see here.
What do you think the most important card for Corbett in this matchup is?
One of his several tutors.
Yeah?
I mean, because it gets all of his important cards, right?
Okay.
I mean, Flash Hulk is probably the quickest way to end the game.
Yeah, it's the best way to win the game right now.
Yeah.
Right. Do you think that there's a possibility that Corbett can win a long game?
I think he's favored to win the long game.
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest with you.
I mean, the thing is, Randy can't actually interact with Corbett's deck very well, like
Sure.
in almost any way. So when Corbett has just an infinite kill you combo in his deck,
yeah.
and if the game's going long, that means something's happening on Randy's side that isn't great for him.
So in Corbett's 6 cards here, he has at least Mox Jet. I think that's Woodfall Primus and Reanimate.
not sure if I'm seeing any lands though. But he might just.
He has at
drop,
least Thespian Stage.
He might just. Oh yeah, and he also has the river there. So
Yeah.
I mean, this is like one of those things you draw up to 8, discard. It seems pretty loose.
Yeah, I'm not sure he has too many other plays here. Like, I don't think this is better than most of his mulligan hands. I was thinking about it. I think the most important card...
mulligan,
he mulligans. The most important card, I think, for Corbett to draw to stay in this game, especially now if he's going to 5, I think he has to hit Toxic Deluge.
That's right. He has Toxic Deluge.
Yeah, it's the best way for him to deal with Randy's giant board coughing, vomiting up, right?
Yeah, yeah.
It lets him interact with Etch Champion, which he doesn't have a way to do.
Yep.
It lets him deal with Master of Theorem kind of on the cheap, because in theory he'll be catching some of the other things with the Toxic Deluge. Master of Theorem will shrink down. And it's going to keep him off of dying from a Vault Scourge with a plating or something like that.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I think you're totally right. I forgot that he had that Toxic Deluge. Good call.
It's pretty important in this sort of matchup. I know he used it with really good effect in, I believe it was against Nathan Santo. Any of those creature-based decks. Let's see. He looks like he's going to keep here. He's got at least a couple lands. I'm just not sure what else he's drawn there. I think I see a Mana Confluence or a City of Brass, one of the two, and then he has a Swamp. Not the most exciting 5 cards for Corbett here.
Yeah, I think the dream might be dead.
It might be. I mean, Randy did keep his 7, so I have to expect that he's going to be able to put some amount of pressure on Corbett early. I think Randy would have snap mulliganed anything. He has so many draw 7s. Randy going to 5 on an aggressive mulligan is totally reasonable for him to do. The only catch to doing that is Randy's not playing that many mana sources.
Yeah.
So, quick reminder,
yeah,
if for our folks, if they weren't listening a couple minutes ago, we're going to be doing our giveaway in the finals here. Be a follower of us on Twitter.
Yeah.
At shotgunlotus. It's right there in the stream. It's pretty easy for us to add you guys. Just all you have to do is follow us.
Yeah,
you don't have to do
absolutely.
anything. It's easy.
And while you're at it, you might as well join us on the Facebook group too. There's a link to that down right below us, and that's where you can really keep up to date with what's going on, get involved. This whole thing is really community driven, and the more the merrier. We're happy to have you.
Yeah. Jed didn't leave, right? His trophy is here. Can't leave that trophy behind. I'd hate to have to call him to come back.
I think Corbett's his ride. So.
Oh, well, he's going to be here for a while then. That's awkward. Uncomfortable. That's going to be a weird ride home. So, how'd you do? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Big
Man, good call on saying Corbett was going to do well today, by the way.
Yeah, no one really had faith in him. Steven was saying that he was a little... No, Steven had full confidence the whole day. We were the haters.
Yeah, I think what really happened was at the end there, Corbett realized his deck wasn't going to get it done, and then he drafted that Flash Hulk combo, which people just let him happen.
Yeah, they
if
could have
people had just taken any part of that combo.
Yeah. It's the biggest reason why we've actually talked about Flash Hulk being a thing before. I've talked about it with some of the drafters in the past.
I know Charles DuPont was thinking about doing it before, too.
And the concern always is that you have to string 5 picks in a row where no one hate drafts you.
Yep.
And if any one hate drafts you, you not just burn that pick, but you burn all of those picks.
He also did it so late that someone could have easily burned a 40th round pick for it.
Sure. I'm going to burn a sideboard slot on Protean Hulk because I just don't want to deal with it.
Yeah.
And Corbett's in considerably worse shape, and I doubt he is 6-0 if that happens. So it's a lesson for the drafters. I don't know if we'll see Flash Hulk too much in the future. We'll see how that plays out. I do see that site.
As well as it's performed here today, I do not expect to see it again.
Probably not. I think it'll be one of those things that gets carted out every now and then. Kind of brought out, dusted off. Oh, yep. You remember you have to respect this.
Yeah.
And then kind of put away and forgotten about for another few drafts. That is a Cyclonic Rift in Corbett's hand, which is going to let him deal with that Grafdigger's Cage when he needs to do that.
Absolutely, yeah. This is gonna be a little bit of a slower game, it looks like, which we had said I think favors Corbett. He has the part of a combo in play.
Think? Okay.
He has part of a combo in play. If he draws one of his 4 tutors, he can go get Dark Depths.
Yeah, that's
and
true.
Start going to town.
It is also really hard for Randy to interact with the Dark Depths combo, right? You can't really stop now that the Hex Mage is in play. There's not much you can do.
I will say, Randy has a Black Lotus in play. or in his hand.
It's in his hand.
So some crazy things might happen here.
Yeah, he's still kind of thinking about how he wants to play this. One thing that may or may not be relevant, likely not, but it may come up, is that Hexmage is a great way to deal with Tezzeret. It kills Planeswalkers.
Yeah. It does. I guess it also does do things other than take counters off Dark Depths.
Yeah.
Who knew?
It also blocks just fine for the most part. So.
Yeah. Yeah, this is what I was talking about with Sean Collins' deck last time, the 07 deck.
Yeah.
He was playing mono black, and I'm like, why don't you just jam Vampire Hexmage in there with Dark Depths and like a Thespian stage? Like, it's just such a good combo.
Yeah, I mean, because once you have the Hexmage in play, you can't interact with it. You can't counter the land coming into play.
Yeah.
You have to be able to deal with an indestructible 20/20, which sure some decks can do that, but the vast majority of the time you're going to win the game.
Yeah, and like Vampire Hexmage, as you've just been saying, like is just all around a totally fine card.
Yeah, I mean it's not the most powerful creature, of course, but it deals with any Planeswalker. It has first strike, so it makes a great blocker against those like Hate Bear sort of decks. And it turns your combo on. Plus, it beats down if your opponent's not doing anything.
What is this white card?
Good question. What is that white card?
It's an alternate art Karmic Guide.
Cool. So Karmic Guide, part of the Flash Hulk combo, sitting in Corbett's hand, and that's the card that was randomly revealed, I think, with the bauble from Randy, right?
Yep.
So Randy using a couple of those cheap artifacts to kind of peek.
Yep.
Turn those into more cards. Those power his other things. One thing,
a balance.
Yeah. Balance out of Randy's hand is kind of interesting. I think that's why he tanked so damn long, because he wanted to see how he could min-max that balance. He's certainly going to get rid of the Hexmage, but wow.
Yowza.
Yawgmoth's Will gets back. So he really didn't get a lot of value out of that, basically.
He's going to dump his hand and cast Balance.
He can't dump his hand is the problem. He doesn't have enough mana to dump his hand. He doesn't really want to draw cards off that chromatic
How many cards
sphere.
does he have in his hand? I can't tell.
I think he has 2 or 3.
That's pretty strong.
But I will say this, he has no creatures, that's for sure, and he has 1 land. So, yeah, see, he couldn't dump his hand, otherwise the Hexmage would have stuck around.
Yeah.
Still really good shape for Randy to be in here. I mean, he's ahead. Corbett didn't have a second land. Randy doesn't have a ton of pressure, but...
Frogmite Go is what's happening here. This Frogmite's going to do some damage.
Frogmite's going to do some work. He does get to peek through that Urza's Bauble at Cyclonic Rift, and not very exciting when you only have 1 land in play. We saw that's just a strictly worse Hurkyl's Recall.
Yeah.
We saw that Hurkyl's Recall against Randy earlier. Oh boy, that was a
Randy
big
beat
one.
it, though.
He did. He really did.
With a very well played Balance.
People have to realize Randy knows what he's doing.
Here we go.
So what do we say? Randy had to get a plating going.
And there it is.
There it is. So that's a attack for 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 6. So that's an attack for 6, putting Corbett down to 14.
What a great pick on Balance for Randy, by the way.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that the deck that wants to play a bunch of creatures is a great Balance deck, but really it's the deck that dumps a lot of cards out of their hand and doesn't play many lands. That's the great Balance deck. And Randy just
also,
playing
there's
very
some
tight
synergy
here.
there with Ravager.
Yeah, absolutely. Corbett draws a Blanco.
And Randy is extending the hand, forcing Corbett to take it.
And that's the match.
There we go. So the dream is dead?
Dead. Dream is dead. We are going to have a Corbett Gray at 6-1 versus Charles Wong at 6-1 in our finals here shortly. We're going to get those guys onto camera here momentarily.
And Corbett beat Charles Wong in the Swiss, or in the round robin.
He did. He was Charles's loss. Corbett played very well in that match. Charles just was not really close to being in it. Unfortunately, it wasn't on camera, I don't believe.
Yeah, it was not.
It wasn't,
so,
but...
Let's reach out to the stream here. Who do you guys want to see? Who do you guys want to see in our championship draft at the end of the season? Is it going to be Corbett Gray, or is it going to be Charles Wong? Who do you want to see?
One thing to remember here, we are looking at a best of 5. We'll determine here momentarily who goes first, since they both have the same record. I personally want to see Corbett, actually. Strangely enough. I don't know if he's in good position to do it against Charles Wong, but at the end of the day, I think Corbett's done fairly consistently well in all of these. He was in the finals against Cedric last draft. He's in the finals again, proving that he understands this format. even despite our criticism during the draft, despite our concern, it really following through here and putting up a good showing today. I mean, congratulations to both Charles Wong and Corbett for making it to our finals, guaranteeing themselves a slot in the next draft.
Absolutely.
We have to figure out who our third person is. I'm not 100% sure. Greg, do you have an update for us? Looks like we have a quick update here from Greg Peliquin.
Match isn't quite over yet. Martin resolved a Terastodon, and I think he Terastodon on the wrong thing or something, but he punted the game such that Josh's Ancestral Vision got him back into the game, and he killed him the turn before Martin could kill him. Close game. In game 2, it looks like Martin got Jingataxius active, and Josh was mana flooded, beating down with a 3/1 Tritium Nemesis, and stole it with Sword Temptation, but it looks like a Elder Storm got reanimated and cleared everything away. So it looks like Martin was ahead when I left.
All right. Well, we'll see how that plays out. That's going to have some impacts on our third place match. We've got Charles Wong and Corbett ready to go here, I think. I think we're ready to start the finals. We start ready?
Yep. So it looks like
cool.
It looks like the consensus is people want to see C Wong.
They want to see C Wong. I like Corbett Gray, but that's reasonable.
I like them both. I mean,
yeah.
I think they both deserve it. I think Corbett's been here a few times and is really taking that time to learn the format. And I mean, he's always been very good at Magic, and now I think he's very good at Vintage Rotisserie Draft.
Yeah.
And Charles Wong, I mean, comes in this first time he's ever drafted the format, and I think just had one of the most elegant drafts I've ever seen.
Yeah.
And I think it's this could be his to win right now.
This isn't actually his first rotisserie draft, is it?
Oh, it is not. Sorry. He was in the first one of these that we did. That was such a long time
before.
ago.
It's been a long time, but he has done this before.
Mm-hmm.
He ain't no rookie.
No, absolutely
He knows what's up.
So, my bad on that, but he's definitely not as experienced in the format as Corbett is.
Oh, very true. I think Corbett has the edge in play skill. I think that Charles has the edge in deck construction. So, I mean, this right here is why we do this. This is exciting. This is going to be hopefully 5 games of good Magic.
We have a pretty funny question on the stream here.
Sure.
People are saying, is Charles Wong related to Brian Wong? They are not related, but they have played in several teams.
Who asked that? That's a racist question. That's racist. No.
So they're not brothers. They're not related, but they have played in several cube leagues together. Basically, they team up in every kind of event we do around here.
That's correct.
They love to be teammates. They play very well together.
They really do, and I mean, they both kind of approach the game at a little bit different mentality, but they very frequently team up. I think they're teaming together in Portland.
I think they are
for
too.
The Grand Prix.
I think that we did a cube league a while back here, and they did it with it was Charles Wong, Brian Wong, and I think it was Kellen Abel.
Yeah.
And their team name was Two Wongs Don't Make a White.
That's racist also.
But it's good.
It is funny. So it looks like we're still shuffling here, seeing how we play this out. Corbett drawing up his 7, taking a peek.
Yeah, so people are pointing out we could have, theoretically, a woo-woo Wong draft next time. I've reached out to Brian Wong. He says he's not interested.
He has said he is not interested.
I don't know why.
So
if you guys want to just berate him and get him to show up to one of these, I'm all for it. Just flood his inbox. I mean, I don't think he has any social media. But if you can find his email address. or is he on social media now for the podcast?
I'm sorry?
Is Brian Wong have any social media accounts because of the podcast now?
He does, as far as I'm aware, he does not have any social media
Okay,
accounts.
well, if people could get him in here, that would be awesome.
Yeah. We've already talked with Marshall from Limited Resources. He said he is interested once his schedule kind of lines up. I know he's doing he's doing some of the World Series stuff right now. But at the end of the day, I mean, we would love to have
the game's over.
Marshall in here. Oh, the game ended. Interesting. So on turn 1, Corbett had Flash Hulk in his hand and a Chrome Mox. All the pieces he needed to take the lead.
There it is.
Blink and you miss it.
Brian Wong is in fact on Twitter.
Oh, wow.
So you know what, people? Let's flood his Twitter account. Let's get him to show up to one of these things.
Yeah.
I would love to see it.
You know, Jim Boy said that we should get Wong and Sutcliffe to do this and do a podcast. Like I said, Marshall's open to it. I don't know if he wants to do the podcast. He's a busy guy. You know, we're trying to accommodate people's schedules, but it's something we've definitely approached both of them about. We'll see how it goes.
But if there's any big names you guys want to see in this, just bug
let
them
us,
about
yeah,
it.
and let us know.
Yeah.
There's people that we can approach and ask to do it. It's definitely easier if they're in the greater Seattle area. We may have some options down the road to being able to support folks that aren't in the Seattle area and want to play this. So we'll see how things play out. But
we have a question in the chat. Did you make an announcement for the celebrity for the next event? We have. Our July 26th event will have Travis Wu.
Yeah.
And as an added bonus, we get his brother, Elliot Wu.
And, I know Travis is the famous one, quote famous one. He's done really well in events. He's on Channel Fireball and all that. But Elliot's no shabby player either. He's top-aided a ton of PTQs. He top-aided the same Grand Prix as his brother back in Oakland a couple of years ago. Pretty exciting.
I'm excited for that draft. It's going to be pretty fun to watch. So tune in back on July 26th. See that all? See all shake out.
We will be here.
But I think it's time now. We've already gone through a game. Let's focus in on this last match.
Yeah, we kind of just didn't pay attention through that game, but there wasn't much we could have said, right?
Yeah. The one thing I will say before this gets started is we are going to be giving away that $50 after the end of this next game.
Yep.
So we are going to a Twitter follower. So if you haven't already followed us on Twitter, do it as fast as possible at shotgunlotus.
I say you do it right now because the next game may be over any minute now based on the first one.
This is going to be a very quick finals.
Absolutely. You can just tell Corbett is thirsty.
Oh, he wants it so bad. He's been here before.
Yes. He's been here before. He lost to Cedric.
Yeah, he lost to Cedric Phillips last time.
He wants, not only does he want that slot in the championship draft, but he wants all that liquor. And you know why
he'll put it to use. Yeah.
No. You know what he wants that liquor for?
What?
So he doesn't have to pay for his next several buy-ins.
That's exactly what he's going to do with it.
That is 100% what he's going to do with it.
That is the most Corbett Gray move I've ever seen.
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's okay with me because there is some fine liquor in there, and I would not mind seeing it back in the rotation. So.
Yep.
Chug, 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 Corbett. Thanks, Reverend. Looks like we're going to shuffle up.
I'm not giving up hope on Charles Wong yet. His deck's insane.
Oh, no, absolutely not. I definitely don't count him out. His deck is definitely good enough. He has enough counter spells. He has Force of Will. Corbett definitely went in there and said, do you have it? If he has Force of Will, he loses. I mean, probably, assuming he... Because that was his whole hand, right?
Yeah, I think so.
So
we're leading off on a Polluted Delta for Charles Wong. Gets Tropical Island. Does he have the Glistener Elf?
It's probably Glistener or Noble Hierarch here. Sure. Those are his best turn 1 plays.
Oh, it's a Ponder.
It's a Ponder?
That's right. That's right.
That seems
fine.
Ponders
as well.
Corbett giving it a good shuffle. So it's interesting. I wonder, not that we really got to see it, I wonder who was favored in the pre-boarded games versus the sideboarded games, because we do get to play 4 out of 5 of our games are sideboarded. And it would be funny if Charles was favored pre-board and then just insta-lost.
Yeah.
Just kind of that fluke, oh, you had it, whoops.
Yep.
I lose. Blink, and you miss it. It'll be fun, though. We can upload that video as like a 14-second video on YouTube later. And you can watch the whole game.
So
enjoy every intimate aspect.
Both of these guys have had some very impressive wins today.
Oh, absolutely.
Charles Wong won a match on camera. He had the only land he had was a forest. He turn 1 Glistener Elf. Turn 2 Invigorate Berserk. You're dead.
You're dead. That's it.
Corbett has had, I think, 2 turn 2 Flash Hulks.
Yep.
And he had a game where he went turn 1 Mox Dark Ritual, play Vampire Hexmage, play Dark Depths, go.
2020.
Josh Ventura
deal with it. Yeah. Turn 1 Mox and a Grindstone for Corbett. Pretty good start, all things considered.
Does he have the Panda Servant in his hand?
If he doesn't, he might just have one of his 4 different tutor effects to go get it. Even if he had Painter Serving, he still needs an extra turn to activate, and he has to assume that Charles Wong has some sort of counter magic here.
Yep.
Which he does. He has Spell Pierce.
There's the tutor.
This will be Spell Pierced real quick here, if not something else.
It could be Spell Snared if
Spell
he has
Snared.
it. Yeah. It looks like he just has the Pierce, though. It looks like he's tanking.
Yeah, the thing is like, Spell Pierce doesn't counter Painter Servant. Right. So if he's going to pull the trigger, he says go right ahead.
Wow. He must know something we don't.
If he has Simic Charm, he can actually just bounce the servant in response to a Grindstone activation.
That's pretty bad, though.
I don't think it's I don't think it's that great. I mean, it depends on if he has a good hate card in his hand.
I wonder if he's just going to kill him.
So that's the Plague Mirror right there.
Maybe he Spell Pierces this turn and then just kills him. Oh, but there's the Dark Blast.
Ooh, Dark Blast
coming into play. We made fun of him for Dark Blast.
He also didn't Spell Pierce the Dark Blast either. Just instantly put his guy in his yard. Doesn't even give it a second thought.
Well, if he spell pierce the Dark Blast, he loses.
That's true. Here it is.
Corbett's got to go for it.
Yep.
A null. He had a null.
A null's a good one.
Does he have another dude?
I think he does. There it is. The Blight Mamba.
Mamba number 5.
That might be the 5th one we've seen today. I'll allow that one. I was waiting for you to say it, too. We did openly mock the Dark Blast.
And it's going to be an all-star in this game.
Reverend definitely calling us out
on
absolutely. Our shit. I completely agree.
Corbett just had the soul read. I'm going to be playing against this deck in the finals. And I'm going to need this here Dark Blast.
Yep.
Corbett's hand's not great.
He has Dark Ritual. And what's that other card?
I thought it was a land, but I could be wrong.
If you remember, I think it was last draft or the one before.
Oh, it's a Perish.
Perish.
Well.
Very nice. Who was it that won with some very unlikely Grindstone activations?
Colin McCune.
Colin McCune.
Colin McCune just activated Grindstone like 4 times and just hit 7 cards and then 6 cards and then won the game.
Yeah. Kind of interesting line by Corbett here. Just on the Dark Blast plan, doesn't realize that Pendelhaven is in play.
Yeah.
Kind of basically skips his whole turn there. Pretty bad. I don't think that Siwong has enough pump in his hand, and he's not going to use Pendelhaven offensively here, right?
Yes. It keeps it alive from the Dark Blast, so now Corbett just has to draw off the top.
Yep. Corbett just getting a value Grindstone in there, picking up Mental Misstep and Misty Rainforest off the top.
Mm-hmm.
And then just kind of fanning out his graveyard, seeing what his options here are.
So, does Charles have pump in his hand?
I don't think so. I think he still has Spell Pierce. He has Cunning Wish.
And he has Daze.
And Daze.
So Cunning Wish can go get Giant Growth, we know.
It can. And he's still not quite at a point where that's going to be good enough. Now, I could have gotten behind Corbett dredging Dark Blast and then sitting on it and basically saying, okay, now you can never activate Pendelhaven. Or you have to do something in response. So.
And he draws. Oh, that's going to speed up the clock.
Yes, it is. So I actually kind of like. I like that play. I mean, getting Inkmoth Nexus in play, getting the Giant Growth in his hand, so he doesn't have to worry about investing that 3 mana later. Mm-hmm. He knows right now there's no other sideboard cards he wants to draw. They're probably in his deck at this point.
Yep.
So Cunning Wish is just, I mean, at this point it's just a Giant Growth.
And we see a Pack Rat come down.
Now that's going to gum up the board. That's going to make Glistener Elf. It's really hard for Glistener Elf to attack.
I think Corbett's dead. I think he drew another pump spell.
If he drew another pump spell, that's going to be game.
So yep.
Yeah, that's a Might of Old Crow's Eye. And Corbett has Grizzlebrand and Dark Ritual.
That is going to do it.
Yeah. Corbett was only 1 mana off of casting Dark Ritual, casting Grizzlebrand through Dark Ritual.
So, game 2 goes to Charles Wong.
All right.
Evening it up.
Pretty convincing. I think that the games that Charles Wong gets to play are going to be a lot like that.
I mean, he beat a Dark Blast, which effectively kills all of his guys. That Pendelhaven was
very important for him there, yeah. Perish was really good. But it was just a 1-for-1, right?
Which I think is all it's ever going to be.
Right. There's no way that Charles Wong is going to play more cards into an open Perish like that. So,
yeah.
Cool. Well, evening it up, making this exciting, moving to Game 3. But we have work to do before we do that.
Oh, yeah. We're going to give something away.
We are. We're going to give away the big one.
The bigger.
The bigger. $50. 50. What could you buy with $50?
Well, let me tell you, you could also use that coupon code Vintage20 to Northwest Sports Cards.
No, you can't do that. You can never stack promotions.
But this time you can.
You can.
Woo!
All right.
So we're gonna hand it over here to our man in the sky, Chris Cowan,
the voice of God himself. He's still trying to figure out who's our winner. Yeah, he's so humble, yet he is like, he brings some of the equipment from his Borg ship down to us and sets it all up here and allows us to provide this content to you. And I'll say, hats off again, Chris. You put up a hell of a setup here, and we're really thankful that you're part of this.
So let's get the game starting. Chris, go ahead and chime in when you're ready.
Yeah, we're getting the player selected here fast.
Here we go.
$50. Twitter follower. What do we got?
Who's it gonna be?
Drum roll!
Our winner of the $50 for NWGamersChoice.com is Dustin Foster.
Dustin Foster!
Dustin Foster,
Woo!
you have actually won.
Dustin Foster, if you are watching, you are now $50 in store credit richer to Northwest Sports Cards.
So Dustin
There you
Foster, you are going to have to message me on Twitch. Send a personal message to at shotgunlotus, and also I want you to sign up on nwgamerschoice.com and give me the email that you signed up with. So thanks. Back to you guys.
The greatest thief in the multiverse.
All right, so this game starts out. A carrion feeder, it looks like, got mental misstepped. Charles fires off an Ancestral, which then gets hit. Corbett responds with a Vampiric.
Taking an extra point because he has to do it through his mana confluence.
Yeah.
You know,
is paying 3 for Vampiric Tutor still good?
I accept.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
reasonable.
Well, I see a Berserk going into Charles Wong's hand, which is a strong card.
So, I'm not sure what's in Corbett's hand here or what the correct target here is for him to get. You have to assume he got a combo piece.
Yep.
Put it on top.
Noble Hierarch gets the party started. I want to see Charles win a game with Noble Hierarch. Just like, attack you for 20. He can do it with Berserk.
Odds are
it could happen.
pretty bad. I think we're seeing the combo right here. I think, Corbett has, I think he got one of the halves of the Vampire Hexmage Dark Depths combo. Because he does have Dark Depths in his hand.
Nope. Oh, well, it's not going to be the Flash combo.
Nope. He's playing that.
Spell Snare.
Spell Snare.
Ooh, Corbett's not going to like that at all.
Yeah, it's pretty tough for Corbett to do anything about that. There's really nothing that he can do, and now he just has kind of
a library gets drawn by Charles Wong.
Of course, why
wouldn't
wouldn't
is going
it?
to just start to pull this game away. If he, maybe he doesn't. Oh, I like it. Bajuka Bog, get away. Because Corbett is playing those Reanimator cards, so he could have just got it back. And
he is. He's not playing that many. It's not like the same matchup as Martin had. But he does have some value Reanimator targets in there, and Packrat lets him, kind of discard them and advance that strategy. The problem here is Corbett wasted a draw step and a land play, because I'm pretty sure it was the Dark Depths that he tutored for. And he's really behind here. He does have
another tutor.
Another Grim Tutor. Or they
takes more damage.
Yeah, I mean, that's not relevant, right?
No, Noble Hierarch might win the game here. He has a Berserk in his hand, so if he has enough pump in his...
oh, yeah.
It could happen.
He can't pump it with Pendelhaven ever, unfortunately, because it's a 1-2 after Exalted, and that's not what Pendelhaven wants. The question here is Corbett doesn't have another combo half in his hand, so what's the right play here? Do you go get Toxic Deluge? Do you go get something to try and protect your combo? You've already exiled Flash, so you have a bunch of blank draws in your deck. Because you went all in on hoping that Siwong didn't have any counter magic.
Yeah.
That wasn't the case.
He doesn't seem very even excited about this.
No, I mean, he's literally picking any card in his deck that he could have.
He still has the Banner Servant Grindstone combo live.
He does. That's really the only one of his combos that's left. And he's going to be in kind of hard shape to even get that online through the cards that Siwong has in his hand.
Siwong, take a quick look at his sideboard, which you can access with Cunning Wish.
And importantly, he does have Pact and Negation in there. And he's only 1 mana off from being able to pay for it.
So, you know what might be the pick of the draft for me?
What's that?
Is Charles Wong's Cunning Wish.
Cunning Wish is a really good one.
It's been really, really good for him.
Yeah, I don't disagree. It has been extraordinarily good for him. I'm trying to think if there was a pick that I liked a little bit more.
Oh, the beats begin.
They do begin.
Down to 10.
Take you to 10. Yeah, he's not... Berserk is the finisher, right? That's such a good finisher. You wanted to see it. You might get to see it. You're certainly...
Can I just cold shot it?
Oh, all hats off. Gush. Hammy Bone asking about
Wish.
Gush.
Here comes Cunning Wish. This has got to be Cunning Wish.
You're very excited about
this. I am, on it. I'm on the edge of my seat right now.
Okay.
I've been asking for this all day long, and to see it in the finals happen is exciting.
Which card is that? I'm not sure which one that is.
The drum roll is nice.
Drum roll. Here it comes.
I don't recognize the art. That's not Might, right?
I'm not sure. I'm not 100% sure. I don't recognize that art. Ink Moth. He might be switching back into his main plan. Yeah. No attack.
What a wuss.
I know you're disappointed. I'm not sorry. Yeah, you can get sad. It's okay.
Maybe he's just slow rolling it for an extra turn. Oh, it's
It's Nature's Claim.
Or it might be Oxidize.
Oxidize. Or Crumble.
Crumble. I don't know. One of those cards.
It's one of those. Get that thing out of there.
Is this just game?
Yeah, 2, 3, 6. Does he have Invigorate? It does. Look at that.
There we go.
The game's over.
That's going to be the game. All right, so not the way I wanted it to end, but it does end nonetheless.
You know, he could have still ended it with Noble Hierarch. He could have just done the exact same thing with Noble Hierarch there. So if he attacks with Noble Hierarch, make it a 1, Invigorate, then Berserk, deal 10.
Yeah, what is wrong with him?
He just doesn't like you.
Oh, man. I'm going to have to talk with Charles Wong after this.
Well, I mean, you got to respect...
You unlock Planeswalker points for that or something, right?
No, you don't unlock shit.
Oh, okay. That's
you don't even get, like, another bottle of liquor.
I would have bought him an additional bottle of liquor.
No, you wouldn't have.
No,
You're a cheap asshole. You wouldn't
very
have bought
true.
anything. You would have gone apeshit on stream is what...
Yeah!
Yeah.
Yeah, it would have been awesome.
All right. So, players adjusting their plan. It looks like I saw Corbett taking out his Reanimator spell.
Oh, yeah, so just so people don't leave the stream as soon as this is over, this is a best of 5.
Yep.
Also, afterwards, we're going to draft the liquor everyone's playing for.
Yeah, so that'll be about 2 minutes after this draft wraps up. We're going to get these two and whoever ended up in third. Did we ever figure out who's in third place?
I think it's still happening.
Still happening. So
yeah.
We'll determine who that is, and then they will be drafting some of the finest liquor I've seen brought in here.
Yeah, it's been a good draft. Chris is going to go see if we have a third place. Right now it's currently between Martin and Josh Ventura, right?
I think those are the only two that are in the contention.
I honestly can't choose.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, like, Floyd was out, Jed was obviously out, Nathan was out.
Jed was out a long time ago.
And Randy was out. So, yeah, it's got to be between Martin and Josh. So.
I'm going to feel bad for Corbett if he doesn't win this one.
I mean, you know, if for nothing I wanted to go to 5 just so we can see some more games being played. Yeah. These decks are really sweet. I like what Corbett can do. We saw how powerful his deck can be after that first game.
Yeah.
Good God. It wasn't even a game. It was just here. We're done.
So just a taste of what they're playing for. The first place trophy, which fully captures the essence of the draft. They have a Black Lotus presented on top of some fancy bottles of liquor there. And they get to keep this until the next draft.
Yeah.
And there's a bunch of booze to draft from.
Yeah, and we're going to get that booze going shortly. Charles Wong is definitely going down to 6 cards here. His deck mulligans, I think, slightly worse than Corbett's.
Yeah.
But both of them mulligan pretty well overall.
Sure.
He's in good shape right now. You know, mulliganing, all he has to do is really find a creature with infect, and that's about all he needs. He does need some amount of...
He's got a Noble Hierarch here.
Yeah, some amount of interaction would be really good in case Corbett just nuts out. Dark Blast from Corbett kind of come up right on that Hierarch. Get out of here. I don't want none of that. And I highly suspect Corbett will dredge that next turn. Dark Blast, one of the better cards in this matchup. I know we kind of made fun of Corbett for picking it over different cards available, but you know what? We're wrong sometimes, and that card is real good
Oh,
right
wow,
now.
Look at that. Mental messed up the Dark Blast, and the Bajuka Ball get away.
Wow.
Get it out?
That is a heck of a line.
Zanebag's asking if we haven't had any WotC employees in these drafts yet. We have not. I'm not quite sure we are able to.
You know, we've been discussing different options to do that. I mean, the WotC folks obviously are a little bit careful on the non-WotC sponsored events that they want to participate in. We do have we have a ton of former WotC players that have been playing in this.
Yeah.
And, you know, we've actually been talking with them a little bit just on what our options are. So
yeah,
maybe that'll change down the road.
Yeah, we'll see what we can do in the future.
Yep.
And someone's asking if do we always play for liquor. We do, in fact, always play for liquor.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess the first one of these we drafted for scratch tickets.
Yeah, we said everyone had to buy $20 in scratch-off lotto tickets, and you won. So you paid $20 for your buy-in tickets. How much did you win out of your winnings?
I came home with $4.
$4.
So $24 up $4. We're going to call that a good day.
Well, I mean, that's probably a pretty good day for you overall.
Yeah, not bad.
Made $24. Carrion Feeder for Corbett saying, hey, I still have the Hulk combo in here, but I need to have a 1/1 in play right now. It's actually totally reasonable for him to try and block some of those Glistener Elves.
Yeah, totally.
Don't necessarily need it in play, and for now it's just going to clock Charles for a couple. Corbett's on the slow Dark Depths plan this game.
Yeah.
The slow,
tick it down.
Tick it down. Charles Wong declining to use his Pendlehaven on that Carrion Feeder. Probably not a good play. Draws a card with Library, passes.
He has a Forcible in his hands, which is going to be real good against Corbett.
Yeah, it's really important for him to have that.
Oh, Carrion Feeder can't block, by the way.
Oh, well, then might as well attack, right? Fair enough.
So it's real bad at blocking Glistening Elves.
But if you're going to draw it, you might as well run it out there.
He just cannot find an Infect, dude.
Corbett does have Flash in his hand, also. 6.
6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6, 6. Uh-oh. There we go.
So, final standings. We can just recap that really fast. Randy Bueller in seat 1 went 3-4 with his Affinity deck. Not quite coming together. Charles and Corbett in the 2 and 3 seats. Here they are in the finals. Martin went 4-3. Does that actually put him... Oh, him and Josh are tied for third, so we should have a tiebreaker.
I believe they're battling in for third.
Yeah, how do we have that tiebreaker here? So, for second or third place, three-way, tiebreakers.
Carrion Feeder gets dismembered. I didn't even know that Charles Wong had Dismember.
Yeah, he picked it up really late.
Cool.
He picked it up as a way to interact. It's a colorless.
Flash.
This has got to be Force of Will.
He's got Force of Will.
Yep.
You
got to be Force of Will.
To do it.
Yeah, because once the Flash resolves, there's nothing...
Theoretically, you could also Cunning Wish for Pact of Negation, but I think it's bad here.
Yeah, that leaves him open to... I mean, he has to waste a whole turn doing it. I think you just use your Force of Will.
Does he just let it resolve?
He let it resolve. He must have thought he had ways to interact with things as they went.
I can't quite see what everything is in his hand, but...
He's
going to lose 2. He's going to lose 2 lands here, which isn't really the worst for him.
No, it's really not. He's actually kind of flooded, if anything. The important thing out of this is that Corbett gets a clock in play. He gets a giant dude. The way Flash works is that'll persist, and then he will. Ooh, what is this card?
Is he bouncing it?
It sounds like he's bouncing it after with the trigger on the stack, the sacrifice Flash trigger on the stack. I don't know if that's how that works. Probably.
Have we decided on the new? Have we decided on the new Jet net? Possibly Bomb Squad.
Is that a 1/1?
It's got to be a 1/1. Yeah. So let's take some suggestions for the next Jed card. It needs to be a 1/1, and if it could have something to do with anything that happened to Jed in the draft, that would be fantastic. So let's hear. Some suggestions.
Doesn't Affetto Alchemist untap Time Vault? And
I was actually
also a 1/1.
I was talking about Affetto Alchemist because he should have drafted it.
Yeah.
I mean, not that I'm surprised he didn't know what it was.
It's a shame. It's not. I wish we could just get a Voltaic key with him on it, but that's probably
maybe he could be like holding the Voltaic
key.
The
big rub-ins right there. So it looks like that played out exactly as we thought it would. The sacrifice trigger on the stack, bounce it back to his hand. He does get Library out of play, but unfortunately Corbett now is stuck with a uncastable Woodfall Primus in his hand. And that's about as good as it was going to be for Charles.
Still has a Forcible in his hand.
Yeah, he does. He doesn't have any Infect creatures in play, which is kind of unfortunate.
He's got a Might of Old Krosa and a Groundswell. So, I mean, all he needs to do is draw one, and this game's going to end quick.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got Forcible backup. He's not in a position where he can really start attacking with Noble Hierarch. The thing he has to start worrying about is that Dark Depths is ticking down 2 counters at a time now. And in a couple turns, that's going to be a real thing, right? So... kind of exciting to see how this plays out. Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Wait, what's happening?
That's a pump spell on his Noble Hierarch.
Oh, my God. Is it happening? Oh, my God. What is happening?
He just took a bunch. Go to 7.
Interesting play.
He must be thinking, maybe I'll have more pump spells coming along here.
Well, he has a Vines of the Passwood in his hand.
Yeah, so that'll actually deal 5 total next turn. And Corbett says, no, sir, I ain't going to mess around with this.
Boom. Get it out.
Woo. So I think Corbett's play here is actually play Vampire Hexmage, which he has in his hand.
Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that play from Charles.
Yeah, he's trying to be cute, I think. Dark Ritual.
Someone. Oh, that's pretty good. I don't know who suggested that. Who Zeomonk is? Maybe that's Josh Monk's. Goblin Welder with Jed holding a Voltaic key.
Wow.
That's pretty
good. I mean, swing for 9 is okay.
So he had it Invigorate and a Vines of the Bastard. So he was just going to kill him next turn.
Okay. Yep. Absolutely. Corbett did pay 4 life there.
So he's at 3 now.
Yeah.
Oh,
exactly.
oh wow! Charles Wong ripped Berserk off the top.
So Charles's hope here is that Corbett says, "I'll block with my guy," then sacrifice it to make my Dark Depths token. I hope that Corbett is smart enough to say, no. Before blockers,
I'll block
make
with
my
Dark-
token
yeah.
block with that.
And
It's
I
indestructible.
think that's what's happening.
I think so too. And if that's the case, then Charles has lost this game,
Oh,
and
wow.
we've tied it up.
Wow, going to Game 5.
Going to Game 5. Pretty exciting.
I-
We've got a match update here. We've got some info from Greg. What's up, Greg?
Martin just won game 3.
So Martin going to sneak into 3rd place and into the next draft.
Absolutely. Good showing from Martin today with his Reanimator deck. So you know what? We were making fun of both of these guys earlier. We were concerned that they had just encroached on each other's strategies.
Yeah.
No, good enough.
Yeah, they pulled it out. Good
enough.
job, guys.
Yeah, last time we had this happen, neither of those drafters really could summon a good enough record.
They could
Who
not.
was that?
Jesse Wilkie and someone else. I don't
Some
know.
Jerk, right?
Yeah, some just
Was that
total
you?
ass. Yeah,
It was
it
you.
was me.
Hey,
Yeah.
Steven.
Hey, Berkeley.
We just found out that
How's it
Martin
going,
had
guys?
won. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. We found
Very
out.
exciting, yeah.
Yeah, you're a little slow. It's all right. Greg's
I
all over
I try
it.
to keep up.
okay.
I just,
Oh, it's been a
I
long
just can't
day.
make it.
So Martin locks up 3rd place.
Yeah,
And we're
Martin
going
locks up 3rd place.
We're going to Game 5 here. You excited about it?
Was that not game?
That was game 4.
That was game 4.
It was
Wow.
game 4.
Yeah, so going to game 5. That game was fun to watch.
It was.
I was watching from Corbett's side the whole time.
Yeah.
And the flash with the interaction with the Woodfall Primus, and
Yep.
then getting out from under the library, and then Charles just had all pump spells and no infect guy, and
Yeah.
had to try to go fair. And
Yeah.
that was
He
that
tried.
was pretty fun.
He would have got there too.
Right, and then Corbett paid just the exact wrong amount of life with the toxic deluge.
Didn't
to-
matter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Didn't matter.
Right. It ended up not mattering, but
Yep.
it looked like it mattered.
Yeah.
Yep.
Because if Corbett had blocked with the Vampire Hex Mage,
He was dead.
He was dead.
Right.
So, yeah.
That's what we
crazy.
were talking about in here. We were worried that was going to be his line. Hopefully he's smart enough to not do that.
Right. Yeah. Because
Um,
there's no reason to not make the 2020. Right?
Yeah,
If he
it's
can beat the
indestructible,
2020, he can
too.
beat the 2020.
Yeah, yeah,
Absolutely.
All right. Well, I'll let you get back to it.
Sweet. We are shuffling up for the Game 5 of the finals. I love it when finals go to Game 5. It's
Yeah,
just
that's
more
what-
suspense.
That's what you hope for, man.
As a viewer, you want to see as many games be played as possible, right? And
So-
this is the max. This
Yep.
is it. This is for the marbles.
Let's do it. So, just a reminder here, at the end of this match, we're going to do the booze drafts. We're probably going to take a quick break, reset, and then we'll do the booze draft. So stay with us,
Yep.
guys.
Absolutely.
And I can't tell, is someone mulliganed?
It's kind of a heartbreaker for you, right? You look pretty distraught.
Why is that?
Josh Ventura, 4th.
I'm not happy about it. I wanted him to either make it into the draft of champions, or at the very least, make it into the next draft and try again.
Yeah, and unfortunately, that dream has ended.
I'm broken up, man.
He can be MVP in your heart, but not in this league. Not today, my friends.
You'll always be a winner to me, Josh. You'll always be a winner. All right, let's get back to business here. So it is a mulligan from Corbett. He's going to 6.
Yep.
You've been saving that all day.
He's showing the hand, showing the unkeepable, full of combo pieces, no land hand. That's the thing about no land hands. They usually look really good. If you only had some lands.
Yeah, it is always funny when someone says that. My hand's so good. Well, yeah, no shit.
Guys, I just want to thank our viewers again and just kind of recap, all of you guys for hopping in and joining us here. I really appreciate, Chris Cowan coming in with all of his equipment, all of our drafters today, Greg Peliquin coming in helping out with some of the support. Stephen Berklet, our third commentator, our unsung hero right now. He's running around a whole bunch.
Well, thanks to the drafters.
Yeah, and all the drafters and the viewers. It's been a
absolutely.
really good day. Really successful, a fun day.
So before we lose everyone here, too, make sure you follow us on Shotgun Lotus on Twitter, the Facebook group. That way you can know when we're doing these in the future.
Yep.
And like I said, the more followers we get, the bigger we do this, the better we can do it. And maybe the bigger names we get, we can do additional events. So, yeah.
Is Corbett going to 5 here?
Looks like it.
I think so, yeah. He showed his 6 to the camera, and I don't think he's drawn his 5 yet. So Mulling the 5 on the draw in the finals, not the place Corbett wanted to be.
Yeah.
He's already on the draw against one of the more explosive, quick decks that we've seen drafted. 5 on the draw? I don't know. He's going to have like Ritual Deluge or something along those lines.
Oh, are we down to 4? Is this a mold of 4?
We're down to 4. Well,
Corbett, I feel
it's still possible
you
for
hate
some
to see
serious Magic to
He
be
could
played
still
here.
theoretically Flash Hulk.
Yeah, he could still Dark Depths. He'd have to draw lands, which I don't know if he's done yet. So looks like he's a keeper.
Oh, well, turn 1 Glistener Elf is about the worst thing that could happen to Corbett.
Yep.
The Dak Faden Greatest Thief in the Multiverse thing is, I don't know why it's funny, but it's just funny.
It's not funny. It's
just the truth?
serious. Yeah.
He's just the greatest thief in the multiverse?
Well, yeah,
Oh,
and
wow.
if you're on the multiverse law enforcement side of things, you can't even catch him. There's
Yeah,
nothing you
it's
can do.
nothing
He's
funny
the
about it.
greatest thief.
Nothing funny about that.
No, it's not even funny at all. I don't know why you joke about these things. There's hundreds of people watching us, and here you are just making
I don't know,
wisecracks
100.
about thievery, of all things. Speaking of thievery,
Wow.
it looks like Charles
So-
Wong stealing this game away.
Charles has just had the nut here.
Draws
Well,
crop
it's crop
rotation.
rotation for Sylvan just to really just continue the beats. Or he might just be dead.
Yeah, he could crop rotation into.
No, it looks.
Yep.
Oh, no.
No, the Blight Mambas.
Mamba number 6?
Yeah, it was on the B side of that track. It wasn't that good.
Yeah,
Mamba number 5 was
Yeah.
the
lesser
the good
known
one.
hit. Mamba number 6.
Yeah, Mamba number 6. It actually named a bunch of girls' names that no one knew, and just no one really liked
Never
it.
took off.
It was only big in Singapore, as it turns out. Toxic Deluge.
All right, well.
Just what we thought we would need to see. The problem here is there is an Inkmoth Nexus in play on Charles Wong's side, but likely a 2-for-1. Nope.
God.
Deju.
Oh, Corbett! I hear a chuckle from Corbett. Just
Deju, because why not?
is this game? Is this how it's gonna end?
I mean, it
He only
feels
has
like
one,
we're
he
hitting
only
it.
has one green source, so it's gonna be tough.
Well, Invigorate.
Oh, you know what? This is probably it.
Crop
Is
rotation.
he gonna get a Pendlehaven?
Yeah, I would think so.
1, 2, 3, 4. Not gonna end here.
There it is. And he's not even shuffling, he's just showing. Yep, that's it.
All right,
we have a winner. Charles
Wong takes it down.
Crushes all day.
All right, so stay tuned, guys. I also, one thing, we've been kind of having fun all day here, but I want to take a serious note for kind of a moment. Do
Yep.
you want to pump the Mariah fun again real quick?
Yeah, so just a quick thing. So for those of you guys that have been on Facebook and watching, Tony and Mariah Palioko kind of had a family emergency. Mariah was struck by a car recently, won't be walking again, is on the road to recovery, thankfully, and a lot of the Magic Me have been taking donations and looking for ways that they can contribute. So one thing that we're doing, we do have a donation link right on the bottom, right underneath this stream here. Feel free to click donate that. As well, we are taking card donations for a charity tournament that will be running here. That will been run here in Seattle. Shotgun Lotus, myself, Paul, Steven will all be there doing coverage. But feel free, if you want to donate cards, feel free to contact us. Those cards will all be part of the prize pool, and all of 100% of the proceeds of that event are going to go towards the family and to encourage their swift recovery. So just throwing that out there for those of you guys that may not be aware of it. If you have any questions at all, please feel free to contact me directly through the stream, through the Twitch page, through Twitter, however you want to. You can contact me directly at Dwayne STA on Twitter or Facebook. So right now we're actually just kind of rounding up all this booze. It's a lot of booze. We have some rum, some whiskey, giant Grey Goose bottle, and we're going to see how these get drafted. So how do we break up this draft? Let's see. I know we have it here somewhere. I believe first winner gets the first pick of the draft. And they get whatever they want. Then second place gets a pick. Third place gets a pick. And then I believe the rest is split between first and second. Third place basically just gets their buy-in back. So we've got the Ron Burgundy blended Scotch whiskey, a fine product of Scotland. We've got Ron de Jeremy spiced rum, There's a whole bunch of different stuff here. We're going to have this here momentarily. We're in a cut break right now, and we will be back momentarily with the final draft of the day, our booze draft. Thank you for joining us. I'm Dwayne Sarrell with Shotgun Lotus, and this has been the Vintage Rotisserie Draft Series. The booze draft will be momentarily.
All right, so it looks like we're back. Well, we'll do that after. We'll do the draft and then we'll interview. Okay, so Charles Wong first picks the what I would have first picked, the Brazilian rum. So moving on next, we have Corbett Gray.
Jed just told him to take his entry fee. That's what he told me.
What am I taking?
They're deciding here. You know,
Take the ride, seriously.
I'm never going to want to drink it, am I?
If you're not going to, give it to me, because I'll actually consume it. You gotta learn.
I will consume it tonight. Charles Wong says it will be consumed.
Just take,
Take the double rum that you bought.
I do want the double rum.
then take it.
I was hoping I could wheel it. Oh, now I clearly cannot. Now it's not
Oh,
possible.
we're talking about trying to wheel booze. I love it. This is fantastic.
It's not possible, because Steven will take it.
Troll won't take it.
It's either the rye or the double rum. You're not a whiskey drinker, right?
What up, stream?
Ayo! All right, Corbett takes home the double rum. This is rum, right? Is that rum? The double rum package.
I would say take like one of the vodka.
All right, Martin gets his one pick. Let's see what he decides to take. Martin, as a non-drinker, is really agonizing. He's unfamiliar with the format.
This is Martin Goldman's selection.
He's gonna go with the sure thing with Grey Goose. Good job, Martin Goldman Curse. Congratulations on third place in your first draft. Well, I told you to look out for that cord like 800 times. Okay, next up, Charles Wong. All right, we got
with all bottles that are shaped like squares.
the old square draft.
Yeah, it's the vodka. It's the vodka I brought.
You get the rest. You get whatever's left.
No, Charles gets the rest.
Charles gets the rest.
Oh, sorry, Charles gets the rest. Yeah.
No, but
I get.
The stream would like you guys to hold the booze up for a little bit longer.
Yep.
oh my god, too much alcohol.
All right, and then Charles Wong brings home the bacon. All right, all the booze. Do we want to interview Charles, or do we just want to call it a night? All right. All right, guys. Well, that is the end of the draft for today. Thanks for joining us, everyone. Am I live? All right. Thanks for joining us. Again, if you want to check in for the next one, it's going to be on July 26th. We're going to have Travis Wu, Elliot Wu here. And follow us on the Twitch stream. Follow us on Twitter at Shotgun Lotus. Find us on Facebook at Northwest Vintage Rotisserie Draft Series. There's a link to it right below us here. And thanks again, everyone, for showing up. Have a great night.